How can Zhao Zhixiang be so obedient? Lu Xiaolan wondered, as Zhao Zhixiang was known for causing trouble. Of course not. At first she made a scene. After you left, she came home and caused a fuss with your second sister-in-law. I was at work that day and missed it, but I heard from Dayu that Lu Fubao came over and got really angry, saying if she continued to make trouble, he would move out and cut ties with Zhao Zhixiang. What Zhao Zhixiang cares about most is her son, so she backed down immediately. Last year, old Shirtu went up the mountain to gather firewood and broke his leg. The family relied on Lu Fubao to support them, so Zhao Zhixiang dared not cause any more trouble. The second family is also a soft-hearted one, Lu Yuji said, frustrated. Zhao Zhixiang never treated her like a daughter. She only acted tough for less than 2 years. After Zhao Zhixiang showed a little kindness and cried a few times, I heard from Guodong that now she secretly gives her mother money every month. If it were me, I wouldn't care anymore and would act like that mother doesn't exist, Lu Yuji scoffed. Just as she was about to say more, they heard Lu Hohat's voice from the yard. Lu Yuji was startled. It's really not good to talk about people behind their backs. She wasn't sure if Lu Hohat had heard them. Lu Hohat had come over with Li Yue, who brought some food and cooking supplies. Previously, when Su Mo went to Yangcheng, she had given the remaining food and daily necessities to the 3 elderly people. Now that they were back, they needed to cook, so Li Yue prepared some supplies. Su Mo quickly got out of bed to take the things and put them away, then the 5 of them chatted together on the Kong in the West Room. When Su Mo and Lu Xiaolan wrote letters, they would mention things about Yangcheng and sometimes send back photos. Li Yue and the others had become very interested in Yangcheng. This time they returned, so they asked them to share stories, as letters couldn't express everything as well as speaking. Lu Xiaolan was also good at speaking and immediately started sharing. You wouldn't believe it, when I saw those tall buildings I was stunned. I counted, and there were actually 27 floors and the walls were so white. Lu Xiaolan said, gesturing animatedly. Those aren't painted walls. They're tiled, Su Mo corrected her. Oh right, tiles. The tiles are really white. When they get dirty, just wipe them with a cloth, and they look brand new. They're really nice, Lu Xiaolan explained what tiles were. There are so many foreigners in Yangcheng. When I saw them for the first time, I didn't even dare to look. Those foreigners have all sorts of hair colors. Some are blonde, some are red, and some are brown. They all look very fair, with blue eyes and sharp noses. There are so many vehicles on the roads in Yangcheng, with trams and 3-wheeled carts. There's a tram every half hour, unlike here, where there's only one a day. There are also a lot of bicycles. At the place where my sister-in-law used to work, there was even a traffic jam. She sent me photos of it. We brought the photos back, sister-in-law, show them to everyone. Su Mo had a camera, and when the family went out, she would take some photos and brought them back this time. Hearing Lu Xiaolan mention it, Su Mo went to get them and passed them around. Lu Yuji and Lu Hohat were amazed and envious when they saw the large number of bicycles in the photos, feeling a strong desire to visit. Their brigade was one of the top in Hongqi Commune, and the entire brigade had fewer than 10 bicycles. The photos showed thousands of bicycles, and the people looked quite well dressed. No wonder everyone wanted to move to the city. Li Wei was more interested in the lifestyle photos. When she saw a picture of Su Tingqian and Mo Yurong holding 2 little ones, she asked, Xiao Mo, are these your in-laws? Yes, these are my parents. They look really good. You can tell they're educated people, Li Yue praised. Uncle Su and Anna Mo are really nice. Whenever they have time, they come to help and often buy things for me, Lu Xiaolan added. Lu Xiaolan helped take care of the children, and Su Tingqian and his wife were considerate, occasionally buying Lu Xiaolan gifts like lotion, hair oil, or cloth shoes. Li Yue playfully tapped Lu Xiaolan. You child, you've started working, yet you're still accepting gifts. Su Mo waved her hand, defending her parents. I'm the only child, and Xiaolan is well-liked. My parents treat her like their daughter. Li Yue felt both happy and relieved. Previously, Lu Xiaolan had written that the Su family were capitalists before liberation. Generally, capitalists had been overthrown long ago. The fact that the Su family still had their current status indicated they were not ordinary. Li Yue wasn't completely ignorant. She had attended a private school. She understood that in the past, families like that wouldn't have mingled with theirs due to class differences. She felt uncertain, as she hadn't interacted with her in-laws before and worried they might look down on them. But now, it seemed the Su family was quite good. Using the photos, Lu Xiaolan introduced them to more about Yangcheng, then mentioned flying. Lu Xiaolan described it enthusiastically, making Lu Yuji envious. "I want to try flying someday," Lu Yuji said. "Big sister, you probably wouldn't want to spend the money," Lu Xiaolan laughed. "It's over 4 hours from Yangcheng to Beijing, and the ticket costs 81 yuan. "What? So expensive? Did you spend hundreds on this trip?" Li Yue exclaimed. She didn't realize it would cost so much, or she wouldn't have let them come back. "Mom, money can be earned again. We haven't been back for almost 2 years. We had to come and see," Su Mo said. "Oh, dear, that's too much money. Is the train expensive too? How much is it?" "To Yangcheng, the train costs about 40 yuan, Lu Xiaolan said, as she had taken the train once and knew the fare. "Then when you go back, take the train," Li Yue said, though she wanted the kids to stay longer. She was worried about the money. Big cities cost a lot, and all the savings seemed to go to travel expenses, which made her reluctant. Just then, they heard Leilei's voice at the door. "No. The train takes too long. I want to fly." Seeing Leilei come over, Li Yue quickly got out of bed and picked him up. "Taking the train is good. It saves money. Flying costs too much." Leilei waved his hands. "I want to fly. Daddy will earn money. When Leilei grows up, Leilei will earn money too." Lu Xiaolan laughed, saying, "Mom, the train ride takes a long time. When I went with sister-in-law, we were on the train for almost 10 days. I almost went crazy. On the train, the smell is unbearable. It smells like stinky feet. Each carriage has a toilet, and the smell is something I can't even describe. Try staying in the toilet for a few days and you'll know." Li Yue was annoyed and slapped Lu Xiaolan lightly. "You girl, you've only been to the city for a few days, and you've become so spoiled? What's wrong with taking the train? So many people want to ride, but can't. Just sitting there without working, you don't know how many people would be happy. So what if it smells a bit? You used to eat chicken droppings when you were little." "Mom, don't say that." Li Yue's words made Lu Xiaolan feel nauseous, as if she could taste the chicken droppings in her mouth. Lu Xiaolan's expression made everyone laugh, and Leilei giggled too. "Auntie, how could you eat chicken droppings?" Leilei made a funny face, making Lu Xiaolan tickle him, and the two of them started playfully wrestling. With this commotion, they stopped discussing the train and shifted to talking about the brigade's matters. "Mom, a couple of days ago, I heard Daquan's wife say that Aunt Suehua seems to be dying." Lu Xiaolan was shocked and quickly asked, "What happened to her?" "They say she has something growing in her belly and has been bleeding. She went to the county hospital and they said it couldn't be treated, so they sent her to the hospital in Harbin. A couple of months ago, Lu Xing took her to Harbin, and when he came back, he was in tears, saying there was no hope. Half a month ago, Mom asked me to send a piece of meat to her. I went to take a look, and she had become skin and bones. It doesn't look like she has much time left." Although Li Yue didn't get along with Li Suehua, their husbands were both brigade leaders, so they still had to maintain some formalities. People really shouldn't take things for granted. Li Suehua has been strong all her life. Who would have thought she would get such a disease in her old age?
Li Yue sighed.
She and Li Suehua had been rivals for a lifetime, and now that Leilei woke up because he drank a lot of water at night and needed to pee. He sat up, rubbed his eyes, and called out, "Mom, I need to go potty." The couple was startled. Su Mo quickly rushed over and hurriedly put away the pear tree, but Leilei still saw it. Leilei rubbed his eyes several times, a bit confused. "Mom, I just saw a tree here with fruit on it. It looked like pears." Su Mo chuckled and said, "No, you just woke up and are seeing things. Come on, hurry, and go potty. After that, you can sleep." Lu Changzhen quickly brought over the potty for Leilei. Once he finished, Su Mo held him and lay down to help him sleep. Mom, I really saw it, Lele insisted. He didn't want to sleep and was sure he wasn't mistaken. After training with Commander Sue for half a year, he felt confident. But Mom has been here and didn't see anything. You must have made a mistake, Sue Mo said as Lu Chongjing returned with the potty. She asked him, Dad, did you see it? I didn't see anything either, Lu Chongjing replied. But Mom, didn't you say some things can only be seen by children?
什么?
If she had known, she wouldn't have told him those myth stories. Mom, could it be the pear fairy? Knowing I like pears, did she come to see me? Lele's eyes sparkled as he imagined.
Sumo's mouth twitched.
The pear fairy? Lu Chongjing looked at Sue Mo in confusion. What had she been telling the kids? Why did Lele always have such strange ideas? There is no pear fairy. You made a mistake. It's the principle of light refraction. You just woke up and saw the light, so for a moment you saw green. It wasn't a tree, Sue Mo started to explain, trying to confuse him. Lele thought about it, tilting his head. But why didn't I see this before? Seeing Lu Chongjing in his green military uniform, Sue Mo quickly said, because Dad wasn't standing under the light before. He was just under the light now, so you made a mistake. Is that so? Lele was still a bit confused, but being young, he eventually got sleepy after Sue Mo's explanation and soon fell asleep. After Lele was asleep, the couple became cautious and quietly went to the west room to pick pears. The next morning, Lele remembered what happened last night and was still puzzled. Seeing Anan also on the bed, he whispered, Sister, I think I saw the pear fairy last night. Then he recounted the events. Anan understood right away. Sumo's special abilities were not hidden from her. Sometimes, during her training, she would let Anan help. Lele was still young, and he should know about these things. Otherwise, with his loud mouth, he might accidentally spill it one day. You saw wrong. There are no fairies in this world. Anan helped cover up. Lele questioned, Really? But the stories Mom tells always have fairies. You said it yourself, those are stories. What are stories? They are things from a long time ago. They might have existed then, but not now. What about the fairies? Where did they go? They were defeated and no longer exist, Anan replied. Cousin and the others just came over. You should get up quickly. You promised to tell them a story last night.
Right.
Lele remembered he promised Lu Guiqiang and the others, so he quickly got up and dressed. Today's kids have no TV to watch or comic books to read, so their thoughts are quite limited. Unlike Lele, who has stories told by Sue Mo, a TV at home, and training with Commander Sue, his perspective is broader than that of many kids his age in the countryside. So, even though he is the youngest, he might know more than his cousins. After dinner last night, Lele told his cousins stories, captivating them. They agreed to come back today for more stories before they would go to sleep. Today is Sunday, so the kids don't have school. Early in the morning, Lu Fengqin brought her siblings over. Lele was still sleeping, so Sue Mo let them stay on the west room bed, gave them some snacks, and handed them a few of Anan and Lele's comic books to read. When Lele woke up, he quickly found Sue Mo to wash up, finished breakfast, and went to the west room. In the morning, Li Wei brought some steamed buns over. Sue Mo heated them up and boiled an egg for the two little ones, also mixing a cup of milk powder for breakfast. Li Wei brought a lot of things, preparing to make buns at Sumo's place. Since the kids were here and the firewall was connected to the stove, they decided to make the buns here to save firewood. While the three were preparing the filling, Lele came in and started telling stories smoothly and expressively. Li Wei, listening from the hall, became quite engrossed. Sue Mo smiled as she listened. This kid has a talent for storytelling. She noticed that Lele was telling a version he had adapted, making it more suitable for children. When Lele finished one story and took a break, Li Wei exclaimed, This clever child is really something. Dia is over 10 years old, and if you ask her to speak, she wouldn't be able to say a word. Mom, you can't compare them, Lu Xiaolan said. And An and Lele have their third sister teaching them, and Uncle Sue is a university teacher, guiding them. They are naturally better than ordinary kids. Plus, Commander Sue sends someone to take them for learning every other day. Kids raised like this can't be compared to those in the countryside. Who is this Commander Su? How did he become a godparent to N Lele?
Liu Wei asked curiously.
Previously, Lu Changzheng only mentioned it in a letter. Commander Su is quite impressive, Lu Xiaolan said, giving a thumbs up. How does he compare to the instructor? The instructor's superior, the top leader of the military district, is the highest in the entire army.
Wow.
Li Wei was shocked. She didn't expect such a big leader. To her, the instructor was already significant. Why would such a big leader pay attention to two kids? Lu Xiaolan explained the situation to Li Wei, and she immediately felt heartbroken. Did that child get hurt? And in Li Wei's eyes turned red as she spoke. Children without support are particularly vulnerable. If they get bullied and want justice, they often have to hurt themselves. If they had some background, that bully wouldn't dare to pick on them. 4 or 5 boys against 1 girl. How painful. Seeing Li Wei like that, Su Mo quickly said, "Mom, it's okay." They took him to the hospital for a checkup right away, and everything was fine. In a way, it was a blessing in disguise. They gained Commander Su as a godfather, so their future is secure. Li Wei thought about it and realized it made sense. Those 2 kids are lucky to have you. At noon, Lu Changzheng returned with the army truck. When Su Mo heard the sound of the truck, she quickly went out. The couple got into the back of the truck, and Su Mo hurriedly put fruits and vegetables into the basket, then followed Lu Changzheng inside. They had agreed yesterday that it was better to act early, so Lu Changzheng went to the army early today, saying he borrowed the truck to buy things, but in reality, it was just an excuse to bring things out. Li Wei was surprised to see them bringing back several baskets of vegetables and pears. Third, where did you get these?
From the army.
Grandpa has been coughing, and pears are good for him. I'll take a basket over and cut them into small pieces for him to eat, Lu Changzheng explained. Xiaomo's cooking is good. Let's cook Grandpa's meals here, and I'll take them over later. When he's sick, he can't eat well, and his health won't improve. Li Wei initially wanted to refuse but realized Su Mo's cooking was indeed better, so she didn't decline. Then I'll bring some grain over later. Moreover, she felt that with Xiao Mo back, Grandpa should be able to pull through. She couldn't explain why. It was just a feeling. Su Mo washed a few pears and brought them to the little ones. When Lele saw the pears, he blinked thoughtfully. Li Wei and Lu Xiaolan each washed one to eat. Li Wei took a bite and said, "This pear is really sweet. Probably from the south." "Pears from the south are very sweet," Lu Xiaolan said. In Yangcheng, most of the fruits they ate at home were bought by Su Mo on her way home from work, so in Lu Xiaolan's impression, southern fruits were abundant and tastier than those from the north. After the buns were steamed, Li Wei kept half here and took the rest home. Since Lu Xiaolan rarely came back, she didn't eat here and went home with her mother. After lunch, Su Mo went to the truck and put a basket of rice and wheat with special abilities in it for Lu Changzheng to take to the processing plant. From staples to vegetables, they prepared to give Lu Boming food with life energy. After all, they would only stay here for about 20 days, and they needed to help the Lu Changzheng remembered how they looked when they first got married. It had already been over 3 years. There's an old saying that after 3 years, you should have 2 kids. Although they do have 2 children, they were born at the same time. Since his wife joined the army, whenever he was home, he worked hard and they didn't take any birth control measures. Logically, his wife should be able to get pregnant again, but nothing happened. Suddenly, Lu Changzheng recalled that during training, he had hurt himself in that area, and it had hurt for 2 or 3 days. But after returning home, it didn't affect his abilities, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Could it be that he injured himself and can't have more children? Sigma. Dunno. No, Lu Changzheng felt a wave of panic. Once he returned to Yangcheng, he needed to go to the military hospital for a thorough checkup. Even though he was satisfied with having 2 kids and didn't want his wife to have too many, there was still a difference between not wanting to have kids and being unable to have them. That night, Lu Changzheng warmed up the Kong in the West Room and took the 2 kids there to sleep. He put in extra effort, leaving Su Mo feeling like she was experiencing both heat and cold, thinking he was crazy. If you're happy that your good friend is getting married, just go for a run outside. Why exert yourself on her? In the middle of the night, Lele, who had drunk too much water, needed to pee. When he got up and found his parents were gone, he pouted and was about to cry when Anin grabbed him. Don't shout. What do you want to do? I need to pee, sister. Where's Mom? Mom is in the next room. The potty is over there. You can go by yourself. Anin turned on the light. Lele reluctantly got off the Kong, and after peeing he mumbled, Dad is so mean. Every time he comes back, we can't sleep with Mom. Boys should sleep by themselves. But I'm still little. I'm a little husband. I can sleep with Mom. Lele corrected himself and walked toward the door. I'm going to find Mom. Anin quickly stopped him. Come back. Don't go. They're busy. Busy with what? Are they going to catch the pear fairy? Lele asked, his eyes shining. Lele still remembered the pear fairy from the night before. He thought his dad had brought home pears the next day because the fairy was there. He believed his parents and sister just didn't want to tell him. But that was okay. He would sneak off to find out himself. Anin was speechless. I told you there's no pear fairy. Then what are they doing? Don't you want people to call you brother? They're preparing a brother or sister for you. Where would a brother or sister come from? Anin wondered, suddenly recalling what the nursery teacher had said about strangers stealing children. She was instantly shocked. Are they going to steal kids? The teacher said that's bad. Don't be a bad person. I'm going to tell Mom and Dad that I don't want a brother or sister. Don't steal children. As Lele said this, he rushed to the door and flung it open before Anin could stop him. Lu Chongjung was working hard when he suddenly heard the door open and immediately froze. Su Mo, startled, used all her strength to push him away. After Su Mo's powers upgraded, she was very strong. Lu Chongjung wasn't prepared and was pushed out, hitting his forehead against the wall with a thud, making him wince in pain. Was his wife trying to take away his abilities? At that moment, Lele's voice rang out at the door. Mom and Dad, I don't want a brother or sister. Don't steal children. The couple felt incredibly awkward, caught in the act by their child. Under Su Mo's glare, Lu Chongjung had no choice but to put on his pants, throw on a shirt, rub his forehead, and go see what their little ancestor was up to. When Lele saw the door open and Lu Chongjung come out, he asked, Where's Mom? Mom is asleep. What's wrong? Nothing. I came to tell you not to steal children. That's what bad people do, and they should be punished. Okay, we won't steal children. Lu Chongjung said as he squatted down to pick up Lele, planning to take him back to the west room to sleep. Once he picked him up, Lele noticed the bump on Lu Chongjung's forehead and angrily said, I told you not to steal children. Look, you got hurt. Dad didn't get hurt. It was an accident. Hurry and sleep. Look, your sister is already asleep. That's what a good child does. After Lele ran out, Anin quickly lay down on the Kong and pretended to be asleep. The fewer people who knew about this, the less awkward it would be. Seeing that Anin was already asleep, Lele was puzzled.
Huh?
Did sister fall asleep that quickly? Lu Chongjung twitched his mouth and quickly laid Lele down on the Kong, covered him with a blanket, and urged him to sleep. Then he turned and left, feeling like he was escaping. Kids are too smart. As they grow up, that's the only downside. On the way back, Su Tingqian mentioned to Su Mo that if she had the chance, she should visit Teacher Gu. They had been back for 8 or 9 days, so going to Li Jiao now wouldn't attract too much attention. On December 8th, Sunday, Su Mo told Li Yue that she was going to see Grass Girl and took some things with her to Li Jiao. While in Yangcheng, Su Mo had written to Li Yue, asking her to occasionally check on Grass Girl. Li Yue admired Su Mo's sense of responsibility. She knew that if it were another official, Grass Girl's life would not be as good. Meeting Su Mo was a stroke of luck for the girl. Thanks to Su Mo's request, Li Yue had visited Grass Girl from time to time over the past 2 years, feeling pity for the hardworking child. She even took apart her old cotton jacket to make Grass Girl a new jacket and shoes. So when Su Mo returned and wanted to see her, Li Wei was not surprised and gave Su Mo a pair of cotton shoes to take to Grass Girl, saying that her shoes wore out quickly from walking so far to school. Su Mo had applied for repairs to Grass Girl's house with the commune, so she was now back in her own home. When Su Mo arrived, Grass Girl was making breakfast and lunch. She had not gone to work because she had school, and the little work she did collecting pig grass only earned her a small amount of grain. Even with the food subsidies Su Mo had helped her apply for, it was barely enough to fill her stomach. When not in school, she could eat a maximum of 2 meals a day, and if she wasn't too hungry, just one. Hearing a knock on the door startled Grass Girl. "Who is it?" "It's me." Su Mo. Grass Girl couldn't believe it. She rushed to open the door and, seeing it was really Su Mo, shouted happily, "Auntie, you're back?" After shouting, her eyes turned red. Su Mo gently patted her head. It had been almost 2 years, and Grass Girl hadn't grown much. She was still very thin. "Yes, I'm back to see you," Su Mo said as she entered the house, which was very cold, not much warmer than outside. "Did the team not send you any firewood?" Su Mo asked. "They did send some. I've already lit the Kong." "Auntie, let's talk on the Kong," Grass Girl replied. The team had arranged to send her firewood, but it wasn't much. With a long distance to school, she couldn't do much work after class, and the firewood she collected was limited, so she had to use it sparingly. Grass Girl was now in 2nd grade, and understood some things. She knew to be content and grateful, and not to say anything that would trouble her aunt. Su Mo looked into the pot, and saw she was cooking sweet potato porridge, which had no greasy smell. Su Mo handed her a few meat buns and a piece of wild boar meat. "I brought you meat buns and meat. Save the buns for breakfast at school, and keep the meat to add a few slices to your porridge each time." At least she would have some meat. "Thank you, Auntie," Grass Girl said as she put the things away. "Let's sit on the Kong. It's cold in here." Once they were on the Kong, Su Mo asked about Grass Girl's studies. "How is school? Are you going regularly?" "Yes, Annie, I go to school on time every day and haven't missed a day. The teacher praised me," Grass Girl quickly replied, pulling out her homework from a worn cloth bag to show Su Mo. Su Mo flipped through it and saw that it was indeed good, mostly marked excellent. It seemed Grass Girl had some talent and worked hard. Su Mo took out the homework book and pencil she brought for her. "You need to study hard. As long as you want to learn, Auntie will help you." She had helped Grass Girl apply to finish elementary school for free, and if her grades were good, she could continue to support her through middle school, high school, and even college. "This is a pair of cotton shoes made by my mother. She said you wear out your shoes quickly walking so far to school. Auntie also brought you 2 packs of milk powder. You're growing, so make a cup for yourself every night." Grass Girl looked at the items, tears welling in her eyes. "Auntie, I will definitely repay you in the future." In the past, she would have knelt down to thank her, but her teacher had told her to have dignity and not to kneel easily. Receiving kindness wasn't just about bowing. She needed to work hard to become strong enough to repay others. Su Mo waved her hand and smiled. "That's good, but you're still a child. Focus on studying for now. When you grow up and can help, then you can repay me." Grass Girl nodded vigorously. Su Mo looked at the name on the homework book, Li Chun Chao. "Did you choose this name for yourself?" "Yes, the teacher said that grass is resilient and can survive even in harsh conditions. I want to be like grass." "That name suits you well," Su Mo said. Seeing Grass Girl this time, Su Mo noticed she seemed less lost and more resilient. It made her feel proud. "Do you have enough food to eat?" "Yes, Annie, don't worry. The team distributes grain every year, and the commune officials also bring food." "That's good. Have you seen Teacher Gu and the others recently?"
How are they?
"They're all fine, but 2 new people came at the beginning of the year. Teacher Gu told me not to visit too often," Grass Girl replied. "Do you want to see them, Andy?" "When it snows, Teacher Gu comes to help me clear the snow off the roof." This was to let Su Mo know that if Teacher Gu came, no one would say anything. As a child, Grass Girl couldn't clear the snow from the roof herself. It was supposed to be arranged by the production team, but since her brother had worked for the authorities, the team was reluctant to deal with her. Team Leader Lee had assigned this task to Teacher Gu since Grass Girl had stayed in the cow shed for a while. I see your roof has a lot of snow. You should ask Teacher Gu to help you clear it, Su Emo said with a smile, noticing how clever the girl had become. Okay, Grass Girl said, putting on her hat and quickly going outside. About 20 minutes later, Grass Girl returned with Teacher Gu. Grass Girl was considerate and let them talk inside while she stayed outside to cook. Su Emo noticed that Teacher Gu had lost quite a bit of weight compared to before. Life must have been tough for him over the past 2 years, but he still seemed in good spirits, suggesting he hadn't been mentally worn down, just physically exhausted from hard work. There had been a period of chaos at the beginning of the year, and Su Tingqian was worried it would affect Teacher Gu and the others, but thankfully it hadn't. Teacher Gu, how are you? My dad is very concerned about you, and asked me to come check on you. We're doing well. Tell your dad not to worry, Teacher Gu replied with a smile. This is from my dad, Su Mo said, handing a package to Teacher Gu. She had wrapped it in rough cloth, containing 2 pounds of cured meat, a pack of milk powder, a pack of brown sugar, and 30 yuan. Teacher Gu's eyes glistened with tears. Thank you for your dad. Old Su was indeed a man of loyalty. Teacher Gu, I wrote my dad's contact address inside. Please write to us when you return to the city.
I will, but he didn't know when that would be.
Things had seemed to improve a bit before, but had worsened again at the beginning of the year. Teacher Gu felt somewhat hopeless, thinking he might spend his whole life in the cow shed. The 2 new arrivals were people who had been severely criticized at the farm and had been transferred to the production team. Teacher Gu, it won't be long now. Just hang in there, Su Mo hinted. She didn't understand much about politics, but from what she had seen in the newspapers lately, things were changing. The most obvious sign was that the central broadcasting station suddenly had several new programs. Teacher Gu's spirit lifted, and he replied, okay. Having delivered the items, Su Mo didn't plan to stay long. It wouldn't be good to linger. As she left, Su Mo told Grass Girl to come over for dinner next weekend. The child looked severely malnourished. She probably hadn't eaten meat in a long time. While she was there, Su Mo wanted to help a little by cooking her a good meal. Su Mo had walked there, and it would take her about half an hour to walk back. On the way, she saw a small car heading in, which she recognized as belonging to the County Revolutionary Committee. Su Mo frowned slightly, worried that something bad might happen again. When she returned to Lujia village, she saw 2 small cars parked near the brigade office, where many people had gathered. Su Mo hurried over to see what was happening. On the way, she ran into Lu Xiaolan, who was coming back. Third sister-in-law, you're back. Lu Xiaolan smiled and asked, Yeah. I saw a lot of people gathered at the brigade office. What happened? Lu Xiaolan quickly walked over and whispered, The City Revolutionary Committee sent 2 knowing what she did. Su Mo decided not to go to the brigade headquarters, but instead headed to the Lu family, where the 2 children were keeping company with Old Man Lu. After chatting with the elderly man for a while, Su Mo got ready to leave with the 2 little ones. Lu Chongzheng had gone ice fishing early that morning, and she wanted to check if he had caught any fish to make a stew. Just as they were about to leave the yard, a group of people approached the Lu family. Leading them were 3 elderly men in worn-out cotton coats, accompanied by a few officials, with Lu Qing'an following closely behind. Su Mo took the 2 children aside to wait until the group entered before leaving the yard. Since she was out, she decided not to return to join the crowd. After lunch, she would come back to see what was happening. However, she guessed that these people were there to thank Old Man Lu. As Su Mo had suspected, the 3 elderly officials were indeed there to express their gratitude to Old Man Lu. One of them was the man whom Old Man Lu had saved with a wild ginseng. These elderly officials were all in their 60s, too old to work much, and their rations were barely enough to eat. Fortunately, with Old Man Lu's help and the support of 2 younger workers in the cow shed, they were just managing to get by. They had heard that Old Man Lu was very ill but were afraid to visit him, worried they might cause him trouble, which made them anxious. Knowing they wouldn't have time to return soon, they decided to visit Old Man Lu before leaving. They feared that if they waited, their benefactor might no longer be around when they returned in a different capacity. Lu Qing'an led them to Old Man Lu's room. The three men saw that although Old Man Lu looked thin, he seemed to be in decent spirits, which relieved them. "Old Brother Lu, we are here to say goodbye. We are going back," said Zhu, a prominent architect. "I will always remember your life-saving kindness. Once I settle down, you must come to the capital, and we will meet again." He Lao, who had previously worked in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, added, "Yes, Old Brother Lu, we are all in the capital. Once we are settled, we will send someone to bring you. You must come." Jiang Lao, the former secretary of the capital, also said, "Old Brother Lu, take care of your health. We will be waiting for you in the capital." "Sure, once you are settled, I will come to visit," Old Man Lu replied with a smile. "Hurry along now. Don't keep anyone waiting." "Congratulations, you have finally seen the light after the clouds parted. Old Brother Lu, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have reached this day," Zhu said. Old Man Lu waved his hand. "I was just following my conscience. You don't need to keep thanking me. It's mainly thanks to the support from the children." When Old Man Lu had brought food to them, he had mentioned that it was provided by his 3 grandsons and their wives. "Old Brother Lu, please convey our thanks," Jiang Lao said. The 3 men thanked Lu Qing'an as well, who awkwardly acknowledged it. He truly didn't know his father had the courage to help these people. Lu Qing'an was quite rule-abiding. He wouldn't disturb those in the cow shed, but he wouldn't help them either. The 3 men had come to see Old Man Lu, and seeing that he was improving, they felt relieved and decided to leave. They wanted to return home quickly so they could repay the kindness when they were able. "Old Brother Lu, take care. We are leaving now." Lu Qing'an hurriedly followed them out, seeing them off to the brigade headquarters as they got into their vehicle. After they left, Lu Baoguo wiped his forehead, which was not sweating, and said, "Thank goodness we didn't do anything to them, or we would be in big trouble." Lu Baoguo finally relaxed. Later, Secretary Geng arrived and only required them to participate in labor. However, Lu Qing'an and his father were clever. They acted discreetly, and now several people remembered their family. If their descendants could make it out, they would have many benefactors to help them. Moreover, he had heard that the 2 children from Lu Qing'an's 3rd family had become close with a high-ranking military leader. What kind of luck was the Lu family having? Their ancestors must be smiling down on them. Lu Qing'an exchanged a few jokes with Lu Baoguo before hurriedly heading home. He needed to clarify things. "Dad, when did you start helping them?" Lu Qing'an asked in a low voice. "Just in the last few years," Old Man Lu replied vaguely. In fact, he had started helping them occasionally the year after they came down. At that time, he was still healthy and able to work. Sometimes, when he returned from the fields, he saw those people with nothing to eat but wild vegetables and roots, which he couldn't bear. He would secretly give them some sweet potatoes and corn. At first, he didn't give much, but as he got to know them better, he gradually gave more. "Where did you get the food?" Lu Qing'an asked. "From the 3rd family, and sometimes a little from home," Old Man Lu replied. No wonder there was still a lot of food left when the 3rd family left. He thought it was taken home by his daughter-in-law. "Dad, next time you do something like this, you need to tell me. If anything happens, I can help cover it up." If it were another commune, would anyone dare to send food to the cowshed without being treated as an outsider? Old Man Lu waved his hand. "I know what I'm doing. Don't worry." Lu Qing'an felt frustrated. Why was he always the one getting hurt? "Is there anything else?" "If not, I'm going to cook," he said. Lu Qing'an waved his hand. "Go ahead." When Su Mo returned with the 2 children, Lu Chongzheng had almost finished cooking. He had braised fish in soy sauce, stir-fried some vegetables, steamed rice, and heated a few buns. Su Mo didn't expect Lu Chongzheng to actually catch a fish. It wasn't a wasted effort after all. During dinner, Su Mo told Lu Chongzheng about what had happened earlier. After discussing it, they both felt that something significant was about to happen. After dinner, Lu Chongzheng packed the soup he had made for Lu Boming and took it over. Once Lu Boming felt better, he stopped letting them cook and bring food over. Lu Chongzheng then took some special rice and flour he had gotten from the army to the Lu family, saying it was good for health, and asked Li Wei to cook for Lu Boming. Li Wei saw that the rice and flour were much better than what they grew themselves. They looked nourishing, so she made separate meals for Lu Boming. When Lu Boming saw Lu Changzheng, he explained the identities of the three people. I'm not sure if they have been reinstated, but just remember, try not to disturb them if you can help it. After returning, Lu Changzheng told Su Mo about the situation and then took the two little ones to the west room for a nap. Since almost being caught doing a good deed a few days ago, Lu Changzheng was determined to teach the children to sleep independently. Seeing that someone was taking care of the kids, Su Mo decided to take a nap herself. When she woke up, she planned to call Uncle Gung to ask about the situation. He had more connections in the political world. Not long after she fell asleep, she heard someone calling her from outside. It sounded like the voice of the grass girl. Su Mo quickly got up and went outside to see that it was indeed her. Chunchao, what's wrong? Su Mo hurriedly invited her in and made her a cup of warm sugar water. The girl looked like she had run over, panting and with slightly bluish lips. After drinking a couple of sips of hot water, she finally calmed down. Auntie, Teacher Gu has left. He asked me to come and tell you. He's gone? Did a car take him away? Yes. He said he would write to you when he gets back. The girl's eyes were red. She had run so fast because she was chasing after the car, but despite using all her strength, she could only watch it get farther away until it disappeared. There weren't many people in the world who treated her well. Her brother was gone, Teacher Gu was gone, and Auntie would also leave in a few days. Would she ever see them again? Auntie, will I be able to see Teacher Gu and the others again? As she spoke, tears fell. Yes, you will. Teacher Gu has gone back to the capital. You should study hard and get into a university there. Then you will be able to see Teacher Gu again. Okay, I will study hard. The girl nodded vigorously. Although she tried to appear strong, she was still a child under 10. After holding back for a while, she started to cry.
Auntie, I'm scared.
She was afraid that once they all left, she would go back to a life of being beaten and not having enough to eat. Sumo's eyes also turned red. She gently patted the girl's head and said, Don't be afraid. I will have Grandma Li take care of you. If you need anything, just go find her. Now, everywhere required an introduction letter. Since the grass girl was not a relative, Su Mo couldn't take her to Yangqing. The military family compound wasn't a place just anyone could enter. After crying for a while, the girl's emotions stabilized. Auntie, I can read now. Can I write to you? Of course. Su Mo got up, took out a notebook, wrote down the address in Yangqing, and gave her 2 sheets of writing paper, 10 envelopes, and 10 stamps. Once you write the letter, put it in the envelope, stick 2 stamps on it, and just take it to the post office. Su Mo taught her, and then gave her 5 yuan. Keep this 5 yuan. If you run out of stamps, you can buy more at the post office. The girl quickly waved her hand. Auntie, you don't need to give me money. I have some. My brother left me over 10 yuan and Teacher Gu just gave me 10 more. All right then. If you run out of money, just write to me, and I'll send you more. Since she had money, Su Mo decided not to give her any more to avoid it being taken. Lele had been playing wild at home these days and had completely abandoned his nap habits from preschool. Hearing someone crying inside, he struggled to come out. Lu Changxing couldn't refuse him and had to let him go. Lele opened the door and asked, Mom, who is this sister? Why is she crying? The grass girl looked up and saw a very delicate and pretty little boy, dressed in nice clothes, with skin as white as snow. This must be Auntie's child. He was the most beautiful one she had ever seen. Su Mo called Lele over. Lele, this is Sister Chunchao. Her uncle has gone home, and she is sad, so she is crying. Chunchao, this is my son, Lele. Hello, little brother. Lele took a candy from his pocket and handed it to Chunchao. Sister, don't cry. I'll give you candy. Chunchao quickly reached out to take it. She didn't expect this beautiful little brother to not mind her and even give her candy. Chuansao's hands were red, swollen, and bruised, with many cracks, contrasting sharply with Lele's soft, white hands. This scene tugged at Sumo's heart. This child, without parents, had such a hard life. Su Mo turned around and brought out 2 boxes of clam oil. Chunchao, Take this clam oil and apply it to your hands and face before bed. When Chunchao took the candy, she also saw the contrast between her hands and Leilei's, and she felt a bit inferior.
Sister, take it.
If you apply it to your hands, they will become white and won't hurt anymore, Leilei said kindly. Third brother's hands were also red and swollen, and it hurt and itched when he slept.
Thank you, Auntie.
Thank you, little brother. Chunchao gratefully accepted it. Being Annie's child was truly wonderful. Leilei, play with sister for a while. Mom will go make her a bowl of noodles. Su and Mo asked Leilei to keep Chunchao company and got up to start a fire. The girl had run all the way over, and after seeing the little bit of sweet potato porridge she had made in the morning, she must be very hungry. Su and Mo first fried 2 eggs until golden, then added water for the soup base, cutting in some luncheon meat. Once the water boiled, she added a handful of noodles and finally a small handful of vegetables. Chunchao smelled the aroma and was already very hungry. Once she started eating, tears streamed down her face. She had never eaten anything so delicious, not even when her brother was around. If only Auntie could stay forever. After finishing her noodles, the girl quickly left. She didn't dare to stay longer. Her aunt's home was too warm and the food was too delicious. She feared that if she lingered a bit more, she wouldn't want to leave. She must work hard in her studies to live a life like her aunts in the future. Mom, why did my sister cry while eating noodles? Is the noodles not tasty? Leilei asked, puzzled. Su and Mo sighed, understanding the girl's feelings. This child had received very little kindness throughout her life. She probably had never had such a bowl of noodles before. Today, with Teacher Gu leaving, her emotions were already fragile, and eating something so good made her break down. No, the noodles are delicious. She cried because they were too good, Su and Mo explained.
Ah, why?
Shouldn't good food make you smile? Because her parents passed away when she was very young. She has had a hard life and has never eaten anything this good. Leilei was confused. Is noodles really that special? He eats them every couple of days. Seeing Leilei's reaction, Su and Mo explained, Leilei, many people in our country still struggle to have enough to eat. There are many like that sister who have only eaten coarse grains like sweet potatoes and corn since childhood. Noodles and rice like that are only eaten during the New Year. How sad. I will make sure to eat noodles well in the future. Hearing that something he eats often is a luxury for others made Leilei feel uneasy. I should have given her more candies earlier. Yes, Leilei can give her more candies, but what about others you don't know? You don't have that many candies, right? Su and Mo took the opportunity to teach him. Mom told me before about the story teaching a man to fish, and I remember it. I remember, giving someone a fish is not as good as teaching them to fish, so they can always have fish to eat.
Exactly.
The reason they can't eat rice is that our country is too poor and the grain yield is low, which can't support so many people. To improve this, there are 2 ways. One is to make the country wealthy so we can buy food from elsewhere. The other is to improve the grain varieties to increase production. Some old predecessors are already working on improving grain varieties, but our country still has a long way to go to become wealthy. When you grow up, you must work hard to help more people become prosperous so everyone can eat rice and not go hungry. The fastest development in our country was from 2001 to 2010, which is the era for Leilei and his generation. After hearing this, Leilei seemed to understand a little and replied, Okay, I will work hard when I grow up, so that no one goes hungry. After explaining this to Leilei, Su and Mo called Gung Chongqing. The call was answered by Fu Ming, who said Gung Chongqing was in a meeting and would come by in a couple of days. After Gung Chongqing was transferred to Shuangshan City, Fu Ming was also transferred to the city and became Gung Chongqing's secretary. 2 days later, Gung Chongqing arrived at Lujia village with 2 secretaries. He came not only to visit Sumo's family, but also to fulfill a leader's request to check on Lu Boming. That leader knew Elder Jiang, and those people returned to Beijing by plane that same day. After learning from Elder Jiang that Lu Boming was ill, the leader called to ask Gung Chongqing to visit him. Lunch was eaten at the Lu family's place, and after the meal, the 3 went back to discuss matters. Geng Chongqing had already spoken with Su Tingda and Su Tingqian a few days ago. If those people truly controlled Haisher, the Su family's assets would likely be hard to hide. Su Tingqian was prepared for financial losses. After all, people are more important than money. If those people became reckless and started digging openly, no matter how well hidden, it would be discovered. The reason it could be hidden now is that those people still have a facade to maintain. Although their true intentions are exposed privately, they dare not act too wildly in public and can only search secretly. This is a critical moment, and Geng Chongqing was particularly busy. After finishing his tasks, he hurried back to Shuangshan City. After Geng Chongqing left, Su Mo began to think. If things continue this way, those people might fall from power sooner than expected, and other events might also progress faster. It was time for her to start preparing. The next day, Ma Xiaojun came to find Su Mo, asking her to accompany her to buy her dowry. She and Tao Peisheng had just gotten their marriage certificate a couple of days ago and planned to have a simple celebration with 2 tables at the army on the 15th. Ma Xiaojun rode her bicycle, taking Su Mo to the county supply and marketing cooperative. As soon as they entered, Sister Lu was still the most enthusiastic. Seeing Su Mo, she was very surprised. "Su girl, I haven't seen you in years. I thought you had gone back to the city." Su Mo didn't expect Sister Lu to be so resilient. She hadn't been caught under Uncle Geng's watch and was still selling goods at the cooperative. It seemed she had some skills, so she smiled and said, "I went with the army, so I guess I did return to the city." "Wow, how lucky. Are you back to visit family? What do you want to buy today?" "My friend is getting married, and I'm here to help her prepare her dowry." "Oh, what do you need, sister? I'll make sure to introduce you to the best." Sister Lu immediately smiled widely, excited about the sales opportunity. Ma Xiaojun didn't understand much, so she followed Su Mo's example and bought things, spending over 50 yuan. Tao Peisheng gave her 500 yuan as a bride price, and her family also sent her 200 yuan for her dowry. She had enough money now and wanted to make it a bit more presentable. After buying things at the cooperative, they went to the commune workshop to order a new quilt. "After you get married, will you live in the army?" Su Mo asked. "No, I'll still live in the youth point in my own house. It's more convenient for classes, and I'll go to the army on weekends," Ma Xiaojun replied. Tao Peisheng took in the mother of his comrade to take care of her, living in the house assigned to him by the army. If she lived there, she would have to get along with others, which made her uncomfortable. She always felt that the aunt seemed to have some hostility toward her, though she wasn't sure if she was overthinking it. However, her son had sacrificed himself to save Tao Peisheng, so she felt she couldn't say much. Living at the youth point is also good. It gives you more time and saves you from traveling, Su Mo said. Now those who were sent down are starting to be rehabilitated, and I suspect the college entrance examination might be restored. Really? Ma Xiaojun was surprised. "I'm not sure. It's just my guess. But we've graduated for so many years. Can we still take the exam? They should give opportunities. I think if you have time, you should start preparing. If the exam does happen, you won't be caught off guard. Even if you can't take it, the knowledge is yours and learning won't be a waste." "That makes sense. I'll ask my mom to send me my old books." On the 15th, 2 cars from the army arrived to pick up the bride. Su Mo, as a guest from the bride's side, went with Jiang Yu to send Ma Xiaojun off. After the new year, they would return to Harbin for a formal wedding banquet, so neither set of parents came. At the youth point, Ma Xiaojun only invited a few close friends, while the brigade secretary and captain were invited from the team. Everyone took the army's car to the banquet. The family area for the station troops was built below the mine, separated from the military camp. Because it was remote, there weren't many families accompanying the troops, only about 10 to 20 households. Tao Peisheng was given a traditional Northeast-style 3-room house, similar in layout to Lu Chongjing's, but not as nicely decorated. It was a half-brick house. There were 2 bedrooms, one for Zhao Chuan's mother and one for Tao Peisheng. Su Mo and Jiang Yu first accompanied Ma Xiaojun to her new home, while Lu Chongzheng and Lu Qing'an took the 2 children to the team. They set up 4 tables for the banquet, but the house was too small, so Tao Peixing borrowed a corner of the army's cafeteria. Su Mo had heard Lu Chongjing mention Zhao Chuan before and knew that Zhao Chuan's mother was brought over by Tao Peixing to be taken care of. Su Mo respected the families of martyrs. When Su Mo and the others arrived, Aunt Zhao was in the living room cooking, wearing an old gray-black cotton coat. Her hair was gray, her back slightly hunched, and she looked thin and worn from hard work. Seeing Su Mo and the others, Aunt Zhao smiled and said, "Xiaojun is here. Come in and sit down. I'll get you some water." She spoke with a strong Guizhou dialect. Jiang Yu looked confused, but Su Mo had watched many videos in her past life and could understand some of it since Guizhou dialect is somewhat similar to Sichuan dialect. "Auntie, you don't need to fuss. We can help ourselves," Su Mo said. "Oh my, this girl is really beautiful," Aunt Zhao exclaimed, holding Su Mo's hand. "Are you Lu's wife?"
"Yes," Su Mo replied.
"That's wonderful," Aunt Zhao said, pulling Su Mo to sit on a stool, eager to chat. Su Mo felt a bit awkward. Aunt Zhao seemed much more enthusiastic towards her than towards Ma Xiaojun. Moreover, today was Tao Peixing's wedding day, and Aunt Zhao's clothes looked too worn. Tao Peixing had brought her here to be cared for. Surely, he could buy her a new cotton coat. It was hard to tell if the old lady was just used to being frugal or if she had other thoughts. "Auntie, let's talk later. I need to help Xiaojun set up her wedding gifts," Su Mo said with a smile, as Ma Xiaojun's gifts had already been moved to the new house. "Right, you go ahead. I steamed some buns for Xiaojun. They will be ready soon. You can eat a little later," Aunt Zhao said, returning to the stove. Su Mo hurried into the new house with Jiang Yu to help Ma Xiaojun arrange her wedding gifts. They mainly spread out the big red wedding quilt, arranged the enamel basin and thermos with the wedding symbols, and added some red dates and peanuts. There wasn't much to do, and they finished quickly. Afterward, Jiang Yu whispered to Ma Xiaojun, "Why does Auntie seem a bit cold towards you?" After all, Aunt Zhao is just the mother of Tao Peixing's comrade. She shouldn't act like a mother-in-law, right? "I don't know. She might be sensitive, and I'm a bit too straightforward, so I might have offended her without realizing it," Ma Xiaojun replied. Su Mo frowned. If that was the case, it could lead to trouble later.
"Then you."
Jiang Yu started to say something but stopped when she saw Aunt Zhao coming in with something. "Xiaojun, I steamed some buns for you. Eat a little to fill your stomach," Aunt Zhao said, but she coughed a few times and spat on the ground at the door, rubbing her foot over it. The three were stunned. After that, Aunt Zhao entered with the buns and handed one to Ma Xiaojun. "Xiaojun, eat a bun." Ma Xiaojun stiffly accepted it, saying, "Auntie, just put it down. We're not hungry right now. We'll eat later." A hint of disappointment flashed in Aunt Zhao's eyes as she awkwardly placed the buns on the table. This daughter-in-law of Tao's didn't seem as sincere as Tao himself, making it hard to please her. She probably felt rejected. With a daughter-in-law like this, it wouldn't be long before she was sent back home. At that moment, Su Mo felt relieved that her three elders were quite hygienic. Otherwise, daily interactions would likely lead to conflicts. Before long, Tao Peixing returned and saw Aunt Zhao busy in the living room. He said, "Annie, you don't need to work so hard. Go change into your new clothes. We're heading to the cafeteria soon." "Tao, I won't go. I don't want to embarrass you." "Auntie, everyone respects you. Who would dare say anything? Besides, I'm your son. How can a son get married without his mother present?" "Auntie, please go change. We'll be leaving soon," Tao Peixing coaxed, pushing Aunt Zhao into her room to change. Then he entered the new house, and Su Mo and Jiang Yu wisely stepped out to give them space to talk. "Xiaojun, what happened earlier?" Tao Peixing asked quietly. "Nothing much. She brought in the buns, but I wasn't hungry, so I didn't eat," Ma Xiaojun replied, feeling that dating was easier than living together. Tao Peixing sighed. He knew he hadn't handled this well. When he decided to bring her here, his parents opposed it, saying it was not good for an elderly person to leave home. They suggested sending more money each month and finding someone to help care for her instead. But he thought that no one could take care of her better than he could, so he brought her over. Now that they were here, Aunt Zhao was unfamiliar with the place and the language, spending all day at home and feeling very sensitive. She was also quite pessimistic, always thinking the worst, so he had to be mindful of her feelings. He didn't mind himself, but it was a responsibility that Xiaojun shouldn't have to bear. Xiaojun, Aunt Zhao isn't a bad person. She's probably just afraid we might dislike her since she has no one here. If anything bothers you, please be patient.
Just see how it goes.
If it works out, great. If not, I can go to your place, or we can build another room in Lu's village, Tao Peixing suggested, feeling conflicted. Ma Xiaojun patted his hand and said, "Don't worry. I'll get along well with Auntie." What else could she do? She had to respect the mother of her savior. When they were dating, Tao Peixing had explained the situation to her, and she had agreed. However, she preferred to address issues directly, while Aunt Zhao kept her feelings to herself, making interactions quite tiring. She was also raised with a lot of pampering, so asking her to please an elderly lady was indeed challenging. Thankfully, they didn't live together, otherwise, it would be troublesome. Before long, Aunt Zhao came out in a brand new floral cotton coat. This coat was sent by Tao Peixing's mother. Although she didn't agree with her son bringing someone home, now that she was here, she had to take good care of her. Tao Peixing, being a man, wasn't very attentive. He usually just gave Aunt Zhao money, and most of her clothing and necessities were arranged and sent by his mother. Seeing Su Mo and Jiang Yu in the living room, Aunt Zhao shyly smiled and asked, "Sisters, do I look good in this?" "You look great. It's festive and suits you well," Su Mo praised. "Aunt Zhao, you should wear more bright colors. It makes you look lively." "Really?" Aunt Zhao laughed happily, thinking it might be too flashy. Hearing the conversation, Ma Xiaowan and Tao Peixing also came out. Ma Xiaowan continued Su Mo's compliment, "Aunt Zhao, it really looks good. When spring comes, I'll buy some fabric and make you a couple of bright spring shirts." "No need, Xiaowan. I have enough clothes, don't waste money." Aunt Zhao smiled wider, feeling a bit less anxious. Once everything was ready, they headed to the army's dining hall. When the guests from the army saw the bride and groom, they started to create a lively atmosphere. Ma Xiaowan, with her straightforward personality, quickly blended in. Tao Peixing's subordinates were also very happy. The new sister-in-law was easygoing, making it easier for their families to get along in the future. After some excitement, the kitchen staff announced that the food was ready. The menu was quite hearty, featuring 3 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, including lamb, chicken with mushrooms, and braised ribs, all served in large metal bowls. The cooks did a great job, and everyone enjoyed the delicious food. After eating, they returned to the new house for a bit of fun before heading home, leaving the newlyweds some space. Tao Peixing arranged for the 2 cars that picked up guests from Lajiakan to take them back. Once the guests left, Ma Xiaowan began to open the gifts everyone had brought. The young people who came to the banquet each contributed $1, and Jiang Yu, being close to Ma Xiaowan, not only gave money but also gifted a pair of pillowcases. Su Mo gifted Ma Xiaowan a 4-piece bedding set. When Ma Xiaowan got married, she had given Su Mo a pair of pillowcases. Over the years, their relationship had grown even stronger, making it inappropriate to return pillowcases. Plus, since Ma Xiaowan was marrying Tao Peixing, Su Mo decided to give her a complete set. After Su Mo went to the Foreign Trade Center, she communicated with textile and garment factories in Yangcheng, designing some bedding sets based on foreign demand. They had already started showcasing them at the Spring Trade Fair this year and received several orders. Su Mo had bought this bedding set through connections, initially for her own use, but since Ma Xiaowan was getting married, she decided to gift it. In this era, it was a very impressive gift. Ma Xiaowan loved the bedding set, realizing that items from big cities were indeed different. Seeing her excitement, Tao Peixing said, "Xiaowan, if you like it, I can ask old Lu's wife to buy another set for you to alternate with." This is an export item, and Su Mo had to pull many strings to get it. "It's not easy, so don't trouble anyone," Ma Xiaowan replied with a glance. "Besides, I already bought my own sheets and quilt covers. There's no need to spend more." Saying this, Ma Xiaowan put the items away, planning to take them to her in-laws' new house when she went to Harbin. After the wedding banquet, Su Mo and the others prepared to return to Yangcheng. After half a month of ginseng soup, Uncle Lu's health had improved significantly. As long as he continued to eat nourishing food, he should be fine. Su Mo also harvested a few baskets of rice for Lu Changzheng to take to the processing plant, leaving it for Uncle Lu to regain his strength. The army had special supplies, and everyone thought Lu Changzheng had used connections to get them for the old man. As they prepared to leave, Li Yue felt sad again, sighing with the two little ones. They didn't know when they would see each other again. 2 days before leaving, Su Mo specially picked up Kyoyatu from school and took her home to make a delicious meal. Lele even gave his candy to Kyoyatu, telling her to eat one whenever she felt sad, so she wouldn't feel so bad. This moved Kyoyatu to tears. After dinner, Su Mo and Lu Changzheng drove Kyoyatu back and then went to find Captain Li to ask him to look after her. Captain Li was surprised that Su Mo had gone with the army and still cared for Kyoyatu, assuring her not to worry. He also didn't expect that this unfortunate girl would have such good fortune. On the 20th, the Lu family got up early, boiling eggs and making pancakes. When the car sent by Tao Peixing arrived, the whole family brought large and small bags to help them board. As the car was about to leave, Li Yue wiped her tears and told Su Mo, "Xiao Mo, don't forget what your mother asked you to do." "Don't worry, Mom, I'll take care of it." After the car left, Lu Xiaolan, with red eyes, asked Su Mo, "Sister-in-law, what did Mom ask you to do?" "To help you find a partner." Lu Xiaolan. The group first took a train from Shuangshan City to Harbin, then transferred to Beijing, where they bought plane tickets and finally returned to Yangcheng on the afternoon of the 24th. After taking a month off, Sumo had a lot of work piled up. She rested for a morning and returned to the center for work the next afternoon. Now was a crucial time. Geng Chongqing wouldn't remind her without reason. The opportunity to study abroad must have come from some news he heard. Days flew by, and soon it was 1975. As we entered 1975, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. In this serious environment, the work at the Foreign Trade Center became much quieter. The spring fair aimed for stability, inviting mostly foreign merchants they had worked with before, with only a few new additions. The turmoil at the top had little impact on ordinary people, and soon it was time for the Spring Festival, when families began to celebrate. This year, Lu Changzheng was present, and Su Tingqian was very happy that the family could finally spend a reunion year together. During the New Year's Eve dinner, Lu Changzheng invited Commander Su to join them in celebrating the new year. After 3 days of holiday, Lu Changzheng borrowed a car, and the family explored the area around Yangcheng. Su Mo discovered that nearby communes had started small markets, organized by the government, allowing members to trade freely. No wonder Guangdong province became a pioneer in reform and opening up. Their keen awareness of changes was a sign of its development. In early March, a thunderous roar marked the beginning of change. The troublemakers who had caused chaos for nearly a decade were arrested, ending their corrupt political careers. When Su Mo saw the newspaper, she could hardly believe it. This happened a year and a half earlier than expected. Yi Wenbin called Su Mo into his office and, seeing her expression, asked with a smile, "What's wrong?"
"I can't believe it."
"Yes. Those people have caused so much trouble for years, and they fell so easily. It feels, how should I put it, too easy," she replied, recalling the bloody events that had accompanied similar downfalls in history. Yi Wenbin scoffed. They were just petty people who had been arrogant for too long. "Will there be a backlash?" "Definitely. It will take some time to clean up, so we can't let our guard down," Yi Wenbin said. "You've done a great job on this. What reward do you want?" "I can apply for it. Can I save it for later?" She didn't have anything in mind right now and preferred to wait for privileges after the reforms. Yi Wenbin gave her a look that said, "What do you think?" Su Mo laughed. "Then let's go for a cash reward." Yi Wenbin was taken aback. Wasn't the Su family wealthy? Why did she seem so money-minded? "After this spring fair, I will be transferred to the capital. I want to give you my position. What do you think?"
Yi Wenbin asked.
Su Mo paused, thought for a moment and nodded. Sure, I should be fine with it. She was certainly capable of handling it. Although those people had fallen, true reform and opening up would likely take another year or two. If she took Yu Wenbin's position during this time, she could build even more connections. Historically, reform and opening up began at the end of 1978. In November 1978, Shaojing Village in Anhui Province implemented the Household Contract Responsibility System, marking the start of internal reforms. In July 1979, the state officially approved special policies and flexible measures for Guangdong and Fujian provinces in foreign economic activities. Now that the timeline had advanced, she had no idea when true reform and opening up would actually begin. Yu Wenbin also briefed Su Mo on some work matters, asking her to prepare for a meeting with certain leaders later. Since he was handing over his position, he wanted to familiarize her with relevant matters and share some resources with her. Whether for the sake of Geng Chongqing or their cooperative relationship with the Su family, he had to take good care of Su Mo. In the following period, Su Mo was busy following Yu Wenbin, taking over his connections and handling exhibition matters. By mid to late March, trade delegations from various places arrived in Yangcheng. Su Yun was eager this time. At the last autumn fair, their factory participated for the first time, but due to time constraints, their displayed samples had significant room for improvement, resulting in only a few small orders. After months of improvements, he was confident he could turn things around at this trade fair. Upon arriving at the military district guest house, Su Yun began looking for Su Mo to discuss their collaboration, thinking that together they would surely achieve great results. However, after searching everywhere and asking people at the Foreign Trade Center, he learned that Su Mo had been promoted to deputy director a few days ago and was no longer training with the trade delegations. To ensure Su Mo could take over his position smoothly, Yu Wenbin had applied for her promotion to deputy director a few days earlier. Su Mo's previous rank was level 4 with a salary of 57 yuan. After her promotion to deputy director, her rank became level 6 with a salary of 78 yuan. Once she became director, her salary could reach 90 yuan. At that time, that was considered a high salary. Su Yun was surprised by Su Mo's achievement. At such a young age, she had already become a deputy director, and he felt a sense of pride. Although he was also a factory director, to Su Yun, his food factory was just a small operation that had nearly shut down when he took over. The value of his position as a director couldn't compare to Su Mo's as a deputy director. The work at the Foreign Trade Center held significant value, and Su Mo's role as deputy director was more prestigious than that of some county party secretaries in remote areas. After all, she would occasionally face higher-level leaders, akin to being a close minister to the emperor. Once the spring fair began, Su Mo no longer joined the trading group, but followed Yu Wenbin to communicate with heads of chambers of commerce from various countries and regions, further understanding the important role the trade fair played in China's foreign trade. In 1974, China's total foreign trade reached $14.57 billion, nearly $4 billion more than the $10.976 billion in 1973. At that time, the exchange rate was about $1 to 1 renminbi and 90 cents, equivalent to generating nearly 28 billion renminbi in revenue, making a significant contribution when the average salary was only around 20 to 30 renminbi. Most foreign trade business, aside from transactions made on the day of the fair and direct orders from foreign merchants to factories, were negotiated directly by the leadership with heads of foreign chambers of commerce. What Su Mo was learning from Yu Wenbin was precisely this part. Negotiations with Chamber of Commerce heads no longer involved specific categories, but were conducted directly in terms of price, often in billions. For example, if a certain country's Chamber of Commerce cooperated with us for $2 billion this year, we could offer them certain conveniences in return. These conveniences were quite appealing, such as increasing the number of foreign merchants allowed to attend the fair, internal discounts, covering domestic accommodation and transportation, priority delivery, etc. Su Mo gained a lot of insights. Negotiations with these leaders naturally took place not at the exhibition hall, but in the conference rooms of their hotels. Yi Wenbin was keen on mentoring Su Mo, and he introduced her to the presidents of nearly every chamber of commerce. After a busy half-month of visits, Su Mo managed to secure a considerable amount in deals. Looking at the results, Yi Wenbin sighed in relief and said to Su Mo, "With these results, you can be promoted to director. Others won't have much to say. Performance is the best proof." Sumo had only been at the Foreign Trade Center for about 2 years, while many had been working there for 7 or 8 years. Her experience was indeed a bit shallow. Pushing her up would take some effort, but now that she had this record, everything would be easier to discuss. P.S. The accelerated timeline reflects the author's hopes. While writing this novel, I researched extensively, especially the history of that decade, reading many books, including memoirs published abroad by those who suffered persecution. I truly detest those individuals. I can only say that some matters must be viewed dialectically, but some people are not worth forgiving. After finishing the upper-level discussions with Yi Wenbin, Su Mo finally had time to stroll around the exhibition. She heard that Su Yuan's food factory had signed many orders this year, so she went to take a look. At Su Yuan's booth, several foreign businessmen were gathered around him. Su Yuan was struggling to communicate with them in broken English, using gestures to help. He had lived in Haishur until he was 6, and Su Tingqian had taught him some English, so he understood a little. After the last autumn fair, he asked Su Mo to get him a book on everyday phrases from the Foreign Trade Center, which he took home to study. With some gestures, he managed to communicate a bit with the foreign businessman. However, the foreign businessman he was talking to was from country F, and his English wasn't very good either. The two of them were struggling to understand each other, making Su Yuan sweat with anxiety. Noticing Su Mo approaching, Su Yuan sighed in relief and waved for her to come help. With Sumo's assistance, communication became much easier. The foreign businessman liked the taste of the scallion pancakes, but thought the packaging was unattractive. He wanted to know if Su Yuan could change the packaging for his order and mentioned he could provide a design. Su Mo quickly understood that the businessman wasn't just complaining about the packaging. He actually wanted to rebrand the scallion pancakes as his own product. She explained this to Su Yuan, who thought for a moment and agreed. He knew the importance of branding, but the scallion pancake itself didn't require much technology. He had just used some clever methods to make theirs crispier and more fragrant than others. Moreover, their factory was short on funds and needed money to get things moving. As long as it didn't harm national interests, he was willing to do it. Su Mo didn't stop him, knowing that it wasn't yet time for China to focus on branding. The businessman was very pleased with their agreement. He took out design sketches and samples from his bag, stating he wanted to sign a $300,000 order, but the quality must match the samples he had tasted. Su Yuan was thrilled. This was the largest order they had signed at the exhibition. He smiled widely and assured the businessman that they would produce strictly according to the sample quality. After signing the contract and sending the businessman off, Su Mo finally opened a package of samples Su Yuan had given her. They were indeed delicious, with a texture similar to modern soda crackers and a rich scallion flavor. "How is it?" "Not bad." Su Mo gave a thumbs up. Given the current technology, making something like this was impressive. "Of course. I have some talent for food," Su Yuan said proudly. "By the way, can this texture be maintained? The packaging needs to be good. If it gets damp, it might lose its crispness," Su Mo reminded him. After all, they had signed a contract, and if the texture changed, the businessman could return the goods. "Don't worry, I'll supervise it personally."
Su Yuan replied.
This was their factory's first step, and it had to go smoothly. As the siblings chatted, they suddenly heard someone call out, "Kira." Su Mo turned to see Su Jing, which surprised her. "Louis, what are you doing here?" Su Jing had only come during the autumn fair before. He smiled and said, "Last time, we couldn't finalize a deal. I'm in Port City for some business, so I thought I'd come by. I just arrived the day before. I heard you got promoted. Congratulations, Kira." "Thank you. I also appreciate the book you gave me last time. It really helped me. Anytime, I'm glad I helped." Su Jing smiled, clearly pleased. "By the way, this is my second brother, Su Yuan." Su Mo introduced him. Su Jing paused, then looked Su Yun over. He was quite handsome, but Su Jing wondered about his abilities. Hello, Su brother. Su Jing extended his hand to Su Yun. Hello. Su Yun shook his hand casually. He had a strong impression of Su Tingbang's troublesome behavior and didn't have a good feeling about their family. Do you also work at the Foreign Trade Center? Su Jing asked. No, I'm here for the exhibition. My second brother is the factory manager of a food factory. He brought new products this time, and they taste really good. Louis, you should try them. They're perfect for Chinese people, Su Mo added.
Oh.
Su Jing was interested. Under Su Mo's invitation, he tried several varieties and placed orders for 2 of them worth several thousand. Su brother, I'm buying a batch to try. If they sell well, I'll place more orders with you. Seeing that Su Jing was easy to talk to and not like the troublesome person from before, Su Yun felt better about him. Sure, I'll make sure to deliver quality products to you. Great, I won't take up more of your time. I need to check out other places. Su Jing was in a hurry this time and had to leave by the day after tomorrow, so he wanted to see if there were other business opportunities. After Su Jing left, Su Yun said to Su Mo, he seems all right. Much better than his uncle. Every family has its struggles. The children in the big uncle's family probably don't get along well, Su Mo whispered. Su Yun nodded, guessing it was about inheritance issues. He had heard the old man say that the big uncle took many things with him and likely did well in business over there. In the afternoon, it started to rain heavily. With the bad weather, the exhibition closed early and people left work sooner. When Su Mo returned to the residential area, she was stopped by Wang Suimei, who was in her yard. Su Mo, wait a minute. I need your help with something. Sure, tell me. I'll help if I can, Su Mo replied. I want to buy a TV. After your exhibition is over, can you help me ask around?
Zum Montag was surprised.
Wang Suimei was usually very frugal, so she didn't expect her to want to buy a TV. Thinking about how they had been watching TV less and less, Su Mo realized that it was probably because Zheng Guosheng didn't allow them to come over, and the kids wanted to watch. That's why she decided to buy one. It was a good time to buy, as there were more interesting TV programs now compared to before. Okay, Sister Wang, I'll help you ask. Wang Suimei thanked her, and Su Mo waved it off as a small favor before heading home. Wang Suimei was indeed very angry with Zheng Guosheng, which motivated her to buy the TV. She had saved up several hundred yuan by being frugal, but Zheng Guosheng suddenly wanted to send it back home, claiming his cousin needed money for his wedding and asked to borrow 200 yuan. Wang Suimei was furious. When had she ever gotten her money back after lending to relatives? She didn't want to be a fool. Since the kids were clamoring to watch TV, she thought it was better to spend the money on a TV than let Zheng Guosheng keep thinking about it. No money, no borrowing. The next day, Su Mo went to ask several radio factories from other places if they had any televisions for sale. This year, with more radio and TV programs, there was a surge in demand for radios and televisions in the city. In department stores, radios and TVs were often out of stock, and when they arrived, they would be sold out within a day. There was no need to check the radio factories in Guangdong province and nearby areas, as they would definitely sell their stock locally, which was already in short supply. In the end, the director of the Haisher radio factory approached Su Mo, saying they had some available for sale. Recently, Haisher had been very chaotic. He had family and dependents there, so he had no choice but to comply. Now that those people had fallen, many had already been arrested before he came to the exhibition. He was unsure if he would be seen as an accomplice. However, he assured her that although he complied, he had never done anything against his conscience. Su Mo, being so young and already a deputy director, must have both ability and connections. He was willing to give her a good deal, thinking it might benefit him in the future. After asking about the price and specifications, when Wang Suimei came over to watch TV that evening, Su Mo shared the details with her and asked which model she wanted. I want one just like yours, Wang Suimei replied. Su Mo was taken aback, not expecting Wang Suimei to be so generous. The TV at home was a 14-inch model priced at 476 yuan, while the ordinary 12-inch model was 406 yuan, a difference of 70 yuan. This was not typical of Wang Tsuemei's style. Lu Xiaolan laughed and asked Sister Wang, "Where did you get the money?" Wang Tsuemei smiled. "After working hard for so many years, I want to enjoy a bit. This big item lasts a long time, so it's better to buy a good one." Su Emo noticed that Wang Tsuemei's smile seemed a bit forced, likely due to some reason she didn't want to share, so she didn't pry. "All right, I'll help you order the same one as mine. After the exhibition ends, I'll call you, and you can come with me to buy it." "Okay, I'll go with you then." Wang Tsuemei nodded eagerly. After the TV program adjustment, it would air around 9:40. When the familiar test card appeared, Wang Tsuemei reluctantly left with her 3 children. The next day, Su Imo left early to go to the school and asked her parents if they wanted a television. If they did, she would help them buy one. Su Tingqian and Mo Yurong shook their heads repeatedly, saying no. No one in their building had a TV, and if they bought one, everyone would come to their house to watch. That would really disturb their peace. It wasn't that they were stingy, but some people in the building were very greedy and self-righteous. Especially the grandmothers with grandchildren. Sometimes when Mo Yurong brought home some treats, they would always take some under the pretense of their grandchildren wanting to eat. If they refused, those unruly kids would throw tantrums on the floor, and the couple would have to give in just to have some peace. Su Tingqian sighed, lamenting how the university campus had become filled with all sorts of people. Now that those individuals had fallen, he hoped the truly knowledgeable ones would return and restore peace to the school. Su Mo was relieved that she had asked. Otherwise, even if she bought a TV, her parents wouldn't use it, and it would only cause them trouble. "Mom and Dad, how about moving out?" Su Mo had suggested they move out before, but they had refused. Su Tingqian waved his hand no. "Once things settle down, your mother and I plan to resign and return to Haishur." He then handed her a letter. He had received a letter from Oldgu a couple of days ago, saying that the government might allow private business again. If that happened, he definitely wouldn't teach anymore. He wanted to return and revive the Su family's old business. After Oldgu's brother was rehabilitated, he was given important responsibilities, so he knew a lot of insider information. But it wasn't certain when it would happen, as policies needed everyone's agreement before being announced. After reading the letter, Sumo guessed her father's thoughts and said, "If that day comes, we can work together to restore the glory of the Su family." Su Tiqian frowned. "Don't rush into it. Your job has potential. Your mother and I will go first to test the waters." Su Mo had her own ideas, but agreed verbally to ease her parents' worries. While the Su family was planning their next steps, the Gong family was just managing to escape. If it weren't for another layer of connections helping him, he might have been in serious trouble. Although some people were busy, Gong Ming was still demoted 2 levels and transferred to a less important position. Gong Ming was invited for an investigation for over half the month. After returning, he called Gong Bin and Gong Yi to his study. Despite being demoted, Gong Ming was still satisfied that his family was not affected. "Our family situation is not good right now, so you both need to be low-key for a while. I've already communicated with them, and we will focus our support on Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi has done well in the commune these past few years, with solid achievements, so his promotion won't attract too much attention." Gong Bin frowned slightly at his father's words. However, he was deeply intimidated by Gong Ming and didn't dare to speak up. Their family was not what it used to be, and the connections they could use were very limited. Although his son was capable, he was still just a commune director. Investing limited resources in him seemed too risky. It would be better to invest in Gong Bin, allowing him to rise further. Having 2 people in high positions would be better for the family. Although I've been transferred to a less important position, it's not all bad. With less work, I have more time to guide you both. Gong Ming said, starting to evaluate Gong Bin and Gong Ye's work and offering them several effective suggestions. During the investigation, he hadn't been idle. He had replanned the paths for his son and grandson based on the current situation. With his guidance, his son's position would be stable, and his grandson's promotion would go more smoothly. As long as they could keep Gong Yi, the Gong family would have a chance to rise again. After discussing work, Gong Ming shifted the topic and said to Gong Yi, "Your wife is no help to you. She will only drag you down. Find an opportunity to get a divorce." Gong Yi looked troubled. Divorcing during this time isn't appropriate, right? Yang Siyin probably won't agree to it. If it gets messy, it could be quite troublesome. As long as the problem isn't on your end, it won't affect you. Gong Ming waved his hand. "I'll arrange this. You just need to cooperate."
Okay, Gong Ye noted.
Gong Ming was very pleased. Ever since his grandson suffered a big loss last time, he had been very obedient. Then, Gong Ming shared some internal news he had received with the two of them. Meanwhile, Su Tingda also received news of Gong Ming's escape and was so angry he nearly smashed the teapot. Gong Ming was indeed a tenacious survivor. Even in such a situation, he still had help. After the trade fair, Su Emo took Wang Tsueme to buy a television. When Zheng Guosheng returned home and saw the new TV, he got very angry, grabbed his briefcase, and stormed out. His cousin's wedding was a big event, and she said they had no money, but then she bought a TV. Was she slapping him in the face? He really gave her too much credit, thinking she could just take her salary and spend it as she pleased. Most military officers' salaries were collected by their families, and Zheng Guosheng followed suit, letting Wang Tsueme collect his salary each month. Seeing Zheng Guosheng leave, Wang Tsueme hurried after him, saying, "Hey, you should install the TV before you go. The kids are waiting to watch." "You bought the TV, so you can install it yourself," Zheng Guosheng replied, walking away without looking back, no matter how much Wang Tsueme called after him. The kids were initially excited about the new TV, but their father's outburst scared them into silence. The youngest son even started to cry. When Wang Tsueme returned and saw her youngest son crying, she said, "Don't cry, I'll help you set it up soon." She then called her eldest son, and the two of them got to work. Although Wang Tsueme wasn't formally educated, she was quite clever. When she bought the TV, the salesperson explained how to set it up. She had also watched Liu Chongjing install an antenna in their yard before, so she managed to do it well. This experience restored Wang Tsueme's lost confidence. Back in the countryside, she was very capable and could handle any task. Otherwise, the Zheng family wouldn't have come to her family to propose marriage. However, after moving to the military compound, Zheng Guosheng often criticized her, making her feel inadequate. She was always cautious, afraid of embarrassing him. But in reality, she wasn't that bad. She managed to set up such an advanced device without Zheng Guosheng's help. When Sumo returned from work and passed by Wang Tsueme's house, she heard laughter coming from inside and couldn't help but smile. At the end of May, the center announced that Yi Wenbin would be transferred to Jing City in June, and the director position would temporarily be filled by Deputy Director Su Mo. This temporary arrangement usually lasted a few months, and as long as there were no major mistakes, she would likely drop the deputy title. Liu Chongjing had been transferred to the Yangcheng Military District for over 2 years. Due to his outstanding performance, he was promoted, and his salary increased from 141 yuan to 159 yuan. Su Mo discovered this when she went to collect Liu Chongjing's salary and noticed the increase. She asked and learned he had been promoted. He was actually due for a promotion last year, but at that time, Commander Su had just recognized 2 young ones as his godchildren, so to avoid any appearance of favoritism, Liu Chongjing's promotion was delayed for over 6 months. In March, Liu Chongjing went to train for a Special Forces selection in another location. The leaders noticed the exceptional contributions of the Special Forces and requested an expansion from the previous 30 to 40 members to a team of 100. This put a lot of pressure on Liu Chongjing. The tasks they executed were extremely dangerous, and the selection process had to be very strict. If unsuitable candidates were chosen, it could lead to fatalities on the battlefield. Therefore, Liu Chongjing's training plan was exceptionally rigorous, a step above the previous training he had undergone. Moreover, he didn't wait until the end of training to eliminate candidates. He eliminated them as they trained. In the first training phase, lasting over 2 months, more than 200 elite soldiers participated, and he had already eliminated 120, earning him the nickname King Liu. Seeing so many eliminated, the deputy captain frowned. There were still 2 more training phases to go, and at this rate, they might end up with no one left. The leaders expected the team to grow to 100 within 3 years. "Chief, is it too strict?" the deputy captain asked. "Better to have fewer than to have unsuitable ones." "I don't want to see them leave standing and come back in a coffin," Lu Chongjing replied. "But the leaders require." Lu Chongjing waved his hand. "I'll talk to them later." The deputy captain wanted to say more but held back. He felt it wasn't necessary to be so harsh. The trainees were already complaining, saying they were there to train, not to be mistreated. Some of them had connections and might report the captain. He admired Lu Chongjing and didn't want him to face consequences for this. After all, Lu Chongjing had saved his life. Meanwhile, in the soldiers' tents, a few gathered to discuss how to teach Lu Chongjing a lesson. They felt that his training was not normal, it was pure torture, and the goals he set were impossible to achieve. In the afternoon, these few organized the remaining 80 to protest, claiming that his goals were unachievable and that he was just making things difficult for them. Lu Chongjing scoffed and immediately pointed out a few soldiers to demonstrate. When the trainees saw the instructors complete the tasks, many felt guilty and quieted down. However, the few troublemakers were still unsatisfied, arguing that they were new to training and shouldn't be held to the same standards as the regular team. They wanted the standards lowered. Lu Chongjing noticed that while not many spoke up, many others showed agreement with his view. If he pressed too hard, it could harm the training. He waved his hand and said, "I'll give you 2 hours to hide on the island. After that, I'll come find you alone. If by midnight there are still 10 of you left that I haven't found and eliminated, you win, and I'll lower the standards. On the other hand, if I find you, you will follow my standards. Deal? If you find us, can we fight back? Do we have to hide separately, or can we work together? Of course, if anyone among you can eliminate me, that counts as a win for you. We're a team, so cooperation is allowed." The troublemakers' minds began to race. While they might not defeat the King Lu one-on-one, they could set traps and work together to win. Lu Chongjing explained the basic rules and let them go. 2 hours later, Lu Chongjing disguised himself and set off. He was already familiar with the island and knew all the best hiding spots. In less than 10 minutes, the loudspeaker on the island announced the first eliminated candidate, and soon after, another name followed every few minutes. This was also a psychological tactic. Hearing their comrades being eliminated one by one made some of them anxious and eager to reveal themselves. In less than 2 hours, over 30 had been eliminated, and there were still 6 hours until midnight. Those who thought they were well hidden began to feel anxious. At this rate, they feared they would lose. The few troublemakers were initially full of confidence, having set a trap to take down Lu Chongjing as soon as he arrived, showing him their strength. But they waited and waited, only to hear the names of their eliminated teammates. Several times, they sensed someone approaching, yet they never saw Lu Chongjing. One of them quietly moved in front of the leader and said, "Number 13, something feels off. Do you think Lu Yanwang has already noticed us and is deliberately avoiding this area?" Since they started training on the island, Lu Chongjing had instructed them to only use their code names and not their real names. "There are only 6 of us. If he is avoiding us and takes out everyone else, we will still lose." Number 13 was also pondering this. He didn't expect the others to be so weak, getting caught so easily. This won't do. He needed to contact more people. At least 10 of them were needed to ensure they wouldn't be defeated. Number 34, you go back to your original position. I'll go find more people and bring them here. If Lu Yanwang shows up during this time, stick to the original plan. Number 34 nodded and quickly moved to return to his position. Just then, a small stone hit him on the head, causing him to yelp in pain. He was about to ask who threw the stone when he suddenly realized his face fell. He had been eliminated. He didn't even know where the stone had come from. Seeing this, the others quickly hid, fearing their own positions would be exposed. Lu Yanwang was already close to them, and they still had no idea, having lost one person without knowing where the enemy was. Number 34 stood up dejectedly and, according to the rules, went to the elimination gathering point. Soon, his code name was announced over the loudspeaker. The remaining 5 didn't dare to breathe, their sharp eyes scanning the surroundings, trying to locate Lu Chongjing. Suddenly, number 121 felt a gust of wind above him. Just as he was about to move, his mouth was covered, and a dagger was pressed against his neck. Lu Chongjing's cold voice whispered, "You are eliminated. Leave in 5 minutes." Number 121 nodded, staring at Lu Chongjing in shock, wondering how he had gotten behind him without him noticing. He couldn't help but admire Lu Yanwang. Though he seemed unapproachable, his skills were impressive. He broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that if Lu Yanwang were an enemy, he would have been dead by now. They had been too arrogant. Seeing number 121 nod, Lu Chongjing released his grip and crawled back to a concealed spot, disappearing like a ghost. 5 minutes later, number 121 stood up, looking defeated. The remaining 4 were shocked to see him. Darn, another one eliminated. 2 of them couldn't hold back and shot a couple of blank rounds at number 121's hiding spot. Number 49, closest to him, jumped down from the tree, ready to check it out. However, as soon as he jumped down, he was hit by a blank round, making him curse, "Darn it, aim properly." The 2 who fired wanted to argue but held back, fearing they would expose their positions. The bullet that hit number 49 wasn't from them. Thus, number 49 had to leave in frustration alongside number 121. At this point, number 13 was already sweating. Half of their team had been eliminated, and they still had no idea where Lu Chongjing was. Number 13 had always excelled in training and was confident in his abilities. But now, he realized the gap between them. At his current level, if he ventured deep into enemy territory, he would likely be caught in no time. Suddenly, he heard movement in a nearby tree. He quickly looked up, and just as he peeked out, a small stone hit him on the head. Number 13 choked on his breath, feeling defeated. After a moment of frustration, he pounded the ground several times before finally getting up and leaving, feeling utterly dejected. The remaining 2 saw that number 13 had also been eliminated and dared not move, hiding tightly in their spots. They no longer had the ambition to take down Lu Chongjing. They just wanted to stay hidden and avoid being found. After a few minutes, the last 2 were also eliminated by Lu Chongjing's stealthy tactics. The remaining group was shocked to hear that the troublemaker team had been completely wiped out, making them even more cautious. Though they were worried, it was already past 7, and night had fallen. Visibility was poor, so as long as they stayed hidden and still, it would be hard for Lu Yanwang to find them. With over 30 of them left, they just needed to hold on to win. However, even at night, the frequency of elimination announcements was just as high as during the day. By 9 o'clock, all 69 people hiding on land had been found by Lu Chongjing. He only needed to find 2 more to win the competition. The vice-captain chuckled at the dejected rookies squatting in the circle. They had given their captain the nickname King of the Night. He was especially suited for jungle combat at night. It was remarkable how he could spot targets accurately despite the darkness. Lu Chongjing had always had excellent vision, and since Su Mo joined the team, he often ate food infused with special energy, improving his physical abilities even more. He was already stronger than others, and now he was even better. After clearing the island, Lu Chongjing went into the water to catch the hidden rookies. Although the weather wasn't cold, it was still tough to stay submerged for so long. By 11 o'clock, all 80 rookies had been eliminated. After changing clothes, Lu Chongjing looked at the rookies in the circle and asked, "Are you convinced?" Yes, their voices were initially weak. "Are you convinced?" Lu Chongjing asked again. Yes. This time, their voices were unified. "Do you still think your training is excessive? With your level, you'd just be giving the enemy easy targets on the battlefield." Lu Chongjing scolded, then began to point out the mistakes they made during this period. The group was too intimidated to lift their heads, realizing that not only was Lu Yanwang powerful, but he could also pinpoint their errors and offer advice. Their admiration for him grew. This time they were truly convinced. Before they knew it, it was early June again, time for the troops to receive their salaries. Su Emo was preparing to go to the logistics department to collect Lu Changjing's salary when she ran into Wang Suimei, who was also heading there. They decided to go together. Once they arrived, Su Emo collected her salary first. Seeing how high Lu Changjing's salary was, Wang Suimei felt a bit envious. Her husband, Old Zheng, only earned 127 yuan, while Captain Lu, so young, earned 159 yuan. What's more, he was handsome and treated his wife and kids well at home. He never scolded them and even helped with chores. Su Emo had seen him wash clothes several times. Truly, comparisons can be disheartening. After Su Emo finished, Wang Suimei prepared to collect her salary, only to be told that Zheng Guosheng had already advanced 2 months' salary, meaning she would need to come for the next 2 months. Wang Suimei froze in shock. She couldn't believe old Zheng had taken an advance to lend money to his cousin. Had he thought about their family? With his salary advanced, how would they live for the next 2 months? They needed money for food, coal, water, and electricity. It might be that something urgent came up, and they forgot to tell you, Su Emo said, trying to ease the embarrassment for Wang Xiaomei, who looked uncomfortable. Wang Suimei smiled and slapped her forehead. Look at my memory. Old Zheng mentioned it a few days ago, but I was too busy watching TV and forgot. After leaving the logistics office, Wang Suimei awkwardly said to Su Emo, I'm sorry for making you witness this. Su Emo waved her hand. Every family has its own struggles. On the way home, Wang Suimei seemed to have held back for too long and began to vent to Su Emo. I know what he spent the money on. He lent it to his cousin to build a house and get married. Do you know why I bought a TV? Because he wanted to borrow 200 yuan from me for his cousin, and I refused, so I used the money to buy a TV instead. I thought if I had no money, he wouldn't borrow it, but he even wanted to borrow from his salary. I've been with the army for 7 or 8 years, and his relatives often write asking for money. This 130, that 150. This time they asked for 200 right away. Over the years, I've lent out about 700 or 800 yuan, and no one has ever paid me back. I've been saving every penny, trying to make ends meet, and now all my savings are going to outsiders. They only see that old Zheng earns over 100 yuan a month and think it's a lot, but they don't know how high the family expenses are. I try to save every month, but the money just disappears like it's in a funnel. Su Emo, do your husband's relatives ever borrow money from you? Su Emo shook her head. Never borrowed. Her 2 brothers never asked, and she wasn't sure about other relatives. If they needed to borrow, they would likely go to Lu Qing'an, but they had never approached them. It must be said that having parents and relatives who are clear about things makes life much easier. Do you send money to your in-laws? Yes, I send them 10 yuan every month and occasionally buy things to send back. When they first started sending money, Lu Qing'an wrote a letter saying it wasn't necessary, but the couple insisted on sending it, considering they lived far away and couldn't take care of their parents. Having money makes one feel secure. This way, Li Yue doesn't have to do heavy work for a little pay, especially since she's over 50. Your in-laws are good. My family complains that 20 yuan a month is too little. If I send them 10 yuan, they would probably raise a fuss. Being the youngest is better. Old Zheng is the eldest, and the family relies on him for everything. He is also very proud and takes on all the burdens. Su Emo wanted to say that it wasn't just about being the eldest. It also depended on the parents' attitude and family values. Lu Xingjuan is the eldest, but Lu Qing'an and his wife don't rely on him for everything. Lu Changjing is the most successful in the family, yet Lu Qing'an doesn't pressure him to support the other siblings. So, it really depends on the elder's attitude. She somewhat unkindly speculated that the reason so many relatives wrote to Zheng Guosheng for money might be because his parents bragged about him in front of them. In today's world, with the internet, she has seen many clueless parents creating problems for their successful children. Moreover, perhaps those relatives didn't fail to repay. They might have given the money to Zheng Guosheng's parents, who then kept it without returning it. It's also possible that the old couple enjoyed the glory of being supported and waved their hands, forgiving the debts. Otherwise, if so much money was lent out, at least one family would have paid it back. Not everyone can be irresponsible. However, Su Imo kept her thoughts to herself to avoid pricking Wang Tsuemei's feelings further. When they got home, Wang Tsuemei finally broke down and started to cry. After wiping her tears, she went to her hiding spot, took out her money and counted. There was still 123 yuan left. For the past 2 months, not sending money home or giving old Zheng pocket money was manageable. Seeing it was getting late, Wang Tsuemei began to cook. There wasn't much rice left in the jar, but there were plenty of sweet potatoes. For lunch, she steamed sweet potatoes and stir-fried 2 green vegetables. When the kids came back from playing outside and saw sweet potatoes for lunch, they asked, "Mom, didn't you go buy grain today? Why are we having sweet potatoes again? Your dad spent his salary on your uncle's wedding, and we don't have money at home, so we need to save. We'll all eat sweet potatoes from now on." She didn't plan to hide the truth about old Zheng's actions. The kids needed to know what he had done. The 3 children immediately wailed upon hearing this. That evening, when Zheng Guosheng came home and saw only plain vegetables and a big bowl of sweet potatoes on the table, he instantly lost his appetite. "I've told you so many times to use some oil when frying vegetables. You're always so stingy, yet I don't see you saving much money." Wang Tsuemei rolled her eyes. "There's no money to buy oil. You have money to buy a TV but not for oil? The money went to the TV. We were just waiting for your salary to get by, but now you've taken an advance, and we don't know how to manage for the next 2 months." Zheng Guosheng got angry. "I earn over 100 yuan a month, and you think I can't manage just because I lent 200 yuan? You've been with the army for 7 or 8 years. How come you haven't saved up at least 1,000 or 800? Where did the money go? Did you give it to your family?" Wang Tsuemei was also furious. "My family wouldn't dare take advantage of you. Where did the money go?" "I lent it to your relatives. I calculated this afternoon that over the years, I've lent your relatives a total of 870 yuan, plus the 200 to your cousin. That's over 1,000, and not one has ever paid me back. Do you think your salary is high? You earn 127 yuan a month, and your parents want 20. You smoke and drink, which costs you about 30 a month for pocket money, so that's already 50 gone. That leaves 77 yuan to support a family of 5, plus entertaining your subordinates occasionally. Do you think that's easy? Let me break down where the money goes. Our family needs 171 jin of grain each month, 40% fine grain and 60% coarse grain. Rice costs 0.14 yuan per jin, and sweet potatoes cost 0.03 yuan per jin, so grain costs about 13 yuan a month. We need 4 jin of oil each month, costing 0.82 yuan per jin, which totals about 3.28 yuan for oil, plus soy sauce, salt, soap, and other supplies. Then there's the cost of coal. We need 125 yuan for honeycomb coal each month, plus delivery, which adds another 4.5 yuan. Electricity costs around 2 yuan a month, and water is about the same. All these fixed expenses add up to about 30 yuan a month. Do you think we don't need to buy meat? The kids don't need to go to school? They don't need clothes and shoes? Our food supply isn't enough, and you still want to show off by inviting colleagues over for meals. Do you think big men eat little? You have no idea how much high-priced grain I've secretly bought. Every time they come over, I serve them good food and drinks for your pride. Doesn't that cost money? You only get 6 jin of meat tickets a month. Don't tell me you don't know that the meat is bought at high prices from outside. Just last month, you invited colleagues over 3 times. Just for those meals, I spent over 10 yuan on drinks and meat. Do you think I'm a fairy who can conjure things without spending money? Tell me, after all these expenses, how much can I save each month?" Wang Tsuemei's outburst left Zheng Guosheng feeling embarrassed and angry, and he shouted, "Ignorant woman! I'm inviting colleagues over for meals to build good relationships for future promotions. I'm thinking of us, and you see it as just showing off?" Wang Tsuemei scoffed. "I haven't seen the neighbor, Colonel Liu, invite anyone over, and he's still getting promoted. In my opinion, you waste too much time on these things. You should focus on your work." Zheng Guosheng was hit where it hurt by someone he looked down on and blurted out, "That's because he has good children. If you could have children like that, I would have been promoted long ago." Enan and Lele were in the yard practicing with a slingshot. To be precise, Lele was practicing while Enin was giving him guidance. Zheng Guosheng and Wang Tsuemei were arguing loudly, so the two kids could hear everything clearly. When Lele heard someone speak poorly of his father, he immediately protested. He climbed up the wall and shouted, "Uncle Zheng, my dad is really great. He got promoted because of his own hard work, not because of anyone else." Su Mo had already shared the news about Lu Chongjing's promotion on the day she received her salary. Upon hearing Lele's shout, Zheng Guosheng's face twisted in embarrassment and anger. He felt humiliated today. It was bad enough to have an argument overheard, but now he was being challenged by a child. He worried whether this little brat would tell Commander Su about it. He also wondered how the neighbors were raising their kids, as this little one was eavesdropping instead of learning good behavior. Wang Tsuemei quickly went outside and smiled at Lele, saying, "Lele, I'm sorry. Your Uncle Zheng lost the argument with your aunt and said something wrong in the heat of the moment." Although old Zheng had his faults, he was still the children's father, and Wang Tsuemei didn't want him to offend anyone, especially since he had a future, which would also benefit the children's future. Lele replied with an "oh," climbed down from the wall, and went back to practicing. Even though Lele was smart, he was still a child. Hearing someone speak badly of his parents made him want to defend them, but soon he moved on. When Wang Tsuemei returned inside, Zheng Guosheng angrily said, "You should have less contact with the neighbors from now on." Wang Tsuemei scoffed, "Sumo's family is really nice. I want to interact with them more to improve myself." Zheng Guosheng was furious. This woman was really pushing it, but he couldn't argue back at the moment, fearing someone might overhear again. He just grabbed his briefcase, turned, and left to sleep in the barracks where he usually stayed. Once Zheng Guosheng was gone, Wang Tsuemei ignored him and called the children over for dinner. Her eldest son, Zheng Hongbing, looked at the food on the table with a frown and asked, "Mom, are we only going to eat sweet potatoes from now on?" Wang Tsuemei scolded, "What's wrong with sweet potatoes? When I was a child, I didn't even have sweet potatoes to eat. I had to eat grass roots." These kids were really spoiled. When she was young, having sweet potatoes was a big deal. Most of the time, she ate wild vegetable porridge, which was bitter and astringent. At least sweet potatoes were sweet. White rice and flour were treats only available during the New Year, unlike these three kids who could eat rice almost every day. Wang Tsuemei decided it was a good time to teach the kids a lesson about appreciating their food. At the same time, she planned to fight for a job. She was tired of living off her husband. Back in the countryside, she could earn work points to support herself, but since moving with the army, she relied entirely on old Zheng, which made her feel weak. If she were like Su Mo, earning her own salary, old Zheng wouldn't dare raise his voice at her. The next day, Wang Tsuemei went to the logistics department to inquire about job opportunities. The staff there were also in a difficult position. There were limited job openings, and someone like Wang Tsuemei, with little education, could only be placed in the cafeteria. However, the cafeteria was already overstaffed, and adding more people would make it a joke. Wang Tsuemei, there are currently no job openings. If there are no openings, then why can others get jobs? Wang Tsuemei listed several names of people who had joined the army in the last few years. Wang Tsuemei, those people were transferred here and already had jobs at their previous locations. The implication was that she had never had a job, so those with jobs would be prioritized. What about Colonel Lu's sister? She's not a spouse, yet she got transferred? Wang Tsuemei argued. The staff checked the records and replied, "Colonel Lu's sister used his wife's transfer quota. His wife is capable and found a job outside, so she gave her quota to her sister." Wang Tsuemei had no response and returned home feeling disappointed. If the army wouldn't arrange a job for her, how could she find work on her own? She heard that finding a job in the city was very difficult, as many city kids had gone to the countryside after graduation. As she walked, she saw the vendor she usually bought from, openly trading on the roadside, unlike before, when they had to be discreet. After the buyer left, Wang Tsuemei hurried over. "Xiao Huang, why are you so bold? You're right on the roadside now." The young man, Xiao Huang, smiled and replied in Cantonese, "Sister Wang, it's been a while since you bought from me. What do you want today?" He opened his basket to show her the contents, which included several pieces of pork, many eggs, and half a bag of rice. Wang Tsuemei pulled him aside. Xiao Huang, aren't you afraid of getting caught? Sister Wang, the situation is different now. I heard that the authorities aren't monitoring this anymore. My friend tried it, and now when he goes to the factory housing areas, no one stops him, Xiao Huang explained. Really? They aren't monitoring anymore? It seems they aren't. I've been coming to the roadside for the last few days, and no one has bothered me. Before, the committee would have come to catch people already. Still, be careful. You don't want to get caught, Wang Tsuemei warned.
I know. Thank you, Sister Wang.
After their conversation, Wang Tsuemei was about to leave when Xiao Huang called out, Sister Wang, the meat is really fresh today. Don't you want to buy some? Wang Tsuemei waved her hand. No, I can't. Then suddenly paused and pulled Xiao Huang to a more hidden spot. Xiao Huang, I want to ask you something. How much can you earn in a month doing this? Xiao Huang chuckled but didn't answer. He could easily make over 100 yuan a month, which was much better than many office workers. Xiao Huang, after all the things I've bought from you, you can't even tell me this? Wang Tsuemei was getting anxious. Sister Wang, it's not stable. The more you sell, the more you earn. Can you make about 30 in a month? Xiao Huang nodded. That's possible. Wang Tsuemei's mind started racing. The army might take a while to arrange a job for her. Maybe she could work with Xiao Huang. If she went to a different area, she wouldn't run into anyone she knew. She hadn't dared to before, fearing it would affect old Zheng, but now she didn't care. As long as she was careful not to be seen by anyone from the compound, she would be fine.
Xiao Huang, I have a request.
I want to work with you. Can you help me get started? Xiao Huang was shocked. What had happened to this officer's wife? Why was she wanting to learn how to be a vendor? Wang Jia, don't joke around. This isn't suitable for you. Why isn't it suitable? I'm not afraid of hard work. Xiao Huang smirked. It wasn't just about hard work, it was about status. She was a military officer's wife, and if he dared to take her to a place to get supplies, the boss would surely be angry with him. Moreover, he wasn't sure if Wang Jia really wanted to be a middleman or if she had other motives. He didn't want her to find out their base and lead troops to wipe them out. These middlemen usually avoided dealing with the families of officials. They rarely interacted with them, but Wang Jia was warm and supportive, so he talked to her a bit more. Seeing Xiao Huang's reluctance, Wang Tsuemei wanted to continue persuading him, but suddenly had a bright idea. Xiao Huang, how about I get supplies from you and you give me a discount? She planned to start small and test the waters since she had never done this before. If she couldn't sell it, she could always eat it herself. Xiao Huang initially didn't want to agree, but he eventually gave in to Wang Tsuemei's persistence and agreed to bring her 20 pounds of rice and 2 pounds of pork the next day. After confirming the pickup location for the next day, Wang Tsuemei felt relieved. She would try this out. Even if she couldn't sell it, she could keep it for her family. The next day, Wang Tsuemei told her younger son to play by himself and rode her bike to the agreed location with Xiao Huang. She planned to sell in a more distant area, so she needed the bike. The official prices for rice and pork were 14 cents and 81 cents per pound, respectively. Xiao Huang sold rice for about 41 cents per pound and pork for 2 yuan per pound. If it was a regular customer, there would be a small discount. These middlemen sold at slightly higher prices than small markets since they took on significant risks by bringing goods out to sell. Some people didn't buy much and didn't want to risk going to the black market, so they would buy from middlemen for convenience. Wang Jia, I'll charge you 35 cents per pound for the rice and 1.6 yuan for the pork. Try it out, but if we get caught, don't blame me. I won't admit it, Xiao Huang said. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person, Wang Tsuemei replied, handing Xiao Huang the money and leaving with her goods. After riding for over half an hour, Wang Tsuemei arrived at the family area of the third food factory in Yangcheng. She parked her bike and gave a penny to the man in charge of the parking, then carried her big bamboo basket away. Feeling nervous about her first time, Wang Tsuemei tried to imitate Xiao Huang to appear more natural. After wandering around the outskirts for a while, she saw an older woman carrying a basket walking out, clearly on her way to buy groceries. Wang Suimei quickly followed and asked softly, "Sister, are you buying something?" The woman was startled. "What are you doing?" Although Wang Suimei couldn't speak Cantonese, after living here for 7 or 8 years, she could understand a bit. Realizing the woman was asking what for, she lifted a corner of her covered basket and asked, "Do you want some?" Seeing the rice in the basket, the woman led her to a side and asked, "How much?" Wang Suimei held up 4 fingers, 40 cents. She didn't plan to sell it for much more, just about the same as Xiao Huang. The woman nodded. It was similar to what she usually paid. Although it was expensive, the grain station wasn't releasing any supplies, so she had no choice but to buy at a high price. "I'll take 5 pounds. Okay." Wang Suimei quickly took out a bamboo tube to measure out 5 pounds of rice. This bamboo tube was given to her by Xiao Huang, with one tube equaling 1 pound of rice. They couldn't carry scales while selling. That would be obvious evidence of wrongdoing. So they had custom-made bamboo tubes, each holding a pound. The woman was satisfied with how full the bamboo tube was. After buying, she noticed 2 pieces of meat and asked, "How much for the pork?" Thinking the woman had already bought rice, Wang Suimei replied, 1.8 yuan per pound. The woman frowned. It was a bit expensive, but the 2 pieces of pork looked good, so she decided to buy one. Wang Suimei was thrilled. She hadn't expected things to go so smoothly right from the start. By the end of the morning, Wang Suimei had sold everything, earning 1.2 yuan and a little over half a pound of rice. Since her last tube wasn't quite a pound, she decided not to sell it and would take it home to eat. Wang Suimei was very happy. If she could earn this much every day, her monthly income would be comparable to those who worked regular jobs. In the evening, Wang Suimei met Xiao Huang at their agreed location to confirm the supplies for the next day, planning to sell the same items for a few more days. Wang Suimei sold for several days in a row. Although it wasn't as smooth as the first day, she managed to sell everything each day. Her daily income fluctuated around 1.5 yuan. Feeling more confident, she went to negotiate with Xiao Huang. After some back and forth, Xiao Huang finally gave Wang Suimei a decent price, 30 cents per pound for rice and 1.4 yuan for pork, leaving her with a good profit margin on other items. Excited about making money, Wang Suimei was busy. Several times, when Lu Xiaolan returned home at noon to get supplies, she saw Zheng's younger son waiting eagerly at the door. When asked, he said his mother had gone out and hadn't returned yet. Lu Xiaolan was puzzled. Wang Suimei had been going out every day lately, acting mysteriously. She didn't know what she was up to. Having lived in the family compound for so long, Lu Xiaolan was no longer the nosy person she used to be. Although she was curious, she didn't pry. In mid-June, after a nap, the nursery teachers took the children outside to play in the shade. Lele, still sleepy, sat down at the tree roots, feeling bored, when she suddenly noticed a line of ants carrying things to their anthill. Although they could have walked in a straight line, the ants chose to take a winding path, going in circles. Lele became interested and asked Anan, "Sister, why don't they walk in a straight line? Why go so far?" Ants follow scents to find their way. If the first ant takes a detour, the others will follow, Anan explained. "Sister, you're so smart. You know so much," Lele said with sparkling eyes. "Mom told a story about it before." Lele tilted her head, thinking for a moment. Realizing she had never heard it, she said, "That was a story just for you, so I don't know." After saying that, she continued to squat and watch the ants, mumbling, "Ants are so silly. Don't take the long way. It's closer this way." Saying this, she picked up a small twig and drew a line on the ground, nudging the ants. "Hurry up, little ants, follow the line Lele drew, follow the line Lele drew." At first, the ants were confused and scattered, but slowly, they settled down and obediently followed the line Lele had drawn. Seeing the ants following her line, Lele was thrilled and continued to draw more lines for them. "Little ants are so good. Following the line Lele drew, you'll get home soon." Anan watched from the side, feeling something was off. Normally, ants have their own paths and wouldn't just follow a line drawn by Lele. Sure enough, not only did the ants behind follow the line Lele drew, but even those originally ahead turned around and followed her line. and Anne's pupils slightly contracted. It seemed this was Leilei's special ability. She could control animals. Okay, enough watching. The ants are moving their home. It might rain soon. Let's go play somewhere else and not disturb them, and instead, pulling Leilei away to avoid drawing attention. About 5 minutes after Leilei left, the ants that had been orderly following the line she drew suddenly paused and then became chaotic, and pulled Leilei to sit under another big tree, watching the other kids play. Soon, the teachers organized the classroom and called the children back inside to play a game. As they walked, Leilei said to Anand's sister, "I feel so sleepy. Didn't you just take a nap?" Anand asked, "But I'm still really tired. Maybe I didn't wake up properly," Leilei replied. After the teachers had the kids sit in a circle, Leilei was already nodding off on the ground, which made Lu Xiaolan laugh. This little rascal, he was playing during nap time, and now he's falling asleep. She told another teacher and went to set up a blanket for Leilei to sleep on. Leilei was struggling to stay awake, feeling dizzy. If he hadn't been holding on, he would have fallen asleep much earlier. As soon as he lay down, he fell asleep instantly. Lu Xiaolan covered Leilei with a small blanket and shook her head with a smile. "You're so sleepy." Leilei slept through most of the afternoon and didn't wake up until almost school was over. Lu Xiaolan checked on him several times. If it weren't for the rosy color in his cheeks and steady breathing, she would have thought he was sick. The two teachers discussed and figured that Leilei had run too much during the morning game of Eagle Catches Chicks since he had volunteered to be the eagle. After school, Lu Xiaolan called out to Leilei for a while before he finally woke up, still half asleep, and she led him home. Once home, Lu Xiaolan turned on the TV. After watching for a bit, Leilei perked up and became focused on the show. The TV was airing a new storytelling program featuring a famous storyteller narrating the legend of Yufei. The old man spoke clearly and vividly, making it feel like they were right there in the story. Not only Leilei, but even An and Lu Xiaolan were captivated, forgetting to make dinner. When they heard, to know what happens next, stay tuned for the next episode, Lu Xiaolan suddenly realized she had forgotten to cook and rushed to the kitchen. Leilei, still wanting more, said to Anand's sister, "We should be great heroes like Yufei, protecting our home and country." Anand nodded but was worried inside. Leilei had slept all afternoon, and it wasn't just Lu Xiaolan who was concerned, and was even more worried, fearing that Leilei might have overexerted himself. When she returned to northeast China last time, she realized their bodies were still too young for too much training or using special abilities. They needed to wait until they were a bit older. Now, seeing Leilei full of energy again, it seemed like he might have overused his mental energy and needed sleep to recover. Perhaps his ability wasn't animal control, but a form of mental power? That would be impressive. In the cultivation world, controlling people and things with mental power requires training, but this kid, without any training, could control low-level creatures at such a young age. If he trained more, wouldn't controlling people be easy for him? Unfortunately, she hadn't practiced any mental techniques in her past life. Otherwise, she could have guided him. When she sought revenge, she had found 2 books on the subject, but she was too busy to study them and just stored them away. After being reborn, she lost track of those treasures. When Su Mo returned, Anand told her about the afternoon's events. Su Mo was also surprised. She thought Leilei was just smart, not realizing he could control things with mental power. Anand, watch over your brother. If he accidentally uses his powers, stop him. He's still too young. We'll talk to him about it when he's older, Su Mo said. The main concern was that Leilei could be a bit too talkative. If they told him now, he might accidentally spill the beans. They would wait until he was more mature. In mid-June, the first training session ended, with 200 elite soldiers participating in the selection, leaving only 62. The vice captain looked at the remaining candidates with concern. The elimination rate for the first session was 70%. After the next 2 sessions, it was uncertain how many would be left. If they wanted a full team of 100, they might have to wait. When Lu Chongzheng returned to the unit, his direct supervisor called him in and criticized him. They had received many complaints, claiming that his selection process was not fair and even suggesting he was too harsh for the position. Liu Changjing had anticipated this and immediately submitted his training report. He had written 4 or 5 notebooks detailing the overall training framework, each person's performance, the reasons for their elimination, and their weaknesses, all clearly documented. The supervisor realized that Liu Changjing analyzed the day's training after each session, providing detailed feedback on everyone's performance. After about half an hour of reviewing, the supervisor closed the notebook and said to Liu Changjing, "I will take your summary to the higher-ups. I will help you with other matters, but you may need to visit Consultant Kong yourself." Consultant Kong's son had also wanted to join the special team, but was eliminated shortly after starting, and he was the most vocal about it. "Okay, I'll go see him," Liu Changjing replied. "Good, then hurry back home. You've been away for so long. Go see your wife and kids." The supervisor waved him off. After Liu Changjing left, the supervisor picked up Liu Changjing's summary again and continued reading until late at night. After finishing, the supervisor felt deeply moved. He had been in charge of the last selection and honestly, he didn't measure up to Liu Changjing. At the same time, he felt relieved. The special team was a new attempt for the military, and having someone like Liu Changjing leading it would save a lot of trouble. They were all getting older, and the burden of the military would eventually fall on the younger officers. Someone like Liu Changjing, who was well-rounded, should be cultivated. The supervisor put away the notebooks, planning to meet with a few higher-ups first thing in the morning. When Liu Changjing got home, the daycare hadn't let out yet, so he went to pick up the kids. Seeing that Liu Changjing was even darker from the sun, Lei looked at his face, hesitating to speak. Noticing this, Liu Changjing asked, "What? Do you think your dad is ugly again?" Lei quickly shook his head and flattered, "No. I think Dad looks more like a real man now." Liu Changjing grunted in satisfaction at that answer. "Dad, what new skills did you learn this time? Teach us. I want to be a great hero like Yu Fei." Lei had become obsessed with the storytelling and often mentioned Yu Fei. Liu Changjing playfully patted Lei's bottom, picked up both kids, and headed home. "Sure, whatever I know, I'll teach you. But tomorrow you both have to go with Dad to a place so I can see what you've learned recently." Consultant Kong wasn't happy that his son was eliminated, so he would let the kids demonstrate that being a soldier also requires talent. With a son like that, he must have gotten in through the back door. The next day, Liu Changjing asked Liu Xiaolan to give the 2 kids a day off and took them to the army, where he met with several leaders and Consultant Kong. Consultant Kong's son, Kong Lingxiang, was upset about being eliminated and had not returned to his original unit. Instead, he stayed at headquarters, demanding an explanation from Liu Changjing. Hearing that Liu Changjing wanted to compete with his son, Consultant Kong immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. "The country has invested so many resources in your training. Lingxiang is naturally not as good as you." Liu Changjing waved his hand and said, "It's not a competition against me. It's against those 2. He pointed at the kids. Consultant Kong's face turned red with anger. "Liu Changjing, what do you mean by this?" This was a blatant insult. If his son won, it wouldn't be impressive since you couldn't beat 2 little kids. But if he lost, it would be embarrassing, and his son would struggle in the army afterward. Liu Changjing smiled and said, "Consultant Kong, didn't Kong Lingxiang want an explanation from me? I'm here to give him one today." Liu Changjing's actions were somewhat arrogant, but they were intentional. The reason so many were eliminated in this training session was due to several people using connections to get in. The leaders were now aware of how much attention the special team received, and some wanted to place their children in it to gain experience and later advance in their careers. Liu Changjing didn't care about backgrounds. He welcomed those with real skills, but most sent over were just showpieces. Their tasks were dangerous, and if someone faltered, it could lead to disaster for everyone. Since lives were at stake, Liu Changjing couldn't relax. This was his way of telling the leaders that if they wanted to send people over, they should at least send capable ones, not those who couldn't even compete with children. Just then, Commander Su arrived and said, "Bring them over. Let's compete." Consultant Kong was surprised that Liu Changjing had even called Commander Su. It seemed the rumors might be true. Many said Commander Su was interested in the two kids, but in reality, he wanted to support Lu Changzheng without drawing too much attention. Commander. Consultant Kong began, but was interrupted by Commander Su. Old Kong let them compete and see what explanation he gives. If it's not convincing, there will be serious consequences. He then told a nearby guard call everyone who participated in this election and is still at the guest house to come and watch. When Lu Changzheng first mentioned this, Commander Su disagreed, but after reading the training report Lu Changzheng submitted that morning, he agreed. Some bad habits should be stopped as soon as they appear. He also wanted to see how much the two kids had improved after a year of training. The guard quickly left to carry out the order. About 20 minutes later, Kong Lingxiang and a dozen soldiers who participated in the training arrived. The soldiers, both selected and eliminated, were startled to see so many high-ranking officials and quickly stood at attention. During the time the guard was gathering people, Lu Changzheng had already prepared everything needed. He approached the group of soldiers, had them line up to watch, and then walked over to Kong Lingxiang. Kong Lingxiang, I heard you've been upset about your elimination and want an explanation from me? Kong Lingxiang was not intimidated and replied loudly, yes. I believe my abilities are enough to join the special team. You suddenly raised the evaluation standards, causing my elimination, and I am not satisfied with that. He seemed to imply that Lu Changzheng was targeting him. Lu Changzheng smiled. My evaluation standards were submitted to the leaders at the start of the training. There was no sudden change. As for your dissatisfaction, we'll have another competition today to convince you. Lu He and Lu Lihi, come here. Yes. Two strong little voices responded, and the two kids in green uniforms ran up to Lu Changzheng. You want me to compete with them? Kong Lingxiang looked shocked. Is there a problem? Lu Changzheng asked. On the battlefield, anyone could be our enemy, even a 3- or 4-year-old child. Today you will compete in 2 events, disassembling and assembling a firearm and shooting. He mentioned several gun models for Kong Lingxiang to choose from. Seeing that the leaders had no objections, Kong Lingxiang picked a model he was familiar with. Lu Changzheng had 3 of that model brought in, and after the guard checked them, the competition began. This was a standard training exercise, and not difficult. Kong Lingxiang had trained specifically for the special team, so he was very fast. Feeling a bit smug, he glanced at Anen and Lele as he was almost finished assembling. To his shock, he saw that the little girl had already finished before him. As he completed the last step, he realized he had lost to a little girl. The results of the first round were announced. First place went to Lu Heian, second to Kong Lingxiang, and third to Lu Lihi. Consultant Kong's expression was very grim. What happened to Lingxiang? How could he be so careless as to lose to a child? At the same time, he was secretly amazed. These 2 little kids were impressive. Their familiarity with firearms at such a young age was not inferior to that of seasoned soldiers. Could it be that Commander Su was indeed interested in these 2 kids? Was that why he was investing so much effort in their training? In contrast to Consultant Kong's expression, Commander Su looked quite pleased. The second round of competition was still about disassembling and assembling firearms, but this time they were blindfolded. Lu Changzheng let Kong Lingxiang choose the model again. Although Kong Lingxiang had practiced blindfolded, he wasn't very skilled and felt nervous after losing the first round. He chose the same gun as before. Lu Changzheng had them blindfolded, confirming they couldn't see, and once they were ready, he shouted to start. The room was silent except for the sounds of disassembly and assembly. When Kong Lingxiang finished and lifted his blindfold, he found that the 2 little kids had already completed their tasks. Looking at his father's face, which was dark with anger, made him feel even worse. Lu Changzheng announced the results. First place, Lu Heian. Second place, Lu Lihi. Third place, Kong Lingxiang. In the first event, Kong Lingxiang was completely defeated. He couldn't believe he lost to a 4-year-old child. Panicking, he kept telling himself to stay calm. There was still 1 event left. If he performed well in shooting, he could redeem himself. He had some confidence in his shooting skills. Since N and Lele hadn't yet learned to shoot with real guns, They used slingshots for the shooting competition. With the leader's approval, Anan and Lele shot from 20 meters with slingshots, while Kong Lingxiang shot from 50 meters with real bullets, each firing 10 shots, with the score based on the number of rings hit. After the shooting, the scorekeeper announced Kong Lingxiang's results first. Kong Lingxiang, 6-10 rings, 2-9 rings, 2-8 rings. His score was good, and Consultant Kong's expression improved slightly. Lu Lihi, 3-10 rings for 9 rings, 2-8 rings, 1-7 ring. Lu Heian, 10-10 rings. The room fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Kong Lingxiang couldn't remember how he got back. He could only hear Lu Changjing's words in his ears. If this were a battlefield, you would already be dead, killed by a 4-year-old child. You have some skills, but you are far from being qualified for the special team. Moreover, you are very arrogant, thinking too highly of yourself. Pride is a big taboo for soldiers. I hope you can improve yourself after you go back. There is no rule that eliminated team members cannot reapply for the special team. You can still sign up for the next selection. When the onlookers left, they were all shocked. Once they were a bit farther away, they started chatting. They had seen Kong Lingxiang's decent speed and shooting skills, and they believed their own performance wouldn't be much better. Where did those two little monsters, the Lu King, come from? They're so impressive. I heard they are Lu Changjing's children. He has a pair of twins. No way. Lu Changjing is too extreme. How could he train those kids to be like this at such a young age? Did he start training them as soon as they learned to walk and talk? By that logic, he's actually quite nice to them. If he can be so tough on his own kids, he must be a ruthless person. Some sharp-eyed observers said, it might not just be tough training. They might have talent. Look at that Lu Heian, 10 perfect shots. How long would it take you to achieve that? And she seems very steady, not just lucky. She probably is a natural sharpshooter. Some people are just born to be soldiers. Commander Su was very pleased with the two children's performance. After the soldiers left, he laughed heartily and took the two kids away. It seemed he could increase their training intensity. On Sunday, Su Mo and Lu Xiaolan took the two kids to school to meet their parents, and then they all went to the library to see Zhang Zhen. Lu Xiaolan followed because Su Mo had mentioned the college entrance exam. After thinking for a while, Lu Xiaolan decided to give it a try. Although her grades weren't great, she believed that with hard work, she could get lucky and become the first college student in the Lu family, bringing some honor to her family. However, her textbooks had been burned for firewood ages ago by Li Yue. Now, she hoped to find some middle and high school textbooks at the library with Su Mo. While waiting for the tram, Su Mo noticed a few young men in military uniforms glancing at her and the two kids. Even after getting on the tram, they continued to stare, making her furrow her brow. She hadn't done anything significant recently, had she? She had been quite low-key in the family compound, so why were they paying attention to her? Suddenly, Su Mo remembered that Lele had boasted about winning a competition a few days ago. Commander Su had rewarded the two kids with model guns for that. The toy guns looked very similar to those from the future, but in this era, they were quite rare. And do those soldiers recognize you? Su Mo asked quietly. Anna nodded. They watched us during the competition. Upon hearing this, Su Mo straightened up a bit more. The mother of a genius must not lose face. After Su Mo and the others got off the tram at school, the soldiers immediately began whispering. I didn't expect Lu Changjing's wife to be so beautiful. She's really a flower in a dung heap. Are you crazy? How dare you say Lu Changjing is dung? Be careful he doesn't find out and punish you in the next training session.
Keep your mouth shut.
If Lu Changjing hears about this, you're done. One person shivered at the thought. Later, let's go to the state-run restaurant for a meal. We'll pretend we didn't hear anything. They took the opportunity to treat themselves.
Come on.
It doesn't have to be that extravagant, right? Just a bowl of noodles at the state-run restaurant will do. Look at you being stingy. If you don't treat us, we'll report you to Lu Changjing tomorrow. Okay. A meal at the state-run restaurant it is, but only one dish per person. The young man emphasized. The others laughed and agreed. That young man came from a well-off family, with both parents working, and he was a squad leader with a decent salary. He was usually a bit stingy, which is why they took this chance to treat themselves. Thanks to Liu Chongjing, they were having a good meal. After Su Mo reunited with her parents, they took a three-legged chicken to the bus station and boarded a bus to the library staff building. Su Mo brought some fruits and vegetables for the two kids, while Mo Yurong bought 2 pounds of meat and some eggs. The library didn't have a canteen. Staff members cooked for themselves at home. After chatting for a while, Su Mo brought up her need for textbooks to Zhang Zhen. Zhang Zhen had his own connections and had heard about the possible restoration of the college entrance exam. I prepared them for you a long time ago. If you don't come to get them, I'll have to bring them next time I visit, Zhang Zhen said, getting up to fetch a stack of textbooks. When Su Mo received them, she saw they were complete and all new, covering middle and high school. Thank you, Grandpa Zhang. Su Mo quickly expressed her gratitude. Zhang Zhen waved his hand. No need for thanks. If you really want to thank me, just work hard and get into a good school. Grandpa Zhang, is the college entrance exam really going to be restored? I'm just guessing based on the situation. Since he had prepared textbooks for her, he might have some inside information. She didn't know when the exam would be restored, especially with so many people falling from power. I have an old friend in the Ministry of Education. In our last correspondence, he mentioned that the leaders are considering it. But there are too many issues this year, so it's unlikely. It might be as soon as next year. Got it, I will study hard. Su Mo replied. One set of textbooks would be enough for her and Liu Xiaolan. The first exam after restoration wouldn't be too difficult. She planned to take science and add a foreign language. She wasn't worried about language and math, and even the politics she had previously been concerned about had become her strong suit after working at the Foreign Trade Center, where political studies were frequent. Now she could recite political quotes easily. Later, she just needed to brush up on her physics and chemistry, as she had forgotten some formulas after so many years without use. After returning home, Su Mo gave Liu Xiaolan her middle school textbooks and told her to review them first. If there were any unclear parts, she could ask Su Mo. If Su Mo didn't know either, they would remember it and ask the teacher later. When Su Tingqian learned that they both wanted to go to college, he planned to ask a few colleagues at school for some practice questions for them. He would also reach out to several high schools for recent exam papers and practice questions. Since he was part of the education system, it was much easier for him to obtain these materials than for Su Mo and Liu Xiaolan. Liu Xiaolan was initially a bit unsure of herself because her grades in school weren't very good, and she thought she might not get into college. However, with so many convenient resources available, she felt she had to give it her all, otherwise, she would be letting her brother and sister-in-law down. While others struggled to find textbooks, she not only had new ones but also practice questions from university professors and her sister-in-law to teach her. If she didn't work hard, who could she face? So, starting that day, after returning from work and finishing her chores, Liu Xiaolan buried herself in her studies in her room, even skipping TV. Su Mo, on the other hand, reviewed high school material. Since she had a good foundation, even if she didn't remember some things, reviewing them and doing a few problems quickly brought it all back, making it quite easy for her. After work, she also tried to spend as much time as possible with the children. The kids were clingy only for a few years. As they grew older, they would not be as attached. A few days later, another person joined the household in studying hard, Liu Chongjing. However, Liu Chongjing was not preparing for college. He was learning a language from a southern country. After the civil war in that southern country ended in April, they began to show signs of wanting to invade neighboring countries. Liu Chongjing had specific requirements for his special team, not just in terms of military strength but also cultural knowledge. He didn't want his team members to struggle with language barriers when they entered enemy territory. When there were no missions, Liu Chongjing required his team to not only do regular physical training but also learn various subjects. He even requested that some experienced veterans who were fluent in the languages of bordering countries be sent to teach them. Previously, they had mostly learned Russian and English, with only a basic understanding of some minor languages. Given the current situation and the unpredictable behavior of the southern country's leaders, Liu Chongjing felt there was a high possibility of conflict between the two countries. Therefore, he arranged for several veterans fluent in that southern language to come and teach them. As the team leader, Liu Chongjing naturally had to lead by example. After the two little ones turned 3, the household saw 2 more learners. Commander Su had already set up cultural classes for the little ones and, knowing that Su Mo was proficient in English, asked her to teach them some in the evenings. So, in the evenings, Su Mo taught the little ones English, while helping Lu Xiaolan with her questions and reviewing her own material, making her quite busy. The TV at home was only turned on during meals. At other times, it was off, saving a lot on electricity. In August, a severe rainstorm hit Hunan province, causing dozens of reservoirs to collapse, turning many areas into flooded zones and resulting in thousands of lives lost. Because of the early warning and the media's coverage, newspapers, radio, and television extensively reported on this disaster. The government immediately dispatched troops for disaster relief and allocated 700 million yuan for aid. According to later statistics, the disaster affected 10.15 million people, with over 26,000 fatalities. 24 million houses collapsed and 300,000 livestock washed away, leading to nearly 10 billion yuan in direct economic losses. Thanks to media coverage, people across the country learned about the local devastation through newspapers, radio, and television, prompting widespread donation drives. Phrases like "help one another in times of trouble," "unity is strength," and "go Hunan" frequently appeared in the media, and after nearly a decade of turmoil, national solidarity was once again remarkably united. The Foreign Trade Center even organized a fundraising campaign with overseas Chinese and foreign merchants, resulting in many donations. Within half a month, they raised over $1 million and many supplies. The Foreign Trade Center also initiated internal donations, and as a department leader, Su Mo led by donating 100 yuan, which was a significant amount for her. By the end of August, the center's leaders and officials from Guangdong province went to Hunan with the collected money and supplies, which received special coverage from Guangdong media and state media. Through this disaster, the country recognized the importance of knowledge. If more experienced people had designed the reservoirs, such tragedies might have been avoided. The process of redress sped up, and many intellectuals who had made outstanding contributions in their fields were welcomed back. The atmosphere continued to relax. In October, an editor from the Haisher newspaper, whom Su Mo hadn't heard from in a long time, wrote her a letter asking if she had time to translate. The novel she had previously translated was being serialized in the newspaper again and had received a good response. The newspaper's leadership believed Su Mo's translations were excellent, and if she was available, they would prioritize her work, offering a translation fee of 5 yuan per 1,000 words. Since moving to Yangcheng, Su Mo had not written anything due to her busy work schedule, but she wrote back to the editor, providing her address in Yangcheng. Thinking about the previous translation fee of over 700 yuan, she felt it was quite appealing and could squeeze out some time for it. However, she replied that she was busy and might not be able to translate as quickly as before, but if they didn't mind, she could take it on. Thus, Su Mo began her life of working during the day and studying, teaching, and translating at night. One day, after teaching the little ones English and letting them read aloud, she started translating in her room. While she was writing, she heard shouting from next door. Although the two people tried to lower their voices, when emotions ran high, it was hard to control the volume, and their arguing grew louder. Moreover, the soundproofing in houses at that time was not very good, and even though Su Mo didn't want to hear the gossip from next door, the noise was hard to ignore. From what she could gather, it seemed that Wang Suimei had done something wrong, and Zheng Guosheng felt she had embarrassed him. Wang Suimei, however, disagreed, believing she had done nothing wrong by earning money through her own efforts. Listening in, Su Mo sensed that Wang Suimei might have been involved in some shady dealings. Su Mo didn't expect that Wang Suimei, who had been quiet, would be the first to take a risk. Next door, Zheng Guosheng was furious. Remembering what his boss had just said, his face alternated between green and white. His boss had said that if he had any difficulties at home, he could talk to the organization. There was no need to do bad things that could have negative effects. He was confused and didn't know what was happening. Seeing that he really didn't seem to know anything, his boss told him that his wife was selling goods outside and had been caught by the boss's wife. He was also criticized for not caring enough about his family, especially since such a big issue had gone unnoticed by him. Zheng Guosheng felt utterly humiliated. He had been careful for years and had never been criticized by his boss, yet now he was being reprimanded because of this foolishness. Am I not giving you enough to eat or wear? Is your monthly salary of over 100 not enough? Why do you have to do something illegal? It's not illegal. The government doesn't care about this anymore, Wang Tsueme retorted, saying that if it were still the old days, she wouldn't have dared to do it. The government hasn't clearly said it's allowed, so it's illegal, Zheng Guosheng angrily replied. If you get me in trouble, you can go back to your hometown. Starting tomorrow, you will stay at home and not go anywhere. Wang Tsueme knew she was in the wrong and didn't dare to raise her voice. Then can you ask the team to arrange a job for me? Having tasted the joy of earning her own money, Wang Tsueme didn't want to go back to depending on others. At first, she only took a small amount of goods and sold them in distant places. Sometimes she sold everything quickly in the morning and didn't have to go out in the afternoon, making about 30 or 40 a month. But in August, her hometown was hit by a disaster, and her family wrote to her asking for money. She had been with the army for 7 or 8 years, and her family had never asked her for help before. This time, they must be in real trouble. After so many years without going back, she felt guilty towards her parents. Now that they were in need, she naturally wanted to help. She boldly sent back 100 yuan but didn't want to use Zheng's salary to avoid being accused of supporting her family. After that, she started taking more goods and running around to make back that 100 yuan quickly. Once she tried it, Wang Tsueme found it quite rewarding. Although it was hard work, she was earning well. In the past 2 months, she made about 70 or 80 a month, more than most workers. With money in hand, she felt confident. But she never expected to be discovered and reported to her boss. Zheng Guosheng initially wanted to scold her and say there were no jobs available, but seeing Wang Tsueme's expression, he figured that if he said anything, she might sneak out again in a few days. So he said, I'll talk to them tomorrow. He wanted to calm her down, but how long it would take to arrange a job wasn't up to him. He thought to himself how she had been so proud lately because she was making money. How long have you been doing this? He asked. Wang Tsueme didn't dare to say she started in June. My family was hit by a disaster, and my brother wrote to borrow money, so I thought I'd earn some outside. Zheng Guosheng nodded, realizing she hadn't been doing it long and had a valid reason, which could help explain things to his boss. But then he remembered his own family had also suffered, and they hadn't written to ask for money. His in-laws were always asking him for support, which made him feel unhappy. Isn't the money I send each month enough? Now that they're in trouble, I have to support them too? Who is really suffering here? Wang Tsueme immediately got angry. Zheng Guosheng, you should speak with some honesty. I've been with the army for so many years, and aside from sending 20 yuan for New Year's, I've never sent a penny to my family. Your family doesn't need to ask for money because all our money has been taken by them. I wondered why those relatives who borrowed money never paid it back. It turns out they gave it to your parents. How could they be so shameless? 870 yuan is not 87 yuan, and they quietly took it. After Zheng Guosheng had advanced his salary last time, Wang Tsueme got angrier and asked her eldest son to help her write letters to every relative who borrowed money, urging them to pay it back. As a result, except for a few who hadn't finished paying, most said they had already returned the money to Zheng Guosheng's parents, and some even asked what was going on. Zheng Guosheng's parents were embarrassed and wrote a letter scolding him. Zheng Guosheng also had issues with his parents' greedy behavior. He sent money every month, and they shouldn't have taken it without asking him. Such behavior was really inappropriate. But he was used to being high and mighty in front of Wang Tsueme. After all, his parents were still his parents, and he couldn't let her see him in a bad light. When he got home, he scolded Wang Tsueme for writing letters to demand repayment, saying he already knew those people returned the money to his parents and that he had told them to collect it. Wang Tsueme knew the Zheng family well and didn't believe him. Now that this topic came up, she brought up old grievances. "I told you, that money was for my parents to collect," Zheng Guosheng said, getting angry and switching to his hometown dialect. Wang Tsueme sneered. "Do you think I would believe that? I know very well what kind of people your parents are." Before joining the army, she had lived with the Zheng family for 4 years. She had suffered a lot when she was alone, but things got better after she had her eldest son. She was afraid Zheng Guosheng would send her back to her hometown because those two old folks were hard to deal with. Zheng Guosheng was both anxious and angry, but he knew he was in the wrong, so he huffed and left with his briefcase. Seeing him leave again, Wang Tsueme just rolled her eyes. An old man like him, running away from home at the drop of a hat. What a coward. The next day, fearing Wang Tsueme would go out again, Zheng Guosheng surprisingly came home for lunch. Usually he ate at the army cafeteria. Seeing Wang Tsueme had cooked eggs and even brought back meat and vegetables, he raised an eyebrow. It seemed she had made a good amount of money. Otherwise, given her frugal nature, she wouldn't be eating so well when he wasn't home. "How much can you earn doing that?" he asked during lunch. "I'm not sure. I just get goods from others, so I don't make much, maybe 20 or 30 a month," Wang Tsueme replied. Zheng Guosheng was somewhat skeptical but thought that since Wang Tsueme didn't have many skills, earning 20 or 30 was still not easy. "Then how come you're eating so well at noon?" Wang Tsueme shot him a glare. "Is it only you who gets to eat well? Are we not allowed to have good food? We have to eat well. Otherwise, if we save money, who knows where it will end up? Come on, kids, eat more. I'll buy you meat every other day from now on," she said, putting eggs and meat into her children's bowls. Zheng Guosheng was taken aback. This woman was like a powder keg. For every word he said, she had 10 ready to fire back. After lunch, Wang Tsueme asked, "Did you talk to the logistics department about arranging a job for me?" "I did," Zheng Guosheng replied dismissively. "Did they say when they would arrange it?" "How would I know? Once there's a job, they will arrange it. I'm telling you, you need to follow up closely. Otherwise, if they have a job, they might give it to someone else, and who knows when it will be my turn." Zheng Guosheng had planned to take a nap at home, but seeing Wang Tsueme pressing him, he worried she might catch on. So, he made an excuse about needing to take care of things at work and left with his briefcase. Wang Tsueme waited for nearly a month, and by the end of November, there was still no news about a job. When she asked Zheng Guosheng, he said he had inquired but there were no openings available. Wang Tsueme understood that jobs were hard to come by, so she didn't keep asking the logistics department to avoid making a bad impression by going there too often. She thought that if she still didn't have a job in 2 months, she could secretly sell goods again. By then, people would likely pay less attention to her. When that time came, she wouldn't take too much, just a little to sell, aiming to finish it all in one morning. This way, it wouldn't attract too much attention, and she could still make some money. One day, while getting food in the cafeteria, Wang Tsueme overheard 2 ladies chatting. One of them mentioned that her husband would be transferred to Cheong province next month, and she would go with him. Wang Tsueme felt a surge of hope. If that lady left, her job position would be open, and she could finally get a job. She deliberately ordered a dish from that window and confirmed with the lady. That evening, when Zheng Guosheng came home, Wang Tsueme reminded him to keep an eye on the situation and not miss any opportunities. Although the cafeteria job didn't pay much, only 24 yuan, it included meals, which added up. The main advantage was its stability. While reselling goods could earn more, it was illegal, and if the authorities cracked down, it could lead to serious trouble. With Zheng's personality, he might even consider divorce. However, by early December, Wang Tsueme still hadn't received any job notification. When she asked Zheng Guosheng, he hesitated and said the logistics department hadn't made any arrangements. After living with Zheng for so long, she could tell he was lying. The next day, when she went to the cafeteria, she saw that the position had already been filled by a young woman. Wang Tsueme recognized this young woman. She had come to the military later than Su Mo, and her husband was only a company commander. Given the time served and her husband's rank, she should have been prioritized for the job. Wang Tsueme was furious and went straight to the logistics department to find out what happened. When she inquired, she was so angry that she trembled. Originally, the logistics department intended to give the job to Wang Tsueme and had informed Zheng Guosheng. But the young woman's husband approached Zheng Guosheng, claiming they were in financial trouble and his mother was seriously ill, asking if the job opportunity could be given to his wife instead. Zheng Guosheng, known for caring for his subordinates, felt he couldn't refuse since the man had come to him for help. He went to the logistics department with the man and gave up the job. This wasn't the first time. Zheng, for the sake of his reputation, repeatedly sacrificed her. Wang Tsueme stormed towards Zheng Guosheng's office, ready to confront him, but as she walked, she suddenly calmed down. Forget it. Arguing with someone like him would only upset her, and others would see her as a shrew, leading to more bad reputation. After all, everyone knew Zheng was a good person in the military. If he wanted to save face, let him. She would live her own life and earn her own money. They would not interfere with each other. Wang Tsueme's visit to the logistics department reached Zheng Guosheng's ears, and he anticipated her would come to confront him. He had prepared a whole lecture, just waiting for her to arrive. But he waited until the end of the workday, and Wang Tsueme still hadn't come. He wondered if she had changed her mind or was planning to confront him at home. On the way home, Zheng Guosheng felt a bit anxious. When he got home, everything was calm. Wang Tsueme had even cooked dinner, showing no signs of wanting to leave. After dinner, Zheng Guosheng explained his mother is ill and needs money, and their family is in real trouble. My salary can support us, so I let him have the job. I'll help you apply for the next opportunity. Okay, Wang Tsueme replied, not paying much attention to him. After cleaning up, she went to watch TV. Zheng Guosheng had prepared a lot to say, but it all went unused, feeling like he had hit a pillow. The next day, Wang Tsueme got up early, made breakfast, and rode her bike out. She had met with Xiao Huang yesterday and was going to pick up goods with him that morning. Resellers had their own ways. They heard that the higher-ups were considering different economic systems in Guangdong province and were currently allowing some freedom to see the results. After half a year of testing, it seemed true. The vendors at the train station selling food were becoming quite bold, and no one was stopping them. Since the authorities seemed to be turning a blind eye, they were getting bolder and didn't mind Wang Tsueme picking up goods. After all, Wang Tsueme had been selling for several months, and her sales were quite stable. The pickup location was in a nearby village, where there was someone guarding the entrance. Wang Tsueme followed Xiao Huang to a warehouse behind the village hall, where there was plenty of stock, not less than what the local supply and marketing cooperative offered. It was Wang Tsueme's first time there, and she felt nervous. She picked some items she thought would sell well, paid, and quickly left. Although Zheng Guosheng didn't pay much attention to home affairs, Wang Tsueme's early mornings and late nights made it obvious she was back to reselling. He was so angry that he broke several bowls, and the children were frightened and cried. Wang Tsueme, I'm telling you, if you do this again, we'll get a divorce. Go ahead, I don't care, Wang Tsueme scoffed. She had thought a lot these days. Zheng was a proud man and probably wouldn't dare to really divorce her. Even if he did, she wouldn't be afraid. After so many years of marriage, she had endured too much. It was a new era now. Divorce was acceptable, and women could stand on their own. A sister she knew who had divorced was doing just fine. The sister was right. A man who doesn't consider his family isn't worth keeping. Zheng Guosheng didn't expect Wang Tsueme to be so resolute. He was momentarily speechless and finally said, even if you don't think of me, can't you think about the children's future? If you get caught with a criminal record, they won't pass the political review when they want to join the army. That won't happen. Many people are selling now, and the government isn't intervening, Wang Tsueme replied, her confidence wavering. She could ignore Zheng, but she couldn't disregard her children.
Why can't you understand?
Just because it seems okay now doesn't mean it won't change. If they crack down again, everyone who has stuck their neck out will be caught. Wang Tsueme felt a bit panicked by Zheng Guosheng's words. She didn't have much education, and most of what she knew was from what she had seen and heard. Zheng's point wasn't without merit. After all, there's an old saying, use a long line to catch big fish. Wang Tsuemei felt deflated, losing all her energy. Why was it so hard for her to make some money? After that day, Wang Tsuemei stopped picking up goods and obediently returned to being a housewife. But she seemed to have lost all hope and looked dejected. At the end of December, a strong cold front hit Guangdong province, dropping temperatures to -4 or 5 degrees. This was extremely rare for Yangcheng, where winter temperatures usually hover around 10 degrees. The sky was overcast and small ice pellets occasionally fell. In the morning, the ground was covered with thick frost, and many roads were icy, severely affecting public transportation. Cyclists frequently fell due to the slippery conditions. Most of the vegetables grown by nearby communes were killed by the frost and snow, resulting in significant economic losses. Cities relying on Guangdong for winter vegetables faced severe shortages. Local customs in Yangcheng are strong, and many elderly residents remarked that this was a warning from above, suggesting that the coming year would not be good. Thus, Yangcheng welcomed 1976 while dealing with the challenges of ice and snow. In early January, the tragic news arrived that a dedicated leader had passed away, leaving the entire nation in mourning. At the same time, many worried that past troubles might return. Amid these concerns, the announcement of a significant news item cut through the gloom, bringing hope to everyone. On February 3rd, the fourth day of the Lunar New Year and the first day back to work, the People's Daily headlined the imminent restoration of the college entrance examination. Radio and television stations continuously broadcasted this news. The news quickly spread across the country, and young people rushed to share it. Many moved to tears. The exam was scheduled for July 20th to July 22nd. The candidates included workers, farmers, youth who had gone to the countryside, returning soldiers, officials, and recent high school graduates. Unlike the previous announcement that allowed only a little over a month for preparation, this time everyone had ample time to study. To assist students, the government reprinted the self-study series on mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Demand for these books surged, with many seeking copies. To ease the pressure on the central government, provinces organized experienced teachers to compile review outlines and practice questions to support local students. As someone with connections, Su Mo had already received various study materials from Zhangzhen. With plenty of time to prepare, Su Mo was cautious. There were many capable candidates, and she didn't want to fail. However, she faced a dilemma about which school to apply to. If she hadn't come to Yangcheng with the military, she would have confidently applied to Huada. Now, she had to reconsider. Firstly, her husband, Lu Changzheng, and their children were in Yangcheng. If it were just Lu, she could take the kids to Beijing while studying. But since the children were valued by Commander Su and had classes to attend, they couldn't leave Yangcheng. She felt reluctant to abandon her family for Beijing. Secondly, looking at the current trajectory, Guangdong would remain a pioneer in reform and opening up. The era of wealth in Guangdong would soon arrive, making it unwise for her to leave Yangcheng now, especially as she aimed to enter the business world. Thirdly, after years in Yangcheng, she had built a network. As the saying goes, when people leave, the tea cools. If she left for a few years, some connections might fade. Ultimately, Su Mo decided to stay in Yangcheng and apply to the best university there. She could study while running her business, ensuring she didn't miss any opportunities. In early March, Su Mo focused on finishing the remaining parts of her novel translation. After the spring trade fair, she would devote herself entirely to studying. The novel was nearly 800,000 words long. Su Mo had translated about 200,000 words while in Lujia village, leaving 600,000 words to be completed in the next 4 months. The translation fee was 5 yuan per 1,000 words, and in less than 5 months, Su Mo earned a substantial 2,935 yuan. However, she kept this to herself, saving it for future use. After the announcement about the college entrance exam, Lu Xiaolan wrote home to tell her family about her and Su Mo's plans to apply to university. Lu Qing'an was overjoyed. He had always regretted that Lu Chongjing didn't attend college, but now, whether it was Su Mo or Lu Xiaolan who got accepted, the Lu family would have a college graduate. Hearing that walnuts are good for the brain, Lu Qing'an and his wife exchanged for many bags from their brigade and even from the neighboring brigade, preparing to send them to Yangcheng. With so many items, the postage was expensive, so Lu Qing'an asked Tao Peixing for help to send them by train. Last year, their third child had brought back special rations twice, also using Tao Peixing's assistance for train shipping. When Tao Peixing learned that Lu Qing'an wanted to send so many bags of walnuts to Yangcheng for Su Mo and the others, he asked for a bag for himself. Ma Xiaowan was also working hard to prepare for the university entrance exam, teaching during the day and studying late into the night, all while being pregnant, which worried Tao Peixing. Since walnuts were said to be good for the brain, he decided to get more for his wife, doing what little he could. When Su Mo saw the 4 large bags of walnuts that Lu Chongjing brought back from the station, she couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, but she was grateful for the elder's heartfelt gesture. Su Mo shared some with her parents, Grandpa Zhang and Commander Su, keeping the rest at home for the children and Lu Xiaolan to enjoy. While walnuts may not boost brain power, they are nutritious and good for calcium, making them beneficial for children and the elderly. This year's spring trade fair went very smoothly, with more foreign merchants attending than in previous years, and the transaction volume reached a new high. After the fair, Su Mo began her intense study routine. By May, Lu Xiaolan resigned from her job, deciding to go all in, success or nothing. When it came time to fill out college applications in June, Lu Xiaolan thought long and hard and decided to apply to the normal college in Harbin. The children had grown up and were very understanding, so she didn't need to take care of them anymore. Heilongjiang province was still her home, where her parents lived, and she hadn't been able to fulfill her filial duties in recent years. If she got accepted, she could return home during winter and summer breaks to care for her parents. If not, she was prepared to go back and do anything. The atmosphere was improving, and she heard from her sister-in-law that private businesses might soon be allowed. If she didn't get accepted, she would return to farming, and once private businesses were permitted, she could start her own small venture. In July, the college entrance exam took place as scheduled. Lu Chongjing took 3 days off and borrowed a vehicle from the army to take Su Mo to her exams. Lu Xiaolan's exam venue was quite far, so Su Mo arranged for Lu Chongjing to book a room at a nearby guest house, allowing them to stay there and avoid the hassle of commuting. For meals, they went to eat at Zhongjin's place. Lu Xiaolan's exam site was close to the library. Xiaoding was also taking the exam and happened to be in the same venue as Lu Xiaolan, so they could return together after finishing. After the summer break began, Su Tingqian and his wife went directly to the family compound to help take care of their 2 grandchildren, allowing Su Mo and the others to focus on their studies. They put a lot of effort into preparing nutritious meals for the 2 students. On the morning of the 20th, the Chinese exam was from 8:30 to 10:30. The exam paper wasn't particularly difficult, and everyone had ample preparation time, so they likely did well. In Sumo's classroom, no one turned pale or cried upon seeing the exam paper. Su Mo didn't submit her paper early, but stayed until the last moment. When she came out, Lu Chongjing's vehicle was already waiting at the school gate. Many young people from the suburbs who came to take the exam envied Su Mo for having military transport. "How was it, dear?" Lu Chongjing asked after she got in the car.
Su Mo smiled. Not bad.
Lu Chongjing grinned. "Looks like our Lu family will have a college student soon." When they got home, Mo Yurong had already prepared a meal, urging Su Mo to eat quickly and rest. During the meal, Su Tingqian hesitated to ask how Su Mo did, worried it might affect her. Seeing his expression, Su Mo said, "The questions in the morning weren't too hard. I think I did okay." Only then did Su Tingqian relax. Although their daughter had always done well in school, it had been years since graduation, and she had to balance studying with work during this review period. In the afternoon from 2 to 4, they had the physics and chemistry or history and geography exam. Su Mo took physics and chemistry. Since she excelled in science, the questions were not difficult, and she finished quickly. After checking her answers twice and finding no mistakes, she submitted her paper early. Many students still struggling with their calculations felt nervous when they saw Sue Mo submit her paper, thinking time was running out, but the invigilator reminded them they still had over half an hour, which eased their anxiety. On the 21st, they had the math exam in the morning and political science in the afternoon. Neither of these subjects was difficult for Sue Mo, and she performed well. After picking up Sue Mo, Lu Chongjung went to the guest house to get Lu Xiaolan. While in the car, they asked Lu Xiaolan how she felt about the exams, and she said she thought she did okay and could answer most of the questions. On the 22nd, there was an additional exam. Lu Xiaolan hadn't registered for it, so she didn't have to take it, but Sue Mo had to take an English exam in the afternoon. After finishing, Sue Mo and Lu Xiaolan, along with a few others from the family compound who took the exam, compared answers and estimated their scores. The college entrance exam papers are not standardized nationwide. Many provinces create their own. The exam paper for Guangdong province was produced by its education department. Each subject is scored out of 100, with a total of 400 points, and there are no additional questions. Lu Xiaolan estimated her score to be around 320 to 330. The normal college she applied to was just a junior college, so with that score, she should be fine. Sue Mo calculated her scores for math and physics and chemistry, thinking she might have scored full marks. She didn't make many mistakes in Chinese and political science either. She estimated that for the 4 core subjects, she should have around 370 to 380 points and at least 90 in English, making her chances of getting into the top university in Guangdong province very likely. In Lijiakan, Lu Qing'an was anxiously waiting. After 2 days without any news, he decided to ride his bike to the post office to make a call. He noticed that the young people from the brigade showed their exam results on their faces the next day. Lu Xiaolan had already quit her job and was busy packing to prepare for her train ride back to Lijiakan in a few days. If she got accepted, her third brother and sister-in-law could send the acceptance letter to her. Sue Mo went back to work, having only taken 4 days off for the exams. While Lu Xiaolan was busy, she heard the management office's announcement calling her to the phone and rushed over. When she realized it was her father calling, she was startled, fearing something had happened. Once she understood Lu Qing'an's questions, she relaxed. "Dad, why are you so anxious? We just finished the exams. How would we know?" Lu Xiaolan laughed. "Did you not estimate your scores? I saw the young people from our brigade estimating theirs right after the exam." "I did. I think I scored around 320 to 330, which is above average. My sister-in-law said I should be able to get into the school I applied to. But we still need to wait for the acceptance letter to be sure," Lu Xiaolan replied. "My sister-in-law is definitely going to get in." "Really?" Lu Qing'an was very excited. "Yes, about 10 people from the family compound took the exam, and we compared answers. My sister-in-law hardly made any mistakes. If she doesn't get in, then no one will." "Great, great," Lu Qing'an repeated several times, then asked Lu Xiaolan to send a telegram when she returned so he could have her 2 brothers pick her up. After hanging up, Lu Qing'an hummed happily on his way back. On the road, he met fellow workers returning home. Seeing Lu Qing'an so cheerful, someone joked, "Secretary, why are you so happy? Did something good happen?" Lu Qing'an waved his hand with a proud smile. "We might have a college student in the family." Xiao Mo is almost certain to get in, and Lu Xiaolan kept it a secret until they received the acceptance letters. Having 2 college students would truly bring honor to the family. "Wow, which kid got in? How do you know so soon?" Many people knew about Lu Xiaolan and Sue Mo taking the exam because Li Wei had mentioned it before. There's no way to know so quickly, they just compared answers. Xiao Mo's score is very high, and unless something unexpected happens, she's almost guaranteed to get in. "Secretary, if you receive the acceptance letter, you must treat everyone to drinks. This would be the first college student from our brigade." Although Sue Mo is a young person, since she married Lu Chongjung, she is now part of Lijiakan. Sure. If she gets in, I'll definitely treat everyone." Lu Qing'an would not skimp on such good news. It needed to be celebrated. After the exams, Sumo felt a bit distracted at work, constantly checking the news in the newspapers and on the radio. On the 28th, there was going to be a major earthquake in Tang City. 6 months ago, she had started writing anonymous letters to the National and Tang City earthquake bureaus, as well as some important leaders, but she hadn't seen any actions taken. She didn't know if they received her letters or if they believed her. Having come here, she truly hoped to save more people from that disaster. On the evening of the 27th, when Su Mo heard the broadcast on the radio stating, the National Earthquake Bureau predicts that Tang City may experience an earthquake in the next 2 days. Citizens are advised to stay in open areas. Her anxious heart finally relaxed. Fortunately, someone chose to believe the anonymous letter. No matter who made that decision, she sincerely thanked that person, as they would save countless lives. Although open areas may not be completely safe during a major earthquake, they are certainly better than sleeping in buildings. Su Mo noticed that the broadcast was on a loop, airing every few minutes. If the national broadcast stations could do this, she believed Tang City would receive even more comprehensive notifications. She hoped that this time there wouldn't be so many tragedies and that more people could be saved. Meanwhile, in a conference room in Jing City, a group of people sat with serious expressions. Director Zhu, we have not detected any signs of an earthquake. If you report this information now, and let the radio broadcast it repeatedly, Tang City will likely come to a standstill. If there is no earthquake, who will bear the economic losses? One person asked angrily. Tang City is an important industrial city, and the losses from a halt in production could be significant. They didn't want the entire department to face consequences later. The elderly leader waved his hand and said, "If there are repercussions from above, I will take full responsibility and not implicate anyone else. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, I must notify everyone. That's my duty. Economic losses can be recovered later, but lives lost are gone forever." After a previous argument, Director Zhu felt a bit weary. Seeing that they wanted to say more, he waved them off, saying, "All right, you all can leave now. If there are any issues, I will take full responsibility." Once everyone left, a young man looked at the elder and sighed. "Grandpa, why do you have to do this?" "Ayong, we must act with conscience and be true to ourselves." The person who wrote the anonymous letter sent several over the past 6 months, so they likely weren't just making things up. "I have been closely monitoring the data from various earthquake stations. While we can't definitively say there will be an earthquake, there are indeed some anomalies in the data. Even if the possibility is minuscule, I cannot hide it for the sake of convenience. Compared to the lives at stake, my personal interests are insignificant." The young man looked at the elder and sighed. "I'll stay here for you. You should go home and rest. If anything happens, I'll call you immediately." The house arranged for the elder by the bureau was very close to the office. If he ran fast, he could get there in 5 minutes. Director Zhu waved his hand, saying he couldn't relax with such a big issue at hand. "Grandpa, I know you're worried. Now that the information has been sent out, staying here won't help. Your health isn't good, and if something happens, we need you to be in charge, not collapsed. Please go home and rest. Don't make me worry. If anything happens, I'll definitely call you." Unable to resist his grandson's persuasion, Director Zhu finally went home. After quickly preparing a meal, he listened to the radio while checking documents. It was almost midnight when he finally lay down to rest, but he couldn't sleep. After a long time, he started to feel a bit drowsy. Just as he was about to fall asleep, the ground suddenly shook, and a cup on the table fell to the floor, causing various cries to erupt from the staff building. Director Zhu jumped up, put on his coat, slipped on his shoes, and rushed out of the room, running to the office with a speed he had never shown before. An earthquake. It really was an earthquake. If the epicenter was indeed Tang City, and there was such a strong tremor in Jing City, then would those people still be alive? Having studied geology abroad, Director Zhu was well aware of the history of famous earthquakes and understood how small humans are in the face of natural disasters. Even if they moved to open areas, a large crack could swallow everyone. He rushed into the office and shouted to his grandson on duty, "Quick, call Tang City." his grandson, Zhou Feiyang, looked pale and said, "I called, Grandpa, but I can't get through." When he felt the tremor, Zhou Feiyang didn't run outside immediately. Instead, he started calling Tang City, but the calls wouldn't connect. At that moment, other phones in the office began to ring urgently. Director Zhu and Zhou Feiyang answered them. The calls were reports from several earthquake stations near Jing City. Some of their measuring instruments had been knocked over, and some recorded unusual data. Currently, there were only a few earthquake stations forming the basic seismic network in the country. The magnitude of each earthquake was determined by averaging the magnitudes reported by these stations. Just after hanging up, a call came from central leadership. Is the epicenter confirmed to be Tang City? What is the magnitude? It should be Tang City. When the tremors started, we tried calling, but couldn't get through. We can't assess the magnitude yet, but it is estimated to be no less than 7. Will there be an earthquake in Jing City? The leader asked. Given the strong tremors, if Jing City also experienced an earthquake, they needed to evacuate the public quickly. We can't assess that yet. I recommend everyone stay in open areas tonight. After receiving the response, the leader hung up, arranging for people to call and send telegrams to Tang City while also broadcasting in Jing City, urging citizens to leave buildings and stay in open areas. Meanwhile, others from the Earthquake Bureau returned to the office. The staff building was not far from the office, so they arrived in just a few minutes. The people who had caused the most commotion earlier now looked pale. Director, did Tang City really experience an earthquake? Fortunately, Director Zhu had reported in advance. Otherwise, they might have faced severe consequences. Yes, Director Zhu replied. Don't panic. Just focus on your work. I'll handle everything else. First, call the other earthquake stations for data reports. Under Director Zhu's guidance, everyone began to work in an orderly manner. Soon, data from the other earthquake stations began to come in. Nan City, Lan City, Kuan City. Based on the reports, Director Zhu calculated and ultimately determined the magnitude to be 7.8. Meanwhile, about 10 minutes later, the telegram sent to Tang City received a reply with just 4 words. Tang City is flat. The messenger was shocked and quickly delivered the telegram to the leader. Upon seeing this, the leader immediately picked up the phone and called the commander of the military district in Ji Province, ordering them to send troops to Tang City overnight to search for survivors. Then, he issued several directives to dispatch a large number of professionals and medical personnel from across the country to rush to Tang City overnight. At that moment in Tang City, cries and wails filled the air. Although there had been early warnings and most people had moved to open areas, humanity still felt insignificant against nature. During the most intense seconds of the earthquake, the ground suddenly opened up, swallowing many people. They didn't have time to react before the cracks quickly closed again, and those who fell and couldn't even call for help before disappearing underground. Some cracks were not as tightly closed, and people on the surface could still hear cries for help from below, but they couldn't assist because they couldn't see where the people were. They could only listen as the cries gradually weakened until they vanished. Moreover, aftershocks continued. In some large cracks, people who were almost out could be pulled back in by a single aftershock, leaving only bloodstains on the ground as evidence of their existence. Many people couldn't bear to watch their loved ones perish before their eyes and collapsed in despair. The next day, the central radio station reported that a 7.8 magnitude earthquake had struck Tang City, leaving it nearly flattened. People across the country were shocked. Many gathered around their radios to follow the rescue efforts. At noon, Jing TV aired footage of the aftermath in Tang City. Lu Xiaolan was at home, eating when she turned on the TV. The scenes of destruction in Tang City deeply pained her heart. Seeing the city reduced to rubble, the helpless elderly and children crying, and the rescuers carrying bodies with tears in their eyes, Lu Xiaolan couldn't help but cry. In that moment, she suddenly wanted to do something for those people. Putting down her bowl, Lu Xiaolan went to her room, took out 50 yuan, and planned to ask at the management office about donating. When she arrived at the management office, She heard Director Song discussing how military hospitals had sent a group of doctors to Tang City for rescue efforts, and they had already flown to the capital that morning. She also learned that many people in Yang City had formed a volunteer team, ready to leave for Tang City tomorrow to help with disaster relief. Thinking of the helpless children she saw on TV, Lu Xiaolan suddenly had an idea. She decided to go to Tang City to help those children. Having worked at a nursery for 3 years and studied education in college, she felt qualified to teach. After confirming with Director Song where to meet tomorrow, Lu Xiaolan returned home. She repacked her luggage, taking only 2 or 3 changes of clothes, then went to the military service center to buy 7 or 8 pounds of candy, a few pounds of biscuits, and some brown sugar. Compared to money, the children there needed food more. After finishing, Lu Xiaolan called home from the post office to tell Lu Qing'an that she wouldn't be returning yet because she was going to Tang City for disaster relief. The Lu family didn't have a TV, and Lu Qing'an had only heard a little about the situation in Tang City from the radio, not fully aware of the severity, just knowing it seemed serious. Xiaolan, the country has already sent the army to help. You don't have any skills, why go there? Lu Qing'an was not very supportive. Dad, I can help take care of the children. I have 3 years of experience as a nursery teacher, and I studied education in college. I can do this. How will you get there? Are you going alone? There's a volunteer team in Yang City leaving tomorrow, and I'll go with them. All right, just be careful. Earthquakes are serious. After the rescue, come home and send a telegram, Lu Qing'an said, realizing his daughter was grown up and could make her own decisions. A few days later, as Lu Qing'an learned more about the severe earthquake situation in Tang City from the newspapers, he felt both worried and proud. He worried for his daughter's safety, but was proud of her sense of duty. However, by then, Lu Xiaolan had already left and was out of contact. That evening, when Su Mo and Lu Chongjing returned from work, Lu Xiaolan told them about her plans to go to Tang City for disaster relief. They did not oppose her decision. Lu Chongjing taught Lu Xiaolan many self-rescue methods for earthquakes and wrote them down for her to memorize. He wanted to help with the disaster too, but everyone had their responsibilities, and theirs was to guard the southern gate. They couldn't leave. Su Mo felt the same way. After finishing her work in August, she would have to start her paid studies, and she wanted to do her best in her final days of duty. Her personal efforts were limited. Instead of going to Tang City, she thought it would be better to raise more funds and supplies for the disaster area from where she was. The next day, Lu Chongjing took Lu Xiaolan to the volunteer meeting point. The railway company had arranged a special express train for the volunteers to Tang City. When Lu Xiaolan got on the train and looked for a seat, she unexpectedly saw Xiao Ding. Both were surprised to see each other and decided to sit together. Comrade Lu, you're going to Tang City too? Ding Zhiqing asked. With aftershocks still occurring in Tang City, it was very dangerous for women to go there, especially after the 7.1 magnitude quake that struck Wan County, 40 kilometers away, the previous evening. Comrade Ding, I want to help the children there. I saw them on TV yesterday, and it was just too heartbreaking. Ding Zhiqing thought that taking care of children in logistics wasn't too dangerous. Although they were on an express train, it would still take more than 2 days to reach Tang City. During the journey, they chatted casually and gradually became more familiar with each other. Meanwhile, in the capital, after the recent major earthquake, the public was very anxious, and many people had started setting up earthquake shelters along the roads. Central leaders also required the Earthquake Bureau to monitor the situation continuously, with staff on duty day and night, reporting any anomalies to ensure the safety of the capital. At the Foreign Trade Center, everyone worked together to raise a lot of funds and supplies for the disaster area, which were shipped directly to Tang City. In early August, the grading for the college entrance examination in Guangdong province was completed. Due to limited conditions, the college entrance examination at that time was not like in later years, where students could check their scores immediately after they were released. Most students had to rely on others to check their records at the Education Bureau or wait until they were admitted to a university to see their files, making it easy for someone to impersonate them after the exam. Su Mo was still thinking about asking Su Tingqian to check her and Lu Xiaolan's scores at the education department when she received a call from the education bureau that she had become the science top scorer in Guangdong province. The next day, Su Mo saw her scores in the newspaper. Full marks in physics and mathematics, 93 in Chinese, 95 in politics, and 98 in English, which were very impressive. The other liberal arts top scorer, Wen Man, also had excellent results, 99 in Chinese, losing only 1 point in the essay, 94 in politics, 89 in mathematics, and 90 in history and geography. The Guangdong Education Bureau held a commendation meeting for the two, awarding each of them 500 yuan and inviting many media outlets for interviews. Wen Man was a young intellectual sent to the countryside from Jiangxi province, coming from a family of teachers. She had faced hardships in previous years, but now it seemed her suffering had come to an end. As they were leaving, Wen Man extended her hand to Su Mo. Su Mo, see you in the capital. Wen Man was applying to Jing University, and she thought Su Mo would surely apply to Huada or Jing University with such good scores. Su Mo smiled and shook her hand back. I'm not going to the capital. I'm applying to Zhongda. Wen Man was very surprised. With your scores, why? My husband and child are here. I can't bear to leave. Zhongda is also great. No matter which school we attend, we will work hard to study and serve our country. Wen Man was even more shocked. Su Mo looked younger than her, and she didn't expect her to be married with children. During the interview, they had been separated, so Wen Man was unaware of Su Mo's situation. Yes, it's the same at any school. Wen Man smiled awkwardly. Let's work hard together. Su Tingda learned from Su Tingqian that Su Mo was the top science student and happily called to praise her. After returning home, he scolded Su Yuan. Su Yuan also took the college entrance exam, but his results were average, likely just enough to get into a vocational school. Su Yuan didn't care. He had different goals for attending school. My little sister goes to study, while I go to meet people. Our purposes are different. Su Tingda was taken aback and scolded. Nonsense. What are you talking about? If you go to school and don't study seriously, wasting national resources, I'll make you regret it. There are many ways to contribute to the country. You don't have to just study, Su Yuan replied. After the spring fair, he stayed in Yangqing for a few days, exploring and finding many opportunities. He thought the right moment could come at any time, so he needed to secure his place and be ready to act when the time was right. Originally, he planned to quit his job and go when the opportunity arose, but he feared his father would disagree, making quitting troublesome. So, he registered for the college entrance exam, filling out all his choices with schools in Yangqing. If he could get in, all his problems would be solved. To his surprise, he actually passed. With his scores, even if he couldn't get into a vocational school, a secondary school was definitely possible. If you don't want to study, then don't take the exam. The number of admissions this time is limited. By taking one spot, you're taking away someone else's chance. Su Tingda was furious. Seeing that his father was genuinely angry, Su Yuan quickly said, Don't worry. I was just joking. I wouldn't dare not study. Su Tingda was even more upset seeing Su Yuan's careless attitude. This rebellious son was born to annoy him. At 27, he still didn't have a partner. Was he planning to stay single forever? Thinking of another single man in the family, aged 35, Su Tingda felt a headache coming on. Why don't young people want to get married anymore? They should know that among the 3 unfilial acts, not having descendants is the worst. On the 4th day after the results were released, Su Mo received her admission notice from the Foreign Language Department of Zhongda University. Su Mo was impressed by the speed of Zhongda's admissions office. She thought it would take at least half a month to receive the notice. In fact, the director of the admissions office had heard that the top science student applied to their school and expedited the process to send the notice to Su Mo quickly, fearing that if they delayed, another school might snatch her up. Even 4 days felt a bit slow to him. If he weren't worried about attracting attention, he would have delivered the notice to Su Mo himself. He had already learned that Su Mo was not only academically excellent but also highly capable. She was a standout at the Foreign Trade Center and had already become a department head at a young age. Such a valuable talent couldn't be missed. At that time, the admission notice was called an enrollment notice and wasn't as beautifully printed as in later years. It was just an A4 sheet stating the major and registration dates, stamped with the school's red seal. The registration dates for Zhongda were September 25th to 26th, with classes starting on the 27th. Along with the enrollment notice, there was also a sheet of important information for new students, reminding them to bring daily necessities, household registration transfer certificates, grain and oil relationship transfer certificates, and commodity supply relationship documents, noting the original supply stop date. Starting in October, the school would provide supplies. Out-of-town students could also use this notice to claim travel expenses from the local education department, calculated based on hard-seat train tickets, ordinary bus tickets, or the lowest class of boat tickets. Finally, there was a standard for student subsidies from Zhongda. The monthly living allowance was 14 yuan, which was fixed for everyone, plus an additional 4 to 7.5 yuan in grants, depending on each student's situation. However, this didn't matter much to Sumo, as she already had a formal job before the college entrance exam and could attend school with a salary, meaning her workplace was paying for her further education. Sumo guessed this policy was to ease the financial pressure on the education department, considering the large number of college students requiring monthly living subsidies. Calculating at 18 yuan per person, if 300,000 students were admitted, it would cost 5.4 million yuan monthly for living subsidies, totaling 64.8 million yuan a year, which was a significant expense. Sumo held a relatively high position at her workplace, so even if she received the minimum salary while studying, she would still get 45 yuan a month. The policy stated that the salary for students studying with pay must be at least 50% of their original salary and no less than 18 yuan. After all, students needed to be well-fed to have the energy to study. If they were starving, how could they learn? However, Sumo estimated that this policy would likely change in a year or two. After all, the heads of various workplaces weren't foolish. Why would they pay salaries to people who weren't working? Once students graduated, the government would arrange jobs, but who knew if they would be placed back at their original workplace? Who would want to spend money to support someone else? On the day Sumo received her notice, Lu Chongjun called home to share the good news. Lu Xiaolan's score was also checked by someone, coming in at 334 points, which secured her place at the teacher training college she applied to. Hearing this, Lu Qing'an was so happy that tears welled up in his eyes. After hanging up, he rode his bike to the county, bought 2 strings of firecrackers, 3 pounds of pork, 3 pounds of lamb, and a big fat chicken. When he got home, he called Li Yue back from the field to cook, as he wanted to celebrate that night. His family, the Lu family, had produced 2 college students, one of whom was even the top student. What a huge celebration! That evening, the Lu family set up 2 tables, inviting close relatives and respected people from the village to join in the festivities. During dinner, Lu Qing'an even asked Lu Xingjuan to take a break to set off the firecrackers. Seeing Lu Qing'an so happy, Li Yue teased him after everyone left. "You're so happy. If someone didn't know better, they'd think you got into college too." "I'm happy because my daughter got into college. I wonder who will dare to say anything against her now," Lu Qing'an said, feeling quite tipsy and unintentionally revealing his thoughts. "Wife, you don't know how worried I've been. I only have one daughter, and she's already 26, still without a partner and divorced. What will happen in the future? Even though she's with the 3rd couple, they won't mistreat her. But over time, they might grow tired of her. Now it's different. She got into college herself, and after graduation, the government will arrange a job for her. College graduates usually get good jobs, and even if she doesn't settle down in the future, her life won't be too bad. If she can find someone at school, anyone would be better than that Yang Jingming," Lu Qing'an said before falling asleep. Li Yue didn't expect Lu Qing'an had been worried all along. Usually, when she brought up Lu Xiaolan's marriage, he would tell her not to worry too much, that their children would have their own blessings, but he had hidden his concerns so deeply. Seeing Lu Qing'an snoring on the bed, Li Yue covered him with a blanket and went back to her tasks. The next day happened to be a meeting day at the commune. Lu Qing'an specially brought 2 packs of good cigarettes that Su Mo had sent during the New Year. As soon as he arrived at the meeting room, he distributed them around. Wow, Secretary Lu, giving out such good cigarettes. Is there some good news at home? Are you becoming a grandfather again? Lu Qing'an smiled and waved his hand. No, I've been a grandfather too many times to celebrate with such good cigarettes. My daughter-in-law and daughter both got into university. My daughter-in-law is the top science student in Guangdong province and got into the best school there. My daughter missed home, so she applied here and got into the normal college in Harbin. Everyone congratulated him, whether sincerely or not, they had to show face. With such achievements, why didn't they apply to Beijing University or Huazhong University? What good universities are there in Guangdong? Someone questioned. At that time, information was not well communicated, and many people in the north knew little about the south. In their eyes, the only good schools were Beijing University and Huazhong University. All others were just average.
Exactly. I thought the same.
It's a shame not to apply to those 2 schools. But my son and grandchildren are all in Guangzhou, and my daughter-in-law couldn't bear to leave them, so they applied nearby. I heard from my 3rd child that that school is also very good, only slightly less than Beijing University and Huazhong University. I've never been to university, so I don't know. I just listen to how the kids choose. Researcher Sue is so capable, she can shine anywhere. Since our team started using the seeds and fertilization methods she developed, our vegetable production has increased year after year, bringing a lot of benefits to the team. Everyone in the commune knew Su Mo, as she had worked there for over a year. Exactly. Gold will shine no matter where it is. Getting into university is an excellent achievement. Any school is good, as they all contribute to the country. Secretary Lu, your daughter got into the normal college, so she will become a teacher after graduation, right? University graduates are sure to be assigned to high schools, someone asked. Now that the college entrance exam had been relaxed, people were starting to value education again. Historically, for children from poor families, the simplest way to succeed was through education. Oh, it's not that easy. The country assigns where you go, and we just follow the arrangements, Lu Qing'an replied with a smile. While chatting and laughing with others, he secretly observed Yang Jingming and his father-in-law hiding in the corner, feeling quite pleased. Over the years, these 2 had often made things difficult for him, but now he felt relieved. Yang Jingming sat in the corner, looking gloomy. He never expected Lu Xiaolan would get into university and become an enviable student. Was Lu Xiaolan really this outstanding? Hundreds of thousands took the exam, and only a few tens of thousands were accepted, yet she got in. Since their divorce, it seemed their lives had switched. She was doing better while he was getting worse. He was already 28, nearing 30, and had been married for 3 years without having children. The issue of children had strained the relationship between his mother and wife, leading to constant arguments at home. He was caught in the middle, making it difficult for him. Neither of his wives had become pregnant, and he privately suspected himself. He even went to a hospital in Harbin for a checkup, but the results were normal. His mother blamed his wife, saying their family must have bad luck, marrying 2 women who couldn't have children. However, his wife also got checked and seemed fine. She had taken various fertility medications, but nothing worked. So, they blamed his family, thinking they must have done something wrong in the past that affected their fortune, leading to childlessness. The 2 women often exchanged sarcastic remarks, creating a chaotic atmosphere at home. He was busy dealing with their conflicts and had no energy for serious work. Since Lu Chongjing helped him get a promotion a few years ago, he hadn't moved up since. He thought about using connections, but the current leader of Shuangshan City was Geng Chongqing, and no one dared to act. His sister-in-law's family was also declining, and he feared that in a few years there would be no connections left to use. Sometimes, he wondered if his life would be different if he had stubbornly refused to divorce Lu Xiaolan. The news of Su Mo and Lu Xiaolan getting into university quickly spread throughout the Lu family village, and Ma Xiaowan naturally heard about it. Tao Peixing also asked someone to check her results. They weren't great but not bad either, estimating she could get into a junior college. The current dilemma was that her due date was around late September to early October, which coincided with the registration period for most schools. If the baby came early, it would be manageable. She could endure it, skip the confinement period, and take the baby with her to school. The school she applied to was in Harbin, not far from her in-laws' home, so she could leave the baby with them during the day and take care of it at night. But if the baby came during her registration period or after school started, it would be a problem. Her in-laws suggested that once she received the acceptance letter, her father-in-law could talk to the school about deferring her admission for a year. This way, she could focus on giving birth and resting, and later, she could take care of the baby before starting school without so much stress. Ma Xiaowon felt very conflicted. Deferring for a year was an option, but she preferred to take the exam again next year, hoping to get into a better school. During her pregnancy, she had severe symptoms that affected her performance, and she didn't do well this year. She and Jiangyu started studying at the same time, and their levels were similar, but Jiangyu scored a few dozen points higher and would likely get into a bachelor's program. However, she worried that next year they might not allow her to take the exam again, or she might perform worse than this year. She often heard her mother say that pregnancy could make someone dull for 3 years. What if her condition didn't improve after giving birth? Ma Xiaowon was deeply troubled. Knowing that Su Mo had a wide network, she decided to call her for advice. After listening to Ma Xiaojuan's concerns, Su Mo didn't give immediate advice, but explained the current situation, leaving the choice up to her. Xiaowan, since the college entrance exam has been reopened, it won't be stopped again, so you can rest assured. Next year's exam will have more candidates than this year, but the number of admissions will also increase. The test will likely be harder, but there will be more practice questions available. Even though the notice was sent out in February, many university teachers were still busy with other work, so this year's exam preparation was not very thorough, resulting in a lower acceptance rate. But whether or not to take the exam again is secondary. The key is your determination. If you have the courage to go all in and decide to take the exam again, then don't worry about anything else. After the baby is born and you finish your confinement, focus on studying hard. If you have too many worries, I suggest you defer your admission. There's no need to take the exam again because often, failure comes from a pile of excuses. I'll have Xiaolan take my study notes back for you when she comes home. You can also ask Team Leader Tao for his opinion before making a decision. At the end of August, the rescue work in Tang City came to a pause, and the volunteers from other places began to leave one after another. Although there had been early warnings, tens of thousands of people still died, and many were missing. Despite the tragic situation, Su Mo felt relieved when she saw the official report of the numbers. Compared to the recorded figure of over 200,000, at least over 100,000 lives were saved. Lu Xiaolan, as a logistics worker, was among the last to leave. The children she cared for chased her to the entrance of the shelter with tearful eyes. "Teacher Lu, will you come back to see us?" The children cried. They were reluctant to part with Teacher Lu, who was always so gentle, telling them stories, making clothes, cooking delicious food, and teaching them important life lessons. "Yes, study hard, and write to me when you can. I will come to see you when I have time," Lu Xiaolan replied. During her years in Yang City, she listened to many stories that Su Mo told the children. Plus, Lele, a child who loved to share, often shared stories with Lu Xiaolan before bed. After hearing so many stories, Lu Xiaolan remembered them all. Today's children have very little spiritual nourishment, and Lu Xiaolan's stories opened a new door for them. The children in the shelter looked forward to hearing her stories every day. "Okay, we will study hard and write to you," the children said tearfully. After saying goodbye to the children with tears in her eyes, Lu Xiaolan resolutely turned and boarded the military vehicle that would take them to the station. She couldn't stay there. She had her own path to follow. This experience made Lu Xiaolan finally plan her career. In the past, work was just a way for her to earn a living. As long as she got paid, she would take any job without much thought or planning. But now, things were different. In this month, watching the children's sadness and fear fade away under her guidance and companionship, replaced by smiles, she felt a sense of accomplishment for the first time and understood the meaning of teaching. Everyone left separately this time. There was no express train. Lu Xiaolan returned to Yang City 4 days later. It was already the last day of August. When she appeared in the family area with her luggage, those who knew her felt she had changed, but they couldn't pinpoint how. She just seemed to shine. Wang Suimei was in the yard drying things. When she saw Lu Xiaolan returning from a distance, she excitedly shouted, "Xiaolan, you're back. How is Tang City now? Are the arrangements okay?" As she hurried over, she paused when she got close, looking Lu Xiaolan up and down. "Xiaolan, you've tanned and lost weight, but somehow you seem different." Lu Xiaolan was taken aback. "Sister Wang, what's different?" "I'm still me. I can't say exactly, but you just seem, how to put it, more spirited." "Oh no, that's not right. I'm not articulate. You just look better than before." Seeing Wang Suimei's flustered expression, Lu Xiaolan couldn't help but laugh. "Thank you, Sister Wang. Things in Tang City are mostly settled now. The country sent 100,000 soldiers to help with disaster relief, and Tang City will soon start rebuilding. In a few years, there will be a new Tang City." That's great, Wang Suimei said. "I heard your sister say you got into college and your acceptance letter arrived yesterday." "Really? That's wonderful." Lu Xiaolan sighed with relief, thinking that if she hadn't passed this year, she would try again next year. After chatting with Wang Suimei for a bit, Lu Xiaolan went home. Once home, Lu Xiaolan took a shower, washed the clothes and blankets she brought back, and then took some taro from the kitchen to make taro strips for the two kids. Taro strips are a snack from Guangdong province. The taro is grated into strips, formed into a ball, dipped in batter, and fried until crispy and delicious. The two kids loved them, and she often made them. Now that she had received her acceptance letter, she planned to return to Lujia village in a few days. She feared she wouldn't see the kids for a while, so she wanted to make them one last treat. Soon, the kitchen was filled with the aroma of fried taro strips. In the evening, the two kids returned with Lu Chongjing. When they saw Lu Xiaolan, they were overjoyed. Lele ran over like a little cannonball. "Auntie, why didn't you tell us you were coming back? We could have waited for you at home." Lu Xiaolan patted Lele's head. "I didn't know when I would arrive, so I didn't want to delay your training. Go wash your hands quickly. Auntie made fried taro strips for you." Lele cheered and hurried to wash his hands, eager to eat. He had trained all afternoon and was very hungry. The two kids had just turned 4, so Su and Mo stopped sending them to daycare. When there were arrangements from Commander Su, they would go learn. Otherwise, they stayed home. For lunch, they were given meal tickets to eat at the family canteen. However, since they stopped going to daycare, the two kids spent little time at home. They either had arrangements with Commander Su or were taken by Lu Chongjing for training. Earlier this month, Lu Chongjing took the two kids for outdoor survival training. After a week away, they returned looking like refugees, dirty, with messy hair and plenty of bug bites. Lele tearfully complained to Su and Mo that Lu Chongjing didn't give him food and made him eat bugs. When Lu Chongjing returned, he was careful around Su and Mo, afraid she would be upset with him. However, Su and Mo was understanding. After all, to wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Some things are better learned early. A little girl like Xiaoya could survive on the mountain for months without adult supervision. The two kids would need to understand much more than others in their future paths. Learning how to survive in the wild was an essential skill for them. As for concerns about the kids being too young and that hunger was bad for their health, those were not on Sumo's mind. Not to mention that the two kids were special abilities users, so their physical fitness was already stronger than that of ordinary people. Even if they did experience hunger, the food she provided would help them recover over time. Today is Sumo's last day at work. In the afternoon, the Foreign Trade Center held a farewell party for those who got into university. This time, over 10 people from the Foreign Trade Center took the college entrance exam, and 5 were accepted, with Su and Mo having the highest position and the best grades. Many people don't quite understand Sumo's decision. At a young age, she became a director, right at the peak of her career. Many believe she should take advantage of this momentum, work hard, and aim for even higher positions rather than stepping back now to attend university. In recent years, the center has received university graduates, but who has been directly assigned to a director position. If Sue Mo studies for 4 years, she might only return to her original position. However, if she continues working for 4 more years, given her abilities and promotion speed, she might have moved up even further.
So, why take the risk?
Despite this, they still admire Sue Mo. After all, not everyone can be a top scorer. Having a science top scorer from their foreign trade center brings them pride. After the farewell party, the center's leaders specifically sought out Sue Mo to tell her to focus on her studies, assuring her that they would always keep a position for her when she returns. The Foreign Trade Center is a desirable place to work, and many people want to be employed there. In recent years, with the government's encouragement, more people have been learning English. By the time Sue Mo graduates, her position may no longer be available. After all, the government's requirement for university graduates is to go to the most difficult places, to where the country needs them the most. If there are no positions available at the center during the job allocation, and they don't actively seek her out, the Labor Employment Bureau will allocate jobs according to their principles. Sue Mo has both ability and connections, and the leaders are willing to help her. Grateful for the leaders' kindness, Sue Mo expressed her thanks, even though she doesn't plan to return after graduation. She mentioned that if they need her during trade fairs, they can always reach out, and she'll come to help. When she got home, she was happy to see Lu Xiaolan had returned. Although Lu Xiaolan looked a bit thinner, her overall spirit was much better than before. Sue Mo had read some motivational literature that said only by experiencing hardship can one elevate their life. So, has Lu Xiaolan elevated herself? Lu Xiaolan School is a college, with a later enrollment date than Sue Mo's, from October 2nd to 3rd, and classes starting on the 4th. So, Lu Xiaolan stayed in Yangcheng a few more days, and together with Sue Mo, took the 2 kids to explore the area, taking many photos to develop quickly to show to the elders when they returned. On the morning of September 5th, Lu Xiaolan boarded the train home with a large bag. Seeing her brother and sister-in-law on the platform made her eyes a bit misty. In the past, she had come to Yangcheng with her sister-in-law to avoid trouble. But after more than 3 years, her life had changed significantly. She had not only seen the world but also became an admired university student. Her brother and sister-in-law were truly her benefactors. Without them, she might still be struggling in a hopeless marriage at Hongqi Commune. After the train left, Sue Mo and the others finally departed. "Dad, will Auntie come back?" Lele asked. "Maybe. If you miss her, we can go visit her. Will we take a plane again?" If they took a train, he might not feel the same way. "Yes, we will take a plane." Previously, planes were under military control, and tickets were only sold to those with status. Recently, there have been internal reports that planes might be open to civilians, so anyone who can afford a ticket can fly. Once they left the train station, Sue Mo began to observe the square. It only took a few minutes to walk from the train station to the parking lot, and Sue Mo already spotted 3 people carrying bamboo baskets. 2 of them had successfully made sales, one selling tea eggs, and the other selling large pancakes. These people were trading openly, showing that the atmosphere had indeed relaxed a lot. Sue Mo estimated that in no more than 2 years, the government would allow individual businesses to exist. As for private factories and companies, that might take a bit longer. The next day, Lu Chongjing took the 2 kids with him to the team, saying that experts in disguise had come and the kids could attend some classes. With no work and no kids to take care of, Sue Mo rode her bike around to explore. She visited several large factory housing areas and noticed there were indeed many middlemen, then headed to Gaudi Street. Gaudi Street is a bustling commercial street in Yangcheng, rich in history, where many old brands had their headquarters. When individual businesses began to rise, it became a gathering place for them. Sue Mo came here to familiarize herself with the area and to try her luck. In recent years, many people had started to be rehabilitated, so there might be some returning individuals looking to sell their shops. The shops on Gaudi Street are characterized by the unique arcade style of Yangcheng. The first floor is for shops, while the second and third floors are for living. The arcade is a feature of Guangdong province, similar to modern townhouses. All the shops are built together, with the front part open, creating a long corridor for customers to shop comfortably and leisurely. Su Emo had long noticed these arcades and had visited them occasionally during her years in Yangcheng. Of course, she claimed to be looking for relatives and had become familiar with many locals here. As soon as Su Emo entered, Grandma Su, who was resting under the archway, asked little Su, "Are you here to find someone again?" "Yes, Grandma Su." "Has anyone returned recently?" Su Emo stepped forward and handed Grandma Su a small bag of pomegranates. "Here, I brought you some fruit." "No need to be so polite," Grandma Su said with a smile as she accepted it. Then she told Su Emo about a few families that had recently returned, hoping they might be her relatives. Grandma Su is a local and was a capitalist's daughter in her youth. A large portion of the shops on Gaudi Street belonged to her family. Initially, she decisively handed over most of her family's assets to preserve 2 buildings on this street for living. The 2 buildings at the front of Gaudi Street are her family's. When the movement started, her family was also affected, but Grandma Su had the courage to give up many things to protect her family. Now, her children work in nearby factories, and Grandma Su spends her time taking care of her grandchildren. Once the grandchildren went to school, she used her connections to get a public phone, spending her time at the archway answering calls and chatting with neighbors, making her the most well-informed person on Gaudi Street. Su Emo valued Suapa for her connections and initially tried to get close to her to become familiar with her and some of the old neighbors. When someone wants to sell an arcade house, she could leverage her relationship to gain an advantage. After thanking Suapa, Su Emo rode her bike into the area. She first visited the arcade houses Suapa mentioned. Sure enough, the neighbors who had previously lived there had moved out. Compared to the surrounding buildings, these houses returned to their owners looked much cleaner. There were no various items cluttering the entrance, and the windows on the second and third floors were free of hanging clothes. When she reached the last building, Su Emo saw an elderly man with gray hair and a slightly hunched back clearing out items on the first floor. Previously, these arcade houses had been lent to nearby factories as dormitories when the owners were sent away. The second and third floors were occupied, while the first floor had been turned into a communal kitchen. Su Emo approached the old man and used the excuse she had prepared to strike up a conversation. "Sir, can I ask you about someone? Do you know Su Cheng? He came here from High City to do business." The old man looked at Su Emo with suspicion. "He's my relative. I haven't been able to contact him for years. My family has moved to Yang City, so I came to inquire about him." Seeing Sumo's sincerity and that she was just a young girl who didn't seem like a bad person, the old man relaxed. Due to her special abilities, Suemo still looked quite youthful. After all these years, she appeared no different from a 16 or 17-year-old girl. "Is the Su Cheng you mentioned the one who deals in fabrics?" The old man spoke, revealing a distinct accent from Lu province.
"什么?"
Could it be that the person she made up actually exists? She had fabricated this person thinking that local merchants typically don't have deep connections with outsiders, but it turned out this old man was also from elsewhere. "I'm not sure what business he's in, but I know he has a shop on Gaudi Street. If it's that Su Cheng, he was initially sent to Heiyu Island. You can ask someone there to find out if he's still alive." "Thank you, sir. This is the first solid information I've gotten after so long," Su Emo said, parking her bike and helping the old man clear out the items. The old man waved his hand. "No need to help, young lady. I'll finish this soon, and I don't want to dirty your clothes." Su Emo was wearing a floral shirt that wasn't very stain-resistant. "It's fine, sir. I can wash my clothes later. You've given me such important information. The least I can do is help you a bit." Seeing Sumo's insistence, the old man didn't refuse any longer. As they worked together, they chatted about their lives. She learned that the old man had come to Yang City from Lu province during the war and had eventually made a name for himself, marrying the daughter of a rice merchant. With support from his father-in-law, he rented a shop on Gaudi Street, and his business flourished. However, his father-in-law fell victim to scheming and was sent away, dragging his family down with him. Now, after all these years, everything had changed, and he was the only one left alive. Just like the shop, which once held so much hope for him, now it was darkened by smoke and stained with grease. Once they finished, the old man said, "You should send someone to inquire soon. If he's still alive, try to find a way to bring him back. The second shop from the right is his." "Thank you, sir." The old man waved his hand and suddenly remembered something. After he came here, he changed his name to Su Yunsheng. If you're looking for him, check both names. No wonder this young girl hadn't found him after so many years. "Thank you so much, sir. I'll head back now and come to see you again," Sumo said, having done quite a bit of work and getting dusty. She planned to go home, take a shower, and then return to chat more. The old man waved his hand. "No need to come back. I'll finish cleaning up in a couple of days and then return to my hometown. I probably won't be back here again." This place held too many painful memories for him, reminding him of his lost wife and children. He wanted to leave and go back home, where he still had siblings, though he wasn't sure if they were still alive. When he was exonerated, his food rationing was also transferred back to his hometown. He returned to Yang City to tidy up and secure the place, so it wouldn't be damaged again. Suemo didn't expect to be so lucky to meet him so easily, and she wondered if the old man would be willing to sell. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "Sir, if you're not coming back, could you sell me this arcade house? To be honest, my parents are currently living in a staff dormitory, which is not a good environment. They can't even cook their meals and have to eat in the cafeteria. I've been wanting to find them a proper place, but I haven't found anything suitable. I think this arcade house looks good. I can have it repainted, and it should be very comfortable to live in. If you ever want to come back and visit, you can stay here." The old man had no savings after so many years of being sent away. The few $100s he had were compensation he received during his exoneration. After deducting travel expenses and the cost of settling back in, he wouldn't have much left. He was worried about how to support himself when he returned. His health had deteriorated, and he likely wouldn't be able to do any heavy work. If he could sell the arcade house, it would provide him with some financial security.
"Are houses allowed to be sold now?"
Sumo's eyes lit up at this. There was hope. "They can't be sold, but they can be gifted. Sir, I can give you the money privately, and you can give me the deed and write a gift letter. I'll find someone to change the ownership later." "That's not impossible. How much are you planning to give me?" The old man was straightforward about not planning to return. "Sir, you've helped me a lot. Please give me a price, and I'll do my best to meet it." Suemo had some understanding of the current housing prices in Yang City. Although private sales weren't allowed, public ones were. The current price was about 15 yuan per square meter. This arcade house was roughly 100 square meters per floor, with 3 floors in total. Suemo thought a price of around 4,000 yuan would be fair. The old man pondered for a while and cautiously asked, "I bought this arcade house for 3,000 yuan. Would 3,000 be acceptable?" Suemo frowned slightly. That was 1,000 yuan less than her expected price. The old man seemed like an honest person, but was she really getting a bargain? Or should she offer him a fair price? Seeing her frown, the old man guessed that 3,000 might be too high, especially since not everyone could easily come up with that amount these days. "If you think it's too high, we can negotiate further." Hearing this, Suemo realized that 3,000 was his ideal price, and she decided to take the opportunity. "Sir, you provided me with information about my relative. I can't thank you enough, so I'll accept your price. When would be convenient for you? I can go home to get the money and you can prepare the paperwork so I can handle the formalities?" The old man didn't expect the price he casually mentioned would actually be accepted. He was from a rural area in Lu province, and with this 3,000 yuan, he wouldn't have to worry for at least 10 years. If he could still do business, this building would definitely be sold for less, but now it could only be used for living, so the price was indeed a bit high. "Girl, why don't you go back and discuss it with your parents? If there are any issues, we can talk again," the old man suggested after thinking for a moment. The old man was so honest that Suemo felt a bit embarrassed and quickly replied, "It's fine. I can make the decision. I've looked at other houses, and they're about the same price. If it's a bit more, consider it our thanks for the information you provided. Seeing Sumo's straightforwardness, the old man didn't say anything more, as he really needed the money. The girl's clothing showed she came from a well-off family, so he could take a little advantage. Thank you, girl. I'll be here for the next 2 or 3 days, so you can come by any time. Sumo asked for the old man's name, and he introduced himself as Chinyoshin. Okay, Uncle Chun, I'll come by tomorrow. Let's get the paperwork done quickly, so we can both feel at ease. After finalizing the deal with Uncle Chun, Sumo rode her bike out. When she passed the archway, Grandma Sue asked Little Sue, "Did you find it? I got some news."
Oh,
Where did you hear that? Grandma Sue was a bit curious. She knew most of the businesses on the street and had never heard of anyone named Su Chung from Haishur. She thought Sumo might have made it up, but it turned out there really was such a person. At that time, Haishur was much more prosperous than Yangcheng, and very few people from Haishur came to Yangcheng to do business. It was from the old man at shop 66. He said my relative changed his name to Su Yunsheng after coming here, and is in the fabric business. Grandma Sue thought for a moment and seemed to recall someone like that, a young man who had run away from home. But she remembered he was from Fujian province, so she was surprised he had hidden his identity. No wonder he hid his identity, otherwise I would have known and wouldn't have searched for so long. It's fine. I'm just glad I found him. Thank you, Grandma Sue. No need to be so polite. I didn't really help much. Grandma Sue waved her hand. After saying goodbye to Grandma Sue, Sumo rode her bike to school. After the college entrance exam, professors were busy preparing for the new students throughout the summer, making teaching plans and organizing courses. Su Tingqian, who taught at a key university, had students recommended by workers and farmers before, so their educational backgrounds varied. The content taught to freshmen was quite basic, even including some high school material. Now, the new students had passed the college entrance exam, ensuring a certain level of education, so the teaching content couldn't be the same as before. Thus, professors held meetings every few days to discuss teaching materials. The couple spent most of the summer at the university. Mo Yulong and the dormitory staff were also busy cleaning the dorms and arranging the beds and desks. Overall, the entire university seemed to have come back to life. When Sumo arrived at school, it was already afternoon. Mo Yulong was in the dormitory, wiping down the newly arranged iron bunk beds. She was surprised to see Sumo. Mo, what brings you here? Sumo grabbed a cloth and helped Mo Yulong while sharing that she had bought a building on Gaudi Street. Since Mo Yulong was responsible for cleaning this floor, Sumo kept her voice low, not worried about others overhearing. Mo, did you buy the house for yourself? Mo Yulong asked. If it was to provide housing for them, it wouldn't be necessary. She understood from Tingqian that he planned to resign in a year, and they would return to Haishur. No, I bought it for business, Sumo replied. She planned to persuade Su Tingqian to stay in Guangdong for a while since it would be a pioneer in the reform and opening up. Reviving the Su family's old business would be more beneficial in Guangdong than returning to Haishur. Mom, when Dad comes back, I'll discuss it with him. I think it's better for you both to stay in Yangqing for now, and when the time is right, we can return to Haishur. As long as you two have discussed it, I'll follow your lead, Mo Yulong said. To her, it didn't matter where they were, as long as her husband and daughter were together. Mo, do you have enough money for the house? Your dad and I have some, you can take it. No need, keep your money. I've saved quite a bit myself. Excluding the 50,000 yuan from Luo Yuan, she had saved over 15,000 yuan over the years. After helping Mo Yulong finish the chores, Sumo said she would come back tomorrow to update her and then rode home. On the way, she encountered a vendor and bought a pound of pork to make braised pork for the two kids. That evening, Sumo told Lu Changzheng about buying the building, and he had no objections. He only needed to hand over his salary and bonuses to his wife. How she arranged things was up to her, and he supported her. The next day, Sumo took the money and went to Gaudi Street early again. After giving the money to Uncle Chun, she received the property deed and gift letter for the 3-story building. Uncle Chun, please count the money to make sure it's correct. Uncle Chun waved his hand. I trust you. Girl, go change the property deed. While I'm still here, if you need my help, just let me know. Okay, I'll go now. Uncle, when you go back to Lu Province, I can help you buy a train ticket for a sleeper. It'll be more comfortable. Uncle Chun smiled. All right, then I'll trouble you with that. Over the years, Su Mo had built many connections. After getting the documents, she found someone, gave them 2 packs of cigarettes, and within the morning, she had the property deed changed to the new format, with her as the owner. After changing the property deed, Su Mo went to the department store to buy some milk powder and 2 sets of clothes, and in a secluded corner, she picked up some fruit to take to Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen's clothes were already very worn, and he didn't look well. Seeing Su Mo return with things, Chen Yoshin was a bit surprised. Girl, did something go wrong? Do you need me to help with anything? Su Mo waved her hand. No, Uncle Chen, the property deed is already done. You provided information about my relative, and my parents are very grateful. They asked me to buy some things to show their appreciation. How can I accept this? It was just a small favor. You buying my building has already helped me a lot. Uncle, business is business. We bought this building because we needed a place to live. After some back and forth, Uncle Chen finally accepted the gifts, expressing his gratitude for meeting good people. With everything settled and no need to tidy up the house, Uncle Chen decided to return to Lu Province the next day. The sooner he returned, the sooner he could settle down and start his life anew. When Su Mo learned this, she immediately rode her bike to take Uncle Chen to the train station to buy a ticket. Gaudi Street was very close to the newly built train station, just a 20 to 30-minute bike ride. Since Su Mo was a paid student and her work permit hadn't been taken away, she easily bought a sleeper ticket. She also secretly slipped 2 cans of cream to the ticket seller to arrange a lower bunk. After giving the ticket to Uncle Chen, Su Mo thought about coming the next day to see him off, but he refused. Girl, I've already troubled you too much. You don't need to come tomorrow. When I get back, I'll give you the key to the door. That house is already yours. I'll pack my things and go to the guest house near the train station. Uncle Chen, please.
Just stay here tonight.
Not just tonight. If you ever miss this place, you can come back anytime. We can consider ourselves family. Uncle Chun waved his hand. No, this place is no longer my home. I'm just staying here for convenience while I pack. Now that I've sold the house to you, I won't linger. You take care of it. I really don't want to stay in this sad place any longer. Seeing Uncle Chen say this, Su Mo didn't insist further and rode him back to the building. At the door, Uncle Chen handed the key to Su Mo. Su Mo opened the door, and they both went inside. She had already cleaned the first floor with Uncle Chen yesterday and had seen it. The area had been converted into a communal kitchen, and although the street office had found someone to remove the renovations before returning it, some smoke stains remained after years, so it would take effort to renovate it again. The second and third floors were converted into dormitories for workers, with 2 sets of 2 bedrooms and a living room on each floor. Many walls were built, making the original layout a mess. It's okay, there's a bus, and it's easy for me to get back myself, Lu Xiaolan said. Sister-in-law, I'll borrow your bicycle to go home first. In the evening, let my brother come to pick you up.
Hey.
Why borrow? Wait a moment, I'll ask for leave and take you back, Lu Yuji said as she walked inside to find the director to request time off. In mid-September, the various teams in the commune had started the autumn harvest. This was the quietest time for the supply and marketing cooperative, so taking half an afternoon off wasn't a big deal. Lu Yuji was at the counter closest to the door. When Lu Xiaolan entered, she headed straight for Lu Yuji, not walking further inside, so no one else noticed her. When Lu Yuji walked in, everyone finally looked over. Xiaolan, you're back. A female colleague who had a good relationship with Lu Xiaolan rushed over. You're amazing. You got into university. She had seen the newspaper and heard that 5.7 million people took the college entrance exam, but only about 280,000 were accepted. Saying it was like crossing a narrow bridge amidst a sea of people was not an exaggeration. Lu Xiaolan smiled. I was lucky to have my 3rd brother and sister-in-law. They provided me with all the books and practice questions, and my sister-in-law tutored me for over half a year. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have passed. Hearing this, her colleague felt envious. If she had such siblings, she might also become a university student that everyone admired. Now that Lu Xiaolan was a university student, she would be different from them. Other colleagues gathered around. Seeing so many familiar faces made Lu Xiaolan feel happy, and she greeted everyone cheerfully. The colleagues relaxed when they saw that even though Lu Xiaolan was now a university student, she was still the same as before, and they all chatted warmly. When they heard that Lu Xiaolan had also volunteered in Tang City, everyone admired her even more. After all, talking about contribution is one thing, but actually doing it is another. The director of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative heard Lu Yuji mention Lu Xiaolan's return and immediately approved her leave, coming out to congratulate Lu Xiaolan. The director was quite perceptive and knew that the first few batches of university students after the college entrance exam resumed would definitely be entrusted with important responsibilities by the country after graduation. He naturally wanted to maintain a good relationship with someone like her. After chatting with everyone for about half an hour, Lu Xiaolan finally went home with Lu Yuji. When they returned, there was no one at home. The autumn harvest started yesterday, and everyone is in the fields now. Since Grandpa's health has improved, he doesn't want to rest at home. He's probably busy with his vegetable group, Lu Yuji said. Xiaolan, you rest first. I'll go to the fields and call them back. Lu Xiaolan quickly stopped her. Sister-in-law, no. Everyone is working. I'm back and can stay home for 10 to 20 days, so there's no rush. Suddenly, Lu Yuji was so polite and warm to her that Lu Xiaolan felt a bit uneasy. Oh, dear, look at my mind. I'm just so happy to see you back, Lu Yuji said, tapping her forehead. Then I won't go call them, she said, helping Lu Xiaolan with her luggage back to the room where she used to sleep. Xiaolan, come in and rest. You must be tired from the journey. My sister-in-law called to say you got on the train, and Mom cleaned your room. You rest first. I'll go heat water for you to take a bath, and then I'll make you a bowl of noodles. After putting down her things, Lu Yuji quickly went out, and Lu Xiaolan didn't have time to stop her. In a little while, Lu Yuji came to call Lu Xiaolan, saying the water was ready, and she should hurry to wash up. Lu Xiaolan had never enjoyed such high treatment before, and felt a bit awkward. Sister-in-law, I can carry it myself. It's just a small task. Hurry and wash up. It's so hot, and you've been on the train for so long. You need to freshen up, Lu Yuji said with a smile. Feeling sweaty and uncomfortable, Lu Xiaolan quickly went to wash. When Lu Xiaolan finished and came out, Lu Yuji had already cooked the noodles. She made thin noodles and fried 2 golden eggs. Lu Yuji brought the noodles to the dining table and called out to Lu Xiaolan, Xiaolan, hurry, the noodles are just cooked. Eat them while they're hot, or they'll get mushy. It's a custom here to eat noodles after getting off the train, and Lu Xiaolan was indeed a bit hungry, so she went over to eat.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
Don't mention it, just eat quickly. You're back today, and tonight our whole family will have dinner together. I'll go cook, Lu Yuji said as she went out again. In a little while, Lu Xiaolan heard a chicken crowing. When she went out to check, Lu Yuji was preparing to kill a chicken by the well in the yard. Sister-in-law, why are you killing a chicken? You're back, and there's no meat at home. The Supply and Marketing Cooperative hasn't brought any meat these days. Killing a chicken isn't a big deal. We've been able to raise chickens by head count for the past 2 years, and I have 5 chickens at home. Oh, I'm not an outsider. I'll eat whatever is at home, just like before. That won't do. You're a university student now. Lu Xiaolan. No matter what I am, I'm still my parents' daughter and your sister-in-law, Lu Xiaolan sighed. But just going to university didn't mean she needed to be treated like royalty. Sister-in-law, please let the chicken go. Lu Yuji looked a bit embarrassed. Since I've caught it, I might as well kill it. It's autumn harvest now, and it's good to nourish everyone. The autumn harvest has just started. Let's wait a while before killing it, Lu Xiaolan said, seeing Lu Yuji still wanting to kill the chicken. It's not good to be too showy right now. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuji was startled, and she loosened her grip on the chicken's wing. The hen squawked and quickly ran away, escaping from danger. Look at my mind. I'm just so happy that I've become confused. Then let's just have something simple for dinner. You rest, and I'll go cook, Lu Yuji said. Lu Xiaolan naturally couldn't just rest. After finishing her noodles, she went to help Lu Yuji cook. Although she said to keep it simple, Lu Yuji still took out white flour, steamed plain buns, and fried a big plate of eggs. Even the vegetables were stir-fried with meat oil. When the children came home from school and saw Lu Xiaolan, they were overjoyed. Since the college entrance exam resumed, education had been emphasized again, and the children didn't have time off during the busy farming season. Aunt, I scored 83 on my recent test. The teacher said I've made great progress. I will study hard and get into university like you, Lu Guodong said, pulling out his test paper to show Lu Xiaolan. And me. My recent homework has all been graded as excellent, Lu Aiqin chimed in, not wanting to be outdone.
And me. And me.
All 5 children eagerly showed Lu Xiaolan their grades. Lu Xiaolan and Su Mo getting into university was often talked about by Lu Qing'an, who also tempted the younger generation, saying that good grades would earn rewards. When Lu Guodong got an excellent score on a test at the start of school, Lu Qing'an indeed rewarded him with 10 cents. This deeply motivated the younger generation to study. Now, when the children came home from school, they weren't thinking about playing. Instead, they hurried to finish their homework so they could show it to Grandpa for checking. As long as they did well, they would earn a piece of candy as a reward. After finishing her tasks for the day, Li Yue hurried to record her work points with the team leader and rushed home to cook. Even though the children kept telling her not to do such hard work, she felt she should contribute as long as she could. Today, she earned 7 work points. Her family didn't have many workers. Only she and the family of the second child worked full-time in the production team. The eldest was busy with his job at the credit station and had to take half a day off every week for meetings. If something came up at the credit union, he had to take time off to help out since he received a salary from them. Although her father earned work points in a side job, he was older now and had been ill a couple of times. Although he had recovered, he wasn't as strong as before and could only do limited work. As for the old man, he was a full-time official and often had various tasks to handle for the brigade. If he could manage half a day's farm work, that was already quite good. However, there were many people in the family who needed food, and everyone was watching. If the secretary's family didn't have someone capable of working, they would be talked about. Moreover, now that not only the third child was an officer but also 2 had graduated from college, they had to set a good example and couldn't give the children any excuses to be criticized. So, as long as she wasn't feeling unwell, Li Yue usually worked for 7 or 8 points. When she returned to the village, she saw smoke coming from the chimney of her house and wondered if the old man had come home early to cook. Then she thought it was probably Guodong and Qin who had come back from school and were helping to boil water. Last year, Lu Fengqin had already started middle school, but there was no middle school in their village, so she had to go to the commune. She had been a day student, going with Lu Yuji to school in the morning and returning home in the evening. After Lu Xiaolan and the others got into college, Lu Xingjuan and his wife decided to let her stay in the dormitory for a more focused study when the second year started. They only brought her back home on Sundays. Otherwise, the daily commute wasted a lot of time, and with other small children at home, the study environment wasn't as good as at school. As for food, she brought her own grains and firewood, and the school had workers to help with cooking. Lu Yuji would send some stir-fried dishes every other day, so the meals were almost the same as at home, sometimes even better. After all, Lu Xingjuan and his wife had different expectations for their children now. They worried that if the kids didn't eat well, it would affect their studies. The grains they sent were mainly rice mixed with finely crushed corn, unlike the larger corn they usually ate at home. Before she even entered the yard, Li Yue heard the children calling Auntie, Auntie, and hurried inside to find Lu Xiaolan had returned. You child, didn't you say you would send a telegram for your brother to pick you up? Why did you come back by yourself? They had thought she was staying in the capital for special reasons since she hadn't sent a telegram. Mom, I'm not a little kid anymore. The bus service is good now, and I can come back by myself. Once I got to the commune, my sister-in-law was there. She brought me back, Lu Xiaolan replied. Seeing Li Yue covered in dirt, she added, Mom, the water is ready. Go wash up quickly. My sister-in-law made dinner, and we will all eat together tonight. Lu Yuji heard Li Yue was back and quickly came out, telling her to wash up first as dinner would be ready soon. Since the eldest had cooked, Li Yue wasn't in a hurry. She took her clothes and went to wash up with the hot water Lu Xiaolan had prepared. As it got dark, those who had gone to work began to return, and everyone was happy to see Lu Xiaolan back. The whole family had dinner together. After the meal, they sat in the living room chatting, and Lu Xiaolan took out the gifts she had brought back to share with everyone. For the children, there was a patterned tin pencil case, each with multiplication tables printed inside. These pencil cases were newly released in Yangcheng, and in a place like Lijiakan, the children were thrilled to receive them, even happier than when they got lucky money during the new year. For the two sisters-in-law, there was a piece of khaki fabric each for them to make clothes. For the two brothers, there were liberation shoes for each. For the three elderly people, in addition to some nutritional supplements, there was also a set of warm clothing for each. These warm clothes came from Hong Kong, lightweight, easy to wear, and warm, not available for sale in the country. They were bought from middlemen and weren't cheap. A set cost over 10 yuan, and 3 sets took more than a month's salary. Her own set was a gift from Su Mo. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to afford it since these clothes could only be worn underneath, not as outerwear. But they were indeed very comfortable and warm, so she didn't have to wear bulky clothes in winter. Li Yue looked at the thin, warm clothing and asked, Xiaolan, does this really keep you warm? It hardly weighed anything. It does. Lu Xiaolan smiled. Don't be fooled by how thin it looks. It's just as warm as a sweater. Look inside. It's lined with fleece. She showed Li Yue the inside of the clothing. Wow, it really is. This thin material even has fleece. Things from Yangcheng are truly different. This isn't from Yangcheng, it came from Hong Kong. We can't buy it here. Upon hearing this, Li Yue felt the item in her hands was less appealing. You child, how can you take risks buying these things? If you get caught, you might not even be able to go to college. Lu Xiaolan waved her hand. Mom, it's not risky. Yangcheng doesn't really crack down on that anymore. The streets are full of middlemen, and you can buy things without hiding. Just call them over when you see them. The sisters-in-law in the family compound often buy things outside. They're not afraid. Unlike Yangcheng, speculation and trading in other places are still monitored, and buying still requires caution. Since the atmosphere relaxed, the variety of goods in Yangcheng increased significantly, and many items have been secretly flowing in from Hong Kong. Those products are far more exquisite and advanced than what is available domestically. As Lu Xiaolan spoke, she pulled out a palm-sized portable radio and handed it to Lu Boming. Grandpa, this radio is a gift from my third sister-in-law. It runs on batteries, so you can listen to it anywhere. It's very convenient. Li Yue looked at the small radio and asked, is this also from Hong Kong? Yes, Lu Xiaolan nodded. You two kids, how can you be so bold? You can't do this next time. You're college students. If someone reports you, what will happen if the school doesn't accept you?
Li Yue disapproved.
Yue, don't worry. The children know how to handle themselves, Lu Boming said, not feeling that it was a big deal. A more open attitude might not be a bad thing. After looking at the instructions and fiddling with it a bit, Lu Boming found that he could indeed listen to it, and the sound quality was quite good. He tried putting it in his pocket, and it didn't affect the reception at all, which was very convenient. He could take it to the field and listen while working. Since last year, when those people were controlled, the country has been actively developing radio stations, and the signal in Lijiakan has improved a lot. Now, radio programs are more varied, and many families have bought radios to listen to in their free time at night. This thing must be expensive, right? Lu Boming asked. The larger ones sell for 40 to 50, so this small one must be over 100. Not expensive. This was brought back by my third sister-in-law from Gangcheng. Can you guess how much it cost? Lu Xiaolan asked mysteriously. Lu Yuji, who worked at the supply and marketing cooperative, knew the prices best. After the price drop in 74, radios had been selling for 47.6 yuan each. Since Lu Xiaolan said it wasn't expensive, the price must be similar, so she tentatively said 50? No, Lu Xiaolan shook her head and then held up 3 fingers. 3 yuan? Li Yue asked in surprise. Mom, what are you thinking? It can't be 3 yuan. It's 30 yuan. You girl, are you out of your mind? 30 yuan is still expensive. For a radio, 30 yuan really isn't bad. Ask your sister-in-law. Those big, heavy ones sell for over 40. This one is small and portable. 30 yuan is quite cheap, Lu Xiaolan explained. They say outsiders watch the excitement, while insiders see the details. When Lu Boming heard that this thing only cost 30 yuan, he couldn't help but frown. If this product floods the domestic market, radios made in the country might not sell at all. The country could face significant losses. He had thought that a more open attitude was not a bad thing. But if foreign products are so cheap and useful, everyone might rush to buy them. And then what would happen to our own factories? After giving out the gifts, Lu Xiaolan shared her experiences in Tang City. Previously, their understanding of the disaster in Tang City came from the radio and newspapers. But back then, the media wasn't well developed. It was not only slow but also heavily censored. So many events were only reported in general terms. They only knew the disaster was severe and that the country had sent many people for disaster relief, but they didn't know the details. Now, listening to Lu Xiaolan, Li Yue and the others had tears in their eyes. Whether from natural disasters or man-made ones, it is always the common people who suffer. Fortunately, they now have a country to rely on, so they don't have to depend solely on themselves. The country also has enough strength to provide aid and relief, preventing the people from becoming homeless. The family chatted until after 9, reluctant to end the conversation before heading to bed. With the autumn harvest underway, they needed to wake up at 5:30 for work, so they had to rest early to recharge. After lying back down, Lu Xingjuan felt that people really need to go out. Only by seeing the world can they improve. Although Xiaolan had been talkative before, she mostly talked about trivial matters. Now, when she discussed national affairs, she spoke confidently. Her perspective on issues was no longer that of an ordinary woman. Even he, her older brother, couldn't compare. Many things he understood only after she explained them. If Lu Xiaolan had stayed in Hongqi Commune, she certainly wouldn't have achieved her current level of understanding. Tomorrow, go to the school and ask for a leave of absence. While Xiaolan is home, let Fengqin attend school as a day student. She should take notes on what she doesn't understand, so her aunt can help her catch up, Lu Xingjuan said to Lu Yuji. Lu Yuji's eyes lit up at this. Sure, I'll go first thing in the morning to ask for her leave. Because she hadn't paid much attention to her studies before, Lu Fengqin's grades were quite average. While she wasn't at the bottom, she was just in the middle. If she didn't work hard in the next 3 years, she might not get into college. Now that they had a college student at home, they had to seize the opportunity to help her catch up on what she missed. Lu Xingjuan also had his own plans. He would discuss college later. For now, he needed to focus on getting her into high school. When he went to arrange accommodation for Lu Fengqin at the start of the school year, he asked the teacher, and given her current grades, getting into high school was a bit uncertain. He didn't want to pressure her to get into college, since it was very difficult. In their Hongqi commune, out of over 10,000 people, only about 20 got into college, and most of them were young intellectuals from outside. There were very few locals. The reason Xiaolan's father was so happy when she got into college was that she was the only villager from Lijiakan to achieve that. However, getting into high school was a must. As long as she completed high school, even if she didn't get into college, he could still talk to the third brother about sending Fengqin to Yangcheng to broaden her horizons. He didn't want her to end up like them, spending a lifetime in Hongqi commune with a very limited perspective. Meanwhile, Lu Weiguo was also thinking about the same issues as Lu Xingjuan. Seeing Lu Xiaolan's transformation, he realized the importance of seeing the world. He used to think that as long as he provided enough food and raised the children, and helped each of them find a wife, his job was done. But now he felt he could do more. Perhaps he should work harder to secure a better future for his children, so they wouldn't have to toil in the fields their whole lives. His younger brother was an officer, and his younger sister was a college student. Everything was possible. The next day, when the wake-up call rang out, Lu Xiaolan got up, changed into her patched old clothes, and went outside. Li Yue was squatting in the corridor brushing her teeth. When she saw Lu Xiaolan, she said, "Why are you up so early? You could sleep a bit longer." "Mom, I'll go to work with you soon," Lu Xiaolan replied, scooping up some water and squatting next to Li Yue to brush her teeth. Only then did Li Yue notice that Lu Xiaolan was wearing work clothes. She said, "You don't need to. It's rare for you to come home, so just rest. Everyone older than me is working in the fields. How can I just rest?" Lu Xiaolan replied, "I'm not saying you should do nothing. Just help out at home by cooking. They are cutting rice now, and it's tiring work. After a day of cutting, your back will hurt. You're a college student. You might not be able to handle it," Li Yue said. Lu Xiaolan laughed. "Mom, I've done this work before. If you, a woman in your 50s, can do it, why can't I, a 20-something young person? And what if I'm a college student? Does that make me too precious to work? I just got lucky and have some good brothers and sisters-in-law. Besides, going to college means I should serve my country. If I think I'm great just because I got into college and neglect my parents, then what's the point of going to college? I wouldn't even have passed the test of being a good person." Lu Boming came out of the room and nodded in satisfaction after hearing Lu Xiaolan's words. He was a bit worried that his child might become arrogant after going to college, but it seemed he was overthinking it. This child had not been taught in vain. Lu Qing'an had a good time last night and drank a bit too much, so he got up late. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Lu Boming nodding in approval. He also heard Lu Xiaolan's words and, seeing that Li Yue wanted to say something, said, "If the child has this filial heart, let her go. It will make your work easier." Li Yue didn't say anything more. If they didn't earn too many work points, the mother and daughter could finish early and return to rest. After getting ready, the mother and daughter went to the kitchen, each took 2 steamed buns, filled their water bottles, and went out, running into Lu Hohat, who was also heading over. The 3 of them went to the brigade together. Lu Hohat had changed a lot over the years. She had become quieter and less talkative. On the way, they met many people who warmly greeted Lu Xiaolan and praised Li Yue for having such a good daughter. When they arrived at the brigade, after everyone gathered, Lu Bagua briefly spoke and assigned the day's tasks. Li Yue and the team leader took on a task worth 10 work points. The mother and daughter worked together and estimated they could finish by early afternoon. She had told the family that if there was meat, they should buy some to make something delicious for Xiaolan. Since Lu Xiaolan's grain quota was no longer in Lijiakan, she couldn't earn work points even if she worked. So, Li Yue took on a bit more and put it under her name. After Lu Xiaolan picked up a sickle, she went with Li Yue to the field assigned to them. Since it had been a while since she had done farm work, she was a bit slow at first, but after about half an hour, she started to get the hang of it. The ants working in the same field noticed from a distance that Lu Xiaolan was cutting quite well. While taking a break to drink water, they gathered and whispered. Lu Xiaolan is a good girl. She's in college and still helps her mother work in the fields. Indeed, the secretary's family is well off, and all the children are successful. Lu Xiaolan, who had once been divorced, had now transformed into a college student. Exactly, with 1 military officer and 2 college students, everyone except Lu Hohat and Li Yue has a salary. No worker's family in the city is better off than theirs. The old secretary is very smart, and his children naturally benefit. I heard that the 3 who were exonerated from the cattle shed were high-ranking officials. The old secretary helped them, and they surely want to repay him after returning to Beijing. In the past 2 years, during the new year, the number of packages Lu Boming received had increased from 1 to 4. This had spread throughout the brigade in Lijiakan. I heard from my husband that the old secretary's subsidy has increased to this amount, one aunt said in a low voice, holding up 3 fingers. Someone gasped and asked, 30 yuan? The person nodded, saying that her husband had discovered it by chance and that it had started this year. What does 30 yuan mean in the countryside? It's enough to support a whole family. That's really something. If I had known those people would be exonerated, I would have secretly sent them some grain back then. Someone sighed, I don't expect them to repay me. I just hope they take care of the kids. One aunt teased, well, You need to have some foresight. There are still 2 left in the cattle shed. Why don't you send them some grain tomorrow? Go away, I was just saying that. My family doesn't have enough grain to eat. The person laughed and scolded. How much hope is there for those still in the cattle shed? Don't waste food. After the ants finished drinking water and took a break, they scattered back to their assigned fields to cut rice. Not far away, several young wives were also gathered drinking water, occasionally glancing at Lu Xiaolan. What do you think? Lu Xiaolan hasn't done farm work for years. How can she still manage? I've taken several breaks, but she hasn't stopped at all. Someone, feeling jealous, said, she's just putting on a show. It's only the morning. Of course, she has energy. Once today's work is done, she probably won't come back tomorrow. Farm work is so tiring. Who would want to do it? That person thought Lu Xiaolan was just there to show off and gain a good reputation. After all, she had been divorced and couldn't have children. So, what if she got into college? Unless she married someone with kids, what man would want to marry her? I don't think so. Lu Xiaolan isn't the type to care about appearances, someone said. She was a former classmate of Lu Xiaolan's in elementary school and had grown up with her, so she knew her a bit. Whether that's true or not, we'll find out in a few days. Let's take a break and get back to work. I see the team leader is coming over, someone said, picking up a sickle and going back to work. Seeing that the team leader was indeed coming their way, everyone quickly scattered to work. Li Yue had been watching Lu Xiaolan all morning and was surprised that after so many years away from farm work, her daughter hadn't lost her skills. You girl, take a break and drink some water, Li Yue said. I thought you wouldn't be able to keep up, but you're not much slower than me. Lu Xiaolan smiled shyly. In truth, she was starting to feel a bit tired, but seeing her mother's age, she wanted to do a bit more so her mother could do less, so she kept pushing through. Lu Xiaolan went to drink some water and said, Mom, don't do such heavy work in the future. Let the young people handle cutting rice and you can go dry the grain. Lu Xiaolan didn't try to convince Li Yue not to work because she knew her mother wouldn't agree. Li Yue waved her hand. How can we? Our family doesn't have many people working, but there are plenty of mouths to feed. Everyone is counting on us. Our family has already split. Why worry so much? Eldest brother and second brother can manage themselves. You 3 elders should just take care of yourselves. If necessary, we can buy grain from the brigade later. Mom knows what to do. While I can still work, I'll keep at it for a few more years. When I can't anymore, I won't work, and the 4 siblings will take care of me, Li Yue said, waving her hand. Mom, my 3rd sister-in-law said that in a couple of years, when things settle down, she'll let you 3 elders move to Yangcheng. The climate there is better and more suitable for older people. Li Yue laughed. When the time comes, I'll go see the world, but I won't stay there. Your father is still the secretary here. Besides, I can still do some work here. What would I do there? Rely on your 3rd brother and sister-in-law to support me?
That's not it, Mom.
My 3rd sister-in-law told me that in a couple of years, the country might allow private businesses. She believes in your sewing skills and said that when the time comes, she will help you open a tailor shop over there to sell your clothes. Lu Xiaolan whispered to Li Yue about Sumo's plan. Mom, there are many wealthy people in Yangcheng. In the department store, coats that cost dozens to hundreds of dollars sell out quickly as long as they look good. With your skills, you won't have trouble selling your clothes. Li Yue was somewhat swayed by Lu Xiaolan's words. Although she hadn't inherited much of her father's skills, she truly enjoyed making clothes. If she had enough fabric, she believed she could regain her old skills. But if I go to Yangcheng, what will your father and grandfather do?
Who will cook for them?
That won't work. We can all go. You can open the tailor shop and we can set up a stall for Dad and Grandpa to sell buns or something, Lu Xiaolan replied. When Su Mo mentioned it, she thought of setting up a stall at the train station for them to sell food. When Lu Xiaolan returned, she had also seen that the Yangcheng train station had a huge flow of people. Even selling simple buns and eggs would likely earn a good profit. Your father has been a village secretary for so many years. He probably won't want to go. We'll talk about it later, Li Yue said. Those people were waiting for Lu Xiaolan to stop working after a day or 2, hoping to see her fail, but unexpectedly, she worked for a whole week. On this Sunday, Lu Xiaolan only assigned Li Yui 8 tasks. In the afternoon, she needed to go to Li Jiao to find Kaoyatu, as Su Mo had asked her to bring some school supplies for her. She also needed to visit the army to deliver some study notes to Ma Xiaowan. Ma Xiaowan ultimately decided to take the exam again next year, focusing on having and raising her baby this year. So, after the last semester, she quit her job at the brigade and is now living in the army's family compound. After lunch, Lu Xiaolan rode her bicycle to Li Jiao, and Lu Fengqin accompanied her aunt. The bicycle belonged to the Lu family, and Lu Yuji let Lu Xiaolan use it while she walked to work. "Aunt, is it hard to get into college?" Lu Fengqin asked on the way. Recently, she had been under a lot of pressure. Her parents suddenly had high expectations for her, and she felt overwhelmed. "Where there's a will, there's a way. As long as you work hard enough, it won't be difficult," Lu Xiaolan replied. "You still have 3 years, so there's no rush. Just focus on building a solid foundation." For the past few days, she had been tutoring several children in the evenings. Fengqin's foundation was indeed weak. Among the children, only Guodong was doing well. Guodong was in 5th grade this year and would be starting middle school next year. At that time, the education system was still a 5-2-2 system, 5 years of elementary school, 2 years of middle school, and 2 years of high school. Lu Fengqin was really struggling. She didn't enjoy studying much. Her mother had previously told her that it was enough for girls to know how to read and write and to help out at home with her younger siblings. She had always done that. Now, suddenly being told to study hard and prepare for college felt like a burden. She just hoped that when the tests came at the end of the month, her grades wouldn't drop. Otherwise, her parents would surely scold her. After all, they not only let her stay in school, but also didn't let her do chores at home, and they made sure she had rice for every meal. Every week, they at least sent her some meat or fried eggs. Her roommates were envious, thinking her parents treated her very well. But the better her parents treated her, the more anxious she felt. Whenever the teacher mentioned tests, she panicked, fearing she would disappoint her parents. Yet, she didn't dare to tell her parents. Since her aunt was kind to her, she wanted to share her feelings with Lu Xiaolan. "Aunt, do you think I could not go to college?" Lu Xiaolan felt something was off and stopped the bike, preparing to have a serious talk with her niece.
"Why?
"Don't you want to go to college?" I don't really like studying. The more I look at those books, the more it hurts my head." "Fengqin, don't be nervous. You still have 3 years. Take your time," Lu Xiaolan reassured her. This girl did have a weak foundation, and being anxious wouldn't help. It seemed her older brother and sister-in-law had put a lot of pressure on her. "Aunt, I also don't want to go to high school. I want to finish middle school and stop studying." Lu Xiaolan was shocked. She didn't expect Fengqin to not want to go to high school. "If you don't go to high school, what do you want to do? You're only 14 now, and next year you'll be 15. If you don't study, do you plan to work in the fields?" Lu Fengqin shook her head vigorously. No, I don't want to work in the fields. I want to work. Where do you think you'll find a job? Are you expecting your mother to give her job to you?" Her sister-in-law probably wouldn't agree. I want to go to Yangqing. You're going to college now, and no one will look after my younger siblings. I can help my uncle and aunt take care of them, and they will help me find a job. I don't need a good job. I just want to do what you did before, Aunt," Lu Fengqin said in one breath. Lu Xiaolan was completely stunned. She never imagined Lu Fengqin thought this way, and her expression became serious. "Fengqin, who told you this?" No one told me. I thought of it myself," Lu Fengqin replied. In fact, she had accidentally overheard her mother talking to her father, but her father disagreed and insisted she should continue her studies. "Fengqin, your younger siblings are already big enough and don't need anyone to look after them. Even if I don't get into college, I will still be back this year. Besides, my job isn't something just anyone can do. You're still a child. How can you take care of other children?" Lu Fengqin was somewhat unconvinced. "I can take care of them. I've always looked after my younger siblings. That's different. A daycare not only takes care of children but also teaches them. I can teach too." Aunt, you have a middle school education, and I have a middle school education. There's no difference. Lu Xiaolan's expression darkened. It seemed this girl had changed a lot over the years. Was this what her sister-in-law meant by a rebellious phase? Feng Qin, it's different. Your aunt's middle school education can lead to college, but if you don't work hard, you might not even get into high school. Then I don't want a daycare job. I can do something else. I just need a job that I can do, Lu Fengqin insisted. She really didn't want to study, and if there were other options, her parents would likely agree to let her finish middle school and stop studying. Fengqin, jobs aren't that easy to find. Many kids in the city are unemployed and have to come to our countryside as educated youth. Moreover, there are still many military families in the family compound waiting for jobs. When I went there, I didn't expect to have a job. The job was originally arranged for your third aunt by the army. She is kind and capable, so she gave it to me and went to find work elsewhere. Also, Fengqin, we can't rely on others for everything. We need to learn skills ourselves and stand on our own. Your third uncle and aunt can help you once or twice, but they can't support you for a lifetime. If you think that after finishing middle school, you won't continue studying and will just rely on family connections to get a job, then that might be the only job you have for life. But if you work hard and get into high school or even college, you will have more opportunities in the future. Isn't having a job good? You can eat well and earn money. Lu Fengqin didn't understand and felt a bit resentful, thinking her aunt seemed less caring than before. She felt that her aunt was blocking her from going to Yangcheng. Her aunt only became well-regarded after going to Yangcheng. Maybe if she went there, she could study and get into college too? Seeing her stubbornness, Lu Xiaolan realized that no matter what she said now, it wouldn't get through to her, so she decided not to say more. She would talk to her brother and sister-in-law later and find a chance to guide her properly. In her memory, Lu Fengqin, as the eldest grandchild, was always a sensible and hardworking child. She couldn't understand how the child had changed in the years she was away. The two of them remained silent until they reached Li Jiao. The girl was not home. On Sundays, she went to work to earn some points. This girl was 11 years old and had just started 4th grade in September. Lu Xiaolan asked a member of Li Jiao and found out where the girl was working. Despite her small size, she was doing adult-level work, cutting rice, and she was quite fast. Lu Xiaolan sighed. This child, without parents, had a tough life even with some support from the village. For comparison, Lu Fengqin was 14 and had never been asked to do heavy work at home, only light tasks like gathering pig feed, picking peanuts, and shucking corn. When the girl heard the team leader call her, she looked up and saw Lu Xiaolan, her eyes brightening as she quickly put down her sickle and ran over. Aunt Lu, you're back. Is Annie back too? Lu Xiaolan shook her head. Your third aunt isn't back. She asked me to bring you some school supplies. As she spoke, she handed over a cloth bag. It was tightly wrapped so others couldn't see what was inside. Besides notebooks and pencils, it contained a pack of milk powder, a pound of cured meat, and a pair of new cloth shoes. The shoes were a reward from Su Imo for the girl getting first place in her final exams, and Lu Xiaolan had brought them back. Last time Su Imo was home, she gave the girl her address, and now the girl occasionally wrote to Su Imo to report her grades. Despite her poor learning environment, she worked hard and consistently ranked at the top of her class, even achieving first place last semester. The girl felt a bit disappointed to hear that Su Imo wasn't back. She took the package from Lu Xiaolan and smiled sweetly, saying, "Thank you, Aunt Lu. I will write to Auntie."
Good.
Study hard, and if you need anything, just go to my house and find my mother, Lu Xiaolan said. You're still growing, so don't do such heavy work. It's okay, Auntie. I only work 1 day a week. Alright, I have other places to go, so I'll leave now. Take care, and don't overwork yourself. After Lu Xiaolan left, someone nearby asked, Girl, what did researcher Su give you? It looks like a big package. In the past 2 years, thanks to Su Mo and Teacher Gu's support, and because the girl had good grades, the villagers' attitude toward her had improved. Just school supplies, the girl replied, not saying much as she placed the cloth bag in a dry spot in her field where she could keep an eye on it. Lu Fengqin was looking at bicycles by the roadside. After Lu Xiaolan returned, she rode her bike to take her further to the camp. "Your third aunt is really good to Li Chunhua," Lu Fengqin remarked on the way. "Your third aunt is kind and responsible. Li Chunhua has no family left, and your third aunt handled her case, so it's normal for her to take care of her," Lu Xiaolan replied. "But our third aunt has never bought us so many things, and we are her nieces and nephews." This time, Lu Xiaolan was genuinely angry and said, "That's because your parents are both alive. If you didn't have parents, your third aunt would care for you too. Lu Fengqin, remember, your third uncle and aunt don't owe you anything. Raising you is your parents' responsibility, not theirs. You've already split from the family. Helping is a kindness, not an obligation. Besides, have they ever sent you less than what you needed over the years? Don't think that just because they have a better life now, it's owed to you. They have a better life because they work hard. Your third uncle often goes on missions and is away for months, facing danger and getting hurt. Would you want to try getting hurt? You'd scream so loud the whole village would hear. Your third aunt works long hours too, often coming home late and studying foreign languages after work. If you had that kind of determination, your life would improve too. Let's not even talk about the past. Just look at you now. You don't have to do anything at home, just study, and you act like it's a burden. You don't want to put in any effort but envy others' lives, thinking you can take shortcuts by relying on others. It doesn't work that way. Fengqin, stop looking at others and think about what you've done. Your third aunt occasionally helps Li Chunhua because she deserves it. That girl, despite her circumstances, can still be first in her class. What about you? Don't say first. You haven't even made it into the top 10, have you? Lu Fengqin felt ashamed and frustrated after being scolded by Lu Xiaolan. She covered her face and started to cry. Lu Xiaolan ignored her, letting her think it over. This child needed to be guided, otherwise, she might go down the wrong path. After pedaling for nearly an hour, Lu Xiaolan finally arrived at the family area of the camp. After explaining the situation to the guard, they quickly notified someone, and Ma Xiaojun came out with her big belly. "Xiaolan, why did you come personally? You could have just called, and I would have sent someone to get it," Ma Xiaojun said while welcoming her inside. "It was quite a distance to ride a bike here, and the road wasn't easy to navigate. It's okay, my third sister-in-law said you are about to give birth, so she asked me to come see you. Since I haven't been here before, I thought I would come by," Lu Xiaolan said. Despite the camp being built for a while, she had never visited. At the door, Lu Xiaolan took a large cloth bag off the bike basket. Inside were study notes prepared by Su Mo for Ma Xiaojun, a few sets of new clothes for the baby, and 2 bags of milk powder. The clothes were imported from Hong Kong, not available in the country, called Bao Yi, which Lu Xiaolan thought looked very high-end. Although the clothes were small and didn't seem to use much fabric, each one cost 10 yuan. When Tao Peixing first met the 2 children, he gave each a red envelope with 50 yuan. Su Mo estimated they wouldn't return in the next 2 years, so she bought some things for Lu Xiaolan to bring. Ma Xiaojun, who used to teach at the village primary school and knew Lu Fengqin, noticed her following Lu Xiaolan with her head down and asked, "Fengqin, what's wrong? Why are you so quiet?" Ma Xiaojun had a good impression of her, as she usually greeted people with a smile. Lu Xiaolan waved her hand. "Don't mind her. I said a few things to her, and now she's sulking." Aunt Zhao saw someone come and greeted them before returning to her room. After sitting down in the living room, Lu Xiaolan handed the cloth bag to Ma Xiaojun. Ma Xiaojun looked at the large bag in surprise. "You brought so many study notes?" "No, there are also clothes for the baby from my third sister-in-law," Lu Xiaolan replied. The study materials were heavy, and she had brought back only the selected notes. After Ma Xiaojun poured water for them, she opened the bag and admired the little clothes. "These clothes must have been brought back from abroad by Su Mo, right?" "No, they came from Hong Kong," Lu Xiaolan explained the general situation in Yangcheng. "I heard Peixing say that the atmosphere in the south is better than in the north, but I didn't expect the difference to be so big," Ma Xiaojun remarked, realizing Su Mo and her family had gone to a good place. Last month, when Ma Xiaojun didn't have enough coupons to buy things, she wanted to check the black market, but Tao Peisheng repeatedly warned her not to go. Yet in Yangcheng, people openly made purchases. Lu Xiaolan wasn't very familiar with Ma Xiaojun, so after chatting for a while, she left. On the way back, the aunt and niece didn't speak. Once home, Lu Fengqin went to her own room, and Lu Xiaolan headed to the kitchen to prepare water and cook. Before long, Li Yue returned. Lu Xiaolan told her about Lu Fengqin's words on the way back, and Li Yue was quite surprised. That girl thinks like this? The more Li Yue thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. What does a child know? It's probably something her parents taught her. When your elder brother comes back, I'll talk to him. In the evening, after dinner, Li Yue called Lu Xingjuan over. Do you want to send Ye to Yangqing to live with a third uncle? Li Yue asked directly. Lu Xingjuan was taken aback. If Dia couldn't get into college, he did have such an idea. But he hadn't told anyone else. How did his mother know? Clearing his throat, Lu Xingjuan replied, she should focus on her studies first. If she really can't get into college, I do have that thought. After all, Yangcheng is a big city, and it would be good for her to spend some time with her third uncle and aunt. Seeing that it wasn't the eldest wanting to send her away right after middle school, Li Yue felt relieved. What about your wife? Does she think the same? Yes, Lu Xingjuan said, feeling confused. Mom, did she say something to you? They had agreed to let Lu Fengqin study and try to get into college. Your wife didn't say anything. It was Dia herself who mentioned it. She doesn't want to study at all, just wants to graduate from middle school and go to Yangqing to have her third uncle and aunt find her a job. Do you think jobs are easy to find now? There are plenty of unemployed young people in big cities. Besides, Dia is only 15, still a child. What can she do? The third uncle is busy with work, and Xiaomo is going to college. They have their own kids and parents to take care of. Who has the time to look after yours? If you can't manage her, you just want to send her off to Yangqing. How could you even think of that? I'll tell you, the third family doesn't owe you anything. Even before and after the division of the family, they haven't shortchanged you. Every time they send things back, don't both families get their share? Lu Xingjuan was taken aback by the scolding and quickly interrupted. Mom, did you misunderstand? Even if I want Fengqin to go to the third uncle, I would want her to finish high school first. You didn't misunderstand. Your daughter said that. What does a child know? This idea probably came from adults. Go back and ask your wife if she said something to Dia. Since the eldest family got Lu Xiaolan's job, things felt different in the past 2 years. They became very profit-oriented, calculating everything. Lu Xingjuan felt a jolt in his heart. Lu Yuji had indeed mentioned this to him, but he had rejected it, believing the child should focus on her studies. After he told her, she agreed. Could it be that she later discussed her thoughts with Fengqin? Before Lu Xingjuan could respond, Li Yue continued, also, do you have any objections to Xiao Imo occasionally helping that girl from Lijiao? Lu Xingjuan felt another jolt and quickly said, no objections, not at all. Whatever Xiao Imo wants to do, how can I, as her uncle, interfere? He had indeed mentioned at home that he felt Xiao Imo was treating outsiders better than her own nephews and nieces, which seemed a bit unfair. Li Yue shot him a glance. It better be that way. How Xiao Imo distributes her things is none of your business. She earns her own money. Besides, the third family hasn't neglected your kids. Every holiday, don't they send things for the children? Yet you, as an uncle, have never given anything to the third family's 2 kids, who are now 5 years old. Lu Xingjuan was momentarily speechless. Don't tell me the third family is doing better than you. If your life is not better than theirs, there are ways to give if you have money, and ways to give if you don't. It all depends on your heart. All right, go home and think about it. Teach your kids well, and don't lead them astray. Li Yue waved her hand, sending Lu Xingjuan away. Li Yue didn't let Lu Qing'an and Lu Boming know about this, wanting to spare the eldest some face. She would first try to persuade him, and if he still didn't change, then she would talk to them. Lu Xingjuan felt embarrassed after his conversation with Li Yue. With a dark expression, he called Lu Yuji into the room and scolded her, leaving her confused. Although she had considered similar thoughts before, after listening to Lu Xingjuan, she agreed that studying was important. After all, If the child graduated from middle school and went to Yangcheng, any future achievements would only be attributed to her uncle and aunt. If the child could continue studying and get into college, it would truly be a result of her and her husband's efforts. Since it wasn't what Lu Yuji had said, Lu Xingjuan called Lu Fengqin over. After being scolded by Lu Xiaolan in the afternoon, Lu Fengqin felt anxious. Now, seeing her parents call her over, she lowered her head and hesitated to speak. I heard you don't want to study and plan to graduate from middle school to go to Yangcheng for a job with your uncle and aunt? Seeing her father's serious expression, Lu Fengqin was scared but still wanted to defend herself. She quietly said, I don't like studying. I want to work early to earn money for the family. I'm not going to discuss whether jobs are easy to find. I just want to ask you, do you think it's easy to go to Yangcheng? Your food supply is here. If you go there, you won't even have food to eat. Also, it takes 8 or 9 days to get to Yangcheng by train, and the ticket costs 40 to 50 yuan. Do you have that money?
Do you know how to take the train?
Can you go alone? Lu Fengqin replied softly, my aunt is there, and she has food. My aunt went with my uncle, and I can go with her too. Your aunt has food because your uncle applied for her to go with the army. Your aunt is your uncle's sister, so she can apply. But I've never heard of someone taking their niece with them while their parents are still alive. Your aunt went because your uncle's wife was going to Yangcheng, and she took her along. If your aunt doesn't come back for years, will you just wait at home for her? My aunt has summer vacation in college, so she can come back to get me. Lu Fengqin's voice grew quieter. Lu Xingjuan felt embarrassed hearing this. Even if he let Lu Fengqin go to Yangcheng, he planned to take her there himself. This girl was more daring than he thought, expecting her aunt to come back to pick her up. How can you be so bold? Do you think your uncle and aunt not only have to find you a job, but also come back to get you? Shouldn't your aunt just skip college and come to Yangcheng to take care of you like a little princess? Lu Xingjuan's words were harsh, and Lu Yuji lightly scolded him for being too tough. The child was growing up and deserved some respect. Sure enough, Lu Fengqin started to cry. I'm not trying to be lazy by going to Yangcheng. I will help my uncle and aunt with housework, take care of my younger siblings, and work to send money home. Lu Xingjuan waved his hand. Your younger siblings are already grown up and don't need you to take care of them. I don't expect you to send much money home either. I'll say this, if you want to study, we'll support you for as long as you want to study. If you don't want to study, I won't force you. But going to Yangcheng is not possible. If you don't study, you'll come back and work in the fields. Lu Fengqin's eyes widened in panic. If it were before, working in the fields would be fine. Everyone was the same. But after Lu Xiaolan and the others went to Yangcheng, they often wrote letters and sent photos back. From those descriptions and pictures, Lu Fengqin had seen the wonders of the big city and had longed to go there. She often talked about Yangcheng with her classmates and mentioned that she would eventually go there. If she stopped studying and had to return home to farm, wouldn't her classmates laugh at her? Why can my aunt go, but I can't? I'm not going for fun. I'm going to work too. Seeing that she couldn't be convinced, Lu Xingjuan raised his voice. Your aunt can go because she has good parents and siblings. Your parents can only afford to support your education. You have to accept the life you were born into. Compared to others, you're already doing well. You have enough to eat, wear warm clothes, and go to school. Don't aim too high. Learn to be content. This was the first time Lu Fengqin had been scolded so harshly by her father. She ran back to her room, crying. As the first grandchild in the family, even though she was a girl, everyone spoiled her. Lu Xingjuan usually had a good temper and rarely raised his voice with the children. This was the first time he had been so strict. Even Lu Aiqin and Lu Guoqiang in another room were scared and quietly doing their homework like quails. The next day, when Lu Fengqin went to school, she brought her food supplies, saying that commuting was too tiring and she wanted to stay at school. Su and Mo had stayed at home for more than half a month. Other than attending memorial activities organized by the family compound and her former workplace, she hardly went out. Once the various units resumed normal work, Sumo planned to find someone to tear down the partition wall between the second and third floors before school started. One day, Taking advantage of Lu Chongjing's day off, the family of four drove to Gyeodaji. Old Mrs. Su was still cooling off at the archway. She was surprised to see a military vehicle passing by. Although this place had once been prosperous, due to the many capitalists, even when houses were borrowed by nearby factories, they were mostly given to ordinary workers, and very few could afford to drive. Su Imo asked Lu Chongjing to stop, rolled down the window, and greeted old Mrs. Su. "I was wondering who it was. It's you, Xiao Su."
Yes.
"This is my husband and our two sons," Su Imo introduced. Once the house was ready, they would occasionally come by, so Su Imo didn't plan to hide anything and was open about it. "Be happy and call her old Mrs. Su." The two children obediently greeted her. Old Mrs. Su smiled and praised, "A perfect match. You two look great together, and your sons are lovely. Are you back because you have news about your relatives?" Old Mrs. Su assumed Su Imo returned because she found someone. "Not yet." Su Imo waved her hand. She had indeed asked someone to inquire about Su Yunsheng, but after so many years, there was no response yet. "I'm here to clean the house today. Uncle Chen gave me his house," Su Imo said. Old Mrs. Su was taken aback, quickly realizing that Su Imo had bought the house. Who would give a house to someone they weren't related to? It was just that buying and selling wasn't allowed at the moment, so they used the excuse of a gift. This Xiao Su was quite clever. As soon as the atmosphere relaxed a bit, she made her move. Old Mrs. Su had been watching closely and was surprised that she had managed to snag a deal. Xiao Su seemed to come from a decent background. Her willingness to buy suggested she had received some news. It seemed she needed to prepare as well. Although she didn't have much money, she had hidden some items, and once she sold them at the free market, she'd have cash. Due to the presence of Hong Kong City and Macau City, certain items and things considered for olds could still fetch a good price in Yangcheng. After greeting old Mrs. Su, Su Imo directed Lu Chongjing to drive the car to the front of the building she had bought. It was the first time the three of them had come since Su Imo purchased the house. This place looks a bit messy and dirty because it was lent to the factory as staff housing and has undergone various renovations. It can't compare to the environment of the family compound. After getting out of the car, Lele frowned. He heard his mom say they bought a 3-story house and thought it would be similar to the small building where Grandpa lives. He didn't expect it to be here, looking old and dirty. Commander Su arranged a 2-story villa for him. Since he recognized the two little ones, he prepared a room for each of them, and they occasionally stay there. Su Imo took the key and opened the door to the first floor. The door was an old-fashioned folding door, and as she pushed it open, a strong smell of cooking oil hit her. "Mom, this place looks so dirty. Are we moving here?" Lele asked. "Someone lived here before, and it wasn't cleaned well. It looks a bit dirty, but we can repaint the walls later," Su Imo replied. "This is for when I buy it. We probably won't move here." Su Imo then took the three of them upstairs to see the second and third floors. "What do you think?" Su Imo asked Lu Chongjing. Lu Chongjing knew Su Imo bought this house for future business purposes. Although he didn't understand much about business, he noticed that all the houses in this area had storefronts. If it developed well, houses here would likely be in high demand. Even if he didn't use it, renting it out would probably bring in good money. "Very good. My wife has great vision." Lu Chongjing followed the principle that whatever my wife does is right. "These walls were built later. You should find someone to tear them down," Su Imo said, pointing out the added walls to Lu Chongjing. After the couple left, Lele quietly said to Anin, "Dad is such a flatterer. What's so good about this place? He just wants to make Mom happy. This place is actually quite good. We can open a shop downstairs and live upstairs," Anin replied. "But there are no shops here. There will be in the future."
Oh.
Lele nodded, seeming to understand a bit. This must be what Mom means by future trends. Shops will likely open here later. Grandpa saying about preparing for a rainy day probably means getting ready before things happen. Otherwise, when shops open here, this house might not be available for Mom anymore. Once he understood, Lele started running up and down to explore. The many small rooms made it feel a bit like a maze. After Su Imo finished discussing what to tear down with Lu Chongjing, he measured the walls, which were not thick, so he decided he could take them down himself without needing a special construction team. He then went to the public phone to call his team and asked a few soldiers to come help. In less than half an hour, a military truck arrived with about 10 soldiers. Aunt Sue watched the truck drive by with nostalgia, remembering when she could just make a call and everything would be arranged. Now, everything has to be done by herself. She wondered if she would ever see the Sue family's glory days again. Demolishing walls creates a lot of dust, so Lu Chongjing asked Su Mo to take the kids out while he grabbed a tool from the truck and started working. Su Mo stayed there, but she wasn't much help, so she took the kids out to explore the area, check how many buildings were returned to the original owners, and buy some food to bring back. You can't have people help without feeding them. After wandering around for a while, Su Mo went to a state-run restaurant to buy some sticky rice chicken and steamed cakes for lunch. People from the South don't like buns or dumplings, so today, the state-run restaurant had these two options that were easy to take away. On the way back, Su Mo saw some street vendors and decided to buy some citrus fruits, asking Enin to watch Lele while she found a corner to gather a good amount to take home. The soldiers worked efficiently. By the time Su Mo and the kids returned, the walls on the second floor had already been taken down, and the bricks were neatly stacked on the first floor. Su Mo quickly called them down for lunch. Seeing the delicious food she brought, everyone thanked her excitedly, then sat down on the ground and started eating. After eating, they grabbed hammers and went up to the third floor to continue demolishing walls. By the time they finished and cleaned up the debris, it was still early afternoon. Su Mo had planned to invite them to her home for dinner, but the soldiers shook their heads and insisted, no need, then quickly drove away. They joked that it was rare to help the King of Hell, and they wanted him to remember them. If they accepted a meal, it might lead to tougher training later. After tearing down the walls, the layout of the second and third floors became clear. The second floor has a large living room, 3 bedrooms, a bathroom, and a toilet, plus a small room that was likely a kitchen but was later converted into a small bedroom. The third floor has a large room that was probably used as a warehouse for storage, along with 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, and another toilet. Both floors have a decent-sized balcony for drying clothes. The couple measured the space and found that each floor has about 95 square meters of usable area. If utilized well, it could be renovated into a comfortable space, and Su Mo has already started to brainstorm ideas. However, there are no renovation companies available at the moment, so she can only hire a local renovation team from the nearby community. She is unsure if they can understand the design plans. To be safe, she will need to supervise the renovation closely. But since she is about to start school, she will put the renovation plans on hold until she has more time. In the past few days, Grandma Sue has been keeping an eye out for anyone selling houses in the area. Being a long-time resident, it's easy for her to gather information. After some inquiries, she discovered that many people indeed have this thought. However, buying and selling is currently not allowed, and few can afford it. Those who need a house cannot afford it, while those who can afford it already have housing arranged by their factories or workplaces, so they don't need to buy. With this understanding, Grandma Sue went home to start preparing money. She only has a little over 1,000 yuan in cash, so she will need to sell some items to raise more. 2 days later, Grandma Sue took a few small yellow fish to a local market where she has connections to check the current prices. The yellow fish sold at the market are sent to the port city, so the gold prices follow the international gold prices closely. In 1976, international gold prices fluctuated and fell, averaging around $125 per ounce during that time. At this time, the exchange rate for the yuan to the dollar is $1 for 1.88 yuan. By domestic calculations, the gold price is about 8.2 yuan per gram. 1 ounce equals 28.35 grams. However, this 8.2 yuan is just the selling price. The buyback price is lower. The owner of the market, who is somewhat related to Grandma Sue, offered her a relatively high price. According to the current gold price, a small yellow fish sells for about 256 yuan. Each small yellow fish weighs about 31.25 grams, and he offered Grandma Sue 220 yuan each. Grandma Sue originally brought 8 fish, but decided to sell only 5 due to the low price, earning 1,100 yuan. Fazai, why is the gold price still so low? She had heard that gold prices had risen in the past 2 years. The international situation is bad, auntie. Prices went up a bit 2 years ago, but this year they have plummeted, Fazai replied. If you're not in a hurry for money, it's better to hold on to it and sell later. Grandma Sue nodded and asked, what about other things? How are the prices now? The situation is unclear now. Check back in a while. Auntie, if you need money, I can lend you some, Fazai said, thinking she might need cash since she was selling gold. Grandma Sue waved her hand. Not in a hurry now. I'll come to you if I need it. Thank you, Fazai. Of course, you helped my mom a lot before. After returning from the market, Grandma Sue sighed. The domestic situation seems to be opening up, but the international environment is worsening. She wonders how much her remaining items will be worth in the end. On September 25th, Su Mo, accompanied by her father, brother, and Su Yuan, went to register at Zhongda University. Originally, Su Tingqian and Mo Yuyong were also supposed to go, but since their school registration is on the following days, they were too busy to come. Su Yuan's school starts registration in early October, but he wanted to come to Yangqing early to check things out, using the excuse of dropping Su Mo off at school. As soon as Su Mo and her group entered the campus, they caught the attention of most people. First, most students had come alone, and even if someone was with them, it was usually just one person. It was the first time many had seen such a large group. Second, all 5 looked very impressive and walked with confidence, exuding a strong presence. The upperclassmen who wanted to welcome the new students instinctively stood still, watching the group pass by, until one senior finally reacted and hurried over. Excuse me, who is here to register? I am, Su Mo quickly replied. Hello, junior. Which department are you in? Hello, senior. I'm in the foreign language department. The foreign language department is over here. Please follow me. The senior intended to help carry her luggage, but noticed Su Mo had little, and the 2 strong men carrying the luggage looked much sturdier than him, so he just led the way. The registration location for the foreign language department is near the sports field. Thankfully, someone was guiding them. Otherwise, they would have had to take a long detour. After bringing Su Mo and her group to the location, the senior left to return to the entrance to welcome more new students. Su Mo handed the required documents from her admission notice to the teacher in charge of registration and paid a 5 yuan fee for handouts. Although college tuition is currently free, with the government providing meal subsidies, every university still requires a small fee for handouts, 5 yuan for undergraduates and 4 yuan for vocational students. Su Mo isn't quite sure what the fee is for. Since it was the first day of registration and Su Mo arrived early, and considering the foreign language department is small, there was no need to wait in line. This year, the foreign language department will offer majors in Russian, English, French, and German. Take the next couple of days to think about which language you want to study. On the first day of classes, inform your advisor, and you'll be assigned to a class then, a staff member reminded her while she was processing her paperwork. Okay. Thank you for the reminder, teacher. I'm your department head, Xiao Guangming. This is the first time our department is offering so many majors, so if you encounter any difficulties in your studies, feel free to reach out to the department, Xiao Guangming said. Previously, the foreign language department only had Russian and English majors. German and French were added this year. They had planned to add Japanese as well, but due to strong opposition, it was not offered this year, though it is expected to be added in the next couple of years. Okay, Director Xiao. At that moment, the teacher handling her paperwork finished and handed over the documents. When Director Xiao glanced at them, he was surprised and said, You are Su Mo.
Yes, Shumoshmail.
Nice to meet you. Xiao Guangming shook her hand. The top science student from Guangdong province, head of the translation department at the Foreign Trade Center, an impressive talent. Xiao Guangming handed the documents back to Su Mo and directed her to the side, Go over there to register and pick up your dormitory key. Su Mo did not plan to stay in the dormitory, as the family housing is not too far from the school, about a 40-minute bike ride. If she could get a dorm room, she would use it for a nap during the day. If not, that was fine too. She was thinking about how to approach the department leaders when she unexpectedly found them there, so she quickly mentioned it to avoid disrupting the school's arrangements. Director Xiao, my home is not far from the school, and my children are still young and need me. I would like to apply for a day student status and not stay in the dormitory at night. What is the procedure for this? I'm fine whether or not I get a dorm room,
Suemo said.
If there is no bed available, she can just take a nap in the classroom. Seeing Su and Mo mention them, Lele quickly pulled Ainen forward, each leaning against Su Mo's legs, blinking at Director Xiao with a look that said they couldn't be away from their mom. The two children looked adorable, and their innocent expressions instantly charmed Director Xiao. When Su and Mo saw the two children come over, she introduced them. These are my kids. Then she introduced Lu Chongjing and Su Yuan. This is my husband and my brother. Without needing Su and Mo to prompt them, the two kids cheerfully greeted, hello, Director. Lu Chongjing and Su Yuan also stepped forward to greet him. Director Xiao had specifically looked into Su Mo's background and file. However, the photo in her file was quite distorted, and since Su and Mo doesn't look like someone who has given birth, he didn't recognize her. He had heard that Su Mo's husband is a high-ranking officer in the Yangcheng military region. Now that he sees them, it's clear they have a strong presence. Director Xiao shook hands with the two adults and complimented the children before saying to Su and Mo, let's proceed with the normal registration. The school has prepared enough accommodations for new students, and you will still be assigned a bed. Even if you don't stay at night, you can rest during the day. Moreover, sometimes the school has evening classes, and if they finish late, you can stay overnight. Su and Mo thanked the staff and registered to receive her dormitory key. She was assigned to Building 3, Room 403. After asking a senior student how to get there, Su and Mo and her group went on their own without needing assistance. Building 3 was a new dormitory built after the founding of the country. It wasn't very old, with 6 floors, 12 rooms on each floor, and 8 people in each room. However, at this time, the dormitories did not have private bathrooms or showers. They were all shared on each floor. The bathroom was on the left, and the toilet was on the right. If a dormitory was close to the toilet, it could be quite unpleasant, especially in the summer when the smell was stronger. Room 403 was in a good location, near the bathroom but also shielded by rooms 01 and 02 in front, so it was less likely to be disturbed by late-night showers. Su and Mo arrived early, and the dormitory was still empty. She opened the door to find that the room wasn't very big. There were 2 iron bunk beds on each side and 4 long desks in the middle. Near the door, there were 4 cubbies for luggage on each side. Other than that, there wasn't much else. Dormitories from the 70s and 80s looked somewhat like this. Although it was simple, it was kept clean. Since Su and Mo didn't plan to stay often, she chose a top bunk near the door and left the better spot by the window for someone who would stay longer. After selecting her spot, Lu Chongjing took a basin to fetch water to clean her bed, while Su Yuan took the 2 younger ones to explore outside. After their walk, Su Yuan decided he wanted to be a day student like his sister. He noticed that there were nearly 100 people living on their floor, but only 6 toilets and 6 bathrooms. If he stayed there, he would have to wait a long time to use the bathroom or shower. New dormitories at prestigious schools were like this. His college probably had it worse. Since they had a house, it would be more convenient to live outside. Once the bed was dry, Su and Mo spread out the bamboo mat and thin blanket she brought and put her daily necessities in the top cubby. She left a note on the bed saying she would go home and come back on the morning of the first day of school. After finishing, Su and Mo went to report her day student status to the dorm manager. Then, the group drove to the state-owned hotel for a nice meal to celebrate Su and Mo and Su Yuan starting school. After dinner, Lu Chongjing took the 2 younger ones back to the army, while Su and Mo and Su Yuan went to tidy up the house. Su Zhongli left 3 properties for Su Tingda, 2 in Xiguan and 1 on Beijing Road. The Xiguan property is a large house, while the one on Beijing Road is a 4-story arcade. Su Tingda once took Su and Mo to see the large house when he came to Yangcheng for a meeting. They entered the large house, but only glanced at the arcade since it was crowded and didn't go inside. Su Yuan's school happened to be close to Beijing Road, so the siblings planned to clean out the 2nd floor of the arcade for him to live in. They went to school to get a spare key from Su Tingqian and hurried over. They didn't know what was inside. If it was just an empty shell, they would need to buy a lot of things. Since school hadn't started yet, Su Yun wanted to buy everything quickly. As soon as they opened the door, a cloud of dust hit them, making them cough. Su Yun looked at the thin layer of dust on the floor and complained, "Didn't Dad hire someone to clean every couple of years? This dust looks like it hasn't been cleaned in at least 10 years. Humph. I need to tell Mom that Dad is pocketing the money." Su Tingda often asked Fu Manhwa for money to clean the house. "This is by the road, so it's dusty," Su Mo defended Su Tingda. If the second brother called home complaining, he would surely get scolded by Uncle. Su Yun had come early because Uncle had already called to ask him to keep an eye on the second brother to prevent him from slacking off and getting into trouble. Su Yun pointed out, "The door is closed. How could there be so much dust?" The first floor was a shop, and besides the dust, there was nothing else. The siblings went up to the second floor, which was also empty, as were the third and fourth floors. "Little sister, do you think someone stole everything?" Su Yun was confused. It was hard to believe there was nothing. "Who knows? I'll call Uncle in the evening. After all, the house in Shiguan had furniture." Su Yun grimaced, realizing that if they moved in, furnishing it would cost a lot. Luckily, he hadn't spent much money over the years and had some savings. Seeing that there were faucets on the second and third floors, he turned one on and found it worked fine, which relieved him. If there was no water, he would have to report it for installation, and then he wouldn't move in. Su Yun sprinkled some water on the floor, and the siblings covered their mouths and noses with handkerchiefs as they started cleaning. They worked hard all afternoon, getting dusty, and finally managed to clean the first and second floors. On the way back, Su Mo told Su Yun, "Second brother, I bought an arcade on Gaudi Street nearby, but it's 3 stories. Next time, I'll take you to see it." Su Yun wanted to say they already had a house, so why buy another, but then thought that since his sister was so smart, she must have her reasons. He changed his mind and asked, "Did you hear some news? I heard someone say that if private businesses are really allowed, this area might develop into a commercial street again." "Really?" Su Yun's eyes lit up. "How credible is that?" "At least 60 to 70%. Second brother, keep an eye out for me. If anyone wants to sell a shop, let me know. I want to buy a few more." "Sure, I'll keep an eye on it. By the way, how much did you pay for that arcade?" Su Yun calculated that if he had enough money, he could buy one too. 3,000 yuan. Su Yun's face fell instantly. His total savings were only a little over 2,000 yuan, so it seemed he couldn't afford it. However, he thought he could look for other business opportunities and earn money to buy later. That evening, after dinner, Su Yun called home to ask about the arcade. It turned out that there had originally been furniture there, but during the movement, the door was smashed by someone. By the time Su Tingda found out, everything inside had been moved out. The situation was chaotic at the time, and there was no way to trace it. Su Tingda could only accept his bad luck, fix the door, and pay someone to keep an eye on it and notify him if anything happened. At first, Su Tingda thought the siblings were just going to check it out. When he learned that Su Yun was going to live there, he scolded him for wanting to avoid living on campus and slacking off. Su Yun felt nervous and quickly hung up the phone. The next day, Su Mo accompanied Su Yun to the furniture market to buy furniture. As a single man, Su Yun didn't have many requirements. He just needed the basics to be livable. After browsing around, Su Yun bought a bed, wardrobe, desk, and 2 wooden chairs. He didn't buy the cheapest for things he would use long-term, opting for mid-range items. The bed cost 54 yuan, the wardrobe 64.8 yuan, the desk 34.2 yuan, and the 2 chairs 24 yuan. Although it didn't seem like he bought much, it added up to 177 yuan. Then, he bought a bicycle for 158 yuan. Adding in the basic daily necessities like a basin, enamel jug, and thermos, he spent over 30 yuan. By the end of the day, he had spent over 300 yuan. Su Yun felt a pang of regret. He realized how expensive living was. That day, he spent 4 months' worth of salary. Looking at the furniture, he considered the possibility of asking his dad for reimbursement. But then he thought better of it, fearing his dad would come to Yangqing to scold him. After settling in, Su Yun stayed there that night and didn't return to the family compound with Su Mo. This area was close to the train station and near the convention center, with many free markets and street vendors. Su Yun planned to familiarize himself with the area before school started. On September 27th, Su Mo woke up early and asked Lu Changjing to cook breakfast for the two kids while she rode her bike to school. Since she wasn't staying in the dorm, she didn't know if there were any new announcements from the school yesterday. She wanted to get there early to ask her roommates. When Su Mo arrived at school, it was still before 7 o'clock, just in time for breakfast. Groups of students were heading to the cafeteria. Su Mo hurried to the dormitory and ran into her 7 roommates heading out for breakfast. They were surprised to see her. "Hello everyone, I'm Su Mo," she introduced herself and pointed to her bed. "That's my bed sure enough." Not long after, Xiao Guangming called Su Mo to speak. Since the director valued her opinion, Su Mo didn't want to disappoint him. She shared her thoughts based on her experience at the Foreign Trade Center, mentioning the advantages of major languages and the benefits of less common languages. At the end of the meeting, it was time to choose majors. Most people chose English and Russian, while very few opted for German and French. Su Mo felt comfortable with English and didn't plan to invest more effort in learning it. Russian seemed less useful in the future, so she chose to major in German and minor in French. As for Russian, she might consider it if she had the energy. After the classes were divided by major, there were only 13 students majoring in German, and Su Mo was the only girl.
Shuma. Wow.
Being the only girl in the class felt like a huge responsibility, and she couldn't afford to skip classes. After Su Mo started her classes, Lu Xiaolan from Lu Family Village prepared to report to school in Harbin. Thinking her parents had never been outside of Shuangshan, she wanted them to accompany her to Harbin for the registration and to explore the city for a couple of days. Her father, Lu Qing'an, was happy to go, but he thought it wouldn't be right for just the two of them to go, so he decided to bring along Uncle Lu Boming. Li Yue also wanted to go, but since the autumn harvest wasn't finished, she felt it wouldn't be good for the whole family to leave. She decided to stay behind and let Lu Qing'an take their daughter. The night before they left, Li Yue went to Lu Xiaolan's room and gave her 100 yuan. "Take this money. When you get to school, don't hesitate to spend it on food. Studying is tough, and you need to keep your energy up." "Mom, I don't need it. I have my own money," Lu Xiaolan replied. "Besides, I get a subsidy from the government for university, 18 yuan a month." Lu Xiaolan's job at the nursery wasn't a formal position, so she couldn't enjoy the benefits of paid schooling and relied on the government subsidy. Everything costs money in big cities. I ask your third sister-in-law, and after meals, that 18 yuan doesn't leave you with much. You'll need money for paper and pens in university. I still don't need it. I saved some money before. How much can you save? You only earn 30 yuan a month and send 10 yuan home. After buying things and taking a flight last time, how much do you think you have left? Li Yue knew how much Lu Xiaolan earned. She calculated that her daughter probably hadn't saved much in 3 years in Yangqing. "I haven't saved much, but I didn't spend the money I took with me. I'm fine for now." When Lu Xiaolan got divorced, she brought back over 300 yuan and sold her work for another 400 yuan. Although she left 200 yuan for her parents, the remaining 500 yuan went to Yangqing, and she hadn't spent any of it. After returning, she deposited 400 yuan in the bank to avoid losing it at school. "Mom, I have enough money. I really don't need it. If I carry too much, what if I lose it on the way? I'll sew it into your clothes so you won't lose it," Li Yue insisted. "You need to take it. You're alone out there now, without your third brother and sister-in-law. What if you need money urgently? Just take it. It's better to be prepared. Don't make yourself uncomfortable at school. Besides, this money is from you." The mother and daughter each had their own opinions, but in the end, they compromised. Lu Xiaolan accepted 50 yuan, and Li Yue sewed a hidden pocket into her pants to keep it safe. After Li Yue left, Lu Yuji came by and gave Lu Xiaolan 20 yuan.
Xiaolan, take this 20 yuan.
Eat well at school and don't be stingy, Lu Yuji said. With a monthly salary of only 24 yuan, giving 20 yuan was a generous gesture. Lu Xiaolan waved her hand. Sister-in-law, I don't need it. The school provides subsidies. You and brother have 3 kids to support. Keep the money.
Take it.
Everything costs money out there. Even though your brother and I don't have much, we can manage this 20 yuan, Lu Yuji said, insisting on giving it to her. When Lu Xiaolan tried to refuse again, Lu Yuji pressed her hand down and said, Xiaolan, your brother and I haven't been able to contribute much to the family.
He feels guilty about it.
Now that you're going to university, he wants to help. If you don't take it, he might feel bad. Your sister-in-law knows you might not need this 20 yuan, but it's a gesture from us. You must accept it. With Lu Yuji saying that, Lu Xiaolan couldn't refuse anymore. Okay, I'll take it. Thank you, brother and sister-in-law. Lu Yuji chatted with Lu Xiaolan for a while before leaving. When Lu Hohot saw Lu Yuji return, she discussed it with Lu Weigua and took 20 yuan to Lu Xiaolan. Lu Weigua was promoted last year to a team leader, and his salary increased from 28 yuan to 32 yuan. Both families had similar monthly incomes. However, Lu Xingjuan received a bonus at the end of the year, so the first family earned a bit more overall. But the first family had one more child, making the numbers quite close. Since she received money from her older brother and sister-in-law, Lu Xiaolan didn't refuse the gifts from her second brother and sister-in-law. She thanked them and accepted the money to avoid seeming like she had a preference. On the morning of October 1st, Lu Boming and Lu Qing'an took a military transport truck to Shuangshan City to help Lu Xiaolan register at university. When the transport truck arrived at the brigade headquarters, many people came to see her off. After all, she was the first college student from the village, and some even gave her red envelopes. Lu Xiaolan was very surprised and didn't know if she should accept them. When she saw Lu Boming nodding at her, she thanked them and accepted the envelopes. After the truck left, Lu Boming said to Lu Xiaolan, "Remember those who gave you red envelopes. If you can help them in the future, do so." Lu Xiaolan nodded. It took nearly 3 hours to drive from Lijiakan to Shuangshan City. Sitting in the back seat with nothing to do, Lu Xiaolan thought about Lu Boming's words and secretly opened the red envelopes. Inside the envelopes were names written on them, most containing 1 or 2 yuan. The brigade leaders gave 5 yuan, and one large red envelope from Lu Baogua, on behalf of the brigade, contained 20 yuan. Lu Xiaolan wrote everything down in a notebook. Including the 20 yuan from the brigade, she received a total of 52 yuan in red envelopes. She felt like she was going to school with the blessings of the whole village. Lu Xiaolan's eyes became slightly moist. Although the villagers often had small disputes, they came together when it mattered. This reminded her of her time in Tang City, when everyone worked together, showing their unity. When they arrived at the train station, it was already noon, and they could only buy tickets for the 3 p.m. train. The journey from Shuangshan City to Harbin took 8 to 9 hours, so Lu Xiaolan didn't want Lu Boming to get too tired and hoped to buy sleeper tickets. With Lu Boming's veteran disability certificate and Lu Xiaolan's admission notice, they easily bought 3 hard sleeper tickets. The 3 of them ate boiled eggs and dumplings that Li Yue had prepared, and after the station announcement, they boarded the train. Once seated, Lu Xiaolan took an enamel cup to get hot water for Lu Boming and unexpectedly ran into an acquaintance. "Secretary Geng, are you also going to Harbin? My grandpa and dad are accompanying me to register at university, and they are in the front carriage," Lu Xiaolan said excitedly, pointing the way to Geng Chongqing. Geng Chongqing was surprised to see them and followed Lu Xiaolan's directions to greet Lu Boming and Lu Qing'an. "Secretary Geng, are you going to Harbin for work?" Lu Qing'an hadn't seen Geng Chongqing in over a year. Geng Chongqing waved his hand. "No, I'm going to Jing City. I've been transferred there." It seemed like a temporary transfer, as the country was making big moves in the south, and he would likely go to Guangdong province later. But those details weren't finalized yet. Lu Qing'an was shocked and felt a bit reluctant. Secretary Geng was a rare, capable official who cared for the people. It was hard to find someone like him, and he hoped he wouldn't be replaced by someone less competent. Since Geng Chongqing ran into acquaintances, he didn't return to his seat but stayed to chat with them. With conversation, time passed quickly, and around midnight, they arrived in Harbin. The Heilongjiang provincial government sent someone to pick up Geng Chongqing, and he took the opportunity to drop Lu Xiaolan off at the designated guest house for her school. As the first batch of college students after the college entrance examination was restored, the government provided many conveniences. Besides covering travel expenses, if relatives came to send them off, they could stay for free for one night at the designated guest house with the admission notice. It was Lu Qing'an's first time in Harbin, and thinking about sending his daughter to school the next day made him too excited to sleep. He tossed and turned in bed, and the creaky bed kept Lu Boming from sleeping well too. The next day, they woke up feeling less than refreshed. If they weren't already dark-skinned, they might have looked like they had dark circles under their eyes. After breakfast, they took Lu Xiaolan to register at her school. Lu Xiaolan was majoring in Chinese, one of the most popular majors, with over 100 new students. Even though they arrived early, they still had to wait in line to complete the registration process. As Lu Qing'an walked around the campus, he felt a rare sense of envy. It was a pity he wasn't born at a better time, otherwise, he might have gone to college too. Lu Qing'an was born in 1922, during the time of the Japanese invasion. Back then, survival was tough, let alone studying. Originally, the third son had a chance to attend university, but he chose to join the army instead. He thought he would never have the opportunity to step into a university. Unexpectedly, his daughter made his dream come true. After completing the registration, a senior student took them to the dormitory building. The dormitory was a bit old, but spacious. Lu Xiaolan's dorm was on the second floor, with 10 people sharing a room. When she arrived, 2 people were already there. After greeting them, Lu Xiaolan quickly chose a bed, unpacked her things, and then took Lu Qing'an and Lu Boming out. The 3 of them explored the campus and had lunch at the school cafeteria. Classes started the day after tomorrow, so they had some time. In the afternoon, Lu Xiaolan took them out to explore. Lu Boming had been to Harbin when he was younger. After more than 20 years, the changes were remarkable, and he couldn't help but feel amazed. While Lu Xiaolan was registering, Yang Xiyun in Haishur was also packing her bags to go to school. Compared to her trip to Yangqing to find Su Mo last time, Yang Xiyun looked extremely haggard now. Yang Xiyun was a year older than Su Mo, only 24 this year, but she looked like she was in her 30s. The past 2 years had been tough for her. The Gong family pressured her to divorce for various reasons, but she held firm and refused to leave. Initially, her mother and brother supported her. However, the Gong family used Yang Xiyun's brother's future as leverage against her family. In her mother's eyes, her son was always more important than her daughter. To secure her brother's future, her mother sided with the Gong family and pressured her to divorce. Without a job and lacking support from her family, Yang Xiyun couldn't hold on any longer. At the beginning of the year, she accepted 500 yuan in compensation from the Gong family and divorced Gong Yi. Somehow, the Gong family managed to help Yang Suong get his job back at the textile factory, where he was promoted to deputy director. Yang Xiyun found it ironic. When she was married, they claimed they had no influence over the factory, but now he had the ability. Just when Yang Xiyun felt lost, the government announced the restoration of the college entrance examination. She grasped this opportunity like a lifeline, threw herself into studying, and successfully got into a university. Although it wasn't a prestigious school, it was still much better than many others. Hope rekindled in her heart. She became the second college student in her family after her father. Even though she was divorced, she could still build a future for herself. After graduation, her job would be arranged by the state, and no one could take that away. However, she wouldn't be as foolish as her father, supporting a bunch of leeches. She saw through her family and planned to apply for a job in another place after graduation, far away from Haishur, cutting ties with them completely. Zhou Qiuying saw Yang Xiyun packing and said, "Xiyun, are you going to register today? You could go tomorrow. I called your brother, and we can go together." No need to trouble yourself. I can go by myself, Yang Suyun replied calmly. I borrowed a car from the factory for your brother to drive you tomorrow. It'll be inconvenient with so much luggage otherwise. No need, there's a bus that goes directly there. It's not inconvenient. Zhou Qiuying sighed. Ever since she encouraged Yang Suyun to divorce, Yang Suyun had been distant with her. But what could she do? The Gong family was determined to divorce, and as ordinary people, they couldn't fight against them. It was better to take the compensation and leave while they could, rather than end up with nothing if things escalated. No matter how much she tried to explain, Suyun seemed to think she was sold out for her brother's future. A son's future is important, but a daughter matters too. If there had been any other choice, she wouldn't have let her daughter get a divorce. A couple of days ago, she heard that Gong Yi was transferred back to the city and got married last month to the granddaughter of a high-ranking official. They want a good match, a strong partnership. If Suyun doesn't get divorced, she will be in their way, and what good will come of that? All right, I'll take you there later, said Zhou Qiuying. Suyun didn't refuse this. She had a lot to carry, and it was tough to manage alone. Having someone to help was a relief. She really didn't want to come back to this home. The place where they lived now was a small room arranged by Zhou Qiuying's workplace, with a tiny kitchen. It was cramped and couldn't compare to the house Yang Shuren had before. Once Suyun finished packing, Zhou Qiuying looked at the large bags in surprise. Suyun, you don't need to take so much. There are many people in the dorm, and there won't be enough space. Just take what you need for now, and if you need anything else, you can come back since our home isn't far from the school. No need. Once school starts, I'll be busy and won't have time to come back often. I'll just take everything at once. If you don't have time, just call home, and I'll bring it to you. Suyun frowned and replied impatiently, I said I want to take everything at once. If it's too much trouble for you, I can go by myself. Zhou Qiuying was taken aback, but didn't say anything more. She helped Suyun carry her things, and they left together. That evening, Yang Suang came over with his wife and child. He asked Zhongye to buy a new dress for Suyun as a gift for school. When Yang Suang arrived and saw only Zhou Qiuying at home, he asked in surprise, Mom, where's Suyun? Your sister went to school to register today.
What?
Didn't we agree to take her together tomorrow? Zhou Qiuying sighed. Your sister is probably upset with the family.
Yang Suhong fell silent, while Zhongye scoffed.
In her view, her sister-in-law was very selfish. The man was adamant about the divorce and even threatened her. If she didn't leave now, would the whole family suffer with her? During the 2 years Yang Suang was suspended, they often asked her to get help from the Gong family, but she always said it couldn't be done.
Why was it possible this time?
She thought it was because Suyun cared too much about her pride and didn't speak up to the Gong family. Seeing Zhongye's expression, Zhou Qiuying wanted to say something but noticed her pregnant belly and decided to stay quiet. This daughter-in-law was truly a poor choice. Initially, they thought that since her father was a factory owner, he could protect Su Hong from any trouble from the Su family. But unexpectedly, they didn't care at all and let Su Hong stay suspended. Zhongye had been spoiled since childhood and was used to spending freely. Her salary was barely enough, and she had to ask Su Hong for money. During the 2 years of his suspension, their savings had been almost completely spent. Fortunately, this year Su Hong was reinstated and even promoted to deputy director. Otherwise, they would have serious financial problems. But it was too late for regrets now. Their grandson was already growing up, and soon they would have another baby. I'll go to the school tomorrow to check on her. Her sister-in-law bought her a dress, and I'll take it to her, Yang Suang said. Don't go. She's in a strong mood right now. Wait a while until she calms down, Zhou Qiuying replied. Yang Suang nodded, stayed a bit longer, and then took his wife and child home. Over there, Su Mo has been in school for a week already. Back in those days, university was not like it is now. The schedule was not too packed, allowing time for students to develop extracurricular interests, with various clubs available. At that time, the task of university students was to study hard and serve the country. The courses were fully packed, with 4 classes in the morning and 4 in the afternoon, leaving no time wasted. Evenings were free of classes, as students needed time to review what they learned during the day. The German major at Zhongdao was established in 1958, but was paused during the Cultural Revolution. It resumed after the college entrance examination was reinstated, so there was some foundation. Freshman year was all about building a foundation, covering basic knowledge in listening, reading, writing, and speaking, as well as courses on the history of German-speaking countries. Zhongda put in a lot of effort to revive this major. Their main teacher was a small, strict German man named Mr. Felix, known for his typical German rigor. On the first day of class, he clearly stated that anyone who missed class without a valid reason or failed any exam would have to retake the course. Su Mo recalled jokes from the internet about studying in Germany, where a 4-year program often turned into 8 years. Although the undergraduate program was said to last 3 years, very few actually graduated in 4. Most took 5 years. In Germany, if you fail even one subject, you have to retake everything. Su Mo suddenly felt she had made a hasty decision. She should have chosen French instead. Moreover, Felix had a peculiar habit of calling on students to answer questions from the previous class. With only 13 students in the class, everyone was called on almost every day. Zhongda's German major had only 2 teachers. Besides Felix, there was an older man named Yen Izhou, who had studied in Germany. His name sounded elegant, but he was quite strict. It was said that he was good friends with Felix, who had recommended him. With 8 classes each day split between these 2 teachers, students faced the stern expressions of both, creating a lot of pressure. After just 1 week of this intense schedule, all 13 students looked worn out, and some of the boys even appeared to have lost weight. Finally, Sunday arrived, and Su Mo just wanted to sleep in and not get up at all. Seeing her like this, Lu Chongjing teased, "Is it really that terrifying?" His wife was capable of handling everything, and seeing her like this for the first time made him find her oddly cute, sparking his curiosity about those 2 old teachers. "You have no idea. We have to stay alert every day, and it's exhausting," Su Mo mumbled. She needed to relax and unwind during her break. Lu Chongxing kissed her on the forehead, saying, "Then sleep. I'll take the kids to the team today." Su Mo waved him off, indicating he could handle it himself. At 29, Lu Chongzheng was being encouraged by the military to develop in a more official capacity. He had mostly delegated tasks to his deputy leaders, only stepping in for more serious matters, so he spent more time at home this year. The country planned to test the formation of a special force in the Yangcheng military district, likely in the form of a brigade, codenamed Southern Sword. This task was assigned to Lu Chongzheng by Commander Su. Recently, he had sent out notifications to military districts nationwide, waiting for them to select elite soldiers. He expected to get busy again soon. Taking advantage of his time at home, he wanted to spend more time with the kids and ease some of Su Mo's burdens. After getting ready, Lu Chongzheng went to wake the kids. After they practiced some martial arts in the yard, he took them to the cafeteria for breakfast and got a meal for Su Mo as well. When Lele returned and didn't see Su Mo, he quietly asked, "Is Mom still asleep?" He tried to go check the room, but Lu Chongzheng stopped him. "Mom is tired from studying. She rarely gets a break, so let her sleep a bit longer. You 2 will go to the team with Dad today."
"Ah?
"We're still going?" Lele's face fell. He thought he could spend the day with Mom. The special team was currently undergoing covert training, and Lele wasn't very interested in the hide-and-seek aspect since he always got found quickly, which was no fun. However, despite his reluctance, Lele obediently got into the car with Lu Chongzheng. A few months ago, Lu Chongzheng had been promoted, and his salary increased from 159 yuan to 177 yuan. The team even provided him with a car, but he chose not to have a driver and drove himself. First, Lu Chongzheng stopped by the military hospital to pick up the team's health check report. The special team undertook the most dangerous missions, so the military paid close attention to their health, arranging a comprehensive checkup every year. After collecting the health report, he headed to an office to get some family planning supplies from a doctor. Since returning home last time, Lu Chongzheng had consulted relevant experts twice, and everything was normal. He thought it was because he was often away from home, so he didn't pay much attention. However, He hadn't gone out much in the second half of the year, and he and Soo-mo had been intimate frequently. Whenever he was home, as long as Soo-mo felt comfortable, they didn't use any precautions, yet there was still no sign of pregnancy. Since the issue didn't seem to be with him, it must be with Soo-mo. But she had given birth before, so it was possible she had some complications from childbirth, or it could be that her fertility was affected. Lu Chongjung suspected the latter more. He was already content with 2 kids and had not pursued the matter further, letting things happen naturally. But seeing how exhausted Soo-mo was from studying this week, he decided to get some family planning supplies. You never know when an unexpected pregnancy might happen, which would only add to her burden. When the doctor saw Lu Chongjung enter, he was surprised, thinking he was there for another checkup. He sighed and said, "Captain Lu, what brings you here again?" This was Lu Chongjung's first time asking for family planning supplies, and he hesitated on how to ask. Seeing him silent, the doctor sighed, "Captain Lu, that injury really hasn't affected your fertility. Even if you don't believe me, you should trust the expert from Beijing. He's an authority in this field." The doctor found it strange. Most men would hide such matters, but Captain Lu kept coming back for checkups. If he didn't have kids, it would be understandable, but he clearly had a pair of twins. "Why don't you bring your wife in for a checkup? The issue might be with her," the doctor suggested. Upon hearing Sumo's name, Lu Chongjung quickly waved his hand. "Dr. Chen, I'm not here for a checkup today. I just need some family planning supplies." Dr. Chen. Previously, he came for infertility checks, and now he was asking for family planning supplies. What was going on?
Could it be?
Dr. Chen looked at Lu Chongjung suspiciously for a moment and reminded him, "Captain Lu, don't do anything reckless." Lu Chongjung's face darkened instantly. "What are you implying?" "My wife just got into university and is busy with her studies. Of course, I need to take precautions to avoid her getting pregnant now and affecting her education." Dr. Chen wanted to say that given their situation, they didn't need to worry about contraception, but he kept quiet and silently handed Lu Chongjung several bags of family planning supplies. At that time, family planning supplies were produced by the Qingdao Latex Factory, packed in paper bags, with 2 items per bag available in 4 sizes: large, medium, small, and extra small. Dr. Chen had already checked Lu Chongjung's size and handed him the large ones without asking. "Please give me more. These will be used up in a few days." Dr. Chen. "Captain Lu, these can be reused, and there's an instruction manual on the back of the bag. You should take a look," Dr. Chen said. He couldn't help but add, "Captain Lu, it's best to practice some restraint. Don't be too frequent. Too much can be bad for your health and make it harder to conceive." Lu Chongjung ignored him, looking at the instructions and realizing they needed to be cleaned and coated with talcum powder. He grimaced, "Give me a few more. My wife likes to keep things clean and she might not be happy with used ones." "Captain Lu, each person can only take 3 bags a month," Dr. Chen said, implying he had already given him extra. Lu Chongjung was speechless. What if that's not enough? Dr. Chen paused and said, "You can buy them. They cost 10 cents each." "All right, then give me 30 bags. Dr. Chen's eyes nearly popped out. This Captain Lu was something else. No wonder he could be the leader of the special team. It must be tough for his wife. Dr. Chen wrote Lu Chongjung a receipt and found a large paper bag to pack the items, instructing him to go pay at the cashier. The cashier, seeing Lu Chongjung buying 30 bags of family planning supplies, looked at him with a strange expression several times. When Lu Chongjung returned, Lele saw him carrying a large medical. When they arrived at the team, Lu Chongjung put the 2 kids down and had someone take them to the training ground to join the new recruits. The new recruits were undergoing rappelling training. In later years, this is a standard training for special forces, SWAT, and even firefighters, but for this time period, it was quite advanced. When Lu Chongjung first suggested this training, he had to argue with the leaders for a long time before it was approved. After all, training these elite soldiers is not easy. Rappelling down from 50 meters in just a few seconds using only a rope is quite challenging. If someone falls and gets hurt, it would be a loss for the country. Rappelling training and Lulu were regulars in the team, and everyone was familiar with them. When they saw the kids arrive, they quickly waved them over. For the new members of the special team, the two kids were like a breath of fresh air. Every time they saw An and Lulu, they trained with extra enthusiasm. There was an unwritten rule in the team. Anyone who couldn't match the skills of Lu Changjing's kids had to clean the toilets. And Jia was quite intimidating, but most of the training tasks were easier than what Lulu could handle. When the deputy team leader saw the two kids arrive, he asked the soldier who brought them, "Did the captain send you with them?" The soldier nodded. Yu frowned. The captain was being too bold. Rappelling training is dangerous, and even the selected elite soldiers sometimes get injured. If anything happened to the kids, he could imagine how their mother would react. And in Lulu, this training is a bit dangerous. You should stay down and watch for now. Once you're familiar with it, we can talk about you trying it, Yu said. He didn't want to let the kids participate in something so risky. He would wait for the captain to arrive. The two kids went down to watch from the side. For An, this height was easy. She focused on the techniques and quickly grasped them after watching a few times. Lulu, on the other hand, looked a bit pale. Although he was smart, he was still a child, and the thought of sliding down so quickly from such a height made him nervous. Seeing her brother's worried expression, An whispered to him, "Don't be scared. When you go down, keep your feet close to the wall, hold onto the rope above with one hand, and pull the rope below with the other to reduce the weight of your fall. At first, don't rush. Come down slowly. After practicing a few times, you can gradually speed up. There's a safety mat below, and others are watching, so it's safe." Lulu nodded, looking at An with admiration. "Sister, aren't you scared?" An wanted to say she wasn't scared, but seeing Lulu's expression, she changed her answer. "I am scared, but I can overcome it." After finishing other tasks, Lu Changjing arrived around 11 o'clock. Seeing the two kids standing aside and not participating in the training, he approached to personally guide them. The new recruits tensed up when they saw Lu Changjing coming, and their sliding speed noticeably increased. Yu, seeing Lu Changjing bringing the kids back up, advised, "Captain, they're still young. Maybe it's better to wait until they're older?" Lu Changjing waved his hand. "If they're going to take this path, it's better to learn as early as possible." A few days ago, a leader had talked to him about how Country S had captured a spy from Country M, who was only 11 years old. This child had been undercover since he was 8, using his identity as a child to pass on a lot of intelligence. It was said that this child was also very skilled with a gun, and many people had died trying to catch him. Times are changing, and one should never underestimate a child. Lu Changjing put protective gear on the two kids, found 2 adjacent ropes, and said to An, "You go first. Don't be afraid. Daddy is right beside you. If there's any danger, I will protect you." An nodded, secured her harness, and stepped over the railing, sliding down with Lu Changjing. Although she could slow down, for someone new to rappelling, it still felt fast, taking less than 40 seconds to reach the bottom. Seeing his daughter descend so quickly, Lu Changjing's eyes widened. He had always known that his daughter had secrets, and his wife knew too, but since they hadn't discussed it, he hadn't asked. It seemed like it was time to talk to her. Sometimes, it's good to hide one's skills. Being too outstanding can attract jealousy. She was still young and didn't have enough strength to protect herself. The new recruits watching were amazed as An zipped down and landed safely, gasping in surprise. And Jia was truly impressive. Some of the recruits took 2 to 3 minutes on their first attempt and felt embarrassed. Could it be that they were really that inexperienced? Although rappelling might seem easy to outsiders, once it was their turn, they understood the challenge. Especially at this time, with few tall buildings and limited opportunities to fly, many people had some fear of heights. They had to overcome their fear while trying to descend as quickly as possible, all while ensuring their safety. It was not easy at all. Seeing that An was fine, Lu Changjing had her wait on the side while he went up to teach Lulu. Lulu was not as calm as An standing at that height, and looking down made him feel jittery and anxious. Lu Changjing patted his head and said, "Don't be afraid. Daddy is right here to protect you. Promise me if I fall, I'll tell Mom, and she won't talk to you for a long time." Lu Changjing extended his pinky. "Let's make a pinky promise. I'll make sure you complete this task."
Le souhaitait lui chantzenge sans de oui.
Only little kids make pinky promises. I'm already 5. Just remember, you have to protect me, or I'll tell Mom not to talk to you. Okay, Lu Changjing said, securing Lil Li's harness and lifting him over the railing. Lulu was startled and clung to the railing, shouting, "Wait. Let me take a moment." The soldiers watching couldn't help but laugh. This was how a beginner should act. And Jie's confidence was truly something else. After securing Lil Li's harness, Lu Changjing climbed over the railing and waited for Lulu to get ready. Lulu took a while to gather himself before gripping the rope and slowly moving down. Lu Changjing slid down beside him, encouraging him along the way. In the end, Lulu took 1 minute and 50 seconds to reach the bottom. While this time wasn't fast, it was decent for a beginner. Once he landed, Lulu plopped down on the ground. That scared me. I'm glad I didn't fall. Lu Changjing chuckled and lifted Lulu up. Come on, let's do it a few more times. Once you get used to it, you won't be scared anymore. Lily's face fell. What? It's my turn again? Isn't it sister's turn? And Jia isn't scared, so she can practice less. Since you're scared, you need to practice more, Lu Changjing replied. Lulu trudged behind Lu Changjing, and after 2 more slides, he was less scared and even felt a bit exhilarated, managing to slide down in just over a minute. By this time, it was already 11:30, and the others had returned to eat, leaving just the 3 of them. Lu Changjing called in an over and said, "And next time you encounter new training, it's okay to hold back a bit at first. There's no need to go all out right away. Let others gradually see your progress. It will be better that way." And Anne's previous life had been carefree when she first trained with her master and seniors. But after being betrayed and hunted, she had to be alert every day and couldn't afford to show any weakness. So even if she tried to hold back, she still performed exceptionally well. Actually, I have been holding back and instead surprised at herself for speaking the truth. This was her father. He wouldn't harm her. Lu Changjing was momentarily stunned, not expecting that, and had already slowed down her speed. His daughter truly had remarkable talent. All right, you can go all out. But remember, speed is secondary. Your safety comes first. Lu Changjing wanted to see how fast his daughter could go without holding back. Once they were ready, Lu Changjing shouted, "Start." And zipped down. Lu Changjing was startled, thinking she had fallen, and quickly slid down to save her. However, by the time he reached the bottom, and was already standing safely. Lu Changjing. So she hadn't fallen. She had just slid down. And her speed was clearly faster than his, which meant he couldn't time her. He called Lulu over, taught him how to time, and then went back up to slide down with an in. When Lu Changjing saw Li's time of 10 seconds, he was momentarily stunned. His own time for a 50-meter rappel was 13 seconds, a record in the team. Su Imo woke up close to noon alone. She was too lazy to cook, so after washing up, she grabbed a lunchbox and headed to the cafeteria for a meal. As she passed by the neighbor's house, she saw Wang Tsueme sitting on a small stool at the door, staring blankly at the yard. "Sister Wang, what are you doing?"
Sumo gritet her.
Since she stopped being a middleman, Wang Tsueme seemed to have lost her previous energy. Suemo had caught her daydreaming several times. Hearing someone call her, Wang Tsueme snapped back to reality and awkwardly smiled. "Oh, nothing much." Noticing Suemo with a lunchbox, she looked up at the sun and exclaimed, "Oh no, it's already noon, and I haven't cooked yet." With that, she hurried inside to prepare a meal. Suemo shook her head at this. Before the government made clear rules, it was indeed a bit inappropriate for military families to be middlemen, but it didn't really have a big impact. They just needed to be careful. However, this was someone else's family matter, so Suemo didn't want to say too much. Besides, she noticed that Zheng Guosheng didn't seem to like his family interacting with hers, and she wasn't keen on forcing relationships, so a nodding acquaintance was enough. In the afternoon, Suemo rode her bike to visit her parents at school and helped Mo Yuyong with some chores. Just like that, her day off passed. The next day, everyone returned to work, school, and training as usual. Life went on busily, and in the blink of an eye, Half a month had passed. In late October, the newspaper published some exciting news. Looking at the long list of names in the newspaper, many people, including Su Tingqian, were overjoyed to tears. He could finally go home. That evening, after work, Su Tingqian and his wife went to the family compound to discuss with Su Mo their plan to take a few days off next month to return to Haishur. He was eager to go back and see what had become of their home. Most importantly, he wanted to check if their belongings were still there. His brother had someone watching the house, but that only meant keeping an eye on the outside. The inside was still a mystery. Upon hearing this, Su Mo felt a jolt of anxiety. The items in the secret room were in her space, and they couldn't go back now.
Dad, don't rush.
They say a dying centipede still has some strength left. What if they have a backup plan? If you go back now, it's like walking into a trap, Su Mo advised. The situation is what it is. If the things are gone, it won't matter if you go back. You won't be able to get them back. If they're still there, then there's no need to hurry. Those people have looked for so long without finding anything, so we shouldn't be too worried now. The calmer we act, the better. Who knows if anyone is still watching us? Let's wait a few more months until my winter break, and then we can go back together. We can take in An and Lulu to see Haishur. They've never been there, and it would be nice for them to see where their mom grew up. I just want to go home for a couple of days to check things out, and then come back. I haven't quit my job yet, so I can't be gone for long, Su Tingqian said. Although his daughter had a point, those people were like toothless tigers now. What could they do? Dad, don't underestimate them. A cornered rabbit can still bite, Su Mo warned. The main thing is that Changzheng will be going out again soon, and he probably won't be back for a month or two. I'll be alone, going to school, and there's no one to watch the kids. Su Mo made a pitiful face. I was hoping to trouble you, and Mom to help watch them after work. With that, she kicked Lu Changzheng lightly. Lu Changzheng immediately understood and, feeling guilty, said, Yes, Mom and Dad, there's a new task coming in, and I can't help it. I appreciate you both watching the kids. When I get back, we can all go together. With me around, it'll be safer. Su Tingqian shot him a glare, annoyed that this guy was causing trouble, especially at a time like this, but he agreed nonetheless. Over the years, Su Tingqian has come to appreciate Lu Changzheng. Although this son-in-law is a bit busy with work, his character is beyond reproach. He treats their daughter well, shows them respect, and takes on the responsibilities of being a father. They often come to the family compound to help take care of the children and have seen how hard it is for military wives. In this compound, many focus solely on work, leaving their families behind. Compared to those people, Lu Changzheng is indeed doing very well. Therefore, when it comes to family matters, he knows he will find out eventually, and he doesn't plan to hide anything. After all, their belongings will eventually belong to Mo, and then to the two children. There's no reason for everyone to know while he is kept in the dark. It's not just Su Tingqian and his family discussing going to see the things. Su Tingda and his wife are also involved. Find a time to take a leave, and we'll go to Yangqing to see what the old man left behind. Now that things are settled, it's time to give the proper thanks, Su Tingda said to Fu Manhwa, using the excuse that he had already found a reason, saying that Su Yuan, that rebellious child, wasn't studying well, and he needed to go teach him a lesson. They managed to connect with the Southern Marshal through various relationships and favors. Although others didn't say anything, they needed to be sensible. China has always valued etiquette, and the proper thanks should be given. This way, if they need help in the future, others will be more willing to assist. Okay, I'll take a leave in a few days, Fu Manhua said, also curious about what her father-in-law had hidden. Has Tingqian's stuff in Haishur been kept safe? Su Tingda shook his head. I don't know. We'll have to wait for Tingqian to come back and check. During that time, many people came to that street of Western-style houses, and many were directly requisitioned. There were armed forces guarding the area, so his people couldn't get in. Later, after those forces withdrew, he sent someone to check and said the houses were fine and not damaged. But others were unaware, so they could only see the houses. Whether the hidden things were taken would have to be checked upon returning. A few days later, Su Tingda and his wife arrived in Yangcheng. By the time they got there, it was already evening, so they went directly to the building where Su Yun lived. On the way home from school that day, Su Yun ran into a street vendor selling roasted goose and bought half of one. He also went to a state-run restaurant to pack some stir-fried dishes and bowls of rice, and bought 2 bottles of wine, inviting a new friend over for a few drinks. His younger sister had asked him to find out if anyone wanted to sell a shop. It was inconvenient for him, as an outsider, to gather this information, but once he got familiar with the locals, it would be much easier to learn about it. This new friend of Su Yun's was Su Chifa, a leader in a free market and a relative of Granny Su. Before school started, Su Yun had visited the free market he managed and had seen him from a distance. A few days ago, after a meeting at school, Su Yun came back late and happened to witness someone from another free market ambushing Su Chifa. Su Chifa was outnumbered and at a disadvantage. Seeing this as an opportunity to build a connection, Su Yun immediately stepped in to help. Although Su Yun could be a bit reckless, he had spent many years in the military and was quite capable. Together, they quickly defeated their opponents, who fled in disarray. Su Chifa valued brotherhood and, since Su Yun saved him, he immediately started calling him brother. Su Chifa also lived on Beijing Road, so they often had meals together. Over time, they became very close, almost like soulmates who met too late. Usually, Su Chifa treated him, but today, having bought good food, Su Yun planned to treat Su Chifa. Just as they set the food out and poured the wine, they hadn't even had a chance to toast when they heard a knock at the door downstairs. Su Chifa thought it was his younger brother looking for him, so he went to the balcony and shouted down, "Hey, what's up?" Su Tingda and Fu Manhwa were puzzled. Did they come to the wrong place? They stepped out of the corridor and looked up. They saw a young man on the second-floor balcony, shirtless and holding a cigarette. "Hello, is Su Yun living here?" Su Tingda asked. Could it be that rebellious child rented this place out? Seeing Su Tingda in military uniform, Su Chifa's heart sank. Oh no, this must be Yuan's parents. He quickly pulled a cigarette from his mouth and smiled. Yes, uncle and aunt, I'll go down and open the door right now. Su Chifa cared about his brother Su Yun. In the free market, people saw them as troublemakers, and those with proper jobs looked down on them. But Su Yun was different. He came from a good family, was a former soldier, and a university student. Throughout their friendship, Su Chifa never felt even a hint of disdain from him. On the contrary, he respected his abilities, which made Su Chifa feel valued. He didn't want to lose such a friend. Su Chifa hurried back into the living room and called out to Su Yun, who was coming out of the kitchen with bowls and chopsticks. "Oh no, Yuan, your parents are here." "What? Your parents?" "Hurry and open the door." He quickly grabbed the clothes he had thrown on a chair and put them on. Su Yun hadn't bought a dining table, and when Su Chifa came over once and saw how bare his place was, he had his younger brother bring over a set of furniture. Suddenly, Su Yun had a sofa, a coffee table, a dining table, and all the kitchenware. Su Yun intended to give Su Chifa money for this, but he refused to take it, so Su Yun ended up enjoying a free meal from his brother. At that moment, they heard Su Tingda's strong voice from downstairs. "Su Yun, open the door." Su Yun jumped in surprise. "What? Why is my dad here?" While he spoke, he quickly rushed downstairs to open the door. "Dad, Mom, what brings you here?"
Su Yun asked.
As Su Tingda entered and saw Su Chifa behind Su Yun, even though Su Chifa had put on a shirt, he was still wearing shorts and flip-flops, giving off an unrefined impression, which darkened his expression instantly. Being in the free market, Su Chifa was good at reading the room. Seeing Su Tingda's expression, he knew he wasn't liked. With a smile, he said to Su Yun, "Yuan, you're busy. I'll head back now." He then addressed Su Tingda and Fu Manhwa, "Uncle and aunt, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave." With his parents here, Su Yun couldn't invite Su Chifa for drinks anymore, so he waved, "Brother Fa, let's drink together next time." "Sure, next time," Su Chifa replied with a smile as he left. After Su Yun waved goodbye to Su Chifa, He closed the door and took his parents upstairs. The shop on the first floor was still empty except for Su Yuan's bicycle. When Fu Manhwa came upstairs, she was surprised to see that the furniture on the second floor was so complete. She thought her younger son would only buy the essentials. Su Tingda came up and saw several small dishes on the dining table, with meat and wine. He snorted, "You really know how to enjoy yourself." Fu Manhua tugged at him. "What's wrong with the kids eating well? Now that you're here, it's a treat for you." Su Yuan chuckled, saying nothing, and took the luggage bag from Su Tingda to put it in the room where he would sleep. "I only bought a bed. You two will sleep in the bedroom, and I'll sleep in the living room." Fu Manhua followed him and saw that there was a bed, a wardrobe, and a desk. Everything was quite complete. "I thought you would only buy a bed, just enough to sleep on," Fu Manhua laughed. "My little sister went shopping with me. She picked all this out." Su Yuan smiled. If it were up to him, he would likely have just bought a bed. Buying furniture must have cost a lot, right? Fu Manhua asked, thinking about how to reimburse her younger son later. Although he was currently studying with a stipend, he only received half his salary, about 40 yuan a month. It seemed like a lot, but seeing him with meat and wine, she guessed he wouldn't have much left. Moreover, he wasn't dating yet, and he wasn't young anymore. She hoped he would find someone in college. She didn't want to shortchange him. "I didn't spend much. I only bought what's in the room. The rest was a gift from brother Fa." Fu Manhua was surprised. That person didn't seem like someone important, so why did he give a Yuan so much furniture? "What does he do?" Su Tingda asked, listening from outside. "He works in the free market," Su Yuan replied casually.
Fu Manhua paused.
In the past, she would have told Su Yuan to avoid him, but they knew discussions were already happening about restoring private business. Although some people still disagreed, it seemed likely that those in charge would soon convince them. When that happens, those in the free market would easily clean their names and might become some of the first to get rich. Her younger son was eager to carry on the family business, and if he wanted to get back into business, he would indeed have to deal with these people. Su Tingda understood, but thought that the man didn't seem trustworthy. There are levels in business, and the Su family has resources. There's no need to mix with those of questionable backgrounds. Your main task now is to study. Stay away from people like that, Su Tingda said. "I understand," Su Yuan sighed, agreeing to avoid scolding. As for how he would act, his father wasn't around to control him. "You've been in school for almost a month now. How's it going?" "It's going well."
"Who do you think I am?"
"I used to be a factory manager," Su Yuan replied confidently. He was majoring in accounting. The Su family had a business background, and Su Yuan was good with numbers, so he was thriving in his studies. "Don't get too proud. As long as you can learn, focus on your studies," Su Tingda admonished. "Okay, I got it. Let's eat before the food gets cold," Su Yuan said, heading to the kitchen to grab some bowls and chopsticks. Many people thought Su Tingda was harsh on Su Yuan, but Fu Manhua knew that among his two sons, Su Yuan was the one he cared for the most. However, their way of interacting was different from others. They seemed to prefer expressing themselves through banter. Su Yuan, being carefree, didn't take his father's scolding to heart. Otherwise, with Su Tingda's stubbornness, there would likely be a lot of misunderstandings between them. Su Yichen was steady in his work, so Su Tingda paid less attention to him. Su Yuan, being carefree, received more of Su Tingda's focus and energy throughout his life. With the wine poured, Su Yuan had a few drinks with Su Tingda, but didn't overdo it. The meal was plentiful, and the three of them enjoyed a nice dinner together. After the meal, Su Yuan thought about having his parents take a shower first, but then he faced a dilemma. "Mom, is it okay for you to take a cold shower?" Su Yuan asked uncertainly. He had always taken cold showers and forgot that they needed hot water. There wasn't even a piece of firewood in the kitchen. At the end of October, it was still a bit chilly in Yangcheng. Su Yuan tested the water temperature and found it unsuitable, so he asked her to wait a moment and rode his bike to Su Chifa's house to get some firewood or coal. Su Chifa wasn't much of a cook either, and he used a gas stove, so he didn't have any of those things. However, he had many younger brothers, so it was easy to solve such small matters. He told Su Yun to go back first, and he would send it over later. Less than 10 minutes after Su Yun returned, someone shouted from downstairs, "Yuan Ge, open the door." Two of Su Chifa's younger brothers came upstairs, one carrying a basket of coal and the other an iron bucket with 4 burning pieces of coal inside. "Yuan Ge, Brother Fa asked us to bring you coal." They brought the coal to the kitchen on the second floor, along with a fire tong, and placed the hot coal into the kitchen stove. They even kindly filled a pot with water and put it on the stove to heat. After finishing, they quickly left. Fu Manhwa watched from the side and thought that Brother Fa was probably not just an ordinary person in the free market. Given the respectful attitude of those two, he likely had some influence. Before the founding of the country, Fu Manhwa's family had relatives in the high city gang, so she wasn't opposed to such connections. Her only concern was whether this person would get involved in anything bad that could affect her son. You need to be careful with your associations. The country's interests come first, understand?
Fu Manhwa reminded.
I know, Su Yun replied, his expression becoming serious. If the other party engaged in actions that harmed the country's interests, no matter how good their relationship was, he wouldn't hesitate to cut ties. That was a matter of principle. However, from what he understood so far, Brother Fa didn't seem like that kind of person. He was also the child of a capitalist. After his family was taken care of, it was just him and his mother left. With his mother in poor health, the burden of life fell on him, forcing him to take risks in the black market. Over the years, he gradually became a leader, managing a free market on his own. After his parents finished showering, Su Yun finally asked about their purpose for coming over. "We came to see what your grandfather left behind," Su Tingda said without hiding anything. Su Yun's eyes lit up. "Take me with you. I want to see too. Don't you have class?" Su Tingda glared at him. "Your mother and I have to go back the day after tomorrow. We won't wait for your break." "It's fine. I can take a leave of absence tomorrow morning. I just want to take a quick look," Su Yun said happily, thinking this might be his chance to get rich. Su Tingda was so angry he wanted to hit him. "How long has school been in session? You're already asking for leave." "Don't worry, our teacher is very nice. He said as long as I can learn what he teaches and do well on the exams, I don't even have to attend class," Su Yun replied. He was indeed lucky. If he had a teacher like his little sister's German teacher, who would make him retake a course for skipping once, that would have been a real headache. The next day, the father and son woke up early to take a tricycle to Shiguan. On the way, they met a few women carrying baskets, preparing to sell food near the train station. Su Yun bought 3 tea eggs and 3 sticky rice chickens for breakfast. The women had bamboo baskets lined with white cloth and wore white gloves, which made everything look clean and hygienic. Fu Manhwa watched and couldn't help but exclaim that this was indeed Yang City. If this were in Guizhou province, these people would have been caught for being so noticeable. When they arrived at the station, Su Yun called for a tricycle, and half an hour later, they reached Shiguan. It was Su Yun's first time here, and he felt a bit excited. The Su family's roots were in Haisher, and they only moved to Yang City later. Their house was not in the famous Shiguan area, but located a bit further back. The architectural style was more modern, resembling a standalone villa. Strictly speaking, it couldn't be classified as a traditional Shiguan house. It was more like a Shiguan residence. The image found on Baidu Encyclopedia was somewhat similar, but the decoration was certainly not as good. It was just for reference. Su Tingda led the two of them through the main street and around to a private yard, taking out a key to unlock the door. Su Yun looked around and whistled. Unfortunately, he wasn't born at the right time. Otherwise, he could have experienced the family's immense wealth. Su Tingda shot him a glare and pushed the door open. In the yard, there was a decent-sized pond, and next to it was a rock garden, though it was now dry. The windows and doors were beautifully carved, giving an antique feel. Fortunately, the Su family had some means to preserve it. Otherwise, during the Cultural Revolution, it would have been destroyed. Su Tingda had someone come to clean every year so the house wasn't too dirty, just a bit dusty. The furniture was covered with cloth to prevent damage. While the mother and son were exploring, Su Tingda went to one of the windows, counted down to the 6th blue brick, and pressed it hard. Then he moved to the storage room, cleared some items from the third shelf, and found 3 blue bricks that were noticeably raised. Fu Manhwa and Sui Yuan followed him over. Su Tingda instructed Sui Yuan to pry up the 3 blue bricks. The 3 bricks were only half-sized, and when pried open, they revealed a round hole. Su Tingda took out a round object, pressed it against the hole, twisted it a few times, and after hearing a click, he had Sui Yuan help him move the wooden frame behind it. They felt around the corner, and with a combined effort, the wall slid open like a sliding door, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside the compartment were several boxes, not large, the kind that are easy to carry. The father and son exchanged cautious glances and carefully took down the boxes. There were a total of 8 boxes, 6 larger ones and 2 smaller ones. Su Tingda first opened the 2 smaller boxes, which contained neatly arranged small yellow fish. He roughly counted about 120 fish in each box. Among the 6 larger boxes, one contained Hong Kong dollars and various foreign currencies, one contained firearms and ammunition, and the other 4 were filled with priceless valuables. There were exquisite jade jewelry, beautifully crafted gold pieces inlaid with gems, famous paintings, and a variety of gemstones, including a small box of diamonds. In the 1940s, diamonds were just gaining popularity abroad. Su Zhongli had heard about the business opportunity from foreign friends. During a trip abroad, he bought a bag of cut diamonds, totaling hundreds, all over 2 carats. At that time, diamonds were just becoming popular and were not yet tied to love or inflated in value as they are today. He had thought about checking for a market in the country, but since the nation was in turmoil, people preferred gold, so Su Zhongli dropped the idea. Later, he stored the bag of diamonds as a backup plan. Yang City was Su Zhongli's last resort, prepared in case they couldn't leave Haisher. If it ever came to that, it meant the situation was dire, so the items prepared here were all valuable, easy to carry, and priceless. Thus, while the quantity of items in Yang City seemed much less than in Haisher, their value is not too different. When Su Zhongli distributed the items, he considered the family's business and gave everything to his eldest son, compensating the younger son with more money by giving him the items from Haisher. Su Yuan looked at these items with wide eyes. Even as a man, he could tell the jewelry was valuable. If sold in Hong Kong, they would fetch a high price.
Dad, we struck gold.
Su Yuan suddenly slapped Su Tingda on the back. Su Tingda stumbled from the unexpected hit, annoyed and wishing he hadn't brought this rebellious son along. What do you mean struck gold?
Shutinde whispered angrily.
Do we need your money? You should be thinking about how to keep the family heirlooms safe, not selling them. I'm telling you, these items are off limits. First, let's see if your uncle's items are safe. If they're gone, this stuff will have to be split with him. The rest should be kept for emergencies or passed down as family heirlooms. Su Yuan rubbed his nose, feeling disappointed. He had been thinking about selling some and buying a house with his younger sister. Seeing his father say not to touch the items, yet the older couple began picking and choosing, Su Yuan curiously asked, "What are you doing? Didn't you say these items are off-limits? Our family has many connections. Since others helped us, we should at least give a token of appreciation," Fu Manhwa explained. She actually wanted to give money, but that could raise bribery suspicions. She had discussed with Su Zhongli to wait until things settled down and then see if there were suitable gifts. Now that she saw these items, they were perfect for gifts, though it would be painful to part with them. Ultimately, the couple chose 2 famous paintings, a pair of bracelets, and a jade necklace. These items were already in exquisite boxes, so they just packed them into a bag to take with them. "Dad, can I take something too?" "You both took items, and I'm left empty-handed," Su Yuan said, looking eagerly at Su Tingda. Su Tingda wanted to scold him again, but Fu Manhwa stopped him. "Then take 2 small yellow fish," Fu Manhwa suggested, reaching for the box of gold bars. "Forget the gold. Just give me a few of those shiny things," Su Yuan pointed to the small box of diamonds. "That's diamonds," Su Tingda replied irritably. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. So, this was a diamond. He had heard from Fa Ge that diamonds were popular in Hong Kong, small and set in rings, selling for a high price. Then give me a few diamonds, Su Yuan said, quickly grabbing the small box and taking several before Su Tingda could stop him. Seeing Su Tingda about to get angry again, Fu Manhwa quickly said, "All right, he's taken them, just let him have them." He had heard his father mention that diamonds weren't particularly valuable. Once his father agreed, Su Yuan carefully tore off a piece of paper, wrapped the diamonds, and placed them in the hidden pocket of his backpack. After securing the items, the father and son returned the boxes to the hidden compartment, restored everything to its original place, and cleaned up to leave no traces behind. In the afternoon, Su Yuan went to school, while Su Tingda and his wife went to clean another house, so they wouldn't need to hire someone this year. After the couple finished cleaning, they took a bus to the university where Su Tingqian teaches, planning to discuss some matters with him. Upon learning that he would be returning to the family compound after work, they decided to stay there for the night and visit their two children. Su Tingda called Su Yuan's school to ask the gatekeeper to inform him that they would not be returning home that evening. After Su Tingqian finished work, the three of them took the tram to the family compound together. Mo Yurong was resting today, taking care of the children at the family compound, while Lu Chongjing had taken the elite soldiers from various military districts for training yesterday. After school, Su Yuan rode past the school's reception room and saw a sign that read, "Su Yuan from the 76th Finance Department. Your parents are not coming home tonight. They went to your uncle's house." He couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He hurried over, handed a cigarette to the old man at the reception, and said he understood, asking him to erase the message. Su Yuan didn't smoke much himself, but since becoming a factory manager, he had to interact with various people and develop the habit of carrying cigarettes with him. He didn't smoke for himself, but shared with others to build connections. Of course, if he found someone compatible, he would smoke a couple with them. These days, not many people are savvy, and since Su Yuan offered good cigarettes, the old man quickly remembered him. From then on, every day, when Su Yuan went to and from school, the old man would greet him, and over time, they became familiar, which greatly facilitated Su Yuan's future business dealings. Since his parents weren't coming, Su Yuan sought out Su Chifa and directly invited him to dinner at the state-run restaurant to make up for yesterday. After a hearty meal, Su Yuan took a diamond out of his bag and handed it to Su Chifa. "Brother Fa, next time you go to Hong Kong, could you help me find out how much this is worth?" Su Chifa took a look and was half sobered up, dropping his usual plastic Mandarin and speaking in Cantonese. "Diamond? Where did you get this?" This diamond was said to be from abroad, and there was none in the country. "How did a yuan get it?" "Someone gave it to me. Please help me check the price," Su Yuan replied. He also had a testing mindset, as they say money can tempt people. He wanted to see if Su Chifa was worth befriending. The things left by the old man were definitely good. If Su Chifa were to take advantage of him, he would take it as a lesson learned and avoid getting too close in the future. After all, he had already received a set of furniture from him, so it wasn't a total loss. Su Chifa carefully put the diamond away and said, "Don't worry, I will help you sell it for a good price." The diamond Su Yuan gave Su Chifa was 2 carats, and he also wanted to see how much it was worth outside. He estimated that there were hundreds of diamonds in the box at home. When Su Mo returned from school, she was very happy to find her uncle and aunt had come, so she quickly went outside to buy some more vegetables. A month had passed since school started, and Su Mo had adapted to the teaching pace, figured out the routine, and it wasn't so tiring anymore. After dinner, she sent the 2 children to watch TV, and Su Tingda began to talk about the things they had seen today that were left at home, briefly mentioning what was inside and that he had taken a few items to give away. "Brother, is it inappropriate to give these things away now?" Su Tiqian asked, worried that they might attract unwanted attention. Su Tingda waved his hand and said, "If I say we have nothing left, no one will believe it. They'll think we're not being honest. It's better to openly give away a few items and say we don't have much left. If others receive something, they might help cover for us. This era is changing rapidly. Who knows, maybe in the future, we won't have to hide anything." Hi, sure, you should find time to go back and see if the things are still there, Su Tingda reminded. If the items were still there, Su Tingda's plan was to use his connections to get Su Tichen transferred back to Haishur, where it would be safer with someone he knew around. Okay, as soon as I have winter break, I'll go back with my parents, Su Imo quickly replied, wanting to prevent Su Tingqian from being too eager to return. Su Tingda had initially thought about suggesting that Su Tingqian take leave to go back first, but seeing the two children watching TV, he decided against it. He had to consider the kids. There was no other option. They only had one child, and Manhwa was already considering early retirement. Thinking further, even if the items were still there, it wouldn't be convenient to take them out right away. If they were gone, it wouldn't matter whether they returned early or late, so he felt more at ease. After discussing the matters, the two brothers went to another room to talk about other things, leaving the three women to chat. Xiao Imo, if you still want to have more children, you should do it in the next couple of years, Fu Manhua said.
Why?
Su Imo asked. Recently, I heard from the hospital leaders that the country is discussing family planning issues, and I don't know when it will be implemented. It's said that for public employees, a couple is only allowed to have one child, Fu Manhua explained. I've already been urging your brother and sister-in-law. One child is a bit too few. Su Imo was taken aback. She had forgotten about family planning. When Su Imo was born, the country had already abandoned family planning and was encouraging people to have more children, even offering rewards. The problem was that living conditions were tough back then and raising even one child was challenging, so who dared to have more? Later, during the apocalypse, having children became even harder. I already have two. I'm not worried, Su Imo chuckled awkwardly. With the current pressure of studying, I'm not planning to have more in the next few years. The key was that even if she wanted to, she couldn't have more. She was quite satisfied with one son and one daughter. With two excellent children, good genes, having another wouldn't be bad. Are you really not planning to have more? Su Imo waved her hand. I want to focus on my studies and not waste the country's investment in me. Also, I heard from our professors that in a couple of years, there might be opportunities to study abroad, and I want to seize that chance. Su Imo quickly changed the subject. When Su Imo mentioned this, Fu Manhua became interested and began to ask about the opportunity to study abroad. Fu Manhua had been sent to a hospital in country S for 2 years for exchange studies when she was young, so she was quite interested in this topic. During the trade fair, a Hong Kong businessman who often collaborates with Su Chifa came to meet him. When they met, Su Chifa gave him the diamond that Su Yuan had provided and asked how much he could sell it for. Although the boss mainly dealt in antiques, he also had some knowledge of jewelry and brought along an appraiser who understood diamonds. After the appraiser finished his assessment, he found that the diamond was of good quality, but the cutting technique was outdated, likely from decades ago. It would need to be reprocessed, so he whispered to the boss. The boss came this time because Su Chifa had significantly increased his antique collection this year, and his previous shipments had earned him a substantial profit. He wanted to build a good relationship with Su Chifa and teach him some knowledge in this area, so he could acquire more valuable items. He also wanted to gauge the current market situation in the country and see if there were other channels to acquire more goods. Seeing that Su Chifa had a diamond to sell, he was happy to offer a good price. After all, it was just one diamond, so he could afford to make a smaller profit. For a 2-carat diamond of this quality, it usually sells for around 2,000 Hong Kong dollars, but your cut is too outdated. I'll need to take it back for reprocessing, so I can offer you 1,800 Hong Kong dollars, the boss said. Su Chifa had never sold a diamond before, but he had done some research when he visited Hong Kong earlier in the year and estimated the price to be about right, so he agreed to the deal. However, the price the boss quoted was in Hong Kong dollars, which were worth more than Chinese yuan at that time. About 1 Hong Kong dollar could be exchanged for 1.3 yuan. So, while the boss claimed he didn't make much profit, he actually earned several hundred yuan when considering the exchange rate. If he turned it into a ring, he could potentially make several times that amount. After the appraiser finished assessing this batch of antiques, the boss instructed his assistant to give Su Chifa a bag of money and arranged a time for the next shipment before leaving. Once they were gone, Su Chifa took a few stacks of money from the bag and tossed them to his trusted assistant to distribute among others. The remaining amount he took back to his room and placed in a safe. This safe was not small, about the size of a single-door refrigerator from later years. It was nearly full of cash, and this was just one of his safes. In this line of work, he couldn't dare to keep his money in a bank. After years of operating, Su Chifa had built a substantial fortune. In the last 2 years, more and more people had started selling gold bars and antiques, and Su Chifa had made a significant profit from this. Just from this trip, after deducting costs and what he distributed to his assistants, he personally earned nearly 50,000 yuan, equivalent to several months of profit in the market. Although this business was somewhat risky, it was indeed quite profitable. Su Chifa planned to make a few more deals before stepping back, as the market in the country was gradually loosening up. Once people realized the value of good items, they wouldn't sell them off so easily. Having seen good items in his childhood, Su Chifa kept some of the particularly valuable things he collected, saving them for emergencies or as family heirlooms. At that moment, his trusted assistant came in after distributing the money and said, "Brother Fa, since business is so good, why not take on that order?" A few days ago, a small leader from a certain committee approached them, saying they had a batch of goods they wanted to sell. Su Chifa had declined at the time, claiming he couldn't handle such a large quantity. The main reason was that the authorities were starting to crack down on that committee, and those people were clearly trying to sell stolen goods to escape punishment or flee. He was worried that accepting their items at this time could drag him down. However, it was certain that if he took on the deal, he could make a significant profit. "Let me think it over first," Su Chifa waved his hand. His success was not just due to courage, vision, and ability, but also because he was cautious enough. In the free market of Yangcheng, many businesses that were once thriving had disappeared without a trace. As long as the risk exceeded his set threshold, he wouldn't take the plunge, no matter how high the profit. After all, a cautious approach leads to long-term success. The next evening, Su Chifa went to find Sui Yuan and handed him the 1,800 Hong Kong dollars from selling the diamond. This amount was beyond Sui Yuan's expectations. Previously, Su Chifa had mentioned that he bought a small yellow fish for around 180 to 200 yuan, so he thought this diamond would sell for at most about 1,000 yuan, never expecting it to go for 1,800. "Brother Fa, you didn't cover the difference yourself, did you?" "Brother, I'm very honest in business. 1 is 1, and 2 is 2. I won't shortchange you or cover any costs myself," Su Chifa replied seriously. Feelings are feelings and business is business. They shouldn't be mixed. At most, he wouldn't profit from his brother's money. Sui Yuan cheerfully went back to his room and brought out 3 more diamonds for Su Chifa, all 2 carats, plus a larger one he planned to keep for later. "Brother Fa, help me sell these when you get the chance." Su Chifa. "The boss has returned to Hong Kong and won't be selling anything for a while. Just give them to me when you're ready to sell." Sui Yuan waved his hand. "It's fine, just leave them with you. Sell them and give me the money later," Sui Yuan said. "Are you not worried I'll keep your diamonds?" Su Chifa said, annoyed. This kid was still testing him. Did he think Su Chifa was someone who would be tempted by a few thousand yuan? Who does he look down on? If it were tens of thousands, he might consider it. Sui Yuan laughed. "Brother Fa, don't be mad. I haven't seen much of the world. Didn't you tell me that the world is dangerous and not to trust others too much?" Suki Fa. That did sound like something he had said. "Ah, Yuan, I consider you a brother. As long as you don't harm me, I won't harm you." Yes. I'm just being cautious. I'll drink 3 cups to punish myself." Sui Yuan laughed as he poured 3 cups of liquor and downed them, then handed the diamonds to Su Chifa. Su Chifa accepted them and placed them in his briefcase. "Ah, Yuan, do you need money? Why sell the diamonds?" Su Chifa asked. He felt these would be worth more in the future. Logically, Sui Yuan shouldn't be short on cash. He had a good job before, no family burdens, and even his current schooling was paid. "I want to buy a house." "Why buy a house? Don't you already have a place to live?" "My little sister said this area might become a commercial street soon. While not many people are aware yet, I want to buy a few buildings to rent out or use for business later. Brother Fa, you should buy some too. It won't be a mistake. Your little sister? Yes, my little sister, the top scorer in the provincial college entrance exam and the former director of the translation department at the Foreign Trade Center, Sui Yuen said proudly. Her judgment is never wrong. Really? How come he hadn't heard anything about this in his territory? Of course. You think just anyone can be a top scorer? Sui Yuen scoffed, insisting his brother shouldn't doubt his sister. I'll introduce you to her later. She's not an ordinary person. She already bought a building on Gowdy Street. Brother Fa, you have a wide network. Please keep an eye out for me. If anyone is selling, let me know right away. Sure, Su Chifa agreed. He also decided to buy some himself. Money just sitting there was not useful. It was better to invest in real estate. Plus, this line of work was risky, and if he ever fell on hard times, at least he would have a place to stay and wouldn't end up on the streets. On Sunday, Su Mo took her family to the department store to buy clothes for the two kids. The temperature had dropped recently, and both children had grown taller this year. Their winter clothes from last year were too short, so Su Mo decided to buy new ones instead of altering the old ones. As they arrived on the clothing floor of the department store, they hadn't started browsing yet when someone called out to her from a distance. Kira. Su Mo turned around and saw Su Jing shopping with a few people. Foreigners usually shopped at the friendship store and rarely came to the department store. Hello, Mr. Lewis, Su Mo greeted politely. This is Kira Su, the former director of the translation department at the Foreign Trade Center. Su Jing introduced her to his companions. Su Jing spoke in Chinese, indicating that his companions were likely Chinese businessmen. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Jing said to Su Mo, I heard you got into university. Congratulations. Thank you. Noticing Su Jing's gaze seemed a bit probing, she introduced, These are my time past, and soon it was the end of November. One day, after school, Su Mo received a call from Sui Yuen, asking her to come over on the weekend. He had heard about a house for sale and wanted her to check it out. On the weekend, Su Mo rode her bike to Sui Yuen's place and found not only him, but also a well-dressed young man. Su Mo instinctively thought this was the homeowner. Sorry for being late. Could you please tell me where the house is?
Let's go see it now.
Su Chifa was surprised by her eagerness. It's not far, but we might have to wait a bit. I'll have someone call them over. Su Yuen smiled. Little sister, this isn't the homeowner. This is my friend. No need to rush. Let me introduce you. Su Chifa felt awkward. Su Yuen had insisted he dress nicely since his little sister was coming. So, he wore a white shirt, black pants, styled his hair, and even wore shiny new shoes, carrying a brand new briefcase. Even government officials looked less presentable than him. When he stepped out, several younger guys were shocked, thinking he was going to meet someone important. When they saw Su Mo from a distance, they suddenly realized. I wondered why the big guy looked so sharp today. Turns out he's meeting his sister-in-law. Sister-in-law? You mean Su Yuen's wife? You're really clueless. We're the ones getting a sister-in-law. That girl must be introduced by Su Yuen. He's a college student and comes from a well-off family, so she must be good. The big guy, who's been single forever, might finally have a chance. Is that so? I hope he doesn't bring a spy to catch us all. One younger guy slapped another on the head. Do you think the big guy is as foolish as you? Once upstairs, Su Yuen introduced, This is my brother, Su Chifa. He works in the free market here and has many connections. If you need anything, you can ask him. Hello, Brother Chifa. Nice to meet you. Su Mo greeted, realizing he was the good-for-nothing her uncle mentioned. After Su Tingda visited the family compound, he told them that Su Yuen was getting close to a good-for-nothing and asked them to keep an eye on it. Hello, little sister, Su Chifa said as he sat down and instinctively tried to cross his legs but held back, remembering how well-dressed he was today. Su Yuen asked me to help find something, so I made some inquiries. But there are very few houses for sale right now. It took a long time to find one. The owner is sick and needs money for medical treatment. The house isn't in great shape, a bit run down. You can check it out first, and if you like it, we can negotiate the price. Su Chifa spoke in Cantonese, knowing Su Mo could understand it. Okay, thank you, Brother Chifa. I'm just going with the flow. If I find something, great. If not, that's fine too, Su Mo replied. In towns, housing was only allowed to be bought and sold freely starting in the 1980s. Urban housing has always been tight, mostly distributed by work units, so few people thought about buying or selling houses. Only a small number of original residents or those who were rehabilitated and wanted to leave would consider selling their homes, and most of these transactions were done quietly, without public announcement. Although Su Chifa worked in the free market, he couldn't ask everyone one by one. It was mostly a matter of luck. However, he had many people working for him, which increased his chances. I heard from Su Yun that this area might become a commercial district. That's just my speculation. The chances are high. As a businessman, you should feel the changes in government policies. I believe Guangdong province will likely be a pioneer. This location is perfect, close to the train station, not far from the exhibition center, and convenient for the port. Most importantly, this area will become a commercial street, so it has potential. Su Chifa nodded, little sister, if you only buy a house and not a shop, do you think it's worth it? Right now, housing in Yangcheng is already tight. If this area opens up for development, people from other places will definitely come here. Eventually, housing will likely be freely bought and sold, and prices will naturally rise. Currently, prices were around 10 to 20 per square meter, but after the reform and opening up, it would quickly rise to 40 or 50. She remembered that the first commercial residential area, Donghu New Village, sold for 700 yuan per square meter when it opened in 1982. Although Donghu New Village was a high-end community, the average price in Yangcheng was already around 120 at that time. In just a few years, housing prices had skyrocketed. Su Chifa pondered. Su Yun's sister was indeed well-informed. If he built a good relationship with her, it would be beneficial for him in the future. After chatting for a while, one of Su Chifa's younger guys came upstairs to inform them that the homeowner had returned, and they could go see the house. The house was a single-story building with a yard, located behind a colonnade, close to the commercial street, but without any storefronts. It had 5 rooms and a separate toilet built next to the yard. The layout was somewhat similar to the family compound where Su Mo currently lived, but it was much older, with an estimated area of over 100 square meters. The homeowner's son, a man in his 30s working at a nearby soap factory, returned. Although the house was old, it was spacious and comfortable for the family. Unfortunately, his father was ill, and he had taken over his father's job, which only covered half of the medical expenses. His father's illness was severe, requiring expensive medication, and their savings were nearly depleted. They had no choice but to sell the house for treatment. Fortunately, the factory arranged a 2-bedroom apartment for them, or they would have been left without a place to live. The house was old and only 1 story, and the owner initially asked for 1,000 yuan. After some negotiation, Su Chifa managed to buy it for 900 yuan. Su Mo counted out 900 yuan from her bag and handed it to the man, asking him to bring the property deed so they could complete the paperwork. In just 2 hours, the new property deed was issued, and the owner was now Su Mo Lu Chongjing, and her parents were all public servants, so their names were not written on it to avoid unnecessary trouble. Su Chifa also had his younger guys bring several locks to change the locks on the main door and inside the house. Giving the keys to Su Mo, things were handled efficiently. Everything was settled in just 1 morning. While changing the lock, the somewhat slow-witted younger brother asked in confusion, "Big brother, you clearly have a nice house. Why don't you let sister-in-law live there? Why buy such a bad one for her?" The slightly smarter one thought for a moment and replied, "You wouldn't understand. This is a strategy. A woman who only wants your money isn't worth it. Only a woman who is willing to share both good and bad times with you is a good one. Big brother is just trying to test this woman." Younger brother B seemed to understand a bit. But if that's the case, why is big brother dressing nicely early in the morning? Wouldn't it be more practical to wear a tank top, shorts, and flip-flops like before? Dressing nicely and buying a bad house? It doesn't make sense. After finishing up, Su Emo went to a nearby state-run restaurant and treated Su Yuen and Su Chifa to a meal. In the afternoon, they went to Su Chifa's flea market to see the scale of his operation. Su Chifa's flea market is located deep in the local residential area, not far from Beijing Road, with many winding alleys that make it easy to escape if someone comes to catch you. As soon as they entered the alley, Su Emo noticed someone watching from the shadows. When they saw Su Chifa, they all came out to greet him. The younger brothers who had met Su Emo that morning lined up and respectfully said, "Hello, sister-in-law." Su Emo was startled, and Su Chifa was momentarily embarrassed, quickly raising his hand to pat their heads. "You blind fools. This is a Yuan's younger sister. She's married, so call her Sister Emo. You two fools, can't you see?" The younger brothers were embarrassed. It was a huge misunderstanding. They nodded and bowed, saying, "Sister Emo, sorry." Perhaps because they knew Su Chifa, Su Emo found these black market younger brothers somewhat endearing and smiled, waving her hand, "It's okay." After scolding the younger brothers, Su Chifa led the two inside. When they arrived, Su Emo looked up and saw that although the sign had been taken down, it was clearly an ancestral hall. "This is my Su family's ancestral hall," Su Chifa explained. Su Emo couldn't help but twitch her lips. What a filial son, using the ancestral hall for business. In front of the porch, many locals were selling goods, and many were buying as well. They didn't stop and went straight to Su Chifa's warehouse. Su Emo noticed a good variety of items, with quite a few coming from Hong Kong, mostly electronic products like radios, watches, and clocks. There were also some plain ready-made clothes. No one dared to wear the trendy ones in the country now. While looking, Su Emo discovered a large bag of stockings. Seeing Su Emo looking at them, Su Chifa explained, "These are called stockings, nylon socks. They're popular in Hong Kong, but they don't sell well here. Besides those in the arts troupe who need them for performances, no one else dares to wear them. If you like them, take a few pairs." Su Chifa handed her a bundle, estimating there were about 5 or 6 pairs. "Well, I won't be polite then." Su Emo took them without hesitation. But since the weather was cold now, she thought she might help them sell the bag of stockings when it warms up. "Brother Fa, how much do these stockings sell for a pair? Maybe I can sell them." Su Chifa's eyes lit up. "Really? I bought them for 4 yuan a pair. You can set the price." He had heard that almost every woman in Hong Kong had a pair, thinking that as the atmosphere relaxed, they might sell well, but it turned out he had bought too many. Luckily, he hadn't bought too many. After looking around, Su Emo bought 2 sets of children's sportswear and a hen before heading back. So far, the second brother's friend seemed pretty good. Although he was in the flea market business, he seemed to be a decent person, not like a good-for-nothing. But to really know how he is, they needed to spend more time together. If he's a good person and has established channels, he could be a great partner in the future. After buying the house, Su Emo didn't worry about it anymore. She would just renovate it together with him when they had time later. Before she knew it, December had arrived, and Su Emo got busy again. Because of the 2 teachers in her major, seeing that their 13 students had adapted to their pace, they started to raise the bar. They were no longer satisfied with just asking questions in class but moved on to in-class tests, and everyone who had just started to look somewhat presentable suddenly found themselves back to square one. Although it was tough, the results were significant. During the midterm tests, the scores of the German major's 13 students were far ahead. On similarly difficult papers, no one in their class scored below 80. In no time, teachers from other majors began to follow suit, and the entire foreign language department was filled with cries of despair. "Sister Su Emo, how did you all get through this?" "I'm so nervous every day, afraid the teacher will call on me to answer questions," Pan Yu said with a bitter smile. She was in the English major. "It's okay. You'll get used to it," Su Emo reassured her. Su Emo only returned to the dorm for a nap during lunch and didn't interact much with others in her dorm since they weren't in the same major. Pan Yu was a lively person and slept in the bunk below Su Emo, so they were the closest in the dorm. "I wish I had your talent." Sister Su Emo. Pan Yu thought that starting to learn English earlier would give her an advantage, but when she seriously studied, she found it so difficult. The grammar and other aspects confused her, and her advantage seemed to be slipping away. Sister Suemo, you're so good at English.
Can you teach me?
Panyu said, clinging to Sumo's arm playfully. Suemo considered how to respond. It wasn't that she was being difficult. She just really didn't have the time. With 2 strict teachers, she couldn't even find time to study for her planned minor in French. Panyu, isn't the workload assigned by the professor enough for you? Why do you need Suemo to tutor you? Chimed in Zhong Chunling, who couldn't help but speak up. Didn't the teacher say that language skills aren't about talent? The more you read, watch, and speak, the more familiar you'll become. Just wake up half an hour earlier and stay up half an hour later to read more, and you'll be fine. Panyu was taken aback. This foolish girl, has she really become dumb from farming in the countryside? Did she really want Suemo to tutor her? She just wanted to build a good relationship with Suemo. Having a roommate with a background like this, and this foolish girl still didn't know how to network, was truly a waste. Panyu pouted. Sister Chunling, I know that, but our English isn't good. How can we speak more? I just thought that since Sister Suemo is good at English, we could practice speaking with her. Besides, since Sister Suemo has never studied professionally and is still so good at English, she must have some tips. I just thought of asking her for advice and sharing it with you all later. In their dorm of 8, Suemo chose German, while Panyu, Zhong Chunling, Xie Shuzhen, and Huang Ailin chose English, and Wu Fengling, Hyunfin, and Lin Yuqing chose Russian. When Zhong Chunling heard this, she seemed to understand and looked eagerly at Suemo, waiting for her to share her study tips. The other 2 English majors also looked over with bright eyes. There really isn't any trick to it. As the teacher said, just listen, read, and speak more, Suemo said. My father studied abroad before, and when I was very young, he started teaching me English. Kids tend to learn languages quickly and remember them well. My English was also average at first. I improved a lot while working, so you really need to speak more and not be afraid of making mistakes. We have 4 English majors in our dorm. You can talk in English every day and try not to use Chinese. Over time, you'll get better. During lunch, you can also practice with me. If you make mistakes, I can help correct them. Is there really no trick? Panyu asked, still unconvinced. Suemo smiled. There's no trick to language learning. If there were, the teacher would have taught it already. Then, Suemo, please remind me to speak English more often, Panyu said, understanding the importance of building a relationship. As they spoke, she began to converse with Suemo in English, even though it was a bit awkward. As long as it didn't take too much of her time to teach, Suemo was happy to practice daily conversations, patiently correcting her mistakes. With this example set, others in the dorm gradually started using their foreign language skills for daily communication. The atmosphere of learning grew stronger, with Chinese, English, and Russian being spoken together. Busy days passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 1977. At the end of January, after finishing her exams, Sumo's family planned to go to Haishur and celebrate the new year there. Lu Changzheng also took a family visit leave. Both Yangcheng and Haishur are well-known cities with direct express trains, taking about 38 hours, with tickets costing 27.4 yuan, half price for children. The family of 6 bought hard sleeper tickets, filling an entire compartment without any outsiders. After being sent down in October 1971, Su Tingqian was finally going back after more than 5 years, feeling a mix of excitement. Throughout the journey, he shared stories about Haishur with the 2 little ones, who listened eagerly. Even 2 young men in the next compartment, on a business trip, were eavesdropping. The train departed from Yangcheng at 8 in the morning and arrived in Haishur around 10 the next evening. Haishur had operating taxis, and Su Tingqian called for one from the train station. At that time, taxi drivers earned a fixed salary, unlike later when they drove their own cars to pick up passengers. When there were no passengers, they rested at designated spots. When someone called for a taxi, it was dispatched based on the passenger's location, charging 0.25 yuan per kilometer. The family waited by the roadside in front of the train station for about 10 minutes before their taxi arrived. At that time, there was no issue of overloading. They all squeezed into one car. The train station was about 20 kilometers from Yangfang Street, and the taxi ride cost a little over 5 yuan. Getting out of the car and seeing the house they had lived in for almost their entire lives, the elderly couple's eyes filled with tears. After several years, they were finally back. Although they were somewhat prepared, stepping inside and seeing the empty living room still made Su Tingqian's heart sink for a moment. Oh well, just consider it a loss to avoid disaster. Su Mo asked the elderly couple to show the two little ones around while she and Lu Chongjing fetched water and tidied up the room they would stay in, planning to make do for the night. Lu Chongjing examined the house's decor. Although there was no furniture now, the previous luxury was still evident. His wife grew up in such an environment, and marrying him was a material sacrifice. He needed to work harder to create better conditions for her in the future. By the time they finished cleaning the 2 rooms, the elderly couple had already taken the children on a tour. The house had 2.5 floors. The first floor had a living room, dining room, kitchen, maid's room, storage room, and 2 guest rooms. The second floor had 5 bedrooms, and the third floor had 2 more bedrooms and a large terrace. When Geng Chongqing lived in the Su family house, he stayed on the 3rd floor. When Su Mo and her family returned, they brought clean sheets and covers. After setting them up and putting the children to bed, the adults began to discuss. Lu Chongjing, having received professional training, noticed many signs that someone had searched the house thoroughly. The front and backyards had also been dug up. Although they had restored things to their original state, the signs of wear were still obvious to someone knowledgeable. For example, the water tank in the yard had clearly been excavated and then rebuilt. Hearing this, Su Tingqian felt a chill. He thought their belongings were likely gone.
Dad, don't worry.
We'll know if anything is left tomorrow, Su Mo reassured him. The items were in her space, so they were safe. She planned to go down and return them. It's getting late. Let's rest and check in the morning, Su Mo suggested. By the time they went to bed, it was already past 2. After a brief sleep, everyone woke up around 6. They left Moyuru at home to watch the children while the other 3 went to the other 2 houses. Upon arrival, Lu Chongjing inspected the yard, which had also been dug up. Su Tingqian had little hope left. Especially after seeing a depression in the ground from the window, he felt even more certain. Seeing the pit made Su Mo's heart drop. Could those people have violently broken into the secret room from the back? Accepting the worst outcome, Su Tingqian felt more at peace. It seemed he was destined to be without these things, but he regretted not knowing what his father had left for him. All right, let's go back. It seems the items are gone, he said. Wait, we came all this way. Let's take a look. They might still be here, Su Mo insisted. As long as the secret room hadn't been breached, she could return the items. In the kitchen, when Lu Chongjing was checking the blue bricks of the stove, he asked Su Tingqian if he had been inside. After receiving a negative response, he analyzed various signs, concluding that someone had entered in the past 4 or 5 years. Not just Su Tingqian but Su Mo also felt a chill. It seemed Lu Chongjing had been hiding his skills from her. Her secrets were likely not safe from him. He just chose not to speak about them. What Lu Chongjing described were the signs from Su Mo's last visit. When she disguised herself to return, she made a very discreet mark, which she just noticed hadn't been disturbed. This meant no one had entered since then. After the green bricks were removed, Lu Chongjing moved aside the heavy wooden boards, revealing a deep tunnel that could only fit one person. Dad, Lu Chongjing and I will go down first. If it's safe, we'll call you to come down, said Su Mo. Su Tingqian waved his hand. No, let Chongjing check first. If it's fine, we'll go down together.
Who knows what's down there?
At least the son-in-law has professional training, so he should be able to protect himself. I want to go down too. With Chongjing here, it'll be fine, Su Mo said, giving Lu Chongjing a look. Dad, it's okay. I'll protect Mo, Lu Chongjing assured. Then, let's all go down together, Su Tingqian said. Seeing his wife's expression, Lu Chongjing quickly spoke up. Dad, I can protect one person, but 2 might be a bit tricky. You wait here. Mo, and I will check first, then come back for you. Yeah, Dad, with your age, if something happens, you won't be able to escape quickly. It's better if we check first, Su Mo added. Suddenly interrupted by his daughter, Su Tingqian paused, then waved his hand. Go ahead, but be careful. After Su Mo and Lu Chongzheng went down, Su Tingqian moved his arms and legs, feeling quite agile for someone his age. Once at the bottom of the rope ladder, Lu Chongzheng held the flashlight, leading Su Mo through the narrow passage. The tunnel wasn't very high, so Lu Chongzheng had to bend down. With the flashlight's beam, Su Mo noticed a lot of mud in the passage, feeling both annoyed and relieved. Annoyed that it was so well hidden yet still found, and relieved that she had returned in time to store some items. Now, the question was, how could she get the items out? When they reached the entrance that had a door, they found it violently broken with a hole just big enough for one person to squeeze through. The lock was long gone, and the door had a fist-sized gap, through which a lot of mud had flowed in, indicating that the secret room was already filled with dirt. Lu Chongzheng shone the flashlight inside and said, Wife, there's no way in. It's all mud inside.
什么事？姐。
Looking at the mud in the passage, she realized that if she left the items there, no one would believe it. It was a real dilemma. But she couldn't let her parents know about her abilities, fearing they might guess she wasn't their daughter. It seemed she needed to think of a way, like finding out some information and then recovering part of the items, slowly bringing everything out. She needed to think carefully. Seeing the changing expressions on Su Mo's face, Lu Chongzheng couldn't help but smile to himself. He remembered that his wife had returned to Haisher 3 years ago, and she was eager to come down with him just now. He guessed she had already stored the items inside, but now that the place was collapsed, she had no reason to take them out. Wife, should we go get Dad?
He suggested.
Okay, let's go get him, Su Mo replied, feeling a bit deflated.
She thought her dad would be sad.
The two returned to the entrance, and Lu Chongzheng went up to bring Su Tingqian down. Su Tingqian stood by the buried door for a while before saying, Let's go back. We should seal this off and not leave this passage open. It could give others a chance. All right, I'll come by in a few days to seal it up, Lu Chongzheng agreed. After the three of them came up, Lu Chongzheng just covered the wooden boards and placed a few green bricks on top before putting the pot back. He would seal the entrance properly in a few days. On the way back, Su Mo comforted Su Tingqian. Dad, don't be sad. We can find out more later and maybe recover some of it. Su Tingqian waved his hand. Everything is destined. What's ours will come back naturally. Don't worry too much. The most important thing is that we are all safe. Money can be earned again when the opportunity arises. He needed to call his brother to discuss whether they could use this situation to create an opportunity. Seeing that Su Tingqian didn't seem too upset, Su Mo quickly nodded, okay. By now, it was already past 7, almost 8. On the way back, Su Mo noticed that the previous houses where people lived were now empty, likely being cleared out for the original owners to return after their names were cleared. When they got home, the two little ones were already awake, practicing their punches in the yard. Seeing their parents return, Lele shouted, Mom and Dad, Grandpa, where did you go? We went to clean up another house, Su Mo replied. Why didn't you take Lele with you? Lele can help too, he insisted. The cleaning isn't done yet. We'll take you to help in a couple of days. Today, we need to finish cleaning this house first. After finishing their set of punches, the two little ones washed their hands and went inside to have breakfast, which was bought by Mo Yulong from the state-run restaurant at the intersection. After breakfast, Su Mo asked her parents to clean the house while she and Lu Chongzheng went out to buy supplies. There were too many things missing for the new year, and they needed to get everything ready. The Su family used to have a gas stove, but the gas stove and tank were gone. They were still there when she returned last time, so they must have been taken during the recent chaos. The two first went to the gas supply station to buy a new gas tank. A tank cost 3 yuan 50, plus a 2 yuan deposit for the bottle, totaling 5 yuan 50. They paid 2 jiao for delivery and provided their address. Next, they went to the department store to buy a brand new gas stove. They got a double burner, which wasn't cheap, costing over 30 yuan. After that, they went to the agricultural products market to buy grains, oil, rice, and 2 pounds of meat, along with some vegetables. By the time they finished shopping, it was almost noon. They first took the items home, had lunch, and planned to buy more things in the afternoon. The gas tank had also been delivered. At noon, the family cooked rice, sliced some meat, and stir-fried 2 dishes for a simple meal. In the morning, Sumo's parents, along with the 2 grandchildren, had already taken down and washed all the curtains, completing most of the cleaning. Despite being young, the kids were quite helpful. After lunch, the couple continued shopping while the 4 of them continued cleaning. They first went to the post office, paid 6 months' rent to restore the home phone. Sumo's family had previously installed a phone, so they didn't need to pay an installation fee. They just paid the monthly rent and asked the post office staff to connect it. At that time, the monthly phone rent was 4 yuan, with call charges separate. Of course, the installation fee was expensive, over 2,000 yuan, which most people couldn't afford. After finishing with the phone, they went to the furniture market and spent over 200 yuan to buy a sofa and coffee table, as the living room was empty. Once the furniture was delivered, the home finally started to feel more lived in. When the post office staff came to connect the phone, Su Tingqian called Su Tingda to let him know the home phone was back on and to call in the evening. During dinner, Su Tingda called and, upon hearing that their belongings were gone, was furious. The items left in Haishur were surely not less than those in Yangcheng, and now so many things were lost. Coincidentally, he had received news that investigators found a large amount of items at someone's residence. Su Tingda instinctively felt that some of the Su family's belongings were likely there. He thought about reporting it, hoping to recover some of the items. Su Tingda shared his thoughts with Su Tingqian, who also discussed his plans. The 2 brothers came up with a general idea. The next day, Lu Chongjing and Su Tingqian went to the entrance of the sealed room, while Su Emo and Emo Yurong stayed home to tidy up and check their belongings. While cleaning, Su Emo realized that there were even fewer items in the house compared to her last visit. There were several small but valuable items missing, like lamps, clocks, and decorations. Even a few blankets were gone, likely taken by people below. Did this group of thieves only target her family? Stealing a little at a time. What was the point? They might as well have emptied the place so they could complain to the street office for compensation. Emo Yurong knew how much stuff they had, and after tidying up, she fell silent. The 500 yuan compensation her sister-in-law received was just a tiny fraction of what they had lost. Lu Tiqian and his brother spent the morning sealing the room. When they returned for lunch, Emo Yurong mentioned how many things were missing, prompting him to take out paper and pen to list everything. Since they planned to file a complaint, they needed to be as prepared as possible. In the afternoon, the family went to clean the 2 Western-style houses. Lu Tiqian and his wife counted the items, writing down everything that was missing. They also recorded what they still had to prevent anyone from sneaking in after they left. After 2 or 3 busy days, they finally got everything sorted. Once they finished, Lu Tingqian and his wife went out to visit friends who had helped them during their difficult times. Otherwise, they might not have survived. Now that they were back, it was important to express their gratitude. Sumo's family also went out to visit Director Lee of the export department at the Haishur radio factory, hoping to use their connection to buy a television. With more TV programs available, televisions were in high demand. Even with a ticket, they had to wait in line at the department store. Su Emo had asked a few days ago and found out that the wait was until next year. The family first went to the department store. Since Director Lee smoked, Su Emo decided to buy him some good cigarettes. In Yangcheng, both her family's and Wang Suimei's televisions were bought through him, and she hadn't had a chance to thank him yet. At the cigarette counter, she learned that the best brands available were Zhonghua and Haishur Hongshuangxi. Zhonghua came in 2 sizes, small 0.62 yuan per pack, and large 0.72 yuan per pack, while Haishur Hongshuangxi was the same price as the large Zhonghua. Su Emo bought 1 pack of each, spending 14.4 yuan and using 20 Class A cigarette tickets. Cigarette tickets generally had a 1-month validity for local purchases, while military tickets were valid for longer, usually by quarter or year. Cigarette tickets were classified into 4 grades: A, B, C, and D. Tickets worth over zero point 0.4 yuan were Class A, over 0.3 yuan were Class B, over 0.2 yuan were Class C, and over 0.1 yuan were Class D. At this time, male workers in Haisha received cigarette tickets twice a month, 1 Class A, 2 Class B, 3 Class C, and 5 Class D, totaling 10 packs or 20 packs a month. They received an extra pack of Class A and B for the Spring Festival. This was usually enough for most, but heavy smokers might run out. The military also distributed cigarette tickets. Based on Liu Chongjing's rank, he currently received 30 packs a month, with Class A, B, and C making up a third. Liu Chongjing didn't smoke, so Su Mo sent most of the Class B and C tickets back to Liu Qing'an, keeping some for herself in case she needed them for favors. Near expiration, they could also be used to trade for other tickets. Director Li was busy in his office when the security called to say someone from the Foreign Trade Center was looking for him. When he stepped out and saw Su Mo, he was quite surprised. "Director Su, what brings you here?" Director Li greeted her with a big smile. "Director Li, just call me Su Mo. I'm in college now, so I'm not a director anymore." "Oh, you're definitely going to be a director again after you graduate. What brings you here?" "I'm back for the winter break, bringing my family to celebrate the new year." "I thought I'd visit some old friends," Su Mo replied. "Let me introduce my husband, Liu Chongjing, and my children. This is my daughter Anan and my son Lele." "Hello, Comrade Liu. You're quite impressive. A perfect match for Director Su. Your kids are really good-looking. If my little monkey looked half as good, I'd be dreaming with a smile." Hearing Su Mo refer to him as a friend made Director Li smile even more, and he quickly led them to his office. Once there, they chatted about work. After some small talk, Su Mo took out the 2 packs of cigarettes from her bag and handed them to Director Li. "I wasn't sure what you liked, so I brought these.
I hope you don't mind."
"Oh, Su Director, how thoughtful." Director Li was tempted to refuse the high-quality cigarettes but couldn't bring himself to do so. He had been under a lot of pressure lately, and his smoking habit had increased. The quota he had was simply not enough. "You helped me buy 2 televisions before, and I never found the chance to thank you. Since I'm back in Haisha, I thought I'd come by." Director Li understood and immediately asked, "Is everything settled at home? Do you need anything? Just let me know." Su Mo smiled. "Actually, we need a television. I wonder if it's possible for you to help." With the new year approaching, factory leaders had quotas for televisions. He had one this year, which he originally intended for his wife's relatives, but since Su Mo asked, he would definitely give it to her. "Oh, you came at just the right time. I happen to have a quota available." "That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Director Li. Just a small favor, no need to be polite. Do you want the same model as before?"
"Yes."
"Great. It should be ready in a couple of days. Please leave your contact information and I'll call you." Su Mo provided their home phone number. After chatting a bit more, Su Mo said her goodbyes. She had wanted to invite Director Li to dinner, but he declined, saying he had work at the factory. That evening, when Director Li got home, his wife asked about the television quota. Director Li waved his hand. "There isn't one this year, maybe next year." "Didn't they say that each of you officials has a quota?" "Yes, but I gave mine away."
"What?"
His wife raised her voice. "Who did you give it to? Didn't we agree on this? The money is ready, and they're not just using your quota for free." Her relative had prepared 550 yuan, and the 14-inch television cost only 476 yuan, leaving the rest as a fee for the quota. Were they offered a higher price? She thought someone else had bought the quota at a premium. "I didn't take any money," Director Li replied. "I gave my quota to the Su family."
"Who?"
"The Su family. How many Su families are there in Haisha?"
"Wait."
"Weren't they sent down?" His wife leaned in, lowering her voice. "They returned to the city a while ago, but not to Haisha. They went to Yangqing. I ran into them there a few years ago. Their daughter used to work at the Foreign Trade Center and is now a director at a young age." Director Li gave her a knowing look. "They came back to celebrate the new year and visited me this morning, asking to buy a television." He then pulled out the 2 packs of cigarettes from his briefcase. "These are what they gave me this morning. If they want a television, they can buy one anywhere. Since they came to me, I have to help them out." Hearing this, his wife understood, and although she felt a bit sad about losing the quota fee, she realized that building a relationship with them was also valuable. The Su family has been busy these past few days, cleaning and shopping. So many people have heard the news. Uncle Lu even came by the next day to ask if they needed help. Although others heard that the Su family had returned, they were not clear about the current situation, so they just watched from a distance and no one visited them yet. Today, Su Tingqian and his wife went out with generous gifts to thank those who had helped them before. First, they wanted to inform those people that the Su family was back. Second, they wanted to show that the Su family always remembers kindness. They hadn't expressed their gratitude earlier because the situation was unclear and they were worried it might cause trouble for others. The couple visited some ordinary people today. Although these individuals hadn't done much, small acts can often influence outcomes. They would thank those in important positions later in a different way. Those who had done even small favors were touched to see that the Su family remembered them and brought gifts to express their thanks. They felt appreciated, even though they were just returning a favor. Su Tingda had already inquired about these people's recent situations, so the gifts Su Tingqian brought were thoughtful. For families with limited means, he bought practical items and included a red envelope with 1 or 200 yuan. For families doing well, he brought higher quality gifts. In the evening, they bought a lot of vegetables and went to visit Zheng Ling. Zheng Ling was a good friend of Mo Yurong. Her eldest son, Hu Qingjun, worked at the Revolutionary Committee and had taken care of Su Tingqian and his wife when they were detained there. Previously, when Su Mo was in the countryside, Zheng Ling had sent her a package with many items and 10 yuan. She stopped sending packages later, partly because Su Mo had asked her not to, and partly because Hu Qingjun's care for Su Tingqian and his wife had been exposed, leading to his arrest for a year. During that time, Zheng Ling had been busy trying to help him. Eventually, Su Tingda learned about it, used his connections, and got Hu Qingjun released. By that time, Su Tiqian and his family had already been exonerated and moved to Yangcheng. After Hu Qingjun was released, Zheng Ling gave him her job at the food factory while she stayed home to make matchboxes. She had originally planned to keep that job for her younger son, Hu Qingcheng, who was still in high school. After graduating, Hu Qingcheng went to the countryside and is still there. Seeing her friend return, Zheng Ling was emotional, saying, "Yurong, it's finally over. You've all endured so much." "Yes, it's all behind us," Mo Yurong replied, looking at the little boy next to Zheng Ling and asking, "Is this Qingjuan's son?" Zheng Ling had 4 children. The eldest and youngest are sons, and the 2 in between are daughters. Now, except for her youngest son in the countryside, the other 3 are married. "Yes, come here, Mao Mao. Say hello to your aunt and uncle." Mao Mao hid behind Zheng Ling, shyly greeting them. Mo Yurong patted Mao Mao's head, saying, "Mao Mao is so good. In a few days, you can go to your aunt's house to play. There are older brothers and sisters there." "Is Momo's family back too?" "Yes, they all came back." "Wow, I didn't expect Mo to get married so early." Qingxia just got married last year. Hu Qingxia is Zheng Ling's 3rd daughter, 1 year older than Su Mo, and also works in a textile factory. "It's for our sake. Thankfully, my son-in-law is good. She married the right person," Mo Yurong sighed. After chatting for a while, Zheng Ling started preparing dinner and invited the couple to stay. Since they had come at this time and brought food, they agreed. Mo Yurong went to help Zheng Ling in the kitchen, while Su Tiqian played with Mao Mao in the living room, telling him stories. Before long, Hu Qingjun and his wife returned from work and were very happy to see Su Tingqian. During dinner, they even brought out some fine wine to celebrate with Su Tingqian. "Qingjun, I'm sorry for the trouble I caused you," Su Tingqian said regretfully. "He lost a good job and had been in prison for a year, so he must have suffered a lot." "Uncle Su, don't say that. My life was saved by your family. If it weren't for Grandpa Su, I might have starved to death long ago." When Hu's father died unexpectedly, they didn't receive any compensation. His mother raised 4 children alone during a famine, and Hu Qingjun was so hungry he had to search through garbage for food. But at that time, there was nothing to eat, not even spoiled vegetable leaves in the trash. If it hadn't been for Su Zhongli helping their family, they might not have survived. Su Tingqian patted him on the back, saying, "What's done is done. I'll remember your kindness, and when I'm able, I won't forget you." As they ate and chatted, around 9 o'clock, the couple prepared to leave and agreed with Zhengling to come over for dinner in a few days. The next day, they visited more people. The news of their return had only spread within a small circle before, but now most acquaintances had heard, including Zhou Qiuying. That day, after work, Zhou Qiuying hurried to Yang Suhong's place. "Su Hong, have you heard that Su Tingqian's family is back?" Zhou Qiuying asked as soon as she entered. "I heard someone say it today," Yang Suong replied, looking somewhat serious. He was now afraid of the Su family. When Fu Manhwa and Su Yichen came once, his father and sister lost their jobs. When Su Emo returned, he lost his job too. Now, he had finally managed to get his job back and even got a promotion by using his sister's divorce to gain help from the Gong family. Just as things were looking up, the Su family returned. It felt like a curse that wouldn't go away. "I discussed it with your uncle. No matter why the Su family is back, we should visit them before they cause trouble and clarify the situation. This was all your father's doing. We truly had no idea. Now that he's dead, he has paid for his own sins. Take a day off soon and go to the Su family with your mother. We'll show our sincerity and explain everything. We never intended to be enemies with the Su family. What if they don't agree?"
Yang Suhong asked.
"If they really want to go to extremes, then I'm not easy to mess with either. At worst, we'll both suffer," Zhou Qiuying said with a fierce look in her eyes. But she felt that since the Su family had just returned, Su Tingqian shouldn't be foolish enough to make enemies everywhere. She didn't expect to turn conflict into peace. She just hoped they wouldn't oppress her family anymore. That shouldn't be too hard. Su Tingqian and his wife traveled for several days to visit everyone they needed to thank. Meanwhile, Su Emo took the three men around the city, showing them the charm of what was once called the Paris of the East. After Director Li notified them that the television was ready, he also picked it up. At this time, the new year was approaching, so the family stayed home to prepare for the celebrations. After their outing, Su Tingqian and his wife knew that visitors would come during the new year. Zhang Ling also took a day to visit with her large family. Everyone came except for her youngest son, who was in the countryside, along with her daughter, son-in-law, and grandson. This was Zhang Ling's first visit since Mo Yurong and the others were sent away. Seeing the changed house, she angrily called those responsible bandits. One day, the family made snacks at home to prepare for guests during the new year. Over the years, they had moved to 3 different places, making snacks from both the north and south, including spring rolls, taro balls, sticky rice dumplings, and fried dough. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Su Tingqian went to open the door and saw Yang Suong and her son outside, looking unhappy. Su Tingqian did not open the door but asked through it, "What do you want?" "Tingqian, we are here to apologize. We truly didn't know about what old Yang did. He was misled by old Jiang. Now he is dead and has received his punishment. I hope you can be lenient and let my family go," Zhou Qiuying quickly said. "Every action has its consequences. We haven't done anything wrong, so you don't need to worry," Su Tingqian replied, then waved his hand. "Please leave. Don't come back again." Yang Suong wanted to say something but was immediately stopped by Zhou Qiuying.
"Fine.
"I'll leave this here as an apology for old Yang," she said, placing the items by the door and signaling Yang Suong to do the same. Seeing Su Tingqian frown, she added, "If you don't want it, just throw it away." After saying that, they left together. Once they were a distance away, Yang Suong frowned and asked, "Mom, what does he mean by that?" Zhou Qiuying sighed in relief. "The Su family won't oppress us anymore. We just need to live our lives without appearing before them or offending them. Is it really that simple?" Yang Suong was skeptical. "We're just small players. The real troublemakers aren't us. They were just venting their anger on us because they couldn't deal with the main culprit. Now that the main culprit is gone, we are no longer a threat." Zhou Qiuying understood the situation clearly. As long as we don't provoke them, we'll be fine. Then we shouldn't have gone there today. They had spent nearly 200 yuan on gifts, which was a lot of money. It's different. We had to go. We needed to show our stance. Ignoring the issue and facing it directly have different effects. If we hadn't gone, they would think we were guilty. By going, we clarified things and could salvage some reputation. We didn't know anything about this. It was all your dad's fault. With the heavy burden lifted, Zhou Qiuying felt much clearer and began to teach her son. When Su Tingqian returned inside, Mo Yurong asked, "Who is it?" "Zhou Qiuying and Yang Suang. I sent them away." He then told Lu Changjing, "There are some things at the door. Take them out and throw them away." "What things?" Su Mo asked. "The things they brought." "That's bad luck. Don't throw them away," Su Mo quickly said. "Changjing, take them to Uncle Lu and say they are from our family. Let him distribute them to families with elderly over 70. No matter how much they disliked someone, they shouldn't waste things. It would be a shame to throw them away. Giving them to others was a good deed and would earn them a good reputation." Su Tingqian. No wonder Chongqing said Su Mo was the true Su family member. Lu Changjing, being a devoted husband, had no objections and immediately went to take the items to Uncle Lu. "Xiaogai, why don't you come with me?" "It's better for someone to be present when delivering the gifts," Uncle Lu said. He could distribute them himself, but having the host present made it more memorable. The items brought by Zhou Qiuying included milk powder, condensed milk, high-end cigarettes, alcohol, tea, sausages, and smoked duck, among others. There was a good variety and a decent amount. Lu Changjing estimated it was worth at least 200 yuan. He wasn't the type to do good deeds without recognition, but since Uncle Lu suggested it, he agreed to go along. "Okay." Lu Changjing nodded.
Great.
"Xiaogai, wait a moment while I sort the items," Uncle Lu said happily, quickly dividing the items as evenly as possible. 80% of the residents on their street had previously worked for the Su family. They needed to know that the Su family hadn't forgotten them and was sending New Year gifts. There weren't many elderly over 70 on this street, maybe 7 or 8 families. Uncle Lu took Lu Changjing and delivered the items from house to house. Both Uncle Lu and Lu Changjing were good at talking, and together, they restored the Su family's image on the street. As Uncle Lu introduced Lu Changjing as Sumo's husband, everyone praised him. Even Lu Changjing, who had a thick skin, couldn't help but twitch his lips. On New Year's Eve, Su Tingda flew to Haishur, planning to celebrate the New Year there before heading to the capital afterward. Su Yiyuan also came along. After the New Year's Eve dinner, Su Tingda and Su Tingqian discussed and drafted a list. Since they were going to file a complaint, they needed to know what they were dealing with. The list had to be carefully considered, not too long, but not too short, and it couldn't cross any red lines. Only then did Su Mo realize that the elders planned to go to the capital to file a complaint after the Spring Festival, hoping to get some compensation from those responsible. However, compensation wasn't their main goal. They wanted to use this opportunity to obtain a special permit for private business operations. With the domestic economy stagnant and overloaded, the leaders were seeking change, but faced many obstacles. Nationwide reforms required a conference's approval, but a few pilot programs could be specially approved. Sumo's eyes lit up at this news. Although the college entrance exams had been advanced, given the current situation, Sumo felt that the timeline for reform and opening up was unlikely to be moved forward. After all decisions needed to be approved in meetings before official documents could be issued. And those meetings were held at fixed times. If the Su family could obtain the special permit for private business operations in advance, they would be ahead of others when the country fully opened up. On the first day of the new year, many people came to pay their respects. The quiet mansion, which had been silent for 5 years, was bustling with visitors, and the 2 little ones received quite a few red envelopes. On the second and third days, Su Tingda and Su Tingqian took their younger relatives, Su Mo, Lu Changjing, and Su Yuan, to visit important people who had connections with the Su family. This was the first time Su Mo and Su Yuan encountered the family's network of relationships. On the 4th day, the 2 brothers from the Su family took their prepared items and flew to the capital city. Since they had already made arrangements before arriving, they met with the leaders the very next day. Upon meeting the leaders, the brothers poured out their grievances. After the Su brothers left, the leader called in the secretary to inform him and to make arrangements. The secretary took a list to the museum to retrieve the items on it. However, they only found about 10 items, while the rest were missing. The secretary contacted the leader, who instructed the staff to interrogate a few individuals to find out where the Su family's items had gone. Those individuals denied any wrongdoing, claiming the Su family's secret room was empty and they hadn't taken anything. The interrogators didn't believe them, but reported the results anyway. Later, when the news reached someone, they became very angry and increasingly suspected a conspiracy. It seemed likely that the Su family never had any items at all. It was just a ruse to lure them in. Thinking back, it seemed that ever since the issues involving the Su family began, things had gone downhill for them. The more they thought about it, the more convinced they became, especially since they heard that Su Tingda had been promoted to a senior military rank and might even rise to a corps-level position. Clearly, this was a way for them to climb up by stepping on others. Otherwise, with his background as a capitalist's descendant, reaching a division commander rank would have been the limit. Those people were truly calculating. They sacrificed a small professor and used fake wealth to pull off a clever scheme. This also explained why Su Heir could escape right under their noses. After being sent down, his agents repeatedly failed, and within a year, he ended up in Yangcheng. It turned out that this was a trap set long ago. Unfortunately, they realized it too late, or they wouldn't have faced defeat. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became at the shameless Su family. Capitalists truly are all the same. The next afternoon, the Su brothers were called back to meet with the leaders. The leader pointed to a dozen items set aside and said, "We only recovered these. The rest must have been disposed of by them, and the state cannot retrieve it. I discussed this with several other leaders, and the state will compensate you with 50,000 yuan. Although it's not worth the items, this is the maximum amount, and I hope you understand." How much trouble had those people caused over the years? If everyone demanded compensation, the state wouldn't be able to keep up. Thus, the leaders set a limit, and 50,000 was the highest they could offer. "We have no objections," the brothers replied. "We kept these items not for any other reason, but because we didn't want to see such valuable things destroyed. You know how many good items were blindly destroyed in those years? These are important cultural relics, treasures of our heritage. Once destroyed, they are gone forever. Now that we have recovered some items, we'll keep 2 as mementos and donate the rest to the state. The situation has improved, and we believe these items will be properly taken care of." After saying this, the brothers each picked a lower value item and donated the rest to the state. They wrote a detailed list, not just making things up. These were items they had seen in their childhood and youth, which had later disappeared. They suspected that Su Zhongli had taken them. The leader couldn't help but look at them with more respect. After all, now that the movement was over, if they took the items back, no one would complain since they belonged to the family. But without hesitation, they chose to donate them to the state. Although the leader didn't fully understand the significance of these items, he was aware of their general value. Indeed, the Su family remained as generous as ever. "Then I thank you on behalf of the state," he said. "Do you have any other difficulties? If so, please let us know. The state will do its best to help if it can," the leader added. The brothers straightened up, eagerly awaiting this question. Su Tingda smiled awkwardly. "Actually, there is one matter." The leader glanced at the 2 men with a half-smile, realizing they were waiting for him. At over 70 years old, the leader saw Su Tingda and Su Tingqian, one in his 50s and the other just under 50, as young men. "Speak up. What's the matter?" "The country will support what it can." Well, Tingqian was reported for no reason before, and now he has doubts about teaching. After spending a few years in Yangcheng, he has some insights into the atmosphere and no longer wants to teach. He wants to start something on his own and is here to ask for your approval, Su Tingda explained. The leader frowned and said, "Our country is a socialist country." "I know. Please don't worry." Marx's Capital says that fewer than 8 people are helpers, while more than 8 are hired workers. Fewer than 8 is not considered exploitation, Su Tingqian quickly clarified. I won't do anything against national policies. I just really don't want to teach anymore and need a way to make a living. My personality can offend people easily, so working in a factory wouldn't be suitable, he added. Yes, Chief. Besides, aren't we discussing reforms? Some things need pioneers to test them out before we know if they work, Su Tingda chimed in. Select some reliable people to try it out first, and then regularly report back to the country. With data and examples, the country can formulate the next policies based on that, he suggested. What do you plan to do? The leader asked. I have a preliminary idea, depending on whether you allow it. After taking the train several times, I found it hard to find food when hungry while waiting or after getting off. It's easier during the day, but nearly impossible at night. I want to sell food at the train station, open 24 hours, Su Tingqian said. At that time, waiting rooms usually had no small shops, and only a few major cities had them with limited items. Inside the train station, buying things relied mostly on the train attendants' carts. However, the variety of items on the train was limited, and prices were high. The leader thought for a moment. This idea seemed to benefit the public, but he didn't agree right away. He said he would discuss it with others and ask them to wait for a notification. After leaving the leader, the brothers split up to find people. Su Tingda sought out the family's connections, while Su Tingqian arranged to meet Teacher Gu. Teacher Gu's brother worked closely with the leader and was valued, so he could speak on their behalf. During their conversation, Su Tingqian shared his idea. Teacher Gu thought it was a good proposal and agreed to help. After returning, Teacher Gu called his brother to ask for assistance. His brother appreciated how Su Tingqian had cared for his brother and sister-in-law during their tough times, so he naturally agreed. That evening, when Geng Chongqing returned from work, the 3 brothers discussed it again. Su Tingda had a job and limited time in the capital, so it was best to get the approval quickly. At that moment, Geng Chongqing remembered that Elder Jiang and Elder He were working in a state council task force related to the next phase of development. He planned to contact them the next day to see if they could help push the idea forward. Elder Jiang and Elder He were among the few elderly people helped by Liu Boming. Elder Jiang had previously been the secretary in the capital, while Elder He had worked in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. After their rehabilitation, they joined a task force in the State Council. Since they had previously sought Geng Chongqing's help for Liu Boming, he was somewhat familiar with their situation. The next day, Geng Chongqing met with both of them. Coincidentally, someone in their task force had also proposed a similar idea. Given that it was related to the granddaughter of their benefactor, they readily supported it. With the influence of the task force, within 3 days, Su Tingqian received the stamped approval. The brothers were very happy and decided to fly back to Yangqing the next day to avoid any delays. Before leaving, they went to the compensation office to ensure the 50,000 yuan was transferred directly to Su Tingqian in Yangqing. Starting a business definitely requires capital. Su Tingqian had spent most of the money he saved while working in Yangqing during his time in Haisher. This time back home, they bought big items, funded by his daughter and son-in-law. Meanwhile, in Haisher, after Su Tingda and Su Tingqian went to the capital, the family planned to stay in Haisher for a few more days and return to Yangqing around the 7th or 8th day of the new year. The 2 kids were not yet in school, and Liu Chongzheng was on a month-long family leave, while others had winter vacations, so they had plenty of time. They planned to explore Haishi's department stores and buy some things to take back. Although Yangqing had good products, Haisher, being the most industrially prosperous city, had its advantages. Although Yang Xiyun didn't want to get too involved with her family, it was impossible not to contact them while attending university in Haisher. After the winter break started, she had stayed at school under the pretext of studying until just before the new year, when she had to go back. Otherwise, it would be unreasonable. At that time, conditions were tough, and many students from farther away with poor living conditions often stayed behind during breaks to save on travel costs. So, many students remained at school to study. Although Yang Xiyun returned home, she didn't want to stay there. She mostly met up with her university classmates to hang out. One day, Yang Xian arranged to shop at the department store with her classmates. While browsing, she unexpectedly ran into Su Mo and her family. Seeing Su Mo made Yang Xian's heart race. Su Mo looked almost unchanged, perhaps even more beautiful than before. Wearing stylish shoes and a long wool coat, her stunning face seemed to glow, attracting everyone's attention. The two little children beside her were likely her kids, looking adorable as well. Most striking was the tall, handsome officer next to her, gently talking to Su Mo while carrying bags. Yang Xian had thought Su Mo married a countryman, and even if he was an officer, he would be a rough, uneducated man. She never expected him to be such an outstanding person. In contrast, even though she was only a year older than Su Mo, she felt like she looked 10 years older. Plus, she was divorced, now a second-time bride. At that moment, Yang Xian felt her self-esteem plummet.
Why?
Su Mo had fallen into the mud, yet managed to rise to such a high position? Was she naturally inferior to Su Mo? Her classmates noticed Yang Xian suddenly freeze, her expression twisted, and were startled. Xian, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Yang Xian snapped back to reality and quickly looked down. I'm just a bit uncomfortable in my stomach. I need to go to the restroom. With that, she hurried away. She couldn't face Su Mo like this, especially not in such a pitiful state. When she went to Yangcheng, Su Mo's mockery still echoed in her ears. She couldn't let Su Mo see her like this. She had to work hard and build a good future, so she could return to Su Mo one day as a winner, proving that without the Su family, Yang Xian was just as capable. Su Mo hadn't noticed Yang Xian at first, but her keen hearing caught someone calling Xian, and she instinctively looked over, seeing Yang Xian hurriedly walking away with her head down. Su Mo smirked. It was quite amusing. Yang Xian didn't dare to face her, but was still wearing the wool coat she had given her. When Su Mo looked over, Lu Changjing asked, "Do you know her?" He had been facing Yang Xian but noticed her unfriendly gaze.
Yang Xian's daughter, Yang Suyun, Su mo replied.
Lu Changjing snorted, realizing it was that family, which explained a lot. This person has bad intentions. Don't let my wife associate with her in the future. He had heard from his mother-in-law that this person used to be his wife's childhood friend, and he didn't want her to get close again. From the look in her eyes earlier, it seemed she was jealous of his wife. Su Mo shot him a glare. Do I look like an easy target? Lu Changjing grinned. My wife is definitely not. By this time, the two children had already walked far away, so the couple hurried to catch up, ignoring the earlier incident. Su Mo heard from Zheng Ling's youngest daughter that Yang Xian had gotten divorced and even got into college. Su Mo was amazed by the twists in the story. Despite everything, the main character still followed her original path. If things went according to the story, Yang Xian would likely achieve great success in the future. Who knows, they might even have a showdown someday. Letting things unfold as they may, they would deal with the future later. For now, they needed to focus on the present. As long as the Su family stood tall, all problems would seem minor. On the 8th day of the new year, the family of 5, along with Su Yiyuan, boarded the train back to Yangcheng. They had entrusted Uncle Lu to look after their house, and Su Tingqian planned to resign once they returned to Yangcheng, which meant he would be traveling between Yangcheng and Haisher frequently. After running into Su Mo, Yang Xian packed her things and returned to school, hiding away and feeling lost. A few days later, she fell ill with a high fever that lasted several days. Thankfully, someone was in the dormitory, otherwise, she might have been in serious trouble. During her fever, Yang Xian kept dreaming. In her dreams, Su Mo had died, and she went to collect her body, inheriting her wealth. There was over 1,000 in cash and 2 bank books, one containing over 80,000. Additionally, there were property deeds for 3 houses owned by the Su family. For some unknown reason, she hid the items and didn't tell anyone. In her dream, she married Gong Yi but seemed unable to have children, leading to a divorce. Later, she got into college. After graduation, during the reform and opening up period, she didn't take the job assigned by the state. Instead, with Sumo's money, She built a successful career and became a well-respected female entrepreneur in Haishur. Later, she met Gong Yi again, who had risen to a high position. They rekindled their relationship and had a pair of children. As Gong Ye's career flourished, her business thrived too. She followed Su Zhongli's example, making money while engaging in various charitable activities, becoming a renowned philanthropist admired by many. When Yang Suyun woke up, she was still dazed, lingering in the glory of her dream. Though it seemed absurd, she felt everything should have been that way. Yang Suyun deserved such a brilliant life, not the one she had now. As she reflected on the dream's events, some matched her reality, while others were completely different. For instance, the college entrance exam in her dream was supposed to take place at the end of 1977, but it was only early 1977 now, and she had already been in college for 6 months. In her dream, she got into a vocational school, but she was currently attending a university. In the dream, she still had a job and she met Gong Yi in Haishur, not in the countryside. Also, her father's report didn't get out, and their family was doing fine. In the dream, her brother married his current wife, but their life was better than now. He became a deputy factory director and later the factory director. The more Yang Suyun thought, the more confused she became. Was this really just a bizarre dream she had created? Yet the scenes felt vivid and real. Even if she had imagined it, how could she have predicted the events of the reform and opening up? Private businesses could now operate, foreigners could freely enter China, and ordinary citizens could fly. These were things she never dared to dream of. Feeling increasingly uneasy, Yang Suyun decided she needed to verify things. The next day, she hurried to the vocational school she had dreamed of attending to inquire about the people she lived with in the dream. To her surprise, she found them. Staring at the 3 people who looked exactly like her dream, Yang Suyun froze. The dream was real. It was real. How could there be so many coincidences when she didn't even know these 3 people? The 3 noticed Yang Suyun's pale face and dazed expression and quietly stepped back, sensing something was off. "Excuse me, what do you need from us?" one of them asked. Yang Suyun suppressed her chaotic thoughts, forced a smile, and pulled 3 bars of soap from her bag. "Someone asked me to deliver soap to you." After placing the soap down, she hurriedly left. The 3 exchanged glances, took the soap, and noticed it was brand new, each taking a piece while wondering who would send them soap. Yang Suyun wandered down the street, her mind in turmoil, feeling like she was losing her grip on reality. It shouldn't be like this. None of this should be happening. Su Mo should be dead. Why was she still living so well? Su Tingqian and his wife should be dead too. Everything belonging to the Su family should have been hers. It was all Su Mo's fault. Su Mo, that wretched person, stole her life. Su Mo took it from her. Yang Suyun got on a bus back home, still in a daze, and accidentally returned to the workers' dormitory assigned to Yang Shuren. It wasn't until she noticed the strange looks from everyone that she realized her mistake and rushed back to the cramped apartment of Zhou Qiuying. When Zhou Qiuying returned from work and saw her daughter sitting there with a gloomy face, she was startled. "Suyun, what's wrong?" "Su Mo stole my things," Yang Suyun said through gritted teeth. Zhou Qiuying was taken aback. What could Su Mo have stolen from them? But she still asked, "What did she steal from you?" "She stole my life. It shouldn't be like this. The one who should be dead isn't my dad. It should be Su Mo, Su Tingqian, Mo Yulong, and the rest of the Su family. The Su family should be destroyed." Yang Suyun was becoming hysterical. Zhou Qiuying was shocked and quickly covered Yang Suyun's mouth, scolding, "Be quiet. What are you going crazy for? You're fine. Why curse others?" It was hard-won that the Su family had stopped bothering them. She didn't want this foolishness to bring trouble back. Yang Suyun forcefully pushed Zhou Qiuying's hand away. "What I'm saying is true. The Su family deserves to be ruined. The Su family's houses, their money, everything about them should belong to me."
Yang Suyun shouted.
Seeing the madness in Yang Suyun's eyes and her wild talk, Zhou Qiuying slapped her face. "Have you lost your mind?" When she saw Yang Suyun still acting crazily, she slapped her again, both slaps hard enough to make Yang Suyun's face swell. Are you awake now? Zhou Qiuying's two slaps were like cold water poured over Yang Suyun's head, instantly extinguishing her furious spirit. She slumped weakly onto the chair. Zhou Qiuying poured a glass of water for Yang Suyun. After she drank it, Zhou asked, "What's wrong? Did something upset you?" "Mom, I had a dream." Yang Suyun described her dream in detail to Zhou Qiuying. It was a long story, and before she knew it, she had talked for over an hour. Zhou Qiuying listened patiently, her lips twitching. Dreams can't be real. A couple of years ago, I dreamed I got promoted to a director, but when I woke up, I still had to do what I always do. Come on, Mom, don't think like that. Focus on your studies. It's rare to be a college student these days. Your future will be bright. No, Mom, this is real. Yang Suyun insisted, explaining how she had inquired about certain people at a vocational school. Zhou Qiuying pondered for a moment. Maybe it's just a coincidence. You might have heard those names before and remembered them without realizing it. Yang Suyun shook her head. If it were just names, I could agree. But what about their appearances? I've never seen those people, yet they looked exactly like my dream. Maybe you saw them once, but didn't pay attention. Mom,
Why don't you believe me?
Zhou Qiuying raised her hand to interrupt. Suyun, dreams don't count for anything. In your dream, you said you would take the college entrance exam at the end of this year, but it already happened last year. And you and Gong Yu were different too. In your dream, you met in Haishur, but you actually met in the countryside. And the Su family situation is even more ridiculous. With their capabilities, how could they fall apart? Even if Su Tingqian's family faced trouble, Su Tingda's family wouldn't. The house and savings of the Su family belonging to you is just a fantasy. Even if the Su family really fell, you wouldn't get those things. Besides, even if Su Mo had really passed away at that time, it wouldn't be your responsibility to handle it. How is that impossible?
Yang Suyun argued.
At that time, I had just written to Su Mo. How much do those people in the countryside know about a new educated youth like her? They must have sent me a telegram. Su Tiqian and his wife loved Su Mo so much. If she died, they would be heartbroken. How long could they endure such a difficult life? In the dream, Su Tiqian and his wife fell ill shortly after hearing about Su Mo's death. They would be struggling, and Su Tingda would definitely try to help them. Those people would use tricks to bring Su Tingda down. Once he faltered, wouldn't the Su family be finished? Zhou Qiuying felt a pang in her heart. There seemed to be some truth to that. But she couldn't show agreement. It's said that daughters take after their fathers, and Suyun was just as stubborn as her father, often acting without much thought. The family was slowly improving, and she couldn't let her daughter ruin it. So if there's a problem with Su Mo, if she had died on time, then the situation. Enough, Suyun. This is just your speculation. The Su family can't be that foolish. They wouldn't easily fall apart. Even if Su Mo really drowned as you dreamed, would that mean everything would come to you? Wouldn't the people at the educated youth station search her suitcase? With so much money, who wouldn't be tempted? They wouldn't just wait for you to take it back.
Yang Suyun fell silent.
Besides, Su Tingqian and his wife are in a tough spot. Who would want to deal with people from the cowshed? Those people probably don't even know their relationship with Su Mo. Why would they kindly inform him that his daughter drowned? That doesn't make sense. Yang Suyun was quiet. In her dream, it seemed she had written to inform Su Tingqian and his wife. But who would dare to openly write to someone in the cowshed a few years ago? That would just bring trouble. This dream probably means you're under too much stress. You think about things during the day and dream about them at night, Zhou Qiuying said. I still believe it's real, Yang Suyun said stubbornly. Just wait. By the end of 1978, the reform and opening up will begin. By the end of 1978, educated youth will start returning to the cities. In February 1979, there will be war in the southern border of the country. When these things happen, you'll believe me. If you don't believe that, you'll definitely believe me when I remarry Gong Yi. At first, Zhou Qiuying was hesitant, but by the end, she was completely unconvinced. Suyun, there's something I haven't told you. Gong Yi got married last September to someone from a family that matches his.
What? Yang Soo-yoon jumped up.
That's impossible. In my dream. You said it yourself. It was a dream. In reality, Gong Yi has remarried, and he might even have children by now, Zhou Qiuying added, trying to wake her daughter up. No, this isn't right. It shouldn't be like this. How did she and Gong Yi remarry in her dream? Right, that man helped her. In the dream, he was a rare confidant. She needed to find that man. As long as she found him, her life would improve. At that moment, where was that man?
Yang Soo-yoon suddenly felt deflated.
In the port city, that man was still there, and since the reform and opening up hadn't happened yet, he couldn't come over. Stop overthinking, it was just a dream. Stay home for a few days, and I'll make you some calming medicine. When school starts, focus on your studies, Zhou Qiuying comforted her before getting up to cook. After listening to her daughter for so long, it was almost 8 o'clock, and they still hadn't eaten. The day after Su Mo and the others returned to Yangcheng, Su Tingqian and Su Tingde came back. It was now February 27th, and the start date for key universities was early March. Su Mo's school started on March 3rd, Su Tingqian's school on March 5th, and Su Yuan's on March 10th. With only a few days left before school started, Su Tingqian and his wife hurried back to school, one to resign and the other to find a job. As a university professor, Su Tingqian couldn't sell his position. He could only resign. Mo Yulong's job as a dorm manager was easy and didn't require much skill, so selling it was simple. After returning, Mo Yulong explained to her familiar colleagues. She said she needed to resign because her daughter's sister-in-law was going to college, and there was no one to take care of her 2 grandsons. To support her daughter's education, she had to sell her job to help take care of them. Her colleagues felt sorry for Mo Yulong and contacted their relatives and friends who needed work. That same day, 3 people came to inquire. In the end, Mo Yulong sold her job for 900 yuan. After receiving the money, Mo Yulong immediately went to the logistics office to transfer the job. The dorm manager position was easy and not tiring, with a monthly salary of over 30 yuan, similar to an office job, and it was quite popular. Mo Yulong quickly took care of that, but Su Tingqian encountered some problems. Qualified university professors are quite rare these days, and Su Tingqian teaches economics, a subject that not many understand. When the principal heard Su Tingqian wanted to resign, it felt like a thunderbolt. The new semester was about to start, and where would he find another professor to cover the classes? He definitely couldn't agree to that. With no other choice, Su Tingqian showed him an official notice with a red stamp, stating that higher authorities had other plans for him. The qualified university professors are quite rare these days, and Su Tingqian teaches economics, a subject that not. In the end, he still did not agree, saying that even if the leaders had other arrangements, Su Tingqian needed to finish the course handover before leaving. After some debate, they reached a consensus. Su Tingqian must complete his teaching for the semester. The principal also had a semester to request a new teacher from the education department. Once their goals were set, Su Tingqian happily left. After the college entrance exams resumed, the country began to value education again. However, during that time, many teachers couldn't cope, leading to a severe shortage of teaching resources. Su Tingqian estimated that if things continued normally, it would take him at least a year or 2 to leave. Only by taking drastic measures could he leave quickly. As for resigning immediately, Su Tingqian never considered it. After all, he had already taught those students for a semester and felt he should finish the remaining classes. While the couple was handling work matters, Su Mo and Su Yuan arranged for their house renovation. Su Qifa, a local, was familiar with the area. Through him, they found a construction team from a nearby commune. They also entrusted the team to buy materials, saving them the trouble of running around. At this time, purchasing building materials required approval from relevant departments. Su Mo drew a simple renovation plan on plain paper with colored pens. Although it was basic, the intended effect was clear. Gaudi Street became famous for clothing after the reform and opening up. For the ground floor of the building on Gaudi Street, Su Mo planned to simply tile the floor and paint the walls white for a clean and tidy look. The second floor was intended to be a studio, where she would buy sewing machines and hire tailors to make clothes. The renovation for the second floor would be the same as the first, tiled floors and white walls. The third floor would be for living, so it would be more detailed, incorporating many modern designs, with several custom cabinets throughout. Since the commune had a construction team, they also had carpenters. Su Mo would have them come over to take measurements and build accordingly. As for the other small courtyard house, Su Mo planned to use it as a studio as well, with simple renovations, just repainting the walls and floors white. This construction team was taking on such work for the first time. They usually built houses and felt uncertain about this project. However, the team leader was visionary and believed that such work would only increase in demand. He confidently assured Su Mo that they would meet her requirements. Even if they didn't make a profit this time, they were determined to do a good job. Once their reputation was established, they would be the first choice for future renovations. Su Mo accompanied the team leader to the building materials market. At that time, the selection of materials in the country was quite limited, and the tiles available were only plain, white ones measuring 10 centimeters square. With no other options, Su Mo had to settle for those. As for wall paint, Su Mo felt the local options weren't wide enough, so she asked Su Chifa to buy a few buckets of latex paint from the port city. Once everything was settled, the construction team began their work. Su Yuan lived nearby and often came to check on the progress, correcting any issues promptly. By this time, Su Mo had started school, which was a bit far from here, so she could only come by every 2 or 3 days to check. In Yangcheng, while busy with renovations, Lu Xiaolan was packing her bags, preparing to head to school. This year, Su Mo bought New Year gifts from Haisher and sent them back. Haisher is famous for its textiles, and she sent a lot of trendy fabrics, along with 2 of the latest dresses for Lu Xiaolan. Lu Fengqin watched enviously. At 15, she had never worn a dress. "Aunt, can you give me one of those dresses?" Lu Fengqin asked, looking at the 2 new dresses. If it were before, Lu Xiaolan would have given her one. But after returning from winter break, Lu Xiaolan noticed that Lu Fengqin had changed a lot. Although she was more proactive in her studies and no longer clamored to go to Yangcheng, she seemed to have become, how to say it, like Qingwen from Dream of the Red Chamber, with her head in the clouds. Lu Xiaolan, a Chinese major, had to analyze classic literature as part of her studies. Last semester, she read quite a few famous books. After Lu Xiaolan returned, Li Yue jokingly told her that Lu Fengqin had grown up and seemed to care about her appearance, using a red hair tie and wanting to try the osmanthus oil and snow cream Su Mo sent her. During this time, Lu Xiaolan observed that Lu Fengqin was not as diligent as before and often directed Lu Ai-Qin to do chores. Even her clothing had changed. Previously, Lu Fengqin wore patched clothes at home, saying she didn't want to dirty new ones. But now, even at home, she dressed nicely. It's not that dressing nicely is bad. If the family can afford it, how one dresses shouldn't be an issue. But the conditions at her brother's house weren't that good. Though both he and his wife had salaries, that little income had to support 3 children and their education, making things tight. "Fengqin, that dress isn't suitable for you," Lu Xiaolan refused. Lu Fengqin thought Lu Xiaolan meant it didn't fit, quickly saying, "I'll have grandma alter it and it will fit." Saying that, she reached for the plaid dress she liked. She had never seen such a beautiful dress. If she wore it to school, everyone would envy her. Lu Xiaolan held Lu Fengqin's hand. "It's not about fitting. A dress like that isn't appropriate for a middle school student." "Fengqin, it seems you haven't taken your aunt's words to heart. You can only eat what you can afford. You're still a middle school student relying on your parents. It's not suitable for you to wear such nice clothes. If you could buy it yourself, or if your parents could afford it, I wouldn't say anything. Since the family can't afford it now, you should do what is within your means and wear clothes that the family can buy. Be practical and don't be so vain. Desires are nurtured over time. Who doesn't want good things? Once you're used to having nice things but can't afford them, it's easy to go down the wrong path." "How am I being vain? I just want a dress," Lu Fengqin said, angry and embarrassed. How can the family not afford it? Didn't Aunt San buy it? Why is it suitable for you, but not for me? I think you're just stingy, wanting to keep all the good things for yourself. You already have so many dresses. What's wrong with giving me one? If you don't want to, just say so instead of insulting me indirectly. After saying that, Lu Fengqin ran out in tears. What happened? Li Yue went to the family that makes good soy sauce in the village to get some, so she asked Lu Xiaolan to take it to school to eat with vegetables. When she returned, she saw Lu Fengqin running out crying. Lu Fengqin ignored Li Yue and ran home, lying on the bed and crying loudly, as if something terrible had happened to her. Did you say something to her again? Li Yue asked after entering the room. Lu Fengqin was the niece that Lu Xiaolan had taken care of the most. While she only looked after Anan for 3 years, she had cared for Lu Fengqin until she was 6 or 7, so their bond was naturally strong. Seeing the child grow up like this pained her, and during the holidays, she tended to be stricter. As the saying goes, the deeper the love, the harsher the criticism. To correct Lu Fengqin, Lu Xiaolan, who was usually lenient with children, inevitably became stricter. Mom, Fengqin really needs to be managed well, otherwise, she will go astray.
Li Yue sighed.
She had mentioned it a few times before, but since the eldest couple hadn't expressed their opinions as a grandmother, she felt it was better not to say too much to avoid being accused of favoring boys over girls. I'll find a time to talk to your brother, Li Yue said. Lu Xiaolan thought for a moment. No, I'll talk to Grandpa and let him speak to my brother. What their mother said would likely be forgotten by her brother in a few days, but when Grandpa spoke, it was different. At noon, after Lu Qing'an and Lu Boming returned, Lu Xiaolan told Lu Boming about the situation. Lu Boming was surprised. He hadn't expected his great-granddaughter to be like this. Lu Fengqin stayed at school and only came home once a week. She didn't often visit Lu Boming, and as a man, he couldn't constantly pay attention to his 14 or 15-year-old great-granddaughter, so he really didn't know how she had changed. Moreover, as girls grow up, they tend to become more self-conscious, so even if there were some changes, he hadn't paid much attention. After lunch, Lu Boming called Lu Xingjuan into the room. I heard Fengqin crying this morning. What's going on? Lu Boming asked. Her aunt scolded her a bit. Kids have strong pride, and she couldn't take it, so she cried, Lu Xingjuan said dismissively. Fengqin is 15 now, right? She's not a little girl anymore. Some things need proper guidance, or she will go astray. Lu Xingjuan was startled. What happened? Do you know why her aunt scolded her? Lu Xingjuan felt a bit awkward. He really didn't know. When he asked his daughter why she was crying, she only said Lu Xiaolan scolded her, so he didn't ask further. He didn't think it was wrong for Lu Xiaolan to scold her. After all, it's normal for elders to scold children. She wanted a dress that Xiao Emo sent back, but Lu Xiaolan didn't give it to her. They ended up arguing. Lu Xingjuan looked at Lu Boming, waiting for him to continue, his eyes filled with confusion. He really didn't understand. It was just a dress. If she didn't get it, so be it. How could a child expect to get everything they wanted? There wouldn't be enough family resources for that. Seeing Lu Xingjuan's expression, Lu Boming felt a wave of helplessness and continued. The dress Xiao Emo sent to Xiaolan was bought from Haisher department store, and I heard it costs about 10 to 20 bucks. Lu Xingjuan was taken aback. So expensive? That dress cost almost as much as his wife's monthly salary. His sister-in-law was really generous. Xiaolan has several dresses there. When your daughter wanted one, she went straight for the expensive one. Lu Xingjuan chuckled awkwardly. Maybe she didn't know it was that expensive. No, she knows. Your wife bought her hair oil and clam oil, but she never used them. Instead, she took the hair oil and snow cream that Xiao Emo sent to your mother. Your mother thought she didn't use them much, so she gave them all to her. Your mother said she never asked for them before. It's only been this past year that she started. During the new year, the third family sent fabric for several kids to make clothes. I heard that Arya used her piece to make herself a new outfit. This year for New Year, Arya wore the old clothes that Fengqin didn't want. Over the years, when they didn't celebrate the New Year at home, Su Mo would send things to each child as a form of New Year's money. This area has grown taller, and her previous clothes are a bit short. That's why. If she needs clothes, she should ask you to get fabric to make some. Why does she need to take her sister's fabric? It's just that she thinks the fabric sent from Haishur is better and would make her look good, Lu Boming interrupted. Lu Xingjuan was stunned. He remembered that at first he had also asked Lu Yuji to get fabric, but Lu Fengqin said there was already fabric at home, so there was no need to waste money getting more. Her old clothes were still good enough for Arya to wear. Both Lu Xingjuan and Lu Yuji were frugal people. Seeing that Lu Fengqin's old clothes were still in good condition and had no patches, they didn't get more fabric based on the principle of not wasting. And have you noticed that now Dia doesn't do any housework? It's always Arya doing it? The child has a lot of pressure from studying, so I thought I'd let her have more time to study and prepare for high school, Lu Xingjuan said, trying to defend himself. He really didn't realize how serious the situation was until it was pointed out. After Lu Yuji took over Lu Xiaolan's job, she went to work every day and Lu Xingjuan ended up managing most of the household chores. Especially this year, since Lu Fengqin was at school and only came back once a week, he had gotten used to having Lu Aiqin do the housework and hadn't noticed that Lu Fengqin had stopped doing any. Studying is important, but character is even more important. If she grows up to be selfish, it will be you who suffers in the end. Your father and I are getting old and can't manage the younger generation too much anymore, Lu Boming reminded. Don't rush to go back and scold anyone. Think carefully about how to teach the child. Yes, I understand, Grandpa, Lu Xingjuan replied, awkwardly. Having said what he needed to, Lu Boming waved for Lu Xingjuan to leave. After Lu Xingjuan left, Lu Boming began to reflect on himself. It takes 3 years to learn well, but only 3 days to learn bad habits. Lu Fengqin had only changed in the past year. People don't change for no reason. She probably made some bad friends after starting middle school. Children are impressionable, and if they're encouraged by ill-intentioned people, they can easily go astray. Moreover, the eldest couple didn't have a clear understanding, and without proper guidance from their parents, how could things not turn out this way? The third family understood manners and sent things home during holidays. Plus, he often shared the gifts he received from leaders with the two families, which might have encouraged them to develop other thoughts. His intention was to care for his grandchildren, but he didn't expect his good intentions to backfire. It seems he should stop giving Fengqin pocket money in the future. Perhaps it was his allowance that allowed those bad people to befriend her, hoping to gain something from her. Since Lu Fengqin started boarding school, Lu Boming felt sorry for her studying hard and gave her pocket money every week, around 50 cents to $1, so she could treat herself at school. The next day, Lu Xiaolan set off for school. The day after Lu Xiaolan left, Lu Fengqin also needed to prepare to go to school. They were starting school soon. Lu Fengqin waited, but didn't receive any pocket money from Lu Boming. As it was already late afternoon, she couldn't delay any longer, so she went to Lu Boming's room and said, "Great-grandpa, I'm going to school." Lu Boming waved his hand. "Go ahead, study hard." Seeing that Lu Fengqin was still standing there and hadn't left, he added, "Hurry up, it will get dark soon, and the roads will be difficult." Realizing that Lu Boming really had no intention of giving her money, Lu Fengqin finally turned to leave. Lu Boming sighed. It seemed the child had unknowingly grown up with their care. Lu Fengqin took a long time at home and arrived late at school. After handing over the firewood to the logistics department, she hurried to the dormitory with her food. The student dormitory at the commune school had firewalls and was warm inside. As Lu Fengqin walked, she felt a bit hot. Once in the dormitory, she took off her cotton-padded jacket, revealing a new top made for the new year.
Wow.
Fengqin, your top looks really nice. Her friends, who usually adored her, quickly gathered around. Lu Fengqin smiled proudly. This was sent back by my third aunt from Haishur. We can't buy this in Qingxi County.
No wonder.
I've never seen such a beautiful pattern before. This fabric looks high quality. Only those high-ranking officials could afford it. The girls surrounded Lu Fengqin, showering her with compliments, greatly satisfying her vanity. Hey, Fengqin, isn't your third uncle and aunt in Yangqing? Why are they in Haisher again? Someone asked. My third aunt is from Haisher. They went there to celebrate the New Year this year. Really? Your third aunt is from Haisher? Then how? She came here as a sent-down youth and was saved by my third uncle when she fell into the river. So, she owes him her life, Lu Fengqin explained. Then, feeling a bit proud, she added, my third aunt's family is quite wealthy. They live in a Western-style house. You know, it's even better than the houses in movies where foreigners live. When I visit, I'll take pictures and send them to you. Fengqin, I'm so envious of you. I wish I had such good uncles and aunts too. That's why I say Fengqin is so pretty. My mom says that people who look like her will have a life of comfort in the future. Fengqin, our food has already been steamed. Since you came late, you might not be able to get any now. Lu Fengqin waved her hand. It's okay, I'll eat later. Though she said it casually, she felt a bit uneasy inside. After all, when she left, Lu Boming hadn't given her any money, and she only had 40 cents left in her pocket. The school served 2 or 3 dishes for each meal, mainly for teachers or students from better-off families. Each meal cost 10 cents, and Lu Fengqin was a regular there with the pocket money from Lu Boming. Normally, Lu Boming would give her pocket money every week, so she should have been able to save some. However, being pampered, she was used to spending freely and often treated her close friends to a bowl of hot soup for 2 cents, leaving her with little money each week. In the evening, when it was time for dinner, Lu Fengqin took a portion of food, ready to eat with her friends. Most students had rice with pickled vegetables, spicy cabbage, or soy sauce radish, sometimes adding a bit of soybean paste to mix in. Fengqin, I heard today's soup has lamb. It's so cold. Why don't you get a bowl to drink? It would be great to have a bowl of hot soup in this cold weather. Yeah, Fengqin, you must have received a lot of lucky money for the new year, right? Treat us to soup? In the past, Lu Fengqin would have treated them. But now, she didn't have much money left and felt reluctant. I overslept today and rushed to school, so I forgot to bring money. Maybe next time, Lu Fengqin said. Her lucky money had been taken by her mother, leaving her with no money. The others felt a bit disappointed, but some sweet-talking friends quickly said, It's okay, I brought a lot of pickled radish this week. If you don't have enough vegetables, just let me know. And I brought 2 pieces of fried fish. I'll share one with you. My mom makes really good soybean paste. I'll share half with you later. Several friends chimed in, making Lu Fengqin feel touched. Her friends were so good to her, unlike her aunt, who claimed to care but wouldn't even give her a dress. In truth, Lu Fengqin didn't need others to give her food. Her family had prepared a pot of pickled vegetables with pork bones for her. Although the bones weren't included, the pickled vegetables cooked with meat were still delicious. Lu usually would send her vegetables every couple of days, mostly stir-fried greens, but sometimes there would be fried eggs and meat. All along, it was others who benefited from her. She just enjoyed hearing compliments and the feeling of being adored. Lu Xingjuan thought for several days and then called his second daughter and youngest son over. He laid out several pieces of fabric on the Kong and asked them, Your mother said she would make you clothes. Which fabric do you want? The nice fabrics were borrowed from Li Yue, while some lesser quality ones were taken from Lu Yuji. Didn't we just get new clothes for the new year? Why are we making more? Lu Guoqiang asked. Now that he was 10, he understood more. Usually, the family only made 2 new outfits a year, one for the new year and one for summer. Your mother said if you behave well, she would make you an extra one this year. Really? Lu Guoqiang was thrilled and pointed to a military green fabric. I want this one.
Why?
I like this color. I want to be a soldier in the future. Arya, your brother chose first. Which one do you want? Lu Ai-Qin looked around and finally chose the floral twill fabric. These fabrics are pretty. Why not choose from those? Lu Xingjuan pointed to the ones borrowed from Li Yue. Those fabrics were sent back by Su and Mo to Li Yue and were much better than what could be bought locally. I've seen those fabrics. They were sent back by my third aunt for grandma. The teacher said we, as younger generations, should respect the elders and not take things from them. Besides, Those materials are expensive. As a student, I shouldn't wear such nice clothes. The teacher said students should focus on studying, not on food and clothing, Lu Ai-chin said. Having just turned 13, Lu Ai-chin was in 5th grade and would start middle school next year. Lu Xingjuan was a bit shocked. He hadn't expected his usually quiet second daughter to say such things. Traditionally, fathers favor their eldest sons and mothers love their youngest children, so middle children often get overlooked. Lu Ai-chin was in a similar situation. She usually didn't get much attention from her parents at home. Ai-chin, if your third uncle and aunt take you to Yangqing, would you go? What would I do in Yangqing? Lu Ai-chin asked, puzzled. What if you go to help your third uncle and aunt take care of the kids? Lu Ai-chin shook her head. My younger siblings are already 6 years old. Aunt said they will start school in the second half of the year, so they don't need me to watch them. I heard Aunt say that even water costs money in Yangqing. I can't earn money, so I don't want to be a burden to my third uncle and aunt. What if your third uncle and aunt find you a job? Lu Ai-chin hesitated for a moment and said, our teacher said there are very few jobs in the city and many people are waiting for them. It's not easy to find one. Lu Ai-chin's teacher was a young person sent to the countryside and knew about the city situation. Sometimes, she would share city news with them. Dad, I want to study. Don't you want to support my education anymore? Lu Ai-chin worried that she might end up like some girls in the village, finishing elementary school and then having to work in the fields.
No.
I was just making a comparison. Studying is good. As long as you want to study, I will support you for as long as you can. Lu Xingjuan quickly clarified. Lu Ai-chin finally relaxed. She loved studying, even though she wasn't very smart and needed to work on some problems multiple times to understand them. But her teacher said that hard work pays off, and as long as she was diligent, she would improve. Ai-chin, has your sister been making you do housework lately? Lu Xingjuan asked. Lu Ai-chin was silent for a moment and replied, Sister is preparing for high school. It's okay for me to do a little more. Lu Xingjuan rarely patted Lu Ai-chin's head and said, Good girl. Then he waved to the siblings, Go do your homework. After Lu Guoqiang went out, he quickly returned. Dad, if the second sister doesn't go to Yangqing, let the eldest sister go. She has always wanted to go. Lu Xingjuan's face darkened. It seemed the eldest daughter was desperate to go to Yangqing. Even her brother knew about it. No one from our family will go to Yangqing. If your eldest sister wants to go, she can only go if she gets into college on her own. What? Do you want to go to Yangqing too? Lu Guoqiang shook his head vigorously. I don't want to go. I want to stay with Mom and Dad. No matter how good Yangqing is, it can't compare to being with them. Just thinking about being away from his parents for years made Lu Guoqiang very unhappy. What was wrong with home? They lived in a nice brick house, had enough to eat and wear, and many friends he had grown up with. He didn't want to leave. He really didn't understand why his sister wanted to go, and why she asked him to tell their parents that she would send money back to him. He didn't believe it. His sister couldn't save money better than he could. Grandpa gave her so much pocket money every week, and she spent it all. Last year, she even borrowed 20 cents from him. Seeing Lu Xingjuan's displeased expression, Lu Guoqiang quickly slipped away. Lu Xingjuan sat on the Kong, feeling a bit down. The two younger ones were fine, so why was Feng Qin like that? Where did the problem lie? That evening, when Lu Yuji came home from work, Lu Xingjuan shared his concerns with her. After listening, Lu Yuji felt a jolt in her heart. Could it be her daily nagging at Lu Fengqin that got through to her? When Lu Fengqin was in the first year of middle school, she was a day student. Every morning, Lu Yuji would take her to school and bring her back in the evening. That journey took over half an hour, so mother and daughter would chat the whole way. After Lu Yuji started working at the supply and marketing cooperative, she realized the benefits of having someone in the family succeed. She often reminded Lu Fengqin to keep in touch with her successful third uncle and aunt, as they could help her in the future. Over the years, Lu Yuji had sent many things to Yangqing. Whenever they found good mountain goods, she would send the best to Yangqing. Naturally, the third family also sent things back generously. Lu Yuji thought back and couldn't recall saying anything wrong. Isn't it common for some family members to succeed while others don't? Otherwise, why would we call them siblings? Suewa's son, Lu Xingyo, even helped his older brother find a job. They understood the third family's work and tried not to bother him. But when they needed help, they still hoped he could lend a hand. They say a family thrives when everyone does well, not just one person. Only when everyone is doing well can the family prosper. The older generation didn't expect much from the third family, but the younger generation hoped that their uncle would help them. When the nephews and nieces succeed, it would also benefit the third family and his two children, right? Seeing Lu Yuji sitting there without saying anything, Lu Xingjuan suddenly realized, "Did you say something to the eldest daughter?" "What could I say? Am I the kind of person who can't see clearly? You've seen how I've treated the third family over the years. Whenever there's something good, don't I send it to them? Look at the second family. How much have they sent? Don't be ungrateful." Lu Yuji had developed good speaking skills during her years at the cooperative, and she immediately responded. Fengqin is probably going through her teenage years. Didn't the third family say that kids become rebellious during this time? I'll talk to her when I bring her vegetables in a few days and explain things to her. Xiaolan is really something. As an aunt, it's just a skirt. If she doesn't give it, so be it. Why make such a big deal out of it and disturb the peace at home? Lu Xingjuan was unhappy to hear this. Is it just about a skirt? You need to speak with some conscience. Everyone sees how Xiaolan treats Fengqin. When Fengqin was little, she was always with Xiaolan. After Xiaolan started working, she bought her many things. The things Xiaolan bought for Fengqin over the years could buy several skirts. If it were just about one skirt, would she be so reluctant? The problem is that your daughter is too ambitious. There are so many skirts available, yet she doesn't want the old ones and insists on the newest and most expensive one. That skirt costs over 10 or 20 yuan. Is that something a middle school student can afford? Does she want everything to be the best? How much of a salary do you have to buy for her? She's just a child. How would she know that skirt is so expensive? She just thinks it looks nice. What girl doesn't love pretty things? Does it need to be such a big deal? Lu Yuji was also a bit angry. When she came home and heard Lu Fengqin say that Lu Xiaolan scolded her for being vain, she felt unhappy. But thinking that her sister-in-law was a college student, she held back. A young girl who loves beauty should know her limits. She's 2 years older than Arya. If Arya understands this, can't she? Today, I let Arya choose fabric, and she knows that as a student, she doesn't need to wear such nice clothes. Students should focus on studying, not on what they wear. The eldest daughter wants to wear good clothes and use good things, and even goes to her grandma to ask for lotion and hair oil. Lu Xingjuan and his wife argued for most of the night over Lu Fengqin's issue. Although they lived in separate houses, they were in the same courtyard, so others could hear them. Li Yue didn't intervene. When it came to raising children, if the eldest couple disagreed, it was uncertain whether they could correct their mistakes, and the younger two would worry about being misled again. The situation in Lu family village was unknown to Lu Changzheng and the others far away in Yangqing. At this moment, Lu Changzheng was negotiating with staff at the Yangqing train station alongside Su Tingqian. Although Su Tingqian couldn't resign yet, Mo Yurong had already left her job. Since he had previously assured his leaders, he needed to quickly implement the necessary preparations. Once this matter was opened up, there would definitely be keen individuals who would catch wind of it. The country was collecting reference data, and it wouldn't just involve their family. They needed to seize the opportunity quickly. Director Jean, in charge of the Yangqing train station, hadn't anticipated this situation, but when the other party presented a document with a red stamp, he had no choice but to cooperate. Director Jean examined the document carefully and asked uncertainly, "Professor Su, did the leaders really say to set this up at our train station?" After all, the document only stated that the Su family was allowed to engage in small-scale business activities to support a specific national pilot project. It didn't explicitly mention their railway department's train station. This document was obtained by the Su brothers through various connections to gain more autonomy, allowing for a wide range of operations. The leaders said we need to address people's livelihoods first and the train station. Su Tingqian explained the issues they discovered. Director Jean nodded. They were aware of these problems too, which is why their train station already had a small shop. However, considering the issues Su Tingqian mentioned about the small shop, he chose not to elaborate further. They had no control over what was sold there. Their leaders had worked hard to get approval for that small shop. As for the limited selection of goods, they couldn't just move a state-run restaurant there, could they? Regarding the shop closing at night, that was even more complicated. The staff had regular working hours. Could they really prevent them from leaving? Thinking this through, Director Jean seemed to understand the leaders' intentions better. Competition was necessary for progress, and perhaps with others joining in. Director Jean had long been displeased with the female cashier at the small shop. Not only was she lazy, but her attitude was also poor. Passengers and even their staff sometimes felt ignored when they tried to buy something. She was either reading a newspaper, knitting, or sleeping. Unfortunately, the small shop only had that one female cashier, and there was no one else. Complaints were useless, as it was said that a certain someone's sister-in-law had suppressed them. All right, since the leaders have said so, we will cooperate fully, Director Jean said, then had the logistics department bring the keys and took people to choose a location. At that time, the train station hadn't considered selling goods, and there were no designated shop spaces. The few remaining empty rooms were in corners, making it inconvenient for anyone wanting to buy something. Su Tingqian took a look around and finally pointed to a spot that all passengers would pass through, asking Director Jean, "How about I choose this place?" At that time, the train station didn't separate arriving and departing passengers into different channels. Many pathways were shared. Director Jean frowned. "You want us to build a shop here?" "No need. Just give me this space, and I'll prepare the shop myself." "Professor Su, Deputy Commander Liu, we can't build randomly here. Any changes need approval from the higher-ups." Su Tingqian waved his hand. "Don't worry. We won't do anything reckless. Just give us this little corner, and I'll set up a mobile shop." You know what a mobile shop is, right? It's similar to the newsstands at the post office. After the college entrance exams resumed, many newspapers and magazines were republished, and people found it inconvenient to buy them at the post office. To meet the growing cultural needs, the post office tested the newsstand model on busy streets in several major cities, with Yangcheng being one of them. Director Jean thought about the newsstands that had appeared on the streets a couple of months ago and found it feasible, but he didn't dare to agree immediately, saying he needed to apply to the leaders first. After the two left, Director Jean called the higher-ups. Upon learning about the national document with the red stamp, the leaders entrusted the matter to Director Jean as long as it didn't affect the normal operations of the train station. The next day, Director Jean called the number Su Tingqian had left, saying the leaders approved it, but they had to ensure it didn't disrupt passenger flow. Su Tingqian readily agreed. After work, he asked Liu Changjing to drive him to the train station, where the two of them chose a spacious spot and measured the dimensions. Once everything was settled, everyone began to divide tasks. Su Yuan asked Su Chifa to find someone to quickly make the metal small shop. Su Mo and Liu Changjing took on the task of sourcing raw materials, knowing they would need rice, flour, meat, and vegetables for selling food. Although they could have sourced everything from Su Chifa's free market, the prices there were high. Besides the meat, Su Mo's abilities could produce other ingredients, so there was no need to waste money. Moreover, the items Su Mo produced were much tastier than locally grown ones. Delicious food was key to attracting customers. The couple took the document, used their connections, and obtained a monthly purchase order for £500 from the grain station and farmers market. Of course, this was just a cover. They would only buy part of it to mix in the items Su Mo produced. Su Tingqian and his wife were busy finding skilled cooks to learn how to make local snacks, while one of them began practicing cooking. By the end of March, the two houses were also renovated, and the overall effect was quite satisfactory. The total cost for materials, labor, and custom cabinets was 900 yuan. The combined area of the two houses was over 400 square meters, costing just over 2 yuan per square meter. The construction team leader even had someone come to take photos after the renovation, planning to showcase this quality when seeking future work. Su Mo's house decoration might seem ordinary in later years, but at this time, it was quite impressive. In early April, the freezers ordered from Port City arrived, 2 in total, costing over 1,000 each, totaling more than 2,000. The custom-made metal small shop was also completed, costing over 200 yuan, which could build a house in the countryside. With everything ready, everyone busied themselves preparing for the opening. On April 10, 1977, Sunday, the first small shop of the Su family opened. The opening day was carefully chosen. On the 15th, the spring trade fair began, attracting many visitors to Yangcheng, especially at the train station, which was bustling with people. In addition to the exhibiting companies and foreign merchants, many domestic representatives came to visit and learn. After a long train ride, even if they had food on the train, it was usually not very tasty, and they would be tired of it after a while. Once they got off the train and encountered delicious, affordable food that didn't require tickets, they would definitely want to try it. Also, it was Sunday, so Su Tingqian, Su Mo, and Su Yuan didn't have classes and could help out. Since this was just the beginning, it wouldn't be appropriate to hire many people right away. They needed to take things step by step. On the morning of the 10th, Su Mo and Mu Yurong arrived at the small shop first to light the 2 coal stoves. The shop wasn't large. It had 2 coal stoves at the front and a more than 1-meter-long iron shelf in the middle for people to walk through. The left side was the door, and the right side had a gas stove with a 60 centimeters frying pan for making pancakes. It looked similar to this, but without any colorful menu posters, just a simple metal structure. At the back were shelves stacked with supplies. Once the coal stoves were lit, Su and Mo went to fetch water, and the mother-daughter duo cleaned the shop inside and out. They then changed into white cotton chef coats, put on white chef hats, and wore white cloth masks. Before long, Lu Chongzheng, Su Tingqian, and Su Yuan arrived with baskets of buns and other items. These were all prepared by the family late at night. After the house was renovated, Su Tingqian and his wife moved to the arcade on Gaudi Street, while another flat was used as the workshop for the food shop. The small shop at the train station was just the beginning. More food shops would surely open later. If each shop had to hire many people, it wouldn't be efficient, and the quality might vary. It was better to prepare everything in the workshop and deliver it to the shops before opening, so they only needed to hire 1 or 2 staff members to sell. This model is common in later times, but at this period, it was an advanced concept proposed by Su Tingqian. It showed that the Su family had a natural talent for business. Once everything was moved in, Mo Yurong quickly placed the buns on the coal stove to steam, while everyone started setting up. Su and Mo began heating the stove to make pancakes. Before long, the once empty counter was filled with items. There were 2 large stacks of steaming buns, a clay pot full of tea eggs, an iron kettle with hot soy milk, a basket of warm pancakes, and an empty basket for the sauce pancakes. Su Tingqian had also prepared the price list and placed the small blackboard at the front side of the shop. Sweet buns, 8 cents each. Brown sugar buns, 10 cents each. Vegetable and meat buns, 10 cents each. Pure meat buns, 15 cents each. Tea eggs, 15 cents each. Meat-filled pancakes, 15 cents each. Sauce pancakes, 5 cents each. Sweet soy milk, 5 cents per bowl. On their first day of business, they didn't prepare many varieties, just to test the waters. At this time, new passengers began to exit the station. Seeing the Su family's small shop, they were curious, but didn't approach to buy anything right away. Then, a disheveled man stepped forward. He was from a province in the northwest, visiting Yangcheng for the first time. After a 5 or 6 day train ride, he felt unwell from motion sickness and poor food, and he was eager for something warm to drink. Su and Mo had just finished making a sauce pancake and was brushing it with a bright red-orange sauce, which looked mouth-watering. The man couldn't help but swallow and asked, "Do you sell food here?" "Yes, big brother. What would you like to eat?" Su and Mo replied with a smile. The man looked at the price list on the blackboard and said, "I'll have a bowl of hot soy milk first." Su Yuan quickly poured a bowl of soy milk for him. After finishing, the man smacked his lips. The soy milk was quite good and sweet. He said, "I'll have another bowl." After drinking 1 bowl, The man felt better and looked at the pancakes Su Mo had cut. Is this the sauce pancake? Yes, big brother, would you like a piece? It's 5 cents each. Su Mo cut the large pancake into 8 sizable pieces. Sure, I'll take one. The man took the pancake from Su Mo and finished it in a few bites. It was surprisingly delicious, much better than the food on the train. He ate 4 pieces before stopping. Quickly, he pulled out 30 cents and handed it to Su Yun. He noticed the young man staring at him, worried he might think he was trying to eat for free. Although he looked a bit shabby now, it was due to the train ride. He was a respectable person. Feeling satisfied and a bit more energetic, the man started chatting. Your buns are a bit pricey. Back home, white buns at the factory cafeteria are only 3 cents each, and even at state-run restaurants, they're only 5 cents. Big brother, it's different here. Our buns don't require tickets. Besides, your factory buns probably don't have sugar, right? Our buns not only have plenty of sugar, but also milk powder. They're not just soft and tasty. They smell so good. At this time, those who could afford to ride the train were usually well off, so they didn't mind spending a little more as long as the food was good. The man was tempted by Sumo's words and said, "Okay, I'll take one." After receiving the bun, he sniffed it and noticed a faint milk scent. It seemed genuine. He took a bite, and it was indeed sweet and delicious. Before he knew it, he had finished the whole bun. Really good. I'll take 2 more, he said, pulling out his lunchbox to fill. After paying, he took his food and left. With the first customer satisfied, more people began to approach. What filling do you have for the vegetable and meat buns? Our vegetable and meat buns today have 3 fillings: celery and carrot, cabbage, and mushroom with greens. Which one would you like? I'll take 2 with celery and carrot. I want 1 with mushroom and greens. I'll have 2 sauce pancakes, 1 bowl of soy milk, 2 tea eggs. As the day grew brighter, more and more people arrived, and business at the small shop began to pick up. The 5 of them got busy. Su Mo and Mo Yurong served customers, Su Tingqian handled payments, Lu Chongjing made pancakes, and Su Yun helped with washing dishes and pouring soy milk. Thanks to the generous portions and great taste, which were comparable to state-run restaurants, many customers bought extra to take with them. Most importantly, there were no tickets needed here, just cash, and they would sell as much as you wanted. Before noon, many items sold out, and Su Yun and Lu Chongjing hurried back to the workshop to restock. Su Tingqian saw the customer flow and guessed that their stock might not be enough. When Lu Chongjing and Su Yun returned with supplies, he asked Su Yun to drive with him to find more help. Recently, Su Tingqian learned from an experienced worker about a few women who were skilled at making buns and steamed bread but were unemployed. He contacted 2 nearby women and explained the working conditions. They would work by the day for 2 yuan with daily payment. The day before, he would inform them if they were needed the next day. When the 2 women heard this, they were eager to join. Regular workers only earned 30 to 40 yuan, so 2 yuan a day, though unstable, was better than nothing. At the workshop, Su Yun started directing the 2 women. One kneaded dough, while the other chopped filling. Su Yun himself began preparing the filling and mixing in sugar. He was also good at cooking, so he usually handled the filling and ratios. Although the 2 women could help, they were still strangers, and Su Tingqian wanted to be cautious about their reliability, so he decided to do most of the work himself for now. Once he felt comfortable with them, he would gradually let them take on more tasks. In the workshop, Su Yun stayed to supervise while Su Tingqian drove to the library to pick up Zhangzhen. Given the customer flow today, it was clear that Yurong would be overwhelmed alone, and someone needed to oversee the workshop. After getting the approval, Su Tingqian spoke with Zhangzhen, hoping he could come help. Since Xiaoding went to college, Zhangzhen felt lonely at the library and wanted to be closer to the younger generation, so he agreed. Zhangzhen was nearing retirement, and the library was okay with it. However, the government had recently revisited retirement policies and new regulations had not yet been announced, causing some delays in arrangements. When Su Tingqian arrived, he discussed with the library director, explaining that Zhangzhen needed to help with childcare at home and requested an early release until the paperwork could be sorted out. Zhang Zhan had little to do at the library, and the director was happy to accommodate, so he agreed. They packed Zhang Zhan's clothes, bedding, and daily necessities to move first, planning to transfer the rest after completing the paperwork. The small shop stayed open until after 10 p.m., selling everything they had brought before closing. After returning home, the family calculated the day's sales. To simplify the tally, they excluded what they ate themselves. Today, they sold a total of 200 plain steamed buns, 100 brown sugar buns, 300 vegetable and meat buns, 100 pure meat buns, 100 tea eggs, 50 meat-filled pancakes, and 100 sauce pancakes, totaling 800 pieces. They also made 2 barrels of soy milk, each containing about 300 bowls. After calculating, they found that they sold everything, and the total revenue for the day was 165 yuan. Everyone was happy with such high sales on the first day. If they could maintain this level of income, it would be incredible over a month. After calculating the revenue, Sui Yuan began to assess the gross profit. They used high-quality ingredients for their products. About 1 pound of flour made 10 steamed buns or 15 buns. For the 200 sweet buns, they used 20 pounds of flour, 2 pounds of sugar, and 1 pound of milk powder, costing 7.63 yuan and yielding a gross profit of 8.47 yuan. For the 100 brown sugar buns, they used 10 pounds of flour and 2 pounds of brown sugar, costing 2.88 yuan and yielding a gross profit of 7.12 yuan. The meat ratio was 1 pound of meat for 20 pure meat buns and 40 vegetable meat buns. In total, they made 400 buns, using 28 pounds of flour, 13 pounds of pork, and 4 pounds each of celery, carrots, and cabbage, plus half a pound of mushrooms. They calculated the vegetable cost at 5 cents per pound, and the mushrooms were free from Lu's family. The total cost for the buns was 16 yuan, with a gross profit of 29 yuan. Egg prices had risen to 0.82 yuan per pound, with about 8 eggs per pound. For 100 eggs, weighing 13 pounds, the cost was 10.66 yuan, yielding a gross profit of 4.34 yuan. For the 50 meat-filled pancakes, they used 4 pounds of flour, 1 pound of pork, and 4 pounds of chives, costing 1.96 yuan and yielding a gross profit of 5.54 yuan. For the sauce pancakes, 1 pound of flour made 10 pancakes, so for 100 pancakes, they used 10 pounds of flour. The sauce cost about 2 yuan, totaling 3.7 yuan and yielding a gross profit of 36.3 yuan. The gross profit was high, but making sauce pancakes required a lot of labor and gas. Lu Chongzheng, a special forces soldier, felt sore after making 100 pancakes in a day. They probably used a third of the gas. The soy milk also used plenty of ingredients. 1 barrel of soy milk was about 100 liters, using around 14 pounds of soybeans and 3 pounds of sugar. The cost for 2 barrels was 8.3 yuan, yielding a gross profit of 21.7 yuan. In total, the gross profit was 112 yuan. After deducting various hidden costs, a net profit of 80 to 90 yuan a day was definitely achievable. After calculating with an abacus, Sui Yuan excitedly rubbed his hands together. It was clear that doing business was the way to get rich. However, today's high sales were due to the large number of customers. Tomorrow, with only Xiao Shun managing the shop, they probably wouldn't be able to make as much, especially the sauce pancakes, which had the highest profit margin. After the spring fair, customer traffic would likely decrease. On average, they might only see a gross profit of 50 to 60 yuan a day. Still, that was quite good. Many factory workers only earned that much in a month. They were making in one day what others made in a month, so there was no reason to be dissatisfied. Plus, this was just one shop. If they opened more, their costs would spread out and profits would rise even higher. With not enough hands tomorrow, they decided to cook an extra barrel of soy milk since the 2 barrels sold out by the afternoon. They also planned to prepare more vegetable meat buns and tea eggs to share the workload of the sauce pancakes. After discussing, everyone quickly washed up and went to bed. The 2 little ones were left with Commander Su, and Su Mo and her husband stayed over instead of going back to their dorm. Before sleeping, Mo Yulong started simmering the tea eggs for tomorrow. tea eggs need to be cooked slowly for flavor. The tea leaves used were old ones collected from nearby villages, cheap and not very tasty, costing only a few cents per pound. The next day, before 5 o'clock, the family was up again. Sue and Mo prepared the sauce for the pancakes and cooked the pancakes, while the three men ground and boiled the soy milk. Mo Yulong steamed the buns first, so they would be ready to sell quickly. Around 7, Lu Chongjing drove Sue and Mo to school before returning to the army. Su Tingqian didn't have classes in the morning, so he rode a tricycle with Mo Yulong to transport supplies to the shop, helping out there for the morning. Zhang Jin stayed at the workshop, following Su Yuan's recipe to allocate ingredients and supervise. He mainly observed whether the two women worked cleanly. The two helpers were quite skilled, easily making 700 to 800 buns in a day. Excited about starting his own business, Su Yun found it hard to concentrate in class, often daydreaming about future plans. Although he had been a factory manager before, running his own business felt different. Knowing that Xiao Shun would likely be overwhelmed in the afternoon, he decided to skip class to help out. Su Yun rode his bicycle excitedly to the train station. After parking his bike, he happily hummed a song as he walked towards the small shop. As soon as he entered, he saw an old man in a green military uniform holding a briefcase, standing in front of the shop. He looked strangely familiar. Su Yun was startled and turned to run. What a shock! How did that old man sneak up on him? He was so stealthy, even spies couldn't match his skills. He should forget about the army and work in security to catch spies instead. Before Su Yun could escape, he heard a loud shout from behind. Su Yun! He quickly turned around and greeted Su Tingda, who was walking over, with a grin. Dad, what are you doing here? Why are you running? What are you doing here? Don't you have class? Or did you skip it? I wasn't running. My stomach was a bit upset, and I urgently needed to use the restroom. Just wait a moment, and I'll come back to talk to you, Su Yun said, pretending to be in a hurry, and rushed off. After wandering around the restroom and relieving himself, Su Yun returned. Did you skip class? Su Tingda asked as soon as Su Yun came back. Oh, come on, I didn't skip. We have a lunch break, and I thought my aunt needed help here, so I came over. Su Yun's school was not far from the train station. It took only about 10 to 20 minutes by bike. He had rushed over right after his morning classes, and since it was just past noon, it made sense. I haven't even eaten yet. I came over quickly. I'll grab a bun to hold me over, Su Yun said. Uncle and Aunt, I'll watch the shop for now. You two go have lunch and rest a bit. Uncle, you have to get back to work soon, so don't be late. Seeing Su Yun's calm demeanor, which didn't seem like he was lying, Su Tingda felt a bit suspicious, but believed him. Mo Yuru quickly handed Su Yun 2 meat buns. Yun, your aunt is busy. Your studies are important. If you keep running around at noon, you won't have the energy for afternoon classes. Su Yun waved his hand. It's fine. When I was in the army, I didn't get to take naps. Aunt, don't worry. I'm young and full of energy. At your age, you and your uncle wake up early and sleep late. If you don't rest at noon, how will you manage? From now on, I'll come over to watch the shop at noon, and you two can take a break in the waiting room. You child. Su Tingda interrupted. Yuru, let this kid come over at noon. He needs to toughen up. Young people shouldn't be afraid of a little hardship. Since his older brother said so, Mo Yuru didn't argue further. You and Tingqian go have lunch and rest. I'll keep an eye on this kid, Su Tingda said, rolling up his sleeves and following Su Yun into the shop. No, please don't. Su Yun turned around and quickly refused. Can't you see that you standing here is scaring customers away? If you watch the shop with me, I'm afraid no one will come all afternoon. You should stand further away so you don't scare off business. What's wrong with me? Su Tingda was annoyed. This ungrateful child, does he not know how to speak? If no one came to buy things, what did it have to do with him? With you in that uniform and your big, dark face and loud voice, people are scared. Who would dare come over? You little brat. Su Tingda slapped Su Yun on the head. Su Yun pretended to be in pain, grimacing. Don't believe me? Just step back and see if people start coming to buy food. Su Tingqian laughed, grabbed a lunchbox, filled it with 5 or 6 buns, took 3 tea eggs, and poured some soy milk into a cup. He said to Su Tingda, "Brother, let's go eat over there." They didn't have extra chairs, so they went to find a spot in the waiting room. Su Tingda huffed but followed Su Tingqian and the others. However, he wasn't convinced. After walking a bit away, he stood and watched to see if Su Yun was right. Sure enough, after a while, 2 people came to buy food. Su Tingda's face darkened. Why couldn't those people see what was right in front of them? What was wrong with him? He wasn't going to eat them. After the 3 finished lunch, Su Tingda didn't return to the shop but left directly. He had a car to pick him up and took Su Tingqian to school to save him the bike ride. Mo Yuru rested for a bit in the waiting room before hurrying back. When she saw it was almost time, she sent Su Yun off to school. With Su Tingda around, Su Yun naturally didn't dare skip class and obediently returned to school. When Su Yun arrived for class, Fan Huafeng was a bit surprised and came over to ask, "Su, didn't you say you had something to do this afternoon? Why are you back?" Fan Huafeng was the class monitor, cheerful and helpful, which is why everyone chose her. She and Su Yun were both on scholarships, so they had a lot to talk about and got along well. Su Yun wanted to skip class but was worried about something happening, so he casually mentioned to her that he might need her help to cover for him. Su Yun smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just came back for class." Saying this, he found a seat and sat down, and Fan Huafeng naturally sat next to him. Su Yun didn't think much of it. After all, the classroom was small, and it was common for boys and girls to sit close. Besides, Fan Huafeng often sat next to him, so he was used to it. Sometimes, if he arrived late, he would sit next to her if there were no other seats. Before long, the teacher arrived, and Su Yun focused on the lesson, not glancing at Fan Huafeng at all. Fan Huafeng watched Su Yun listen attentively, feeling a bit frustrated. Fan Huafeng was 24 this year, which was considered old for a woman in that era. Her family had been anxious about her marriage, but things eased up once she got into college. She was attractive and had a good job before, with decent abilities, so her standards were high. She hadn't liked any of the young men her family introduced or those from the factory. Su Yun was handsome and had a good demeanor. The first time she saw him in class, she took notice. Once she became the class monitor and learned more about him, she was convinced that Su Yun was the one for her. He was from a prominent family, well off, and even had his own house in Yangcheng. Most importantly, he was still single, a man like that was hard to come by. So, Fan Huafeng began to approach Su Yun through her role as class monitor, occasionally showing off her good qualities. Over time, they became familiar and often sat together in class. However, their relationship remained purely friendly. She didn't know if Su Yun was uninterested in her or just oblivious, but he showed no signs of affection. Did she really have to confess her feelings? If it weren't for the occasional attention from other boys, Fan Huafeng would have started to doubt her charm. After school in the afternoon, Su Mo took a bus to the train station to help out. When Su Mo arrived, Su Yun was already there. They asked Mo Yurong to go home, as they could manage things in the evening. There were fewer trains at night, and there were no passengers arriving at that time. The supplies they had left were also limited. Mo Yurong left the tricycle for the siblings and rode Su Yun's bicycle home. Her older brother might come for dinner, so she decided to go back and prepare a meal. After Mo Yurong left, Su Yun checked the waiting room and learned that only 2 trains were arriving that night, one at 6:50 and another at 8 o'clock. The siblings assessed their inventory and found they had about 40 steamed buns, over 50 dumplings, and more than 30 tea eggs. The pancakes were already sold out, and only half a bucket of soy milk was left. Seeing it was not yet 6:20, with about half an hour until the next train arrived, Su Mo quickly started making dough to prepare some savory pancakes to sell after the trains arrived. Director Jean finished work and initially planned to go home directly. However, after hearing from a colleague that the Su family's dumplings were quite tasty, he decided to check it out. When Su Yun saw Director Jean approaching, he greeted him with a smile. "Director Jean, off work." The siblings had interacted with Director Jean when they first set up their stall, so they recognized him. "Yes, I'm off work." What are you two university students doing here? Director Jean asked. We just finished school and came to help out, so you could go home and rest, Soo Yun replied. You don't know how hard this work is until you try it. It's nonstop from early morning to late at night. We start at 4 or 5 in the morning and don't sleep until 11 or 12 at night. We young people can handle it, but it's tough for someone older, Soo Yun said. They had to sell well to avoid attracting envy from others. Even though they had official documents, it was better to avoid trouble. Here, Director Jean, try our dumplings and let us know what you think, Soo Yun said, handing him a dumpling with chopsticks. Director Jean waved his hand. No need. We can't take from the common people. Oh, come on. I just want you to taste it and give us some feedback. It's not that serious, Soo Yun insisted. It's not anything special, but please try it and give us some pointers, Soo Mo added. Seeing their insistence, Director Jean took a dumpling, took a bite, and found it quite good, better than many state-run restaurants. Director Jean, from Jilin province, had only moved to Yangqing a few years ago. The dumplings here were different from those in the north, with sweet and savory varieties like char siu buns and red bean buns, which he wasn't used to. Director Jean, have a bowl of soy milk to wash it down, Soo Mo offered, pouring him a bowl. The siblings were attentive. After Director Jean finished one dumpling, Soo Yun handed him another with a different filling. Before he knew it, Director Jean had eaten 3 dumplings and drunk a bowl of soy milk. Feeling somewhat full, Director Jean exclaimed, Wow, how did I eat so much? Your dumplings are delicious. I have no suggestions, just keep up this quality, he said. After saying that, he reached for his wallet to pay. The siblings naturally refused, and after some back and forth, Director Jean bought a few dumplings to take home for his children, compensating for the Soo family's loss. Soo Yun wrapped the dumplings in oil paper and added 2 steamed buns before handing them to him. Here are your dumplings, Director Jean. If your family likes them, please come back and support us more, he said. Of course. By the way, Director Jean, has there been any word on how the shop rent will be calculated? Soo Mo asked. The leadership said that for such a small space, there won't be any rent. Consider it support for a national project, Director Jean replied. The leadership had left the decision to him, and he honestly didn't know how to charge. The metal shed was less than 5 square meters. How could he charge for that? In the bureau, housing over the area was charged at 20 cents per square meter. Since they weren't part of the bureau, it would be charged at 40 cents per square meter, totaling only 2 yuan at most. Did the Railway Bureau really need that 2 yuan? If they charged, it would sound bad. They didn't want to be seen as unsupportive of national testing projects over a mere 2 yuan. The siblings exchanged glances, both understanding the same thing. No way. They could not charge. If their business boomed and the train station used the rent as an excuse to take a cut, that would be a problem. Director Jean, we can't do that. This national project is crucial for future living standards. If we skip the rent, the data will be inaccurate and its reference value will drop significantly, Soo Mo argued. Exactly, Director Jean, we can't skip this. You need to report back to the leadership that the rent must be collected, Soo Yun added. Director Jean frowned, realizing this was another issue. He needed to think about how to charge appropriately. All right, I'll discuss it with the leadership, and you'll get a response in a couple of days. After Director Jean left, it was almost 6:50. Seeing that the dough was ready, Soo Mo began making savory pancakes. Before long, passengers started to arrive, and the siblings got busy. The savory pancakes were cheap and freshly made, and their aroma filled the air. It was mealtime, and the passengers, having traveled for a long time, were eager to buy. They sold pancakes quickly, with people lining up to get them. Around 7 o'clock, Lu Chongjing arrived and took over the pancake stall. With one person making pancakes and another spreading sauce and cutting, their speed increased significantly. Comrades, when did you open the shop? I didn't see it the last time I came, someone asked. He visited Yangqing once or twice a year and hadn't seen the stall before. It looked like it had a good background, especially since he saw someone in a 4-pocket outfit going in to make pancakes. We just opened yesterday, Soo Mo replied. Are you from the Railway Bureau? the supply and marketing cooperative, or a state-run restaurant? The person inquired. None of those. We're participating in a national testing project, Sue Mo explained. So, this is private? The person asked quietly. Sue Mo smiled. We're both private and state-supported. Our little shop has official approval. The person pondered for a moment. Aren't you worried about being cut off later? We're fully cooperating with the state. If the state says to do it, we do. If they say not to, we won't, Sue Mo replied. The person chuckled awkwardly, paid, and took his items before leaving. There are always sharp-minded people around. After Mo Yurong returned, she first went to the pastry workshop. The two helpers had working hours from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., and they had already left by this time. Zhang Zhen was counting the number of buns made in the afternoon. After finishing the count, he placed them one by one into the freezer to freeze. After the buns and steamed buns were made, they were first steamed in the workshop, then cooled before being put into the freezer, similar to modern quick freezing methods. The next day, they would be taken to the small shop, steamed for about 10 minutes, and then sold quickly. When Zhang Zhen counted the last steamer, he noticed a discrepancy. One was missing. Although the position of the brown sugar buns had been adjusted and it wasn't obvious at first glance, if it hadn't been recorded, he might have thought it was just packed loosely. But Zhang Zhen had counted each steamer before steaming. Could it be that the two helpers were hungry and stole one? The two helpers were given one meal at noon, which included one bun and one steamed bun each. Was it because they didn't have enough to eat? Even if they were short on food, they should have communicated that directly instead of stealing. Zhang Zhen decided to observe for another day. If it happened again, the person stealing would have to go. Mo Yurong entered and saw Zhang Zhen writing in a notebook. She said, Uncle Zhang, thank you for your hard work. I'm here, sheltered from the wind and sun. It's not hard work, Zhang Zhen waved his hand. Is there any meat left? I need to take some vegetables back to cook, Mo Yurong said. The agricultural market only allowed them to purchase 100 pounds of meat per month. They used over 10 pounds daily, so it was definitely not enough, so they ordered some from Su Qifa as well. Su Qifa, considering Su Yuan's connections, didn't profit and sold it to them for 1 yuan per pound. Seeing this, the Su family decided to get their meat directly from Su Qifa. They didn't have to buy it themselves. Su Qifa would send his younger brothers to deliver it every morning. With Su Qifa's quality assurance, they wouldn't receive anything subpar. As for this favor, they could repay Su Qifa later from other sources. The quantity from the agricultural market could be purchased every few days. After all, to get good meat, they had to go early. Today, Su Qifa delivered 15 pounds of premium pork, leaving just a piece. There's one piece left. Weigh it yourself. Note down what vegetables you took, Zhang Zhen said. Zhang Zhen was very meticulous about his work. Since the workshop was under his management, he had to keep track of everything that came in and out to avoid discrepancies later. Mo Yurong took the piece of meat from the fridge, weighed it, and found it was just over 1.5 pounds. She also took a pound of tofu and some vegetables. After registering everything with Zhang Zhen, she went to cook. The stove was large, so she cooked in the workshop. Before long, Lu Changzheng arrived with an un and lele. After dropping off the two kids, he headed to the train station. The kids came in and helped put the cooled buns into the freezer for quick freezing. After a while, Su Tingda and Su Tingqian returned. When Su Tingqian heard from Mo Yurong that the kids were there, he didn't go over. After leaving food for the three of them, they started eating. Around 8:30 p.m., everything was sold out. The three of them tidied up, sealed the coal stove, locked the small shop, and went home. Su Mo rode with Lu Changzheng, while Su Yuan rode alone on a tricycle behind. The day's revenue was calculated while they were in the shop, 160 yuan. It was not much different from yesterday, indicating that the adjusted strategy was correct. Compared to yesterday, they had taken over 120 eggs today. After accounting for what they ate, they definitely sold 120. They also made 100 more meat and vegetable buns and boiled an extra bucket of soy milk. Although there weren't enough pancakes and stuffed buns due to a lack of hands to make them during the day, the new items could still replace their share. After returning home and having dinner, they discussed and decided to stick to today's plan for tomorrow. They couldn't increase the quantity any further. They had sold from morning till night, and sales were basically saturated. In a few days, when foot traffic decreased, they would need to reduce the quantity again. After the discussion, Su Tingda and Sui Yuan went back to Su Tingda's place to rest. On the way back, Sui Yuan learned that Su Tingda would be transferred to Yangqing in 2 months, almost losing his grip on the handlebars and falling into the ditch. Su Tingda was also startled and scolded. "Don't be so reckless while working. You're swaying on the bike." Sui Yuan felt the road ahead was dark. He had worked hard to come to Yangqing, away from the old man's territory, only for the old man to be transferred there too. It felt like fate was against him. "Why are you being transferred to Yangqing when you're doing fine in Guizhou?" "This is an organizational arrangement. Do you think I can decide? Besides, this is a promotion for me." "Old man, are you foolish? You had soldiers under you in Guizhou. Now that you're transferred to Yangqing, even if you're promoted, how many soldiers will you have? It's almost like being a commander without troops. If I were you, I wouldn't accept the transfer. You've been in Guizhou for so many years. Once you leave, those connections might not listen to you anymore." Su Tingda slapped Sui Yuan on the back. This kid was really infuriating, speaking without thinking. Luckily, they weren't in the army anymore. Otherwise, he would have offended many people. "Shut up. What nonsense are you talking? What do I need so many soldiers for? I'm not planning a rebellion. Wherever I am, I contribute to the country. All right, there's no one else on this road, just us two. Can we speak frankly? Are you really willing to be transferred?" Su Tingda paused for a moment and said, "Your brother's promotion documents have also come through. He'll be promoted to division commander next month." So, things wouldn't go cold. What he had built could be taken over by Yichen. Moreover, the higher-ups had their considerations. If the older generation didn't make way, how would the younger generation have a chance to shine? Besides, he was already in his 50s. No matter what, his achievements were limited, and it was better to give opportunities to Yichen. Although being transferred to Yangqing meant less real power, he would still hold a deputy corps-level position. No matter how little power he had, a higher rank still carried weight. After hearing this, Sui Yuan whistled and laughed. "My brother is great. Not many young division commanders around. He was only in his 30s. It's like he's riding a rocket. Lu Changzhen has been through life and death, and he's only at the deputy division level." He added this as a remark. Su Tingda was genuinely angry upon hearing this, and slapped Sui Yuan hard on the back. This time, the father and son really fell into the ditch. Fortunately, both of them were agile. With a long stride, they managed to brace themselves at the ditch's edge, but the bicycle fell down. Sui Yuan looked at the fallen bicycle and was speechless. "Why did you hit me? Look at the mess now." As he spoke, he leaned down to retrieve the bicycle. The ditch was muddy, and the water was quite dirty, making the bicycle filthy. Sui Yuan's clothes were also covered in dirt. "We can't ride the bike anymore. Let's just walk back." Luckily, it wasn't too far. It would only take a few minutes to walk back. "What did you mean by that earlier?" Su Tingda asked with a serious face. Sui Yuan was confused. "It didn't mean anything. I just said it casually." Sui Yuan truly didn't mean anything by it. He was just used to rambling. "Your brother has used some family resources, but his military achievements are real. What he does, while not as dangerous as Lu Changzheng's work, isn't easy either. In the past 2 years, there have been tensions along the border with neighboring countries, and Sui Cheng was on the front lines, where things were far from easy. If there were ever a real war, they would be the first to go." Seeing that his father was genuinely angry, Sui Yuan didn't dare to ramble anymore. The two of them walked back in silence, pushing the bike. After returning home, the father and son filled a few buckets with water and washed their bicycles before going to take a shower and rest. Just before sleeping, Su Tingda spoke up. "Are you unhappy that more resources are being used on your brother?" Su Yifeng, who was almost asleep, was startled awake by his father's words. "No, don't say that. I'm not unhappy. I just don't like being a soldier." This needed to be clarified to avoid any misunderstandings with his older brother. Su Tingda sighed. Over the years, we've had a good life thanks to your grandfather's planning. But he passed away over 10 years ago, and everything has a time limit. He could support us for 10 or 20 years, but after that it might be difficult. Your uncle and I are getting older. We need to nurture someone who can take charge. In your generation, there are only you 3 siblings. You don't like being in the military, and your younger sister was pampered and isn't responsible. We don't want to put too much pressure on her since she's a girl. So it falls to your brother. A few years ago, your sister was doing well at the Foreign Trade Center, and I thought she wanted to go into politics and prepared for it. But now, she's in college and seems not to be planning to return to the Foreign Trade Center. Relationships also have a time limit. Using them later won't have the same effect. Although your brother has used family resources, he also bears the responsibility of protecting our family. If anything happens, he is the first to step up. Dad knows you are straightforward and may not approve of some things. But our country is a society based on relationships. This has been passed down for thousands of years and can't be changed. Is there really so much fairness in the world? The idea of equality is only relative. People are born different. You were born into the Su family, living a comfortable life without lacking anything. Some are born in poor mountain areas, where even a full meal is a luxury. Everyone wants to climb higher, but resources are limited. Dad is not a saint. Before making decisions, I must consider the future of the Su family. Your personality is not as steady as your brother's, so I often only discuss things with him. I admit I should have done better. No matter what, I should have talked to you about some decisions first. Don't worry, after you graduate from college, I will make sure you get a job you desire. This was the first time Su Tingda spoke to Su Yifang like this, and Su Yifang was a bit surprised. He listened quietly and quickly replied, Dad, there's no need. I'm really okay with my life now. I'm also grateful to my brother for taking on the family responsibilities, allowing me to be so free. This was true. Without Su Yicheng supporting them, he wouldn't have been able to transition to being a factory manager or even go to college.
You don't need to worry about my job.
After I graduate, I plan to work with my uncle. I can't waste this great opportunity. Just wait for me and my uncle to revive the Su family. All right, then work well with your uncle, Su Tingda said. This could truly be an opportunity. Even if it didn't work out in the end, he was prepared to protect them. Your mother and I have discussed it. Family resources will lean towards your brother, but I will give you a bit more money. No need. I don't need more money. We can split it evenly. Su Yifang waved his hand. If I need money, I can earn it myself. My brother and his wife have fixed salaries. How much can they have with kids to raise?
Su Tingda smiled.
Although his younger son seemed carefree, he was sincere and kind-hearted. You will also have to raise kids in the future, Su Tingda chuckled.
Su Yifang.
He really had no plans to get married anytime soon. He remembered the last time he went out with Lu Chongjing, who had only 82 cents to his name, and it made him uneasy. Thinking about getting married in the future and having to hand over money to his wife, leaving him with just a couple of dollars, made him feel that being single was better. Isn't being single nice? Why would he want someone to manage his life? Seeing how Lu Chongjing was struggling under his sister's control, despite being a high-ranking officer with no money, Su Yifang felt sympathetic. Shouldn't we help Lu Chongjing? If he gets promoted, it would make things easier for my sister. Su Tingda waved his hand. He doesn't need help. With his military achievements, it's just a matter of time before he gets promoted. It wasn't that they were unwilling to help. He simply didn't need it. Just give him a little support. The difference between getting promoted this year and 10 years from now is significant. That won't happen. He should be promoted soon. It's just that Commander Su is holding him back.
Why?
Isn't Commander Su close to an in-law? Why isn't he helping Lu Chongjing's father, but instead holding him back? Do you think it's easy to have a connection with Commander Su? With that relationship, every promotion Lu Chongjing gets will be closely watched. He can't afford to make any mistakes. Besides, Lu Chongjing's stability is also good for an in-Li's future in the military. Commander Su values both kids and is very careful. He won't allow any rumors about them getting ahead through connections. After hearing this, Su Yifang silently shed a tear for Lu Chongjing. It wasn't easy for him. Commander Su values him a lot. His future won't be bad, Su Tingda said. Lu Chongjing was indeed capable, and marrying a daughter from the Su family wouldn't be a loss. Since they were discussing this tonight, Su Tingda got up, took out a savings book from his briefcase, and handed it to Su Yifang. This money is for you. As you work with your uncle, you'll need some capital. When you need money, you'll have it. Su Yifang took it and opened it to find a savings book with 50,000 yuan in his name. He didn't hesitate at all and accepted it. He really needed the money. Just a few days ago, he heard from Fa Ge that someone was selling a house, and he wanted to check it out. If the price was right, he would buy it. Following his sister's lead was a good idea. The 2 houses his sister bought last year would come in handy this year. Consider this a loan from you guys. I'll pay you back once I earn money, Su Yifang said. You will eventually get it back. Think of this as an advance, Su Tingda replied.
Don't.
You and Mom are still young. Why split the inheritance so early? Wait until you're old, and maybe by then, I won't even want this 50,000 yuan.
Ha ha ha.
Su Yifang imagined himself being wealthy in the future and laughed out loud.
Shutinde.
This kid really doesn't know how to speak. The next day, the whole family got up to work around 4 or 5 in the morning. When it was almost time, those who needed to go to school went, and those who needed to work did the same. Su Tingqian had classes in the morning and could only go to work in the afternoon, so Su Tingda helped deliver things to the train station. And En and Lele had no training schedule for today, so they went to the train station to help Mo Yurong. With the 2 little ones helping, Mo Yurong found it much easier. Although they were small, the 2 kids worked quickly and counted money efficiently. Aside from their height making it hard to reach some things, they were just like adults in every other way. At first, Mo Yurong worried they might make mistakes with the money. But soon, she realized they not only counted correctly, but also did it quickly. There were times when she hadn't finished counting, and Lele had already given the total to the customers. Moreover, the 2 kids were good-looking. Lele was already a handsome little boy, smiling sweetly. When passengers arrived or left, he would attract them to the small shop. Surprisingly, he managed to draw in quite a few women customers. At noon, Su Yun came by and was impressed to see that more than half of the items had already sold. He praised the 2 kids, especially Lele. In the afternoon, Su Yun also joined in attracting customers. Thanks to the efforts of these 2 noticeable kids, what was supposed to be a full day's worth of sales was nearly done by mid-afternoon. That evening, with 3 trains arriving, Su Tingqian rode a tricycle back to get more supplies. Because they were short 1 bun yesterday, Zhang Zhen observed everything closely today, even though he appeared calm. There were no issues all day, but just before closing, one of the helpers secretly took a bun and hid it in her apron while counting the items. To ensure cleanliness, the Su family provided each helper with a white cotton apron. At the end of the day, they would wash and hang them up to dry for the next day. Zhang Zhen followed her and caught her red-handed when she transferred the bun to her bag. I'll let you keep this bun, but you won't be coming back after today's pay, he said. Sister Ma, the helper, was already very nervous. Upon hearing Zhang Zhen's words, she immediately knelt down, crying, Director Zhang, please don't fire me. If I lose this job, my whole family will starve. I didn't mean to take it. I just needed one more. Through her cries, Zhang Zhen asked a few more questions and understood the situation. Sister Ma's husband had an accident at work last year, losing his hand to a machine. Normally, this would be a work-related injury, and the factory would provide compensation. However, the accident happened because he was slacking off during work hours. The accident not only cost him his hand but also caused significant losses for the factory, so there was no compensation. To make matters worse, a new factory manager had just started and wanted to tighten things up, using this incident as an example. Her husband had his salary cut in half for 2 years to cover the losses. Naturally, this left them struggling financially, especially since he was already assigned to a lower-paying job after the accident. To add to their troubles, Sister Ma's mother-in-law fell ill at the beginning of the year, worsening their situation. They had drained their savings and were now in debt. Now, they couldn't spare a single penny, and their food and coal supplies were running low, with 2 weeks left until her husband's paycheck. If it weren't for Su Tingqian needing her for work and paying daily, Sister Ma wouldn't know what to do. She spent her last $3 on coal and planned to use today's pay to buy food tomorrow. For lunch these past few days, she had been eating one bun and saving another to take home. But with 5 people in her family, one bun was simply not enough. Thinking they made hundreds of buns a day, she figured one less wouldn't be noticed, so she decided to take one to get through the next couple of days until she could buy food. She never expected to be caught today. "I only took 2, Director Zhang. I'll pay you back. Please don't fire me," Sister Ma cried. "I sympathize with your situation, but that doesn't justify stealing. There are countless ways to solve your problem, like asking for an advance on your pay or borrowing a few buns. You could have bought them with today's pay. Instead, you chose to steal. You thought you could get away with it, but once someone steals, it often leads to more. I can't keep you here. Director Zhang, I won't do it again. I really have no choice. Once I buy food tomorrow, I won't take anything again. A person's principles and boundaries are important. Life will always present challenges. Some people would rather starve than steal," Zhang Jin said, waving his hand. "Now go before I have to report you to the police." When Sister Ma heard he might call the police, she was so frightened that she stopped crying and hurriedly left. After Sister Ma left, Zhang Jin asked another helper, Sister Miao, "Did you know she was stealing buns these past few days?" Sister Miao jumped in surprise and shook her head vigorously. "Director Zhang, I really didn't know. If I had, I would have reported her. I swear on the portrait of our great leader, if I knew and didn't report it, let me be punished." Zhang Jin. "All right, you can go home now. Come back to work tomorrow." "Okay, thank you." Sister Miao sighed in relief, glad she wasn't fired. Though her family wasn't struggling, who wouldn't want to earn some extra money? She never expected that the seemingly capable Sister Ma was facing such difficulties and would resort to stealing. You really can't judge a book by its cover. That evening, when Su Tiqian and the others returned from the shop, Zhang Jin told him about the incident. "Tingqian, while we may not have the same benefits as a factory, $2 a day is still decent pay. We need to be careful about who we hire."
Right.
"I was too hasty that day, just wanting to find help quickly. Luckily you were here, Uncle Zhang. Otherwise, if she hadn't been caught, who knows how much worse it could have gotten. Let's do this, Uncle Zhang. I'll find a few more people to interview in the next couple of days. You can help me assess them and we'll hire 2 suitable ones." Zhang Jun had been a manager his whole life, so he had a keen eye. It was perfect for him to be the interviewer. "Let's bring in more people and train them first. When we need help later, we'll have people to rely on. The Su family doesn't have much of a foundation in Yangcheng, so we need to quickly develop our own team. He is in business for several reasons. He has an interest in it, he wants to revive the Su family, and he wants to provide a better life for his family. It's not his goal to have everyone working tirelessly. But since this is just starting, the studio isn't open to the public, so hiring some people isn't a problem. The small shop is visible, so for now, only family members can work there. When the time is right, they can gradually switch to hired help, stepping back to focus on more profitable tasks." Zhang Jin nodded, and if Su Tingqian finds suitable candidates, they can come for interviews at the studio. In the afternoon, one of the main professors, Professor Yen, was going to an academic seminar, so the German class was let out early. Su Mo didn't have much clothing on Gaudi Street, so she thought about going back to the staff quarters to gather some things and take a few for the little ones. When she got home, she ran into Wang Suimei. "Su Mo, where have you been these days? I haven't seen you for a while." "I went to help my parents," Su Mo replied. Wang Suimei placed a hand on her chest. "You scared me. I thought you were moving away." Having a neighbor like Su Mo is much better than the previous one. If she moved, Wang Suimei would miss her. If the next neighbor is like the last one, how would she manage? Life is already tough enough. Su Mo smiled. "My husband, Lu Changzheng, is still in the army. Where could I move to?" "That's true," Wang Suimei said, then lowered her voice to ask, "Did your parents really open that shop?" After Mo Yurong quit her job and stayed in the staff quarters for a while, Wang Tsueme saw her learning to make various pastries. Sometimes, when she visited to chat, she would ask Mo Yurong a few questions. Although Wang Tsueme doesn't have much education, she had the courage to become a middleman 2 years ago and quickly caught on. She directly asked Mo Yurong if she wanted to sell those items. The Su family's business has official approval, so there's no need to hide it. When asked, Mo Yurong openly confirmed it. Of course, today is already the third day. Then has anyone reported you? Wang Tsueme wondered. If no one is watching, she could sell some things herself. Waiting for old Zheng to arrange a job for her would take too long. Sister Wang, our shop is government approved with official documents. We're not afraid of being reported, Su Mo explained. Before opening the shop, they had informed all relevant units. Although they weren't afraid of reports, it could still be a hassle if someone came to check. So, they built good relationships with the relevant units beforehand, ensuring that even if a report came in, it wouldn't be processed. Really? You can open a private shop now? Wang Tsueme was overjoyed. Su Mo, tell me how to get that document. I want old Zheng to get one for me too. Not yet. Ours is a special approval for a national trial. That document is hard to get. You have to go to the capital to get it approved by the higher-ups. Wang Tsueme, what a letdown. She didn't understand the national trial, but she heard that she would have to go to the capital for the document, which seemed out of reach. Old Zheng definitely wouldn't ask for her. Feeling disheartened, Wang Tsueme went home. Just wait. Her eldest son would graduate from middle school this year. Once he joins the army, she can become a middleman without affecting his future. After Su Mo packed her things, she went to Gaudi Street with Lu Chongjing after he finished work. On the way, Su Mo took a few bags of soybeans and flour from her space and placed them in the back seat. These two items are used up quickly and need to be replenished every few days. After receiving 50,000 yuan in compensation from the government, Su Tingqian kept 20,000 for himself and gave 30,000 to Su Mo for purchasing raw materials. Half a month ago, Su Mo had taken Lu Chongjing to nearby communes to mill the rice and wheat she had harvested, which she stored in her space. Based on their current consumption, it should last the studio for about 4 to 5 months. When they arrived at the studio, Su Yun came to help move the items into the warehouse. After checking the quality, Su Yun asked, "Little sister, where did you buy these?" They looked just as good as the special supply. He had just tasted a bit of flour, and it had a subtle sweetness even when raw. Chongzhen got them through connections, Su Mo replied. They had agreed that she would say he obtained them since the special team is mysterious, and even Su Tingda doesn't know much about it. Will this affect him? Old Lu is already struggling. He shouldn't be demoted because of them. It won't. They want to sell things, and we're paying for them. It's normal market trade.
No one will talk about it.
That's good, Su Yun said. Initially, he had suggested buying the shortfall from Brother Fa, but the quality of the grain from Brother Fa was indeed not as good as what his sister bought. Their business is doing well partly because of the high quality of the flour and soybeans they use. Today is only the third day, and they already have returning customers. He had thought that business would slow down, but if there are many repeat customers nearby, that might not be the case. Today, several train attendants came and filled their military water bottles with soy milk, buying 10 buns and steamed buns at a time, saying their food was delicious and they would eat it on the train. Although meals are provided on the train, the same flavor can get boring. Those with better conditions often buy local delicacies at stops to satisfy their cravings, especially since long-distance trains can keep them on board for 6 or 7 days. Su Yun measured that a military bottle could hold 3.5 bowls of soy milk, so he set the price at 1.5 yuan per bottle. They would charge for 3 bowls, and the extra half bowl would be a bonus for buying more. During lunch, Zhang Zhen informed everyone that he had fired Ma Dajia. With one less person, the number of buns made tomorrow would definitely decrease. If they couldn't hire someone new by tomorrow, they would have to change their strategy the day after, making more steamed buns and selling fewer buns. Su Tingqian, and I think we should hire a few more people and train them. If we don't need that many right now, we can have them work in shifts. If anyone encounters suitable candidates while coming and going, they should ask around. They couldn't directly post job ads, so they had to use this indirect method. Hearing Zhang Jun say this, Su Imo thought of a candidate, Wang Tsueme. She is quite skilled at making pastries, and Su Imo had tasted her food before. It was very good. Having known each other for many years, Su Imo recognized Wang Tsueme's character. She is definitely capable and not the type to slack off. Mom, what do you think of Sister Wang? Are you talking about Wang Tsueme next door?
Yes.
She seems nice, but would she want to come? She's a military officer's wife, so she might not be interested. They are in business and they know their situation, but to outsiders, they look like they are in the free market, which might not appeal to respectable families. These past few days, when she returned home, the neighbors avoided her. She should be willing. She used to be a middleman, so working with us won't be a burden for her, Sumo said. Wang Tsueme was desperate to work. Really? Then Sister Wang is quite open-minded, Mo Yuyong laughed. Why don't you ask her tomorrow? If she's interested, we can have her come by the day after. Okay. So, the plan to invite Wang Tsueme was set. With Lele and Sui Yuan attracting customers, the revenue on the third day surprisingly exceeded the first 2 days, reaching 168 yuan. The next day at noon, Su Imo took a tricycle back to the staff quarters and explained the situation to Wang Tsueme. Are you serious? Wang Tsueme was thrilled. Yes, it's 2 yuan a day, with lunch provided and payment is daily, but I can't guarantee work every day.
Would you be interested?
Absolutely. I'm very interested. This income was similar to what she earned when she first started as a middleman. She didn't need any capital, didn't have to take risks, and wouldn't be exposed to the elements. How could she refuse such a good opportunity? Just wait a moment. I'll change my clothes and come with you, Wang Tsueme said, heading to her room. Su Imo stopped her. Sister Wang, don't rush. I have class this afternoon. I'll finish at 5:20. You can wait for me at the university gate, and I'll take you there. You know where the university is, right? Yes, I know. Don't worry, I'll be there on time. Great, see you this afternoon. After discussing everything, Su Imo hurried back to school. In the afternoon, Wang Tsueme changed her clothes and rode her bike to wait at the university gate before 5 o'clock. When Su Imo finished class, they went to the studio together. Inside the studio, there were only the necessary tools for making dumplings, and it was newly decorated, looking very clean and tidy. Wow, it's really clean. Su Imo, you really put in a lot of effort to use such a big room just for making buns. On the drying rack, the buns and steamed bread from the afternoon were cooling, and there were at least 200 or 300 of them. Wang Tsueme exclaimed, Su Imo, how many buns do you make every day? About 500 or 600. That many? Can you sell them all? Su Imo didn't answer directly. We have a freezer. If we can't sell them all, we can freeze them. This is Grandpa Zhang. He manages the studio. You should register your information with him. Su Imo introduced Wang Tsueme to Zhang Zhen. Although she trusted Wang Tsueme, the rules set by Grandpa Zhang still needed to be followed, and necessary information had to be recorded. Okay. Grandpa Zhang, do you remember me? I live next to Su Imo, Wang Tsueme said, recalling that Zhang Zhen had visited the staff quarters a few times. I remember. Come with me. Zhang Zhen led Wang Tsueme away from the studio, asked her some basic questions, explained the work details, and told her to come back the next day to start working. Wang Tsueme happily agreed and left with a smile. Earlier that day, Zhang Zhen also hired a woman in her 50s named Aunt Xia, who specializes in Cantonese dim sum, like sticky rice chicken, turnip cake, water chestnut cake, steamed buns, and xiao mai, to add more variety. For now, the studio had 3 helpers, Sister Miao, Wang Tsueme, and Aunt Xia. After Wang Tsueme left, Su Imo rode her bike to the train station. She planned to watch the shop that evening so her parents could take a break. Wang Tsueme's 3 children were all in school. When she left, no one was home, and since she didn't know many characters, she simply left a note saying, out for something. When Zheng Guoxing returned from work, he found the 3 kids watching TV, but Wang Tsueme was missing, and it seemed no dinner had been made. Where's your mom? Zheng Guosheng asked his eldest son, Zheng Hongbing. I don't know. She left a note saying she went out. Zheng Hongbing handed the note to Zheng Guosheng. Zheng Guosheng looked at the messy handwriting and crumpled the note, throwing it away. It hurt his eyes to look at it. Is dinner not ready? Zheng Guosheng asked. Zheng Hongbing hesitated, reluctantly getting up. I don't really know how to cook. I was waiting for Mom to come back. It's almost 7.
Who knows where she is?
If you wait for her to come back to cook, we might not eat until 8 or 9. Stop watching TV. You all hurry to the cafeteria and see what's left. Bring something back to eat. Zheng Guosheng turned off the TV and gave Zheng Hongbing $1 to get food. Around 7:30, Wang Tsueme returned, and the 4 of them were already eating the cafeteria food they had brought back. Since they went late, there wasn't much left, just a mix of everything. You've already eaten? That's good. I was worried you would be hungry. Where have you been? It's so late, and you're just coming back, Zheng Guosheng said darkly. Wang Tsueme was in a good mood today and didn't argue with him. I went for a job interview. I'm starting work tomorrow. The organization arranged a job for you? Zheng Guosheng was surprised. That shouldn't happen. If it had, she would have told him. No, waiting for the organization to arrange something could take years.
¿Cómo introduced me?
She introduced you to a job? What kind of job? Her family opened a shop, and she asked me to help make buns for 2 yuan a day. He had heard about Sumo's small shop from Wang Tsueme yesterday but hadn't paid much attention.
You can't take that job.
Zheng Guosheng's face darkened further. Can a private shop be run like that? It may seem fine now, but when it comes time for accountability, her family will be in trouble. Hiring people like this is a capitalist approach. If you go, you might be labeled a capitalist and sent away to work in the fields, and it could drag me down too. He wondered why she was so kind and offered a job. It turned out she wanted to pull their family down with her. Wang Tsueme was unhappy. That shop is approved by the central government. It's a national pilot project, and they are operating legally. How is that capitalist? Besides, their family has people in high positions, university students, and professors. Who isn't respectable? Are they not allowed to do things that you can't? Zheng Guosheng was momentarily speechless, and after a while, he angrily replied, Is it so easy to get a central document? They might be trying to trick you. Wang Tsueme rolled her eyes at him. You don't have the ability to get one, but they might. Zheng Guosheng was very unhappy about Wang Tsueme working at Sumo's place. First, it was a private workshop, not a proper job. Although 2 yuan a day seemed like a lot, there were no other benefits, making it not much different from a petty dealer. Second, his wife was making a living under someone else, especially under Lu Chongjing's wife, which made him very uncomfortable. Zheng Guosheng looked like a nice guy who could chat with anyone, but he didn't get along well with Lu Chongjing. He would never admit he was jealous of someone younger and more successful who had a good wife. Instead, he would boast about not mingling with restless young people and secretly tried to undermine Lu Chongjing. His jealousy of Lu Chongjing stemmed from the fact that they came from similar backgrounds. Both were rural kids with no connections. Normally, Lu Chongjing's position should be the same as his. Yet, Lu Chongjing was lucky, younger than him by several years, but with a much higher rank. Lu Chongjing didn't pay attention to Zheng Guosheng's petty thoughts. In the face of real ability, all schemes were meaningless. Besides, he was busy with work and often not at home, only having casual nodding acquaintances with most people in the neighborhood. Moreover, Lu Chongjing looked down on Zheng Guosheng. He had no respect for those who sacrifice their family's interests for personal fame. If you go to work, who will cook at home? Are we supposed to eat at the cafeteria every day? What if your earnings aren't enough for food? Zheng Guosheng said, trying to stop Wang Tsueme from working at Sumo's place. It won't affect cooking. I start work at 8 in the morning and finish at 5 in the afternoon. I can make breakfast and dinner. The kids can eat at the cafeteria for lunch, which is already what they do. Eating at the cafeteria only costs a little, Wang Tsueme replied. Don't worry, Mom. We'll save money eating at the cafeteria, said their younger son, Zheng Hongxing. The cafeteria has many dishes, while Mom only makes one, so there's no choice. What's wrong with eating at the cafeteria? After their aunt started school, They eat there every day, and no one in the neighborhood complains. You may not miss us, but our life isn't easy. If I go to work, I can earn an extra 50 or 60 yuan a month. Isn't that good? Then your salary can go for household expenses, and mine can be saved. By the end of the year, we could save 6 or 700 yuan. When Hongbing grows up, he will need money to get married. Zheng Hongbing blushed. Mom, I'm still young. I won't get married so soon. Besides, when I join the army and get a stipend, I'll save up for my own wedding. Wang Tsuemei smiled. Fine. You save for your wedding, and I'll save to buy meat and clothes for you. Are you set on going? Zheng Guosheng squinted. Yes. This time, she wouldn't let him ruin her plans. Okay, but if something happens, don't blame me for distancing myself from you. Wang Tsuemei waved her hand. Don't worry. If anything happens, I won't need you to distance yourself. I'll cut ties first. Zheng Guosheng angrily slammed his chopsticks down and went into the room. Wang Tsuemei shrugged it off, went to the kitchen, got some bowls and chopsticks, and ate a little. However, the food they brought back was not much, and after finishing, the 3 kids looked at her eagerly, clearly still hungry. With her new job, Wang Tsuemei was in a good mood and didn't hold back. She went to the kitchen and cooked some noodles for the 3 kids, frying an egg for each. The next day, Wang Tsuemei woke up early, made breakfast, and hurriedly rode her bike to work. When she arrived, Su Mo and the others were just getting ready to leave for school. Why are you here so early, Sister Wang? I had nothing to do at home, so I came over early. After parking her bike, Wang Tsuemei washed her hands outside, then entered the studio, putting on the work outfit Zhang Zhen had sent her the day before, ready to start working diligently. The 2 little ones had schoolwork, so they followed Lu Chongjing back to the team. Time passed quickly, and a week flew by. The small shop's daily sales fluctuated between 160 to 180 yuan. In a big city, where the average salary was only 30 to 40 yuan, this was impressive. The food was delicious, and many customers returned. Anyone who had eaten there would come back to buy again. Now, Director Jean had become a regular, always bringing home steamed buns or a pot of soy milk after work. In his words, their food was not only tasty, but also filling. When Su Yuan mentioned this to Su Mo, she thought to herself that it was natural. This was the result of her special ability, which made the food more nourishing and beneficial for the body over time. As the Su family's small shop thrived, the bamboo basket vendors at the train station struggled, especially those selling food, who couldn't compete with the Su family shop. Most of these vendors sourced their goods from the free market. With business declining, they naturally bought less. To support their petty dealers, the free market sent a few people to stir trouble at the small shop. However, it was unfortunate for them that Lu Chongjing was there helping out that day. As someone who had lived on the edge for years, he was very sensitive to hostility and quickly noticed that these people were troublemakers. The leading thug approached, but when he met Lu Chongjing's fierce gaze, he froze in place, feeling his blood run cold. After a moment, one of his lackeys nudged him, snapping him out of it. He hurriedly called his buddies and quickly left. Once they were far away, the leader of the thugs finally breathed a sigh of relief. That man was terrifying, like a wolf. He felt that if he stayed any longer, that man would leap out and tear his throat, drinking his blood. Boss, didn't you tell us to teach them a lesson? Why did we leave? One thug asked. You fool, did you see that man? He's not someone to mess with. He's definitely killed before. If you run into him again, stay far away, or you won't even know how you died. What about the boss? I'll talk to him. After returning, the thug reported to their leader, who quickly sent someone to investigate and avoid provoking a dangerous person. He also cursed the petty dealers for being foolish, not even checking the situation, and claiming an old woman sold goods every day. Meanwhile, several members of the Revolutionary Committee arrived at the studio, saying someone reported them for engaging in capitalism. Zhang Zhen remained calm and took out a stamped document from the local Revolutionary Committee to show them. The top document was like a sort of authority, something they needed to keep safe and not show to just anyone, to avoid it being torn up by some clueless person. So, when they established local connections, they also got a new document stamped by local authorities. Gentlemen, we are operating legitimately, approved by the state. This stamp is from your Revolutionary Committee office, and Director Ge knows about this. His signature is here too. When the committee members saw it, they realized they had made a big mistake. It was a coincidence that the team leader, who came this time, had just returned from a business trip and was unaware of the situation. Today, upon receiving the report, he immediately brought people over, as engaging in capitalism was a serious issue. After some time, the Revolutionary Committee had become less arrogant, and those still in office were more reasonable. Although this is approved, you should keep a low profile and not be too flashy. Even though it was a misunderstanding, they still had to maintain their authority to avoid giving the public the impression that the Revolutionary Committee had nothing to do. Hiring people to work is inappropriate. Isn't that exploitation? The state trusts you, but you must also be careful not to engage in capitalist practices. Zhang Zhen was already prepared for this statement. Comrade Marx clearly defined the line between small owners and capitalists. He stated that those who employ fewer than 8 workers and directly participate in the production process are intermediaries between capitalists and workers, known as small owners. Only when the number of employees exceeds 8 can one be considered a capitalist who appropriates the surplus value of workers. Our family is directly involved in the production process. Right now, some of us are in school and others are working, so we hired 3 people to help. We don't exploit them. We pay them good wages. They work here from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., earning 2 yuan a day, plus a meal at noon. Their working hours are not longer than those in factories, and our pay is higher than what most factories offer. The group was surprised. They hadn't expected a daily wage of 2 yuan. If they worked a full month, their earnings would surpass what the others made. The small team leader took a look at the capital and saw that it was indeed written that way. Marx was a great man, so if he said it, it must be true. He then turned to Sister Miao and the others, asking, "Is what he said true? If he is exploiting you, let us know, and our committee will support you." The 3 nodded vigorously. "Yes, 2 yuan a day with meat for lunch, and we get paid daily, without any delays. This family is good. They haven't exploited us. Comrades, don't let some jealous people deceive you." "Exactly, comrades. We are doing well here," Wang Suimei said. "They are creating job opportunities for society. It's a good thing. I'm a military family member, and I've been with the army for almost 10 years, hoping the organization would arrange a job for me. But jobs are scarce, and after all these years, nothing has come up. Now that I'm working here and earning money, the organization doesn't have to find me a job anymore, which saves them trouble. Yes, comrades. My husband is the only one earning for our family, and life is tight. Finally, I have a job, and things are a bit better. Who is trying to cut off our livelihood? I'll confront them," Sister Miao added, filled with righteous anger. Aunt Xia started to tear up. "Comrades, my family is struggling. My youngest son is almost 30 and still can't afford to marry. I finally earned some money to help him, and if this job is taken away, it would drive me to despair." The small team leader's mouth twitched. He had only asked a question and sparked such a response. But from the looks of it, these people were definitely not being exploited. "Dear ladies, we're just doing our job. Someone reported this, so we had to come and check. We are reasonable people. Since everything here is legal and in order, you can continue your normal operations." "All right, we'll leave you to your work," the small team leader said before preparing to leave. Before departing, he reminded Zhang Zhen to keep a low profile to avoid others imitating them. Others wouldn't know they had permission from above, and if they copied them, it could lead to trouble. Although Sister Miao and Aunt Xia were nervous, they felt more reassured seeing the committee members leave without finding any issues. They had been somewhat anxious before. After all, this was a private operation. Even though they had been told it was approved by higher authorities, who could be sure they weren't being deceived? Now, it seemed genuine. So, if others asked what they were doing, they could stand tall and say they were doing nothing illegal, as it was allowed by the government. After the small team leader returned, he was called in by his supervisor for a reprimand. He realized that the other party had not only the committee's approval, but also the highest authority's stamp. He broke into a cold sweat, relieved that he hadn't done anything out of line during the visit. Everything was done according to regulations. If he had overstepped, just a small gesture from the other side could have serious consequences for him. The committee was already having a tough time, who was trying to undermine him. He repeatedly examined the complaint letter he received, but couldn't find anything wrong. That evening, Zhang Zhen informed everyone about the committee's inspection. They were not surprised, as they had anticipated such a visit. With all the items they were moving in and out, it was impossible not to attract attention. I feel like someone has been watching us lately. With so many things here, it's not safe at night without someone guarding it. I'll clear out a room and move in here, Zhang Zhen said. Currently, everyone lived in the arcade on High Street. Although it wasn't far, it still took a few minutes to walk. At first, it was manageable, but now that they were being watched, they needed to be cautious. I should move over instead. If something happens, Grandpa Zhang, it's not safe for you to be here alone, Sui Yuan said. Lu Changzheng didn't suggest they move in, as his job required him to leave at a moment's notice. He was more worried about his wife being alone here. But Sui Yuan, being alone, could be careless while sleeping, so he needed someone to help him. I heard a few military dogs are being retired from the team. I'll go get 2 and keep them here. Dogs are great for guarding homes, especially retired military dogs. However, in this era, few people could afford to keep dogs. That sounds good. It will make things easier for me at night, Sui Yuan said, relieved that he wouldn't have to be on constant alert. The next day, Lu Changzheng brought back 2 retired military dogs. At that time, most military dogs were East German Shepherds, introduced from the Soviet Union in the 1950s. The 2 dogs were one black and one gray-brown. The black one was named Big Tiger, only 4 years old, but had to retire due to an injury sustained while on duty. The gray-brown one was named Old Eagle, 10 years old, and retired due to age. Both dogs were friendly and appeared gentle, but they were very alert and quite intelligent. Lu Changzheng first gave them commands to recognize people, then taught everyone the daily commands. Lele was very fond of Big Tiger and Old Eagle. After finishing his meal, he sat on the ground, chatting with them, and the dogs responded to him with extra gentleness. Seeing this, Su Mo's eyes sparkled. The child was growing up, and it was time to guide him about his special abilities. The next day, when the 3 ladies arrived at work, they were shocked to see 2 large dogs at Zhang Zhen's home. Zhang Zhen, following Lu Changzheng's instructions, guided the dogs to meet each person one by one. The 3 women noticed that although the dogs were big, they seemed very gentle, which made them less afraid. Wang Suimei reached out to pat one of the dogs and asked Director Zhang, "How did you get 2 such big dogs?" "They're not bought. They're retired military dogs that have served the country," Zhang Zhen explained, hoping to prevent them from thinking these were ordinary dogs that might bite. "Our studio has a lot of stuff, and I'm getting old and can't see well. With these 2 watching, it helps keep any troublemakers away." Thinking about the recent report that brought the committee to their door, the 3 women nodded in agreement. It's a good idea to have a dog around with so much stuff here. In our brigade, we had a theft problem, but ever since we got 2 dogs for the warehouse, there haven't been any issues, Wang Suimei said. Once the 3 women went inside, Zhang Zhen closed the yard gate and let the 2 dogs roam freely in the yard. In the afternoon, a woman peeked through the gate. When Dahu and Lao Ying saw her, they came out from the shade. Lao Ying quickly dashed out, grabbed the woman's clothing with its teeth, while Dahu barked loudly to alert Zhang Zhen. The woman, startled by the sudden appearance of the 2 large dogs and feeling one tugging at her clothes, let out a piercing scream. Zhang Zhen heard the commotion and stepped outside, recognizing it was Ma Dajia. He called Lao Ying back. "What brings you here?" Zhang Zhen asked. After a moment to collect herself, Ma Dajia awkwardly smiled. "When did you get dogs?" She clearly remembered there were none when she visited a few days ago. Zhang Zhen didn't respond but stared at her. "What do you want?" Ma Dajia chuckled nervously. "I just came to have a look." Zhang Zhen waved his hand. "There's nothing to see. If you have no business, please leave." Director Zhang, are you still open for business?" she asked hesitantly. Zhang Jin shot her a sharp look. Of course, we're operating legally. It seemed likely that she was the one who reported them a few days ago. Indeed, people without principles are not worth feeling sorry for, no matter how pitiful they seem. Under Zhang Zhen's watchful gaze and the dog's intimidating presence, Ma Dajia left awkwardly. Once she was far enough away, she noticed the 2 holes in her clothing where the dog had bitten. Furious, she thought it was a case of losing more than she gained, but she didn't dare go back to ask Zhang Zhen for compensation. Many people had been keeping an eye on the studio lately, including nearby residents and those who had tried to cause trouble at the train station. The leader of that group had someone inquire about them, but was only told that they had a strong background and to avoid provoking them. He didn't know the specifics, so he instructed his men to keep watch and find out more. Su Chifa was aware that his men were watching, and he wanted to see what the other side was up to, so he told them not to intervene. However, days passed, and the other side just kept watching without taking any action. Having someone watching his territory was unacceptable, so Su Chifa contacted their leader to ask what they wanted. "FAZ, I don't want to do anything. I just want to know who they are," the leader replied. "I don't know exactly, but they have someone powerful above them," Su Chifa said, pointing upward, implying a higher authority. "We can't mess with them." "FAZ, you're not being honest. Knowing they have such a strong background, you should have informed the boss. If my men hadn't been careful, things could have gone wrong." Su Chifa laughed it off, but it did lead to the other side pulling back their people. He then informed Sui Yuan to keep an eye on the situation, as he wasn't sure what the other side's intentions were, and it was best to stay cautious. Since Dahu and Laoying arrived, Lele played with them every day after returning home. Su Mo had previously bought him a soccer ball, and while living in the family compound, he had other friends to play with. Here, he didn't know any other kids, and Anin wasn't keen on playing with him, so he directed the 2 dogs to join him in kicking the ball. Surprisingly, they played quite well together. Others didn't find it strange, as these were retired military dogs. Dogs that could serve in the military were not ordinary dogs. Plus, they had been specially trained, so they were very smart. One evening, during dinner, Su Yuan served 2 large bowls of rice, added some soup, and included some meat and vegetables for Dahu and Laoying. At that moment, there was no dog food available. In the countryside, dogs typically ate scraps or bones. Being able to eat like humans was already quite a luxury. As Su Yuan placed the bowls down, Lele noticed he had given the bowl with 2 pieces of carrot to Dahu and quickly said, "Uncle, Dahu doesn't like carrots. Laoying does. That bowl should go to Laoying." Sui Yuan, hearing this, switched the bowls and asked, "How do you know he doesn't like them?" Since he lived nearby and fed the dogs often, he hadn't noticed. "Dahu told me. He said he doesn't like carrots." Sui Yuan laughed. "You little rascal. You understand dog language? That's impressive. Why don't you ask him what he wants to eat tomorrow?" Lele turned to Dahu, who barked twice. Lele then said, "He said he would love a big bone. He hasn't had one to chew on in a while." At that moment, the older folks at the table chuckled. Today, Su Mo and Lu Chongzheng were not around. Lu Chongzheng had gone on a mission a couple of days ago, and Su Mo had a meeting at school that would keep her out late. "I read somewhere that children have pure hearts and can communicate with animals. It seems to be true," Mo Yurong joked. "All right, tomorrow Uncle will get Dahu a big bone," Sui Yuan said. They all laughed, not taking it seriously, thinking it was just a child's whimsical idea. After all, in children's books, dogs are always depicted as eating big bones. Only Anin quietly ate her meal, watching Lele with a thoughtful expression. That night, Lele stayed over and slept with Sui Yuan. Since the 2 dogs arrived, Lele occasionally slept here. He was articulate and funny, and Sui Yuan enjoyed teasing him. With Lele around, the uncle and nephew could chat before bed. In the middle of the night, Sui Yuan woke up and, feeling around, realized Lele was missing. Startled, he quickly got up to look for him. As soon as he stepped outside, he found Lele squatting at the front door with the 2 dogs, without any lights on, seemingly up to something. "What are you doing, kid? It's the middle of the night. Why aren't you sleeping?" Hearing Su Yuan's voice, Lele turned around and smiled. Uncle, I'm eating. Although the lights were off, the moon was bright, and Lele had opened the door. The moonlight illuminated him well enough for Su Yuan to see clearly. From his angle, he saw Lele slowly turn his head, half of his face suspiciously red, holding something red that looked like a heart in his hands, grinning and revealing a mouth full of suspicious red items, saying, "You uncle, I'm eating." Su Yuan was so startled he almost fainted. Su Yuan shouted and quickly ran over to turn on the light, yelling, "Lele, what are you eating?" Both Lele and the dogs were startled by Su Yuan's reaction and stood up, a bit confused. I'm eating dragon fruit." With the light on, Su Yuan saw that Lele was indeed holding a dragon fruit. However, the boy had only peeled a small part of it and was digging in, ending up with juice all over his face. "You little rascal, why didn't you cut it open first? And why are you eating fruit in the dark? Why are you squatting on the floor with the dogs?" Feeling Su Yuan's fear and anger, Lele looked a bit lost, as if he had done something wrong. He said nervously, I thought Big Tiger and Old Eagle had never eaten dragon fruit, so I wanted to share some with them." Big Tiger and Old Eagle sensed Su Yuan's mood too, standing protectively in front of Lele, ready to defend him if Su Yuan tried to do anything. Seeing the helpless child and the vigilant dogs, Su Yuan let out a sigh and smiled helplessly. His little sister really brought home this bright red fruit, making Lele's mouth look quite alarming. Su Yuan carefully reached out and ruffled Lele's hair. "Lele, next time you get up at night to eat, remember to turn on the light." "Okay," Lele replied, a bit dazed. He thought it was fine to see without the light. Back at home, when he got up at night to use the bathroom, he didn't turn on the light if he could see. His mom said to save energy when possible.
Lele, I'm sorry.
"Uncle didn't mean to yell at you just now. I just woke up and was a bit startled." A few days ago, Su Yuan found an old book, Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio, which he couldn't read outside, so he flipped through it before bed. He had been really into it lately. That night, he had just read a scary part about a monster eating hearts, which had startled him. "Come on, let me cut the dragon fruit for you. It's not convenient to eat it whole like that." Su Yuan took Lele to wash his hands, wiped his face with a towel, and then cut the dragon fruit for him. Seeing that Lele had already eaten half of it, he cut another one into small cubes and gave him some skewers to eat with. "Go ahead and eat. If Big Tiger and Old Eagle want some, you can share a few pieces with them." Since they were protecting their little owner, he decided to forgive them for their earlier disrespect. Lele took a plate of dragon fruit and shared it with Big Tiger and Old Eagle, quickly finishing it together. The next day was Sunday, so and Lele stayed at the studio instead of helping at the shop. At the end of May in Yangcheng, it was already getting hot. The shop was a metal shed with a coal stove, so it was naturally warm. Mo Yulong felt sorry for her two grandsons and didn't let them go since there were many people today. When everyone in the studio got busy and no one was paying attention, Anan walked over to Lele and asked, "What's wrong?" Having grown up together, Anan noticed that Lele seemed off lately, especially today when he looked a bit lost. Lele looked troubled, his little face scrunched up as if he found it hard to speak. Finally, he whispered, "Sister, promise you won't be scared. I think I can understand what Big Tiger and Old Eagle are saying." Lele was a smart kid and knew it was normal for dogs to understand humans, but for a human to understand dogs was not normal. He felt a bit scared and wondered if he was sick. "Sister, do you think I'm sick? Can this be cured? Isn't it good to understand them?" Many people would dream of having such a skill, yet he wanted to get rid of it. It's not bad, but I'm afraid others will be scared of me." That's why he had hinted that he could understand Big Tiger, hoping to see if his grandparents would be frightened. Initially, when he saw them laughing happily, he thought they weren't scared. But last night, he noticed his second uncle seemed very frightened, so he felt uncertain. If his caring second uncle was scared, others would likely be terrified too, and he would have no friends to play with. "Then let's not let others know. We can keep it to ourselves," Anan said. Most ordinary people would fear those with special abilities. "Can Mom and Dad know?" "Yes, they can. What about Grandpa and Grandma? They're older, so let's not tell them to avoid scaring them.
Oh,
But I already mentioned it yesterday. Lele looked dejected. They won't believe you. They'll think you're joking, and reassured him. But it seemed like second uncle believed me. He was scared last night. Lele recounted what happened, and Anne's mouth twitched slightly, guessing that Su Yun was just startled by Lele eating dragon fruit. He didn't believe you. He was just scared by you eating dragon fruit.
huh?
What's scary about eating dragon fruit? Eating dragon fruit isn't scary, but eating it in the dark at midnight with two giant dogs chewing at the door is a bit frightening. Second uncle is just timid, and said. Lele nodded, somewhat agreeing. Second uncle really is timid. He acts like that even when reading, saying it's a bit scary. Lele mimicked an old man on the subway looking at his phone, and stifled a laugh. Second uncle was indeed a character. Sister, would you be scared of me? No, Anne shook her head. When did you realize you could understand them? Not long ago, I think. Actually, it seems like I could do it for the past 2 years, but back then it was hit or miss. Recently, it seems like I can understand all the time. Anne nodded. They were 6 years old now, and in the Kanglan realm, this age was when spiritual roots developed well. This ability likely followed the same principle, needing to stabilize at a certain age before one could start cultivating. However, she felt her own ability hadn't changed much. It was probably because they were in the south where the climate was hot and there were fewer ice elements. She would know more when she returned to the north this winter. Don't let anyone else know about this, except for Mom and Dad, okay? And reminded, there are many bad people in this world. Some greedy people in high positions might capture you for research if they find out. Then you would suffer and not be able to see us anymore.
Okay.
Lele pressed his lips together. I won't say anything. In the afternoon, Su Mo returned to get the soy milk. Now that the weather is hot, if all the soy milk is taken in the morning, it might spoil by evening. To ensure quality, Su Mo takes 2 buckets in the morning and keeps 1 bucket in the fridge to take back in the afternoon. After the trade fair ended, the customer flow decreased, but daily sales still remained around 150 yuan. Because the food is delicious, not only passengers, but also some nearby residents sometimes come to buy. Seeing Su Mo return, Lele hurried over and whispered, Mom, I have something to tell you. Su Mo glanced at Anen, who nodded, indicating that Lele had discovered something. Since Da Hu and Laoing arrived, Su Mo had asked An to keep an eye on Lele. Rather than telling him directly, Su Mo preferred that he discover it himself, and then clarify things for him. Lele had been trained since he was 3, so he had the necessary caution and wouldn't reveal anything in front of strangers. Okay, wait a moment for Mom. Su Mo took the soy milk, said a word to Zhang Zhen, and then took the 2 kids back to the corridor to watch TV. Once they got home, Lele quickly told Su Mo. Is Lele scared? Just a little bit, only a little. Lele emphasized by holding up his pinky. Mom, is this a sickness? This is not a sickness. It's a superpower. Do you remember the stories about superheroes I told you? Lele nodded and then noticed Su Mo used we, looking at her with some expectation. Mom, we? Su Mo ruffled his hair and smiled. Yes, not just you, but Mom and your sister have it too. Lele's eyes lit up. Can Mom and sister understand what Laoing and Da Hu say too? Su Mo shook her head. Everyone's powers are different. Mom will show you her superpower in a bit, but you have to help Mom keep it a secret. You can't tell anyone, okay? Otherwise, if the bad people find out, they might come and take Mom away. Lele nodded seriously. Don't worry, Mom. I won't tell anyone, not even Dad. Under Lele's watchful gaze, Su Mo took a vegetable seed from her space ability. The seed quickly sprouted in her hand, and in just a few seconds, a fresh cabbage appeared. Lele's mouth dropped open in shock, and after a while, he exclaimed, Mom, Mom. That's amazing. Lele took the cabbage and examined it for a long time. Mom, can we eat this? Yes. Mom can not only grow vegetables but also fruits. The fruits you often eat are grown by Mom. This ability is called wood-type superpower. It can grow crops. Su Mo said, taking out a watermelon seed and making a watermelon appear. Layle's exclamations of surprise never stopped. After Sue and Mo cut the watermelon, Layle took a piece and bit into it. It was sweet and delicious. Mom, it tastes just like the ones we had before. Sue and Mo smiled because the ones we had before were also grown by Mom. As Layle was eating, he suddenly stopped and asked, Mom, does it hurt when you grow these? He wondered if Mom would feel pain since these things grew from her hand. If it hurt, he would rather not eat them. It doesn't hurt. Really? Layle grabbed Sumo's hand that had just grown the vegetable, blew on it, and asked, But they grow from your hand? Their instructor had said that plants grow by rooting in the soil and absorbing nutrients. Would these things take nutrients from Mom? If Mom's nutrients were taken away, would her health be affected? Layle voiced his concerns. The little one's worry warmed Sumo's heart, so she explained the energy behind superpowers in detail. Layle listened, somewhat understanding, and asked, So, Mom won't feel pain, and it won't be bad for you, right? Sue and Mo nodded, and Layle finally felt relieved. What about sister? What superpower does she have? Layle turned to Anin stretched out her palm, and after a while, a thin layer of frost appeared on it. Layle reached out to touch it. It's so cool. He then looked eagerly at Anin, hoping she would make more frost. Anin withdrew her hand, saying, That's all there is. Layle felt a bit disappointed. His sister's ability seemed far less impressive compared to Mom's. Layle, your sister's ability is called Ice-type superpower. As for your ability, Mom doesn't know what to call it yet, but it should be related to mental power. You both are still young, and your powers are still stabilizing. Once you practice more, you'll be as powerful as Mom. This superpower is like going to school. You can only learn it at a certain age, and you have to practice hard to improve. Sue and Mo gave the two kids a brief overview of superpowers and how to upgrade them. The key is to practice more. Layle listened intently. This undoubtedly opened a new world for him. And in Layle, remember this. With our abilities, we must understand how to restrain ourselves better than others. I don't expect you to use these powers to benefit society, but you absolutely must not use them to bully others. Do you understand? The two little ones nodded. I know, Mom. The instructor said that those who enjoy resources have more obligations and responsibilities to society. Since we have abilities that others don't, we should take on more to maintain the stability of society. We must never act like bullies. Layle said. Shuma. Indeed, he was a child raised in the military. His thinking was completely correct. That's true. But Layle, you must not tell anyone about your ability, except for Mom and Dad, until you have enough strength. People can be unpredictable, and those who seem nice might betray you for their own gain. Layle nodded. Mom, does Dad have superpowers? Layle asked. Dad doesn't. Oh. Layle looked sympathetic. Out of the four of them, Dad was the only one without superpowers. How unfortunate. It seemed they needed to protect Dad more in the future. In an instant, the tall image of Lu Chongjing in Layle's mind shrank a bit. Having stayed here for over half an hour, Sue and Mo decided to put away the cabbage she had just grown and prepare to go to the small shop. You two stay here and watch TV. I'm going to the shop. Mom, where's the cabbage? I don't see it. Layle exclaimed in surprise. Mom put it away. Sue and Mo said, pulling out the cabbage again. Layle was amazed. He hadn't noticed the seeds appearing out of thin air when Sue and Mo took them out earlier, thinking they just grew from her hand. Where did you put it? This is another one of Mom's abilities, space ability. Is it like having a box that others can't see? Yes. Mom, you're amazing. You're a fairy, right? Sue and Mo chuckled. Mom is not a fairy. I'm just a person with superpowers. But Layle clearly didn't believe it. The Journey to the West said that only fairies could create things and make dry food grow again with a wave of their hand. Wasn't Mom doing just that? So, in Layle's not-so-mature worldview, he concluded that Sue and Mo was a fairy, and he and Anin were the descendants of fairies, which is why they had superpowers. Layle was filled with joy, thinking that his mom was a fairy, with a big smile on his face. But, remembering that his mom said this secret shouldn't be shared, he quickly hid his expression. So, Throughout the afternoon, Laylay's face kept changing, sometimes happy, sometimes trying to look calm. Anan noticed and thought it was funny. This kid seemed eager for everyone to know he had something special. To keep him grounded, Anan exaggerated the situation a bit, giving Laylay a little scare to prevent him from getting too carried away. Sure enough, after Anan's comments, Laylay's expression became more natural. That evening, Laylay didn't want to stay in the studio with Soo Iyun to sleep. He said he wanted to go home. Soo Iyun thought he might have scared Laylay the night before and felt guilty. He planned to buy Laylay some toys or comics in a couple of days to cheer him up. On the third floor of the building on Gaudi Street, there were 3 bedrooms, one for Su Tingqian and his wife, one for Su Mo and Lu Changjing, and one for Laylay and Anan. When they got home, Laylay insisted on sleeping with his mom, quickly pulling her into the room and shutting the door tightly. Mo Yurom teased her little grandson, noticing he had his own little plans. She worried that Anan might be scared sleeping alone, so she went to sleep with Anan instead, leaving Su Tingqian alone in the empty room. Once inside, Laylay pulled the curtains shut and whispered, "Mom, can you show me that cabbage from this afternoon?" Su Mo laughed and took out the cabbage for him. After looking at the cabbage, Laylay asked, "Mom, besides watermelon and cabbage, what else can you grow?" "As long as there are seeds, I can grow anything," Su Mo replied. "Mom, can you grow pears?" Laylay asked. "Of course. Do you want to eat pears?" Su Mo said, pulling out a pear for him. Laylay had always loved pears, but fruits weren't as easy to get back then. At this time of year, there were no pears sold in the South, so Su Mo couldn't easily provide one. Laylay reached out and asked, "Mom, can you grow a pear for me to see?"
Sure.
In private, she was happy to satisfy his curiosity. Some things become normal once you see them often enough. Su Mo spent over half an hour growing a pear tree that bore a decent amount of fruit. However, since the room was small, she controlled the tree's size, making it only as tall as a person, with not too many pears. Even so, Laylay covered his mouth and squinted his eyes, grinning mischievously.
He knew it.
When they visited Lu family village before, he had seen a pear tree in the house late at night. So his mom really was a pear fairy. Even though his mom didn't admit it, that was the truth. In mid-June, Lu Changjing returned from a mission and noticed Laylay looking at him strangely, with a mix of admiration and a hint of sympathy. Confused, Lu Changjing asked Su Mo what had happened while he was away. Su Mo explained everything, emphasizing that Laylay had discovered his special ability and learned that both she and Anan had abilities too. After hearing this, Lu Changjing understood everything and clenched his teeth in silence. That little brat would learn that his father was still his father. Su Mo told Lu Changjing about Laylay's practice with his ability, guessing that it was likely a form of mental control related to animals. This ability was best practiced in the woods, where there were many small animals. However, Su Mo had school every day and on weekends, she wanted to help her parents, so she couldn't find much time to take him. Since Lu Changjing often trained in the forest, it would be easier for him to take Laylay along. Besides, he was used to training soldiers and would likely have better methods than her. Lu Changjing readily agreed, thinking it was a good opportunity to teach Laylay some life lessons. He then asked about Anan, considering how to make things easier for her. Lu Changjing was always efficient, and a few days later, he took the 2 kids to a forest in a neighboring province for training. The 3 of them spent about 10 days there, and when they returned, Laylay looked at Lu Changjing with renewed admiration. In July, Su Tingda officially transferred to Yangcheng. He came alone, and since housing was tight, he didn't ask the military for a place but instead requested a single dormitory for busy times, returning to the big house in Shiguan when he wasn't busy. After all, there were things hidden there. If he wasn't around, it was difficult to manage, but if he was there, it was better to keep watch. Fu Manhwa didn't transfer with him. Zhua Huiqin was pregnant and already 4 months along, so she needed to stay in Guizhou to help. Once the second child was born, and a bit older, she would consider moving. On July 1st, the 2 kids celebrated their 5th birthday, which also happened to be Su Tingda's promotion day. With no one to help, Su Mo took charge. She ordered a big cake from the Western restaurant at Yangcheng Hotel to celebrate for the three of them. That day, the small shop closed at 6 in the evening. The family went to the big house in Shiguan for dinner. Since the house had been empty for so long, they wanted to bring some life back to it. After dinner, Su Tingde took Su Tingqian to the storage room to show him some hidden items. Tingqian, I discussed with your sister-in-law, and we agreed to split these things evenly. Which ones do you want? Find a time to take some back. Su Tingqian waved his hand. Brother, Dad has already divided everything. These things are yours. I can't take them.
But yours.
Whatever I gain is my fortune. Whatever I lose is my fate. Brother, the country has already compensated me for my losses. Besides, with that notice I received, I'll earn back what I lost eventually. Su Tingqian's eyes were filled with confidence. The money you earn is yours, but these are things left by the previous generation. Su Tingqian interrupted. Brother, this is a decision made with Yuru and Mo. What's meant for someone is theirs. Besides, I still have 2 items left. I just want to keep them as family heirlooms. Those 2 items were what they had brought back. When Su Tingqian suggested not taking anything from Yangcheng, Su Mo readily agreed. The items were all in her space, so there was no need to take anything from her uncle. Seeing that his brother truly didn't want anything, Su Tingde didn't push further. He could find a good reason later to give them to the younger generation. Besides, many of these items were cultural treasures that he didn't want to sell. From July 7th to 9th, the second college entrance exam took place as scheduled. This time, both teachers and students were well prepared. Compared to last year, the difficulty of the exam had noticeably increased. The number of candidates was also about 70 to 80,000 more than the previous year. Earlier in the year, the government announced that starting with the next college entrance exam, only current students would be allowed to take it. For those who weren't current students, this was their only chance. Especially for the young intellectuals in the countryside, this was not only an opportunity to change their fate, but also a chance to return to the city. At the entrance of a high school in Qingxi County, Hejiang Province, Tao Peishing picked up Ma Xiaojun after she finished her last exam and asked, Xiaojun, how did it go? Do you feel confident? Ma Xiaojun had looked serious for the past few days, and Tao Peishing was a bit worried. He hadn't dared to ask until now. It should be fine. I could answer most of the questions. A long-lost smile appeared on Ma Xiaojun's face. Tao Peishing breathed a sigh of relief and said, I knew you could do it. Ma Xiaojun huffed, not confirming or denying. After spending nearly a year in the family camp, she had faced many frustrating issues. She was eager to leave that place, so she wouldn't allow herself to fail. She couldn't help it, her awareness wasn't high. Let old Tao handle his own repayment life. She just needed to take care of herself and her child. The day after the exam, Ma Xiaojun packed her bags and took her son back to her parents' home. Ma Xiaojun's son was already 8 months old, chubby and lively, with a few teeth and able to crawl. He babbled every day, trying to learn to talk, making it a fun time. During her years in the countryside, she had only returned home twice, once for her wedding to Tao Peishing. Now that the exam was over, it was natural for her to go back. Her parents had yet to meet their grandson. After Ma Xiaojun left, Aunt Zhao wiped her tears and asked Tao Peishing, Tao, does Xiaojun not like me here? So she went back to her parents' home? Why else would she return home without any special occasion? Tao Peishing felt overwhelmed. Aunt, that's not true.
How could you think that?
Xiaojun has been in the countryside for 6 years and has only come home twice. Now that she has a break after the exam, of course, she needs to go back. Her parents haven't seen the baby yet. She has to take him back to meet them. Really not because of me? Aunt Zhao asked, then started to complain, Tao, Xiaojun must dislike me. Look, she has been living here for almost a year, and I hardly see her smile. Compared to the cheerful Tao Peishing, Ma Xiaojun did smile less, but she certainly wasn't frowning. Aunt Zhao was just sensitive and always thought Ma Xiaojun disliked her. Aunt, you're overthinking it. Xiaojun is under a lot of pressure from studying and taking care of the baby. She's just tired. You don't know how hard it is to get into university. Thousands of people take the exam, and only a few are accepted. Xiaojun has it tough. Tao Peisheng tried to comfort Aunt Zhao. He truly regretted not listening to his mother's advice to send money and supplies regularly and find someone nearby to help instead of bringing someone sensitive and habitually pessimistic into their home. Dealing with someone like that was exhausting. When he was alone, it was fine, but since he got married, Aunt Zhao had become even more sensitive, often crying and thinking Ma Xiaojun disliked her. If he didn't know his wife's character well, he might have believed Aunt Zhao's thoughts. Ma Xiaojun was straightforward and wouldn't scheme behind anyone's back. She was generous and easy to get along with. If she were his biological mother, he would have confronted her, but since she wasn't, he couldn't say a harsh word. Ma Xiaojun was from Tong City in the neighboring province. It took just over 2 days by train to get home. She first stopped in Harbin to stay with her in-laws for 2 or 3 days before heading back to her parents' home. Once at her parents' house, Ma Xiaojun vented to her mother, feeling suffocated. "Mom, you have no idea what my life has been like this past year. I'm really about to burst." "What happened? Did Tao Peisheng bully you?" Her son-in-law seemed nice. Could it be that he was not what he appeared to be? "No, he didn't dare to bully me." "Then it must be your mother-in-law giving you a hard time." Ma Xiaojun waved her hand. "Not really. I hardly see my mother-in-law once a year." "It's Aunt Zhao." "Her?" Ma's mother was surprised. That old lady relied on her son-in-law for support and dared to bully her daughter? Was there no justice? "She's an old lady far from home, relying on Peisheng. How could you let her bully you? When did you become so timid? Did I teach you nothing?" Ma's mother felt frustrated. "Listen to me. If she really bullied me, that would be easy to solve, but it seems she hasn't bullied me. Aunt Zhao is very sensitive, always acting cautiously, thinking I dislike her and will kick her out. If I ever talk to her without a smile, she immediately turns to wipe her tears, believing I'm giving her the cold shoulder. Honestly, am I really that harsh? Even if she is a war widow, just for the times she helps me with the baby, I can't treat her badly, let alone kick her out. But she just can't understand. Peisheng and I have told her several times, but she firmly believes I dislike her. If it weren't for Peisheng believing in me, we would probably be fighting every day. You know my temper. If it were someone else, I would have hit her by now. But her son saved Peisheng, so I can't say anything harsh in front of her, or it would seem ungrateful. I have to be careful when I talk to her, always making sure I'm smiling. I'm really exhausted and feeling so stifled. You know, how can a person not have any emotions? Who can always be smiling and cheerful?" After listening, Ma's mother fell silent. As a doctor, she had seen many dark things in the hospital. Was that old lady trying to stir trouble between her daughter and son-in-law? If she complained every day for a year or 2, could her son-in-law still trust her daughter after 3 to 5 years? Has she ever mentioned wanting to bring any relatives over? Ma's mother asked. Ma Xiaojun shook her head.
No.
Peisheng said all her relatives died during the disaster years, and she only has one son left, who also died later. This was why Tao Peisheng insisted on bringing her over. The old lady had no family left. Moreover, people in the countryside said Aunt Zhao was unlucky and had caused all her relatives to die, so most villagers avoided her, making her life difficult there. After hearing Ma Xiaojun, Ma's mother felt uncertain. Could it be that the old lady was truly afraid of being abandoned by Peisheng and was always watching them closely? Why not try being a bit sweeter and comforting her more often? "Oh, Mom, you're really my mother, always finding trouble for your daughter. You know me, I respond better to softness than harshness. The more she wants me to comfort her, the less I can do it. I'm feeling frustrated too. How can I sweet-talk her? Now that Peisheng has brought her here, with her personality, you can't send her back. You have to deal with her. She's too old to change, and if you don't change, how will you live? No need to change. Soon we won't have to deal with her. I think I did well on the college entrance exam, and once I go to university, I won't have to interact with her anymore. Aunt Zhao isn't a bad person, just hard to get along with," Ma Xiaojun sighed. Ma's mother shot her a look. "There will always be breaks from school, right? What about after graduation? Do you plan to live apart from Peisheng in different places? It would be foolish to let a stranger come between them and cause them to live apart. It seemed she needed to talk to her in-laws about this and come up with a good plan. Some things were better for the elders to discuss, since the kids couldn't say them directly. In mid-July, the high school entrance exams began in various places. College students were also working hard, making a final push for their end-of-term exams. Su Tichyen was busy writing his final summary report, preparing to officially resign after the semester ended. From July 18th to 20th, the entire Hejiang province was focused on the tense entrance exams. The tension was due to the educational reform in Hejiang province, which would change the junior high school system from 2 years to 3 years next semester. This meant that if students did not get into high school this year, they would have to repeat 2 years before taking the entrance exam again. In addition to the change in the system, new subjects were added to the curriculum. Previously, junior high school subjects included Chinese, math, politics, physics, chemistry, general knowledge, music, and physical education labor. Under the new system, the subjects would change to include Chinese, math, English, politics, physics, chemistry, history, geography, biology, music, physical education, and art. The number of subjects increased from 8 to 12, adding 4 new subjects, which was a shock for students who had to repeat. When there were fewer subjects, they struggled to pass. Now with more subjects, it seemed even harder. Lu Xingjuan and Lu Yuji took Lu Fengqin to the exam site, reminding her to answer carefully and not to be careless. After Lu Fengqin entered, Lu Yuji worriedly asked Lu Xingjuan, "Do you think Fengqin can pass?" "I don't know. She just needs to focus on the exam. If she doesn't pass, she can repeat," Lu Xingjuan replied. He had asked the homeroom teacher, who said that if Lu Fengqin performed well, she might barely make it if not. But didn't they say that repeating means learning a lot more subjects? And I heard it takes 2 years to repeat. It would be best if she passes, but if not, then it's 2 more years. Lu Yuji frowned. If she had to repeat for 2 more years, it would cost a lot of money. In the second half of the year, Ai Qin would also be starting junior high. In 1971, the tuition receipt for junior high was 6 yuan per semester, plus 2 yuan for books and miscellaneous fees, totaling at least 8 yuan per semester. If boarding, it would cost an additional 2 yuan for accommodation. Besides that, they needed to buy paper and pens, and there were daily living expenses. By the end of the year, it would cost at least 30 yuan for 1 person and 60 yuan for 2. Luckily, she had a job, otherwise, they couldn't afford it. I don't think Fengqin is cut out for studying. If she doesn't pass, why not? Lu Xingjuan shot her a glare and scolded, "Stop overthinking. Fengqin is a good kid. She just needs better guidance from you. If she doesn't pass and wants to repeat, she can. If not, she can work in the fields." At that moment, other parents were nearby, and Lu Yuji felt embarrassed by his outburst. She glared at Lu Xingjuan and rode her bike to work. She couldn't reason with this stubborn man. What mattered more than face? The benefits were what truly mattered. If Dia liked studying but didn't want support, that was her problem. But it was clear Dia didn't enjoy school. Forcing her wouldn't help, and it would waste time. It would be better for her to earn money, which could help support Arya, who is clearly eager to learn. In late July, the high school entrance exam results were released. Tao Peisheng had someone check Ma Xiaojuan's scores. They were quite good, and she should be safe for the university she applied to. Ma Xiaojun was in a great mood, and since her brother and sister were back from university for vacation, she left the kids with them and planned to visit Yongqing to see Su Mo and experience the world. Ma Xiaojuan's brother and sister had also taken the college entrance exam last year and got into good schools. Ma's brother and sister were surprised that their sister was so unreliable, leaving the kids with them to go have fun. But knowing how much their sister had endured in the countryside over the years, they willingly took care of the children. By the end of July, the results of the junior high entrance exams came out, and Lu Fengqin did not pass, missing the cutoff by more than 10 points. Qingxi County was small, with only one high school. If she didn't pass, there were no other options. She could either repeat or drop out. Lu Xingjuan asked Lu Fengqin what she thought, but she looked down in silence, not responding. Lu Xingjuan didn't indulge her. The next day, he took her to work in the fields and instructed the team leader to assign her adult-level tasks. At 15, she was a young lady. She should be able to earn at least 6 work points a day. After a day of work, Lu Fengqin couldn't take it anymore and cried when Lu Yuji came home. Seeing that Lu Xingjuan was determined not to budge, Lu Yuji was furious. All her recent talks with him seemed pointless. Fine, if he, as the older brother, cared about face and wouldn't speak up, then she would take charge as the sister-in-law. The next day, while at work, Lu Yuji called the post office to reach Sumo, but unfortunately, Sumo's family was not at home. The person who answered said Sumo was out, so she planned to call again after work. When she called after work, the response was the same. Sumo was still not home, and when she asked about Lu Chongzheng, he was also unavailable. Lu Yuji was surprised. Where had the third brother's family gone?
They had been out all day.
She felt a pinch in her wallet as she paid for the phone call. She had made 2 calls, but no one was home, and she had spent 2.2 yuan on phone fees. Long-distance calls were indeed expensive, but writing a letter would take too long, and sending a telegram might not convey everything clearly. It was costly, but calling was better. Lu Yuji planned to call again the next day. The next day, the management office received another call looking for Su Mo. With so many calls, they wondered if something was wrong. They said, Su Mo mostly stays at her parents' house now and rarely returns to the family compound. Where are you calling from? What do you need to contact her about? I can pass on the message. Why is she staying at her parents' house? Is something wrong? Lu Yuji was alarmed, hoping it wasn't a divorce like Xiaolon. Nothing's wrong. She went to help her parents. I heard they opened a small shop selling buns. Lu Yuji's eyes lit up. Selling things definitely required help. Having Fengqin assist would be perfect. Excuse me, do you know her parents' phone number? I'm her sister-in-law and need to reach her. Sorry, I don't know. But someone from our compound is working there. I can have them pass on the message and Su Mo can call you back. You're her brother-in-law, right? Yes, I'm Lu Chongzheng's sister-in-law. Thank you so much. Lu Yuji said gratefully. After hanging up, she smiled widely, not minding the phone bill anymore. Since they had already hired help, Fengqin's job would surely be fine. If necessary, they could let that helper go and have Fengqin take over. In the evening, Wang Tsueme returned home. Director Song from the management office stopped her and mentioned Lu Yuji's phone calls, asking her to pass the message to Su Mo. Sure, I'll go over early tomorrow and let her know, Wang Tsueme replied. The Su family was preparing to open a second shop. She hadn't seen Su Mo for a few days and heard she was busy with a new shop, leaving early every morning. Wang Tsueme was worried there might be something urgent, so she planned to go over early to inform her. Hey Wang, how is their little shop doing? Can they keep it going? Director Song leaned in and asked quietly. She really couldn't understand why a good university professor would give that up to sell buns and engage in speculation. It seemed a bit off. Although people used to criticize teachers harshly, now that college entrance exams were back, it seemed like good days were ahead. Why would they do this? Why wouldn't they keep it going? Business is good. They're opening a second shop, Wang Tsueme said. Director Song was surprised. They had only been open for a short time, and now they were planning a second shop? Is speculation really that profitable? Hey, Director Song, you shouldn't say that. We're not speculating. We have official approval and are part of a national trial. We're serving the country, Wang Tsueme quickly corrected. She hated when people called their work speculation. They were operating legally and even had the support of the Revolutionary Committee. Right, I misspoke, Director Song chuckled. Is it really that profitable? I don't know if it's profitable, but the buns sell well. They should be making money, Wang Tsueme laughed. How much do they pay you each month? Director Song asked. In these times, salaries were usually transparent and it wasn't awkward to ask about pay. We're not paid monthly. We settle daily. 2 yuan a day, Wang Tsueme said proudly. She had been worried about causing trouble for Su Mo, so she hadn't mentioned her salary before. Recently, Su Mo told her not to worry. They were following the rules and had nothing to hide. Since Director Song asked, she decided to share. Despite being the director, how much could a management office director earn? Only 38 yuan a month. Director Song gasped. That's high? The cafeteria workers in the family compound only made 26 yuan a month. Wang Tsueme waved her hand. The pay is high, but it's not stable like a regular job with benefits. In reality, their work was very stable. She had been working for over 3 months without a single day off. As long as she didn't take leave, she could work as many days as she wanted. She heard from Director Zhang that they would be hiring more people after opening the new shop. Although they didn't have other benefits, they occasionally received seasonal fruits, and if there was leftover meat, they would get a little to take home. Of course, Wang Tsueme wouldn't mention this to avoid drawing attention. Hearing Wang Tsueme's words, Director Song felt a bit better. Their work was stable, easy, and had good benefits. Although her salary was higher, who knew how long she could keep it? Thinking of this, Director Song's earlier thoughts faded away. Her niece went to the countryside last year but couldn't stand it and returned sick this year. Now that she was back, she couldn't just stay home and rely on her parents. She needed to find a job. Initially, when Wang Tsueme mentioned such a high salary, she thought about asking Su Mo if she could arrange a job for her niece. But now, she decided against it and would look for other options. Although the pay was higher, it wasn't stable, and it wouldn't look good to mention it. At this time, most people took pride in having a secure job, as stability and the ability to work for a lifetime were more important than anything else. The next day, Wang Tsueme went to the workshop early and ran into Su Mo and Su Yuan, who were about to leave. She quickly told them what was happening. When Su Mo heard that Lu Yuji had called several times, she thought something was wrong, so she hurried to the post office to call the Lu family village. After Lu Yuji made her calls yesterday, she worried that if Su Mo called and she wasn't home, someone else might answer and interrupt her plans, so she went back to the supply and marketing cooperative to ask for leave. This morning, she took her sewing kit and arrived early at the team office to wait, sewing absent-mindedly while waiting for the call. Before long, she heard the phone ring and rushed over. Today, it happened to be the turn of the women's director, Lu Guilon. She was talking to Su Mo and preparing to announce something over the loudspeaker when Lu Yuji rushed in. "Annie, did my sister-in-law call?" Lu Guilon smiled. "You really have good ears. It was Su Mo calling.
You can take the call now."
She handed the phone to Lu Yuji and got up to leave. Lu Guilon was a dignified person who didn't like gossip, so when she was on duty and someone called, she would usually step away. "Big sister, is something wrong at home?" "Xiao Mo, everything is fine at home, but my sister-in-law has something she needs your help with." Lu Yuji explained that Lu Fengqin didn't get into high school and wanted her to go to Yangqing to see the world. Su Mo was taken aback. If Lu Fengqin were still the hardworking girl she used to be, she would have agreed without hesitation, as they were looking for people, and it was better to hire family than outsiders. But now, she couldn't take her on. A girl with such vanity and a weak character was likely to cause trouble. She was already busy and didn't have time to help teach someone else's child. Although she hadn't returned to Lu family village in years, she kept in touch with Lu Xiaolan, who had mentioned several times in her letters that Lu Fengqin had been led astray by her sister-in-law. "Big sister, this is quite difficult. If Fengqin just wants to come over to visit for a few days, that's fine, but if she wants to come here to work, that's a different story. My sister-in-law knows that military jobs are hard to arrange. This doesn't need military arrangements. I heard your dad opened a small shop. You can just arrange for her to work there. Big sister, it's not just about where she works. It's about whether Fengqin can transfer her status here. This big city is different from the countryside. Each person has a fixed quota for food, water, electricity, and coal every month. If Fengqin's status can't be transferred, she won't have access to these resources. Without them, how can she live? Well, let the third one help with the military transfer. Big sister, the military is very strict now. Only spouses and children can get military transfers. Lu Xiaolan got a special exception because of the long march, but that wouldn't happen now. Fengqin is just a niece, and her parents are alive, so it's impossible. Lu Yuji was momentarily speechless and finally gritted her teeth. Then don't do the military transfer. Let Fengqin buy food on the black market. How much food can a girl eat in a month? At most, it would be 10 or so Jin, and 5 yuan a month would be the limit. And what about water, electricity, and coal? If she buys everything on the black market, her monthly salary might not even be enough to support herself. Lu Yuji almost blurted out, "Don't you think as uncles and aunts you should be more considerate of your niece?" Thankfully, she held back. These are just secondary issues. Without a military transfer, she can't live long-term in the family compound. The military will send her back. Where will Fengqin live then? It wouldn't be right to let her stay with my parents, would it? Besides, my dad has resigned now, and the school housing has been taken back. He is currently living with my mom at my uncle's place, which is really inconvenient. Isn't it said that you can get close to the big leaders and get some favors? Can't you find someone to help with the military transfer? Big sister, that big leader is very fair. Just because 2 kids got close to him, he was delayed in getting promoted for a long time. He won't bend the rules for this kind of thing. If we try, it might even anger him, and he could cut ties with those 2 kids. Big sister, we are both mothers. You have to think about your child, and I have to think about mine. I won't do anything that could harm my children's future. If you can find a way to transfer her status, I can talk to my dad and see if he can arrange a job for Fengqin at the shop. Other than that, I can't help.